the long-lost daughter of the Wen family, has found her way back. Rumor has it that the true heiress consistently ranks last in her school's examinations and has even been flaunting her deceit and promoting superstitions. Consequently, everyone eagerly anticipates the misfortunes of the genuine heiress. However, as time passed, it became evident that not only had the true heiress gained admission to a prestigious university, but she also achieved viral fame, attracting the attention of influential figures and media outlets alike. The Wen family has showered the true heiress with adoration. Following Wen Li's meteoric rise to fame, a reporter inquired, "Is it true that you were seen capturing ghosts during the Ghost Festival?" Wen Li replied, "Please trust in science," only to leap from the 20th floor the next moment, embarking on her ghost-catching adventure. The millions of viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "What happened to trusting in science?" A prominent business tycoon boldly declared, "My wife is young and frail, do not bully her." Onlookers gazed at the television, witnessing a criminal beaten and bloodied, their faces contorted in terror. 1v15, who is truly the frail one? Chapter 1. The metaphysical master is a penniless wretch. In July, the incessant chirping of cicadas enveloped the entire city of A in a sweltering heatwave. Dressed in a tattered green robe, Wen Li squatted on the curb, the sunlight piercingly bright as she raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. A fortnight prior, before her master's passing, he foretold that her family's fortunes in the mortal realm were waning and provided her with an address to seek her kin. Initially reluctant to descend the mountain, Wen Li changed her mind when her master warned her that if her family perished, her own fortune would be adversely affected. Having never possessed more than 5 yuan in savings, Wen Li could not bear the thought. After attending her master's funeral, Wen Li boarded a train to City A with a mere 340 yuan. Yet, upon arriving at the train station, she lost all her money. Having not eaten since yesterday, Wen Li heard her stomach protest. With her long eyelashes lowered, her tone somewhat resigned, Wen Li remarked, "Do not fret, today's auspicious signs indicate that I shall acquire wealth. If I do, we shall feast tonight." The omens guided her here to await a fateful encounter. Growing parched from waiting, Wen Li rose and paced beneath the shade of a tree, her worn cloth shoes crunching over the small pebbles on the ground. Just then, she heard someone calling her name. The man was Zhou Xingyun, a talent scout she had met the previous day. With a broad forehead and a hint of menace in his demeanor, he bore an unsettling aura, as though he were destined for misfortune today. It appeared that he was the fortune bringer she had been waiting for. Wen Li cautioned, "I previously warned you of impending danger. Do not venture out lightly, or you may jeopardize your life." Despite this warning, he dared to appear. To tempt fate is to court disaster. Zhou Xingyun halted, seemingly dismissing her words. "I do not believe in such nonsense." He then continued, "I wanted to ask, isn't this about seeking family? What brings you to the construction site in the new district?" This area was entirely comprised of properties developed by the Hui Group, and as it was newly established, there were hardly any people around aside from workers. He had merely stopped his car upon spotting Wen Li pacing in the shade. Without a reply from her, Zhou Xingyun rambled on. "What about the proposition I mentioned the other day? I believe you would excel on the big screen." As Zhou Xingyun continued to passionately persuade her, he noticed Wen Li regarding him with a skeptical gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhou Xingyun quickly reassured himself. "Ahem, well, while our company's resources may not compare to those of larger firms, we treat our artists with absolute fairness." Oblivious to the fact that Wen Li had just emerged from the mountains, having scarcely seen a television, she was primarily focused on her hunger. At that moment, her stomach growled, once more. After a pause, Zhou Xingyun finally understood, hastily retrieving 500 yuan from his wallet and offering it to Wen Li. "Here, take this money to eat. We can discuss the rest later." He was no fool. Wen Li's robe was patched and worn, and her shoes were nearly threadbare, indicating a life of hardship. Even if she had no desire to become his artist, he could not turn a blind eye to her hunger. Wen Li did not accept the money, leading Zhou Xingyun to assume she disliked receiving charity and was about to clarify that it was a loan. Instead, he heard Wen Li swallow hard. 500 yuan, is this all for me?" Zhou Xingyun was perplexed. While 500 yuan was not an insignificant sum in the bustling city of A, he wondered why she was so excited. Unbeknownst to him, those from the affluent circles often lacked financial resources, and Wen Li, being orphaned, was in dire need of funds. To her, 500 yuan was a substantial fortune. She counted the 5 crisp notes repeatedly, leaving Zhou Xingyun in a state of astonishment. "I never owe anyone a favor." Wen Li nonchalantly tucked the money away, then retrieved a safety talisman wrapped in a red silk pouch from her cloth bag. "This is a talisman I drew. You must carry it with you at all times, and remember to keep it away from water. Wen Li continued, By the way, I shall offer you a divination. Do not go near the water today. Zhou Xingyun was taken aback by her apparent belief in the supernatural, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, yet he instinctively accepted it. Did you thank you? Wen Li waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Consider this money as payment for the talisman. Zhou Xingyun was left speechless. How could a talisman be so costly? Zhou Xingyun, observing the intricately crafted pouch, refrained from voicing his thoughts, discreetly placing it into his pocket. At that moment, his phone chimed from another pocket. After a brief conversation, he hung up looking rather anxious, leaving without so much as a farewell. Yet, after taking a few steps, Zhou Xingyun suddenly turned back. The fact that we have encountered each other twice indicates a connection. If you decide, feel free to call me anytime. Having spoken, Zhou Xingyun swiftly departed. Wen Li watched as Zhou Xingyun entered the vehicle by the roadside, followed by the resounding roar of the engine as the car began to move slowly. However, the tranquility of the moment was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of sharp honks. From her vantage point, Wen Li had a clear view of the entire scene. A heavy truck barreled forward, pushing ahead a sleek and opulent black business vehicle. The construction road was inherently narrow, leaving Zhou Xingyun with no avenue for evasion. He was thrust out into the open. Instinctively, he jerked the steering wheel, ultimately colliding sideways against a verdant tree, which left the vehicle crumpled into a heap of twisted metal. A chill ran down Zhou Xingyun's spine, his back drenched in cold sweat. Even without witnessing the incident, he could sense the perilous nature of the situation he had just escaped. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed. Upon reflection, he recalled a searing sensation in his leg when he had wrenched the steering wheel. With this thought, Zhou Xingyun instinctively reached down, only to discover that the talisman Wen Li had given him was radiating heat. Upon opening it, a plume of white smoke wafted from the peace charm, which quickly ignited into ashes. Chapter 2. The God of Wealth turns into a drenched chick. Zhou Xingyun was so astonished that he could hardly utter a word. At that moment, the car door swung open, and he looked up to see Wen Li standing beside the driver's seat, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Zhou Xingyun rushed over, clutching a brocade pouch, and stammered, What happened? He had not even noticed that Wen Li had pried the car door off its hinges. Just as she was about to speak, a thunderous splash echoed from afar, and workers surrounding the construction site rushed in from all directions. Wen Li glanced ahead and was horrified to see the heavy truck and the black business vehicle both submerged in the lake, rapidly sinking. Zhou Xingyun, without time to inquire further, leapt from the driver's seat to peer toward the lakeshore, his heart sinking as he recognized the license plate of the black business car. A dreadful suspicion gripped him. Before he could voice his thoughts, he saw the young girl beside him dash forward and, with a splash, leap into the water. As Wen Li plunged into the lake, the workers who had heard the commotion hurriedly followed suit. Together, they managed to rescue the truck driver. However, the black business vehicle was not so fortunate. Nearly half of it had already submerged, its doors seemingly welded shut and impossible to open. It's over. The car is about to sink. Wen Li thought, her heart heavy as she watched the vehicle nearly engulfed by the water. She was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers who had jumped in to save others, but as they realized the car was almost fully submerged, a wave of despair washed over them. I'll give it a try. A voice called out, but before the words were fully spoken, Wen Li had already placed her hands on the door handle. Her first attempt yielded no results. With a second forceful tug, the door came off with a loud clang. Acting swiftly, Wen Li opened the door, and torrents of water rushed in. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove into the vehicle and pulled the driver from the driver's seat. As the car began to vanish beneath the surface, Wen Li's gaze caught a glimpse of a man slumped unconscious in the back seat. Clad in a white shirt, his striking features remained pale, yet even in his unconscious state, he exuded an air of nobility. His body shimmering with an ethereal golden light, he was like a walking deity of wealth. Wen Li had never encountered anyone radiating such a divine glow. And without a second thought, as the car was on the verge of complete submersion, she followed suit into the depths of the water, sinking alongside the business vehicle. The others gasped in shock, but none dared to follow her into the water, resigned to wait for professional rescue, fully aware of the grim possibility that Wen Li might not survive. Although the lake was not deep, the odds of escaping if trapped underwater were dismally low. The crowd shared a collective sense of sorrow, anticipating the worst. Zhou Xingyun stood at the water's edge, heart heavy as he gazed at the now tranquil surface of the lake, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just a moment ago, Wen Li had been fine. How could she have vanished so suddenly? Then, unexpectedly, Wen Li burst forth from the water, gripping a man in her arms. Zhou Xingyun's heart soared with relief. The onlookers, now invigorated, rushed back into the water, helping to drag the man Wen Li had rescued to the shore. Soaked to the bone, Wen Li emerged, droplets clinging to her long lashes as she cast a soft gaze upon the drenched man lying on the grass. His wet white shirt and black trousers outlined his tall frame, yet his eyes were tightly shut, lips pale, as if he were on the brink of death. For Wen Li, it was indeed a matter of life and death. Despite the radiant golden light of virtue surrounding him, a dark mist enveloped his form, transforming his once promising visage into that of impending demise. Soon, someone murmured, "He has no breath left." Wen Li pushed through the crowd, her voice gentle. "Let me try." Upon hearing her, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. She knelt beside the man, examining his condition. Given her earlier courageous act and her attire of a Taoist robe, many in the crowd felt a flicker of hope. Suddenly, Wen Li extended her hand and clenched her fist. With a resounding thud, the water trapped in the man's throat erupted from his mouth. Gasp! Zhou Xingyun, standing closest, instinctively clutched his chest. Even though Wen Li's fist had not struck him, the action took his breath away. Cough, cough, cough. When Hua Yinghuai regained consciousness, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, accompanied by a pulsating ache in his chest. Then, a pair of large, watery eyes came into focus, gazing down at him. "You're awake?" Wen Li beamed, her teeth glistening as she smiled, relieved that Hua Yinghuai was no longer in danger. "You saved me?" Hua Yinghuai managed to utter, his mind racing as fragmented memories flooded back. Recently, the construction site under the Hua Corporation had encountered numerous issues, prompting him to inspect the site with his driver. As they were leaving, a truck had suddenly barreled towards them, and he had lost consciousness upon impact, only to awaken here. He realized that this young girl before him had been his savior. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, he sat up and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. What do you wish for? I will repay you." He was not entirely unconscious. In the moments before the car submerged, he had indeed glimpsed a figure approaching him. If it were not for this girl, he might have perished. Hua Yinghuai's words ignited a spark of hope in Wen Li's eyes, and she unhesitatingly praised him. "You truly are a good person." As she rummaged through her robe's pocket, her smile faltered. "You don't need to repay me, just help me cover the fare later. The address is..." Suddenly, her hand froze, and her smile stiffened. Hua Yinghuai could see her hand trembling as she desperately searched for something. Wen Li was indeed panicking. The note with her home address, which she had placed in her robe pocket, was now missing. When she reached in again, all she found was a crumpled packet of yellow scraps. The address her master had written on the talisman was now illegible. Wen Li's mind buzzed with despair. "It's over. I'll be a lifelong pauper." Hua Yinghuai, at the hospital. Having just completed his examination, Hua Yinghuai's assistant rushed in, breathless. "Mr. Hua, are you alright?" Hua Yinghuai said nothing, his gaze fixed on a chair in the corridor. The assistant instinctively followed his line of sight and spotted a young girl huddled in a corner. Her eyes red, hair disheveled, as she wept sorrowfully, as if the sky had fallen upon her. "Did you bring what I asked for?" The assistant nodded instinctively, "Yes. I brought it." He had been startled to hear about Hua Yinghuai's accident, but in their phone conversation, Mr. Hua had sounded remarkably calm, instructing him to bring a change of clothes for a girl to the hospital. It was evident who the clothes were intended for. As expected, Hua Yinghuai strode over, holding the garments. "Change into these first." Wen Li looked up at the sound, her reddened eyes resembling those of a frightened rabbit. Upon seeing Hua Yinghuai, her sadness deepened, and a flicker of resentment crossed her gaze. Hua Yinghuai felt a pang of guilt. On the way here, he had come to understand that Wen Li's note containing her address had been ruined in the water when she saved him. Worse still, this girl, appearing to be no older than a teenager, had never attended school and could barely recognize a few characters. Though Hua Yinghuai considered himself to be an incredibly aloof person, the thought that Wen Li had lost her way home because of him tugged at his heartstrings, especially when he saw her eyes, red as a rabbit's, staring at him without moving. Hua Yinghuai finally spoke. "I will help you find your biological parents, and for the time being, I will arrange a place for you to stay." Wen Li had been feeling despondent, but upon hearing those words, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "Is it just accommodation? What about meals?" Chapter 3. Mr. Hua's resolve. Hua Yinghuai, taken aback by the sudden enlargement of her face, instinctively took a step back. Yet he nodded in affirmation. If it weren't for your timely rescue today, both the driver and I might not have survived. The events of today could easily be described as a brush with death. Even in my semi-conscious state, I could vividly sense the chilling water filling my lungs. Your willingness to risk danger to save me speaks volumes about your sincerity and lack of malice. Huang Huai's dark eyes fixed on Wen Li, who gazed back with eyes shimmering with hope, lifting his spirits considerably. I will assist you in finding your parents. Until then, would you agree to stay with me? He proposed. Wen Li's eyes seemed to shine even brighter at the suggestion. Grasping Huang Huai's hand, she felt an unprecedented warmth radiating from him. You truly are a good person, she exclaimed. Having spent several days in a city, she was acutely aware of the exorbitant housing prices. The fact that the man not only offered her shelter but also meals was a testament to his goodness. Wen Li felt as though she had struck a remarkable bargain. Observing this, the assistant inquired, Mr. Hua, do you plan to return now? Huang Huai did feel a touch of fatigue, but the events of the day caused his brow to furrow with concern. Have we determined whether it was an accident or foul play? The preliminary assessment from the police indicated it was an accident. The truck had collided due to brake failure in a narrow construction zone, and the driver had shown no signs of intoxication, with no known grievances against the Hua group, thereby ruling out malicious intent. Huang Huai merely hummed in response, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Wen Li promptly interjected, I sensed that the truck driver had a rather ominous aura about him. He was surrounded by a palpable energy of death. It certainly was not an accident. Both Huang Huai and the assistant turned their gazes toward her in surprise. Wen Li blinked and added, someone wants you dead. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Huang Huai remained silent, while the assistant scrutinized Wen Li anew, his gaze lingering on her tattered robe. How had Mr. Hua picked up this little fortune-teller? Yet, seeing Huang Huai's lack of objection, he refrained from voicing his doubts. After a pause, Huang Huai's cold voice broke the stillness. Investigate that truck driver further. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Huang Huai had taken Wen Li's words seriously. Understood, I will take care of it immediately. Wen Li followed Huang Huai back to his villa. Upon disembarking, she was awestruck by the grandeur of the residence. The standalone villa greeted her with an opulent foyer leading into a luxurious hall, adorned with a crystal chandelier and a black and white Italian hand-woven carpet, while the arched glass windows framed a lush green landscape. Huang Huai easily discerned the unmasked yearning in Wen Li's eyes, finding it somewhat amusing. You may reside here for the time being. If you wish to go out, simply call Uncle Zhang, the driver, he instructed, then paused, uncertainly asking, You do have a mobile phone, don't you? Wen Li eagerly nodded. Yes, I do. She rummaged through her tattered bag and finally produced a compact silver flip phone. This was given to me by my late master. However, the charger broke recently, and I turned it off to conserve battery. She pressed the red power button on the right, but the elderly device remained unresponsive. Huang Huai remarked, This phone appears to be quite dated, doesn't it? Wen Li seemed unfazed by the age of the device, carefully cradling it as if it were a treasure. After a moment of silence, Huang Huai said, Wait here. Before ascending the stairs, he soon returned, holding a white box. Wen Li was still fiddling with her antique phone when she noticed Huang Huai's strong hand before her. Here. Use this phone for now. It was left over from the company's annual meeting raffle. Wen Li blinked in astonishment as she accepted the box. Inside lay a sleek black smartphone. During her descent from the mountain, she had observed everyone wielding compact phones, which not only played Snake but also allowed video streaming. Priced at over 1,000 yuan. Could it be that Huang Huai was gifting her such a device? Cradling the phone delicately, she earnestly exclaimed, Huang Huai, you are truly a good person. Having learned of Huang Huai's name while in the hospital, Wen Li's sincere words made him chuckle softly, pondering that perhaps only she would perceive him as a good man, while others might think otherwise. With a slight smile fading from his lips, Huang Huai instructed, Explore the phone at your leisure. Choose any room you like. The maid will be here shortly to prepare dinner. Inform her of your preferences. On the way back, he recalled the rumbling of Wen Li's stomach throughout their journey. Now, her attention was glued to the phone as she nodded vigorously, leaving Huang Huai uncertain if she had absorbed his words. Given the day's events, he decided to retreat upstairs, knowing she had much to process. By the time Wen Li realized Huang Huai had ascended, she reclined on the sofa, happily engrossed in her new phone. When the maid arrived, she was already absorbed in watching short videos. Huang Huai did not join her for dinner. The maid prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, which Wen Li devoured without leaving a trace. In the subsequent days, Wen Li did not encounter Huang again. The maid explained that he was preoccupied with managing numerous companies, leaving him little time to return home. Wen Li, however, was unconcerned, despite Huang's dark aura. His golden light shielded him from immediate peril. Quietly, Wen Li retrieved her phone and liked a video featuring a handsome young man. Meanwhile, Huang sat in his spacious office, the strain of prolonged work evident in the tension around his eyes. At that moment, the assistant entered. "Mr. Hua, we have news from the police." Huang inquired. "What did they say?" The assistant elaborated. "They have reinvestigated the driver's background and discovered he was in the late stages of esophageal cancer and had given up treatment. However, just half a month ago, he received a foreign bank transfer, indicating a contract killing." Huang paused, recalling Wen Li's fervent assertions from days prior. "What has become of that child?" "The child?" The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Wen Li's file had long since reached Huang. As an orphan who had never attended school, she had been adopted by an elderly Taoist priest who had passed away half a month ago, leading to her arrival in a city in search of her family. And at just 17 years of age, how could she not be considered a child? Realizing the assistant was still puzzled, Huang dialed the maid's number and activated the living room surveillance. Previously, when he lived alone, the maid only came on weekends. But now that a child was in the house, he had increased her salary to cover daily meals. On the monitor, Wen Li lay sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. As the maid answered, Huang inquired about Wen Li, only to be met with a lengthy silence on the other end. A sense of foreboding crept into Huang's mind. In the next moment, the aunt remarked, "Miss Wen has been engrossed in her phone for 3 consecutive days without respite." Mr. Hua's fist suddenly tensed. Chapter 4. The metaphysical expert seeks employment. Meanwhile, in the villa, Wen Li was blissfully scrolling through videos, completely oblivious to the aunt reporting her to Huang. She was so absorbed in her videos that she did not notice anyone entering the villa until a sharp female voice startled her into sitting upright on the sofa. "Who are you?" Wen Li's phone slipped from her grasp and thudded to the floor, her round, expressive eyes fixed on the woman before her. The woman was slender, adorned with cascading golden waves, and dressed in high fashion. If one overlooked the hostility in her gaze, she would undoubtedly be considered a stunning beauty. Before Wen Li could respond, Zhongyuan Ning, standing at the entrance, stormed forward in her high heels, tossing her handbag without a moment's hesitation. As it soared toward her, Wen Li instinctively raised her hand to deflect the bag. Seeing her handbag land on the floor, Zhongyuan Ning's face flushed crimson as she raised her hand to slap Wen Li. "How dare you dodge? Do you even know who I am?" Even a clay Buddha has its limits, and Wen Li, who never tolerated grievances, grasped Zhongyuan Ning's wrist, her gaze darkening. "I don't care who you are. I haven't wronged you." This woman was indeed peculiar. Wen Li did not recognize her, yet she had approached with the intent to strike. Zhongyuan Ning attempted to wriggle free, but Wen Li's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering her struggles futile. With rage in her eyes, Zhongyuan Ning unleashed a torrent of invectives that Wen Li had never encountered. "You little hussy, who do you think you are to seduce Huang? I am his fiancé." Wen Li remained silent, prompting Zhongyuan Ning to assume she was intimidated. However, glancing at Wen Li's remarkably beautiful face, the malice in Zhongyuan Ning's eyes was unmistakable. "You better scram, or I will ensure you can't survive in this circle," she threatened. Slap. As soon as Zhongyuan Ning finished her threat, her head snapped to the side. Experiencing the fiery sting on her cheek, she incredulously lifted her gaze. "You little hussy. How dare you hit me?" In the next instant, Wen Li raised her hand once more. Zhongyuan Ning instinctively shielded her face. "You wouldn't dare." Wen Li coldly regarded her. "Apologize to me." Zhongyuan Ning thought she had misheard and stared at Wen Li in disbelief. "You want me to apologize? Do you know who I am? If you don't apologize, you'll regret it when you step outside." Wen Li's expression held no trace of emotion. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their heart, and Zhongyuan Ning's countenance was unkind, embodying her spiteful nature. The moment she hurled her bag at Wen Li, a faint aura of misfortune surrounded her, destined to bring her bad luck for 3 days. Zhongyuan Ning dismissed Wen Li's words with disdain, declaring, "Apologize? Not a chance. Watch how I make your life miserable." Her words were abruptly cut short as her cheek met the force of another slap. Wen Li calmly withdrew her hand, her tone innocent. "This is just the beginning of your misfortune. You." Zhongyuan Ning never anticipated that Wen Li would dare to strike her, her eyes wide with shock. Wen Li simply watched her, seemingly indifferent to whatever Zhongyuan Ning had to say, even yawning in boredom. Seeing Wen Li's demeanor, Zhongyuan Ning felt as though she had punched a pillow. She was left infuriated and unable to swallow her anger. Finally, she spat a bitter threat. "Just you wait." With that, she stormed out, her towering heels clacking furiously against the floor. Just as she exited, a warm, wet substance suddenly splattered atop her head. Zhongyuan Ning froze and looked up, spotting a bird soaring past her. Wen Li, lounging on the sofa, innocently remarked, "Oh, your misfortune has only just begun afterward." Wen Li didn't dwell on the incident. It wasn't that she didn't want to clarify her relationship with Huang to Zhongyuan Ning. Rather, the latter had not granted her the opportunity, opting instead to attempt to slap. Wen Li was no pushover. She had never been one to endure humiliation. In her youth, before being taken in by her master, she had suffered frequent mistreatment, but as she grew older, she had repaid all those grievances tenfold. Shaking her head at the memory, Wen Li returned to her phone. This time, she opened a job recruitment app. Now that she had descended from the mountain, the temple had been demolished due to zoning violations, and her master's dying wish was for the temple to flourish. To achieve that, she needed funds to establish a temple in the heart of City A. Thus, she had been perusing job openings for suitable employment over the past few days. But to no avail. Should she wait for Huang to return and inquire about potential lucrative opportunities? Lost in thought, she heard the sound of a car engine turning off outside the villa. Wen Li immediately sat up straight, stretching her neck to peer out the window. Upon spotting a familiar license plate, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Huang, however, appeared slightly anxious, still holding the surveillance monitor that had yet to be turned off. Upon entering and seeing that Wen Li was unharmed, he visibly relaxed. He cautiously inquired, "Did Zhongyuan Ning trouble you just now?" Wen Li thought of Zhongyuan Ning's swollen face and instinctively shook her head. "Ah, I hit your fiancé. That's not a problem, is it?" Earlier, she hadn't realized it, but now, recalling that she had struck someone's future wife, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Did she say that to you?" To his surprise, Huang frowned. "I do not have a fiancé. It was merely a casual remark made by elders at a banquet. I made my stance clear to her family long ago." Wen Li nodded, finally feeling reassured. Huang, however, felt he had wronged Wen Li. If he had managed his relationships better, this incident would not have occurred. "I will definitely give you an explanation regarding today's events." Wen Li waved her hand dismissively. "Whether or not you apologize doesn't matter. Zhongyuan Ning will experience bad luck for the next few days." Pausing, Wen Li glanced at the darkening sky outside. Previously, Huang would return only as night fell. Why was he home so early today? She scanned the ominous aura surrounding him. "You came back so early. You wouldn't happen to be facing bankruptcy, would you?" Huang remained silent for a long moment before taking a deep breath and countering, "I heard you've been glued to your phone for the past 3 days?" Expecting Wen Li to deny it, he was taken aback when she nodded earnestly. The formidable Huang found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed, softening his tone, "You should reduce your phone usage. It's not good for your eyes." Wen Li's eyes widened in surprise, excitedly slapping her thigh, "So that's why my vision has been blurry. I've been on my phone nonstop for 24 hours. It's a miracle my eyes aren't completely ruined." Huang, recalling Wen Li's background, surmised that she must have had little exposure to the internet in the past, which explained her current obsession. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of tolerance blossomed within him. "You'll have ample time to use your phone in the future, but do not indulge in it day and night. Additionally, I am still investigating your parents' identities. I will message you as soon as I have information, alright? Isn't that a bit troublesome?" Wen Li couldn't help but ask. Huang did not conceal the truth. "You've been missing for too long. The police are still matching DNA." Wen Li didn't quite grasp the concept of DNA. But she trusted Huang. It seemed that the process would take some time. "Huang, I would like to find a job. Could you help me think of any suitable opportunities?" "Looking for a job?" Wen Li blinked her starry eyes. "Yes, indeed. I originally intended to pursue my former profession, but with the recent crackdowns, a colleague of mine was incarcerated for that very reason. So, could you help me find something suitable?" Hearing this, a vivid recollection of his first encounter with Wen Li suddenly surfaced in Huang's mind, prompting him to inquire, "What was the reason your colleague was detained?" Promoting feudal superstitions came Wen Li's response, which Huang had anticipated. He felt a twinge of annoyance at himself for having neglected Wen Li amidst his work commitments these past few days. He then said, "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the bank to procure a bank card, and at that time, I will transfer your allowance onto it." Rather than burdening Wen Li with work, He firmly believed that the young girl should be attending school. However, he was aware that she had not received a formal education, which alleviated his urgency. He planned to seek several reputable tutors to come to their home in the coming days. Wen Li's reaction to Huang Huai's words was not one of unbridled excitement. Instead, she appeared somewhat conflicted. My master said that one should not accept rewards without merit. I cannot simply accept money from others. You saved my life. That does not fall under the category of unearned reward, Huang Huai replied gently. Wen Li gazed at him earnestly, but shook her head, asserting, "You have already repaid me." Noticing his confusion, she clarified, "Although I saved you, you provided me with such a splendid villa and helped me find my biological parents. Therefore, I cannot accept any further monetary compensation." Little did she know how desperately she wished for the allowance Huang Huai offered. Yet, she felt that their karmic bond had been settled, and accepting money would complicate matters for both parties. "If you truly wish to give me something, it is not out of the question," Wen Li said, retrieving a multicolored jade pendant from around her neck. While its quality was not exceptional, the intricate carved design of a map was remarkably detailed. Huang Huai was unfamiliar with such items, but he could discern that Wen Li cherished it deeply, leading him to suspect that it held significant importance to her. "Indeed," she explained, "this was bestowed upon me by my master. Although it is merely a piece of jade, it can ward off malevolent energies and may save your life in a critical moment." Without hesitation, Wen Li presented the pendant to Huang Huai, feeling as though she had struck a tremendous bargain. Unbeknownst to her, as Huang Huai held the warm jade pendant, a subtle stir of emotion coursed through him. He realized that this pendant was likely the most valuable possession she owned, and she was now giving it to him. Lowering his gaze slightly, he remarked, "How could this be mere jade? This piglet carving is so lifelike, it resembles a human. That is my ancestor."
Wen Li returta.
Perhaps due to a sense of guilt over his previous jest regarding her ancestor resembling a pig, the following day, Huang Huai arrived early to deliver the bank card to Wen Li's room. Upon checking her balance, she was astounded to find a neat 1 million displayed on her phone screen. So shocked was she that her grip on the device nearly faltered. She dashed downstairs to confront Huang Huai, exclaiming, "Why is there so much? Did you make a mistake?" Huang Huai was seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Wen Li approach, he thoughtfully set a bowl of millet porridge beside her and replied, "There was no mistake. This is what you rightfully deserve. And you will receive this amount every month henceforth." Strangely, he felt that, while he had often slept poorly in the past, after wearing the jade pendant Wen Li had gifted him, he enjoyed the most restful night's sleep he had experienced in years. Yet, this sum seemed excessive. A whole million. Despite her protests, a smile crept onto Wen Li's lips. With this newfound wealth, she no longer needed to seek employment. She could immediately purchase a shop in the CBD of City A. As she prepared to leave, Huang Huai, having finished his meal, was also heading to the office, and the two departed together. It was Wen Li's first visit to Huang Huai's company, and she was awestruck by the towering azure building, her eyes wide with wonder. "Is this your company?" Huang Huai noticed her head tilting back in disbelief and gently supported the back of her head, calmly affirming with a nod. Subsequently, he observed that her gaze toward him had brightened, now filled with admiration. Upon entering the company, Huang Huai instructed his assistant to bring in a platter of fruit and some cake. Wen Li, initially just along for the ride, found herself unable to resist exploring Huang Huai's workplace. She thought that once she purchased her shop, she could use his company as a benchmark. However, upon seeing the fruit platter and cake, she found it difficult to tear herself away. "Let us finish eating before we leave," Huang Huai suggested.
Wen Li nud d'entusiasticalli.
Akin to a chick pecking at grains, and settled onto the sofa to enjoy the cake. After finishing her meal, she patted her white dress and declared, "I'm off now." Huang Huai had a meeting to attend and did not inquire about her destination. Instead, he simply stated, "We shall return home together this evening." Wen Li nodded, now a wealthy young woman, but she understood that every penny counted and intended to spend her money wisely. Thus, she opted for a free ride. However, 30 minutes later, upon returning from his meeting, Huang Huai found Wen Li slumped on the sofa, resembling a wilted vegetable. "Why have you returned?" he asked, only for Wen Li to lift her sorrowful eyes toward him and sigh deeply. "I intended to buy a shop." Although her temple was temporarily closed, she could still purchase a commercial space to serve as an incense shop, with plans to build a temple nearby once her finances improved. Yet, she was dismayed to discover that the property prices in City A were exorbitant. 1 million was insufficient even for a down payment, let alone the rent. After listening to her lamentations, Huang, usually composed, could not suppress his rising voice. You wish to open an incense shop in the commercial center? Even though it was merely an idea. His mind conjured an image of a store filled with paper offerings and coffins cropping up near his company, a bizarre and somewhat eerie scenario. The issue, however, was that the young girl before him seemed blissfully unaware of the absurdity of her aspirations, nodding earnestly. The foot traffic here is excellent. There will surely be many customers. Wen Li seemed oblivious to the emotions flickering in Huang's eyes, lamenting, but currently, my funds are insufficient. Originally, she had planned to work on a construction site, but that now seemed entirely out of reach. Even if she were to forego all expenses, it would take her several years to save enough for a down payment. And the dream of establishing a temple felt increasingly distant. The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa in despair. Huang reflected that it was fortunate her finances were lacking, otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to handle the situation. Just then, his assistant knocked on the office door and entered, glancing at Wen Li sprawled across the sofa before redirecting his gaze to Huang. Boss. There have been some issues at the construction site. Wen Li perked up at the mention of the construction site, sitting bolt upright and straining to listen. Huang cast a brief glance her way, but did not address her. What problems have arisen at the site? He asked his assistant. 10 minutes ago. A worker attempted to jump off the building, and the police along with numerous media outlets have already arrived at the scene. The assistant expressed his own frustration, noting that ever since Hua's group acquired the land, a series of unfortunate events had unfolded, even resulting in an incident involving Hua himself. What should we do now? Boss. Huang pondered for a moment before decisively stating, let us go take a look. As he stood up, Wen Li noticed that the previously ominous aura surrounding him had taken on a hint of blood red, a foreboding sign. Huang, you cannot go to the construction site, she exclaimed. Huang halted and turned to face her, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed on Wen Li. Although he did not subscribe to beliefs in the supernatural, he inexplicably felt that Wen Li was not one to speak falsely. She met his scrutiny, her expression more serious than ever. Your energy is off. There is a significant chance something will go awry if you go. The assistant, taken aback by Wen Li's insistence on discussing superstitions at such a critical moment, hastily interjected. Miss Wen, this site is vital to our CEO. If there are issues with the land, it could spell disaster for him.
Wen Li responda Uli.
If I am not mistaken, there have been multiple incidents at the construction site since the land was purchased. Strange occurrences have been frequent, correct? Although Wen Li's words posed a question, they bore an undeniable certainty. Huang was momentarily taken aback, but soon acknowledged the truth. In just a few brief exchanges, he became thoroughly convinced that Wen Li indeed possessed some esoteric abilities. After a pause, Huang dismissed his assistant and gently explained, though I am the head of the family, discord reigns within, with distant relatives keeping a watchful eye. This piece of land is being developed by the government. If successful, it will bring me only advantages, no disadvantages. Therefore, I must go, regardless of the circumstances. Wen Li narrowed her eyes, and in mere minutes, she noticed a surge of vitality within Huang. Then, I shall accompany you, she declared. Huang froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. After finishing her last bite of cake and wiping her mouth, Wen Li murmured, You are my fortune god. If you were to perish, so too would my allowance. It seems I have indeed overestimated the situation, Huang replied. An hour later, a black Phantoms discreetly parked near the construction site. The building had already risen to 20 stories, and numerous media personnel and police had gathered below, their sirens flashing incessantly. Wen Li hesitated to emerge, glancing apprehensively at the police. Huang noticed her discomfort and inquired, What is the matter? Wen Li swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at the officers. To be honest, I am somewhat afraid of the police. In her earlier days, she had been so impoverished that after descending the mountain, she had clandestinely read fortunes in town, only to be pursued by the police. Since then, the mere sight of them had caused her legs to weaken. Though Huang was unaware of Wen Li's past, he could surmise from her demeanor that it wasn't a pleasant one. His voice softened. The police will not apprehend you. Wen Li nodded. I know. It's merely a physiological response. Summoning her courage, she exited the vehicle, and upon realizing the police were oblivious to her presence, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, media personnel spotted Huang and cameras began to click furiously. Mr. Hua, how do you view the incident of the worker jumping from the building? Mr. Hua. It has been reported that Hua Corporation stock has dropped continuously for an hour. As numerous reporters surged toward Huanghai, Wen Li found herself pushed out of the crowd. Fortunately, Huanghai had anticipated this, and soon bodyguards arrived to disperse the throng. Given the uncertainty of the situation, he could not afford to grant the media any opportunity for sensationalism. A mere glance from him silenced the once impassioned reporters. They understood that should anyone disseminate unfounded rumors, not only would they face consequences, but the entire company might also suffer. The group arrived at the base of the building where the worker had attempted to leap.
Wen Li surveyed her surroundings.
The site possessed favorable terrain, an auspicious alignment of wind and energy, making it a rare find in feng shui. However, the atmosphere was thick with darkness, and ominous energy was seeping from the ground. Huanghai, the feng shui of this land is indeed commendable, but it has been tampered with, which is why such misfortunes have arisen. Presently, these are merely minor calamities that will result in financial losses, but over time, they could lead to significant disaster. Is there a remedy? Huanghai tilted his head, his gaze intensely fixed on Wen Li. There is, she began. But before she could finish, a sudden gasp arose from behind them. Both Huanghai and Wen Li looked up to see the labor teetering dangerously on the edge of the building. In the next instant, he plummeted downward, landing directly where Huanghai stood. If he did not evade in time, the outcome would surely be dire. At that moment, Huanghai attempted to flee, but his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground. Observing this, Wen Li swiftly pulled a yellow talisman from her pocket and pressed it against Huanghai's chest. With a resounding hum, the talisman ignited into ashes, propelling Huanghai back several steps. Unfortunately, there was no time for Wen Li to escape. Contrary to expectations of a gruesome scene, no one discerned her actions. Instead, there was a thud as Wen Li tumbled to the ground with the falling worker. An immediate hush enveloped the air. Huanghai was the first to react, calling out,
Wen Li.
Rising from the ground, Wen Li brushed off the dust and noticed a tear in her sleeve, feeling a pang of regret. I am unharmed, she reassured, glancing at the dazed worker still sprawled on the ground. You say you cannot bear it, yet here you are, attempting to jump? If you perish, won't the property value plummet? Your life is precious, but what about the money of others? The approaching media and police murmured in agreement. What do you know? The worker, momentarily stunned, finally found his voice. I have worked at this site for 3 months, yet not only did they underpay me, but I was also dismissed. My mother is in the hospital, and I cannot even afford her medical bills. Now that I have been let go, what hope do I have? I might as well die. He intentionally raised his voice to ensure his despair was heard. Wen Li scrutinized the man's face and bluntly countered, Liar. You have a shallow forehead and a pale complexion, indicating a strained relationship with your parents. How could you possibly pay for hospital bills? The man's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Wen Li as if she were a ghost. Before he could process this revelation, Wen Li continued, Moreover, your marital prospects appear dim, suggesting discord with your wife and children. It seems that your romantic entanglements have adversely affected your finances, leading you to consider jumping. Am I right? Her voice was low, audible only to Huanghai and the surrounding officers. The man, rendered speechless, trembled before Wen Li, his shock evident. How do you know?
He stammered.
Wen Li scoffed. She was among the most skilled in fortune-telling among her peers, a testament to her inheritance of her master's teachings. Regardless, the man would still be taken away by the police for questioning. As he was escorted off, discussions online continued unabated. Soon, police investigations revealed that the man's troubles stemmed from infidelity and gambling, leaving him in debt of 150,000 yuan. When the creditors came calling, he panicked and contemplated suicide. The claims of underpayment and dismissal were merely a consequence of his habitual tardiness and early departures, resulting in deductions and eventual termination. Feeling cornered, he sought to drag others down with him. Had it not been for Wen Li, Huanghai might have faced dire consequences. He promptly filed a lawsuit against the man. As for Wen Li, the video of her heroic act went viral online, garnering over 1 million likes. Chapter 7. Rise to Fame. Signing contracts, Wen Li was blissfully unaware of her newfound fame until Huanghai informed her. Over the past few days, she had mastered her phone with remarkable skill and quickly logged into her social media account. The video, though not particularly clear due to the crowd, captured the moment she pushed Huanghai and reached out just as the man was about to fall. The viral clip lasted less than 20 seconds. And both of Wen Li's actions occurred within a mere 4 seconds. She watched the video repeatedly before saving it quietly. Huang Hui found her little antics amusing and asked, "Do you need me to contact the media to remove the video?" Wen Li, still engrossed in the comments, shook her head. The video didn't capture anything else. "It's fine to leave it up. Besides, I think it looks quite good." "Then we shall not delete it," Hui conceded indulgently. In the fast-paced realm of short videos, trends fade quickly. After a few days, the excitement waned, and interest in the incident diminished. However, Huang Hui soon noticed that Wen Li was consistently leaving early and returning late, often arriving home later than he did, and she always seemed to be covered in dust. Huang Hui summoned the driver to inquire about the situation. The driver hesitated for a considerable time before finally stammering. "Miss Wen departs every morning at 5:30 and arrives at the construction site punctually at 7 to move bricks."
What?
Huang Hui thought he had misheard. Yet the driver's demeanor suggested he was not lying. The driver himself had a plethora of grievances. His salary was generous, and he had previously been on call 24 hours a day, occasionally returning home late. However, since working for Wen Li, he was required to rise at dawn and work until midnight. Who could endure such a schedule? Upon hearing this, Huang Hui indeed noticed the pronounced bags under the driver's eyes. He resolved to have a serious discussion with Wen Li. By the time Wen Li returned, it was nearly 11 o'clock. She had not donned the attire Huang Hui had prepared for her, but instead had purchased several inexpensive short-sleeved shirts online, paired with a pair of army green liberation shoes. Her once fair face now bore a pair of exceptionally bright, dark eyes. Even though Huang Hui had mentally prepared himself, he was still somewhat taken aback by Wen Li's appearance. "Huang Hui, you're off work so early today?" As Wen Li finished changing her shoes and bent down, she spotted Huang Hui seated on the sofa, her eyes lighting up as if seeing him brought her great joy. During this period, Wen Li had discovered that maintaining contact with Huang Hui ensured she would earn money the next day. However, Huang Hui was often quite busy, leaving them with little opportunity to converse. Huang Hui's expression softened as he regarded the dusty young girl before him. "I heard you have been moving bricks at the construction site. Is it exhausting?" Previously, Wen Li would head straight upstairs to wash up, but today, feeling embarrassed to sit on the sofa in her grimy state while Huang Hui wished to speak with her, she stood opposite him, resembling a schoolchild awaiting a reprimand. "It is somewhat tiring, but big cities are different. I can earn quite a bit each day. In just a few days, I've nearly made 10,000. In the past, she wouldn't have dared even to dream of such earnings." However, a pang of regret struck her as she continued, "But the construction site is nearing completion. The boss informed me I need not go in tomorrow." A gentle smile lingered on Huang Hui's face, revealing nothing to Wen Li about the fact that the construction site she worked at was his own. He did not oppose her earning money through labor, yet he felt she was too young to be toiling day and night. Such a lifestyle would ultimately wear her down. "What do you plan to do next?" On her way home, Wen Li had been pondering this very question when she suddenly recalled Zhou Xingyun, whom she had encountered not long ago. She retrieved the contact information Zhou had left behind. Upon seeing the unfamiliar small company on the card, Huang Hui recognized the name Zhou Xingyun. Zhou was a talented individual who had produced 2 best actors and 1 best actress. However, he had been dismissed from his company a year prior due to allegations of sexual harassment. His group owned several enterprises, including 2 modest film companies. So, he was somewhat acquainted with the intricacies of the entertainment industry. "He is not that sort of person," Wen Li asserted with conviction. Zhou Xingyun had a decent appearance, but he had fallen victim to scheming individuals. The so-called harassment was likely a setup. Huang Hui nodded. Excluding the harassment allegations, Zhou Xingyun has maintained a good reputation. "If you wish to pursue this opportunity, I can assist you in making contact." Though he could have easily brought Wen Li into his own company, he acknowledged Zhou's undeniable talent. Moreover, small companies offered fewer projects, allowing ample time for learning. Whatever the case, it was certainly preferable to the grueling labor of moving bricks. Wen Li felt a sense of assurance and cautiously nodded. "I'll reach out to him myself. I've troubled you enough already." Huang Hui pondered something before his gaze deepened. "Very well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Once you reach an agreement, I can help you consult a lawyer regarding the contract." Upon hearing this, Wen Li eagerly nodded. "Great. Once I secure a new job, I'll help you resolve the issues at the construction site." Ever since the incident, the site had not encountered further problems, primarily due to Wen Li casually burning a talisman for protection, but to eradicate the issue entirely, the root cause must be identified. Wen Li observed the ominous aura surrounding Huanghuai, and you must also address the dark energy surrounding you promptly. Your source of fortune cannot falter. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after completing her nighttime routine, Wen Li dialed Zhou Xingyun's number. At that moment, Zhou, bleary-eyed, instinctively attempted to hang up on the unfamiliar call but, in his drowsiness, inadvertently pressed the answer button. Silence enveloped Zhou as he stared at the now-connected phone. Just as he contemplated hanging up, a crisp and melodious voice from the other end jolted him awake. "Wen Li?" "It's me," Wen Li succinctly declared. "I've made my decision. I want to work with you." Zhou took a moment to process this, then erupted with joy, envisioning Wen Li's face gracing the big screen and unable to suppress a laugh. They swiftly arranged a time and place to meet the following day, yet after hanging up, sleep eluded him. Throughout the night, he repeatedly checked his call log, terrified that he might be dreaming. By dawn, Wen Li relayed their meeting plans to Huanghuai, who promptly arranged for a lawyer. Conveniently, the meeting was scheduled just below Huanghuai's office, so they decided to head to the company together first. Upon arrival at the appointed time, Wen Li and the lawyer entered the cafe, where they immediately spotted Zhou, who was anxiously glancing at the clock. As luck would have it, Zhou looked up just as Wen Li, dressed in a simple white dress, entered. Today, she had tied her hair into a bun, and the sunlight streaming in illuminated her back, making her appear almost ethereal. Once seated, Zhou presented the contract to Wen Li, assuring her, "Rest assured. The contract I am offering you is undoubtedly among the best in the industry, and we will only sign for 3 years. If your annual income does not reach 3 million during this period, you may opt to terminate the contract, and we will not hinder you in any way."
Zhou,
a seasoned industry veteran, spoke with confidence. Although Wen Li struggled to grasp the details, the mention of a 3 million annual income instantly piqued her interest. 3 million? Zhou confirmed. Indeed. While the resources at my disposal have diminished compared to the past, my connections remain intact. Currently, you are the sole artist in the company, and I will invest all resources into you. Zhou was astute. The entertainment industry was rife with beautiful women, but none possessed Wen Li's unique charm and character. With effort, she could feasibly aspire to win a Best Actress award. Zhou continued to elaborate, and once the lawyer beside Wen Li reviewed the contract, he stated, "Miss Wen, the contract is sound." Wen Li eagerly waved her hand. "Then what are we waiting for? I want to sign." 3 million. She had never imagined the entertainment industry could be so lucrative. She scrawled her name with a flourish. Upon inspecting the contract, Zhou couldn't help but resolve to hire a calligraphy teacher for Wen Li, lest she embarrass herself by signing autographs later on. Sealing the contract, Zhou declared, "From now on, I shall be your manager, Wen Li. Heiress to a fruitful collaboration." He could hardly suppress a smile, with Wen Li as his frontwoman. His resurgence was surely just around the corner. Clearing his throat, Zhou reminded himself to temper his excitement, covering his mouth with his hand to stifle a laugh. "As your manager, there are a few matters regarding your career that I need to clarify in advance." This was directly related to her future earnings, prompting Wen Li to sit up straight, her legs together and hands resting on her knees, eagerly nodding. Zhou found it amusing, but a compliant artist was indeed a blessing. "I understand you came to a city in search of relatives. Have you found them?" Wen Li shook her head. "Not yet. But my friend is helping me investigate some leads regarding the NBA." Zhou's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition, and he quickly posed the next question. "NBA? What is your current education level?" Wen Li blinked innocently and replied, "I have never attended school." Zhou Xingyun, somewhat undeterred, inquired, "Does that imply you haven't attended university?" Wen Li shook her head earnestly, clarifying, "It means I am illiterate." Zhou Xingyun abruptly fell silent, gazing up at the ceiling in exasperation. Chapter 8. Breaking the formation. Zhou Xingyun quietly took out a small notebook he always carried, marking a significant cross in the columns for emotional intelligence and educational background. Wen Li craned her neck to sneak a glance, only to see Zhou Xingyun leisurely stowing the notebook back into his pocket. "As a newcomer, it's unwise to overwhelm you with too many resources. I intend for you to first cultivate a rapport with the audience," he explained. Zhou Xingyun, a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, understood that while many actors emerge from substantial financial backing, their paths differ. Those without a robust economic foundation must tread carefully and steadily. Wen Li, unfamiliar with the intricate nuances of the entertainment realm, recognized that her future earnings depended heavily on Zhou Xingyun, thus she nodded fervently in agreement. Pleased by Wen Li's understanding, Zhou Xingyun softened his tone. "Prepare your belongings. I have a role with limited lines that would suit you well." You can review the script when you return. Contemplating, he hesitated slightly. You can read, right? Wen Li, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her gaze and replied cautiously. I can recognize some characters. Zhou Xingyun sighed, but his heart brimmed with sympathy and concern. This child appeared impoverished. It was perhaps understandable that she had not received a formal education. His expression softened considerably as he lowered his voice. It's all right. The lack of educational opportunities is not your fault. How about this? You can join the crew early, and I will arrange for a tutor to help you memorize your lines before filming commences. With such an offer, Wen Li had no choice but to nod in agreement. Before departing, Zhou Xingyun requested her current address, promising to pick her up later. After he left, Wen Li joyfully returned to Huanghuai's company. Upon his return from a meeting, Huanghuai learned of Wen Li's successful signing with the agency and smiled. Congratulations! You'll be able to earn your own money now. Those words struck a chord with Wen Li. Although Huanghuai had bestowed her with considerable financial support, their relationship felt tenuous. And she yearned for the independence that comes with earning her own income. I have to travel abroad tomorrow for work, so I might not be able to take you to the set, Huanghuai expressed regretfully. Despite Wen Li now having her own career, Huanghuai remained wary, fearing that without his presence, someone might take advantage of her. Unaware of his concerns, Wen Li had originally planned to postpone addressing the construction site matters for a few days. However, with Huanghuai's sudden trip abroad, she realized it must be addressed promptly. Perhaps we should wait until you return? You'll be entering the crew soon, so take some time to rest, he advised, concerned about her well-being before filming. Yet, Wen Li shook her head, saying, the talisman I placed won't last long. If it expires, issues at the construction site will resurface. Moreover, this pertains to your fortune and must be resolved swiftly. Huanghuai had listened to Wen Li discuss her beliefs about fate numerous times and couldn't help but ask, what happens if my fortune is compromised? You could die, Wen Li replied matter-of-factly, casually popping a delicate cake into her mouth. Just like the 2 incidents you experienced at the construction site were due to your fortune being affected. Had it been anyone else, they might not have survived. Huanghuai, as if soothing a child, remarked, I must be quite fortunate then. Indeed, Wen Li affirmed, her eyes gleaming with envy. I've observed the negative energy surrounding you for quite some time, yet your financial prosperity and vitality remain intact. While Huanghuai chuckled lightly, the mirth did not reach his eyes. He had indeed faced numerous misfortunes throughout his life, often narrowly escaping danger. Initially, he attributed it to bad luck, but after witnessing Wen Li's abilities, he began to suspect there was more to it. Let's go now, Huanghuai stated flatly. Wen Li brushed crumbs from her hands and nodded. All right, but I need you to prepare some items. Being proactive, they returned to the villa after lunch, and soon enough, Wen Li's requested yellow talismans and vermilion powder arrived. The entire afternoon found Wen Li sequestered in Huanghuai's study, absorbed in her work, until she finally emerged around 11 in the evening. Huanghuai had prepared a feast, and upon seeing her descend, he asked, Are you hungry? Have something to eat first. Wen Li unceremoniously placed her tattered bag on a chair, grabbing chopsticks to devour her meal like a ravenous ghost. After dining, Huanghuai personally drove them to the construction site. The site at night was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a solitary light above the yellow crane. Having finished their shifts, the workers had departed, leaving an eerie stillness punctuated only by the occasional gust of wind. Once they arrived, Wen Li retrieved a palm-sized compass from her bag. Huanghuai watched as the young girl murmured a couple of incantations, and, to his astonishment, the compass began to spin wildly. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dark, to the point where Huanghuai could barely see Wen Li's face. Do not fear. I am here, she reassured him as a pair of warm, delicate hands gently grasped his wrist, filling his senses with the faint fragrance of gardenias. Lowering his head, Huanghuai's intense gaze fixed upon Wen Li. After a moment, he softly acknowledged her with a hum. In the darkness, Wen Li revealed 2 charming dimples. Her voice sweet and reassuring, rest assured, I will protect you. Just as her words lingered in the air, the compass emitted a sharp chime, resonating deeply. We have arrived, Wen Li announced, halting momentarily to tuck the compass away. She then surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowing in concern. Huanghuai, do the buildings across the street belong to your family? With the faint moonlight as their guide, Huanghuai replied decisively, the buildings across are owned by my uncle's company. Is there a problem? Yes, Wen Li asserted gravely, pointing towards the opposing structures. The feng shui there is problematic. It resembles a yin-yang 5 ghosts formation. The five ghosts are siphoning the energy from your land, and it seems this formation is detrimental, utilizing the corpses of the deceased as its core. Huang Huai. Has your uncle lost his mind? Huang Huai was momentarily speechless. Initially, the buildings across had faced numerous obstacles due to government investments prioritizing their land for new city planning, while his uncle's land failed to secure a bid, rendering the construction process arduous. However, the situation had since reversed, with his uncle's land flourishing while his own project encountered repeated crises. With Wen Li's revelations laid bare, Huang Huai could no longer feign ignorance. Is there a way to break the formation? Wen Li nodded, producing 3 green incense sticks from her pocket. As she brushed her palm over them, they spontaneously ignited without the need for a flame. Without further ado, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, chanting, "Wind fuels the flames, fire borrows the wind's might. Ever-changing and cunning. Formation break." With a resounding boom, a brilliant yellow bolt of lightning struck the building, and in an instant, torrential rain began to pour. Wen Li's attire became drenched in moments, yet her smile only widened, exclaiming, "The problem is resolved." Huang Huai looked down to see raindrops cascading from Wen Li's hair onto her long eyelashes, resembling glistening dewdrops. "You've worked hard," he said warmly. Wen Li quickly waved her hand. "It's what I ought to do, but the matters ahead must be handled by you." The source of the corpses for the Yinyang Five Ghosts formation would require Huang Huai's uncle to clarify with the authorities. The following day, as Wen Li boarded the shuttle to the film set, she glanced at the headlines revealing that 5 corpses had been discovered at a certain construction site, leading to an investigation. Chapter 9. Second brother. Wen Li shut her phone, her ears filled with the incessant reminders from her manager, Zhou Xingyun. As juniors, we must arrive before the seniors in the crew. Wen Li rubbed her parched eyes and gazed out at the pitch-black sky beyond the car window, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Surely, we need not depart at 5 o'clock? Just the previous day." Zhou Xingyun had abruptly informed her that they would be heading to the set the following day. The villa district of Huang Huai was inaccessible by car, compelling Wen Li to walk to a nearby bus stop to await transportation, which meant she had to rise at 4 in the morning. After a night's rest that barely exceeded 4 hours, she found herself yawning as soon as she settled into the vehicle. Zhou Xingyun ceased speaking, observing the imminent slumber of Wen Li, and quickly remarked, "I shall say no more. You should catch a few winks in the car." Wen Li tilted her head in silence, unsure if she had heard him. Zhou Xingyun leaned in slightly for a better look, only to find Wen Li had already succumbed to sleep. He sighed, adjusting the air conditioning to a more comfortable temperature, and gently pulled the blanket over her shoulders. By the time they arrived at the set, many staff members were already busy with the preparations. Zhou Xingyun escorted Wen Li to the makeup room, stating, "You won't be filming for the next half-month. Today is merely for your promotional photos and the opening ceremony." Wen Li, having nearly shaken off her drowsiness, nodded in agreement. "I will work diligently to earn." Zhou Xingyun responded, "Such a sincere child." Not long after, the makeup artist arrived, and after a brief discussion with Zhou Xingyun, her gaze shifted towards the makeup room. At that moment, Wen Li was still seated on a small stool, lost in thought. The light from the makeup mirror highlighted her luminous skin, and her long lashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes. The makeup artist paused, momentarily taken aback, before almost stumbling over to Wen Li's side, eventually regaining her composure. "Wen Li, you are extraordinarily beautiful." In the entertainment industry, the makeup artist had encountered many stunning actresses, yet Wen Li exuded a unique aura simply by being present, without uttering a word. "I shall make you look breathtaking," the makeup artist declared, ready to begin. However, midway through the application, a jarring voice pierced Wen Li's ears. The proximity caused her to frown involuntarily, her starry eyes turning towards the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, she realized she had no recollection of the woman before her.
Indeed.
She did not recognize the tall woman with wavy hair.
Who are you?
Wen Li asked, her curiosity piqued. Chen Wanning stood at the threshold of the makeup room, her temper flaring at Wen Li's question, her face reddening in disbelief. "You don't know who I am?" Wen Li found the situation perplexing and was about to reaffirm her ignorance when suddenly a realization struck her. "Oh, I remember now." Chen Wanning's expression softened, a glimmer of pride illuminating her features. Just as she prepared to speak, Wen Li exclaimed, "You are Huang Huai's fake fiancé." "Who is fake?" Chen Wanning's expression soured again, swiftly shifting her tone. "You still haven't explained why you are here?" As she scrutinized Wen Li's peach-pink fitted dress, her countenance darkened further. "Aren't you an orphan? How did you land the role of Yun Sui?" Is it because Brother Huai invested in you? Chen Wanning seemed increasingly convinced of her assertions. Ever since her clandestine visit to the villa, her family company had suffered losses exceeding 30 million, leading to a scolding from her father. How could Huai possibly report her to her father over a woman? It had to be Wen Li's doing. Unable to ignore Chen Wanning's rapid changes in expression, Wen Li quipped, "Your ability to change expressions is remarkable. You should apply for an intangible cultural heritage designation. Not even Sichuan opera can match your speed." Wen Li spoke with utmost seriousness, as if genuinely introducing her. The surrounding crew members couldn't help but chuckle, much to Chen Wanning's chagrin.
Wen Li.
"I don't care how you got into this production. Get as far away from me as possible, or I will ensure you cannot survive in this industry." Unbeknownst to her, Wen Li was recording the entire encounter on her phone. Chen Wanning's bravado diminished significantly, her eyes narrowing with malice. "What are you doing?" Wen Li replied with a mischievous smile. "Recording. My agent advised me that the entertainment industry is treacherous, and to document any issues I encounter." However, she couldn't locate the voice recording app and had resorted to filming instead. The crew, witnessing the unfolding drama, had never encountered such a bold newcomer. Were it not for Chen Wanning's father being the largest investor, they would have undoubtedly applauded Wen Li. Chen Wanning, realizing the potential consequences of Wen Li's recording, felt her confidence wane. "Wen Li, you'd better watch out." Chen Wanning thought of their shared scenes, her eyes glinting with malice. But Wen Li remained unfazed, believing that life was rarely a smooth journey. Chen Wanning's poor character would eventually catch up with her. Fortune does not favor those who engage in nefarious deeds. As Wen Li contemplated this, she sent an adorable message to Huai, inquiring if he was available. However, as Huai was likely still on the plane, no response came. Unperturbed, she placed her phone back into her pocket. After over an hour of styling, the other actors had nearly arrived, and the makeup room grew busier. Upon completing her look, Wen Li noticed Zhou Xingyun was nowhere to be found. Checking her messages, she discovered Zhou Xingyun had informed her an hour prior that he had to return to the company for a meeting. Consequently, Wen Li exited the makeup room, snagging a grand chair and a fan on her way out, before relocating to a shaded area beneath a tree to stretch out and catch up on sleep. Cicadas chirped in the trees, and a warm breeze rustled the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced gently. Just as she was about to doze off, an agitated voice broke through her tranquility. "Who allowed you to accept roles without authorization? And how dare you cast me as the second male lead? I will not participate in this web drama. Immediately come here and terminate the contract."
Wen Li, irritata.
Opened her eyes to see a man clad in tattered jeans and a revealing backless shirt, animatedly engaged in a phone call. As her gaze traveled upwards, she froze at the sight, her hand that had been fanning herself slackening. With a sudden pause in his speech, Wen Xingming turned his attention to the dazed Wen Li. Inadvertently, he glanced down at his outfit. Fresh from a concert, he wore a custom-made sky blue, rhinestone-studded backless shirt and hand-tailored distressed jeans, an outfit that was truly one of a kind. The young girl's wide eyes indicated she was captivated by his striking appearance. Wen Xingming flashed her an appreciative smile and gave her a thumbs up. "Young fan, you have good taste." Chapter 10. A sudden turn of events. Wen Li saves the day when Xingming assumed Wen Li was one of his admirers, while Wen Li thought he was rather foolish. With a silent sigh, she stood and approached him. "What my master said was indeed correct. If I do not return to the Wen family, it shall surely face ruin. Just look at you. Your clothes and pants barely piece together a whole fabric." Wen Li's gaze was too peculiar for Wen Xingming to ignore. If he could not discern the oddity, he would be a fool indeed. Embarrassed, he retracted his thumbs up and asked, "You're not my fan? Then why are you staring at me?" His outstretched thumb had made him look foolish. Wen Xingming wished he could sink into the ground. At that moment, Wen Li stood a meter away from him, declaring, "Observing your features, you must be my elder brother." "I am Wen Li." Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Wen Xingming's mind struggled to process Wen Li's words, and after a considerable pause, he exclaimed, "No way, you must be mistaken. I have a sister." Throughout his life, he had encountered many who sought to be his wife, yet never had anyone dared to claim to be his sister. Who does not know that his sister is the darling of the family? Wen Li seemed somewhat taken aback, quickly casting her divination. Her thumb finally halted on a hexagram, and with a furrowed brow, she asserted, "Impossible. I just calculated that there are no new additions to the family. And with the family's yang energy flourishing and yin energy waning, our father has only one daughter. You cannot possibly have another sister." Meanwhile, Wen Xingming exuded an aura of malevolence, his head shrouded in darkness, faintly tinged with blood energy. Yet, from his features, it was evident that apart from his romantic troubles, other aspects of his life were rather smooth. Could it be that, like Huang Huai, he had been sabotaged? Wen Li, is it? When Xingming's voice rang above, his face reflecting a hint of impatience. Though we share the same surname, my dear sister is Wen Siru. She is my only sibling, so please refrain from claiming kinship. After this, when Xingming gestured towards a black Rolls-Royce parked outside the crew area, the back door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, and a girl clad in a white miniskirt stepped out of the vehicle. Do you see that girl? She is my biological sister. Wen Li glanced over, narrowing her eyes slightly, pursing her lips in silence. At that moment, the girl pointed out by when Xingming approached them. Upon seeing Wen Li's countenance, Wen Siru's pupils flickered. Though she concealed her surprise well, she happened to be filming in a nearby crew, and had come over upon learning that Wen Xingming was in the vicinity. Wen Siru offered a friendly smile to Wen Li, though her eyes did not reflect the warmth of her expression. Second brother, is this your friend? No. Just someone who mistakenly claims to be my sibling, Wen Xingming instinctively replied, but immediately felt a pang of discomfort, turning his gaze to assess Wen Li's reaction. It struck him as odd. They were not close, and it was Wen Li who had first claimed kinship. Why did his words evoke a sense of guilt? Wen Siru, hearing this, smiled helplessly, as if to explain, I apologize. I am the only girl in my family with no twin sisters. I am well aware of that. Since Wen Siru's arrival, Wen Li had been studying her intently, though the intricacies of the situation eluded her. It was clear that the Wen family had but one daughter, thus rendering her claims invalid. Wen Siru's smile froze upon her face, her dark eyes fixated on Wen Li. Wen Li remained unfazed under her scrutiny. Wen Siru's gaze felt as if it were piercing through with countless rays, yet it failed to rattle Wen Li in the slightest. Absurd. Wen Siru could no longer contain herself, her voice dropping a few octaves. That's not how one begs for alms. I speak nothing but the truth. On this sweltering day, clad in an airtight costume, Wen Li's complexion flushed, yet her resolve remained unwavering. Your features are peculiar, and I cannot decipher your fate. But do you bear any resemblance to him? Or do you look like any other members of the Wen family? Wen Siru's expression darkened instantly, even when Xingming began to scrutinize both of them back and forth. Upon noticing Wen Li's familiar and endearing visage, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He had always found Wen Li strikingly familiar, now realizing that her face was almost a perfect mold of their family. Conversely, Wen Siru, despite resembling her mother in her current appearance, reminded Wen Xingming of her childhood, a sharp-faced, dark-skinned girl, wholly unlike a member of the Wen family. A bold conjecture surged within Wen Xingming's mind as he gazed at Wen Li. You cannot possibly be the illegitimate daughter of our father. Wen Xingming, how could your imagination run so wild?
Wen Li kuntarat.
It seems I ought not to have come here today. I shall take my leave. At that moment, Wen Siru finally spoke, her tone markedly different from her earlier bravado. Her long eyelashes veiled a pair of reddened eyes, portraying an air of vulnerability. Wen Xingming immediately grasped the situation, looking at his sister with concern but unsure of what to say. He could only scratch his head helplessly, saying, I'll take you back to the neighboring crew. Wen Siru cast a fleeting glance at the seemingly solitary Wen Li, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly before quickly falling again. With a slight nod, her voice soft and delicate, she murmured, Thank you, second brother.
Wait.
Wen Li stepped forward. Today you are in danger. It would be wise to remain within the crew and not venture out. Wen Xingming, eyeing the crumpled talisman, felt his temper flare. Are you done yet? He retorted, disregarding the talisman and striding directly towards the van. In an instant, the malevolent aura surrounding Wen Xingming multiplied exponentially, enveloping him entirely. Wen Li had not anticipated that Wen Xingming would reject her talisman, especially since many had sought her and her master for such charms in the past. Momentarily dazed, she realized Wen Xingming was nearing the crew's exit. A jolt of anxiety surged through her, her mind flooded with her master's admonitions before his departure. The Wen family had been extinguished. Her own fortune was at an end. Just as she prepared to speak, Wen Li suddenly spotted a suspicious masked man lurking at the entrance of the crew. Under the blazing sun, the fruit knife in the man's hand radiated an icy.
Wen Xilingora.
It was at this moment that chaos ensued. As Wen Siru and Wen Xingming prepared to board the vehicle, the man suddenly lunged from the side, shouting, Wen Siru, I will make you pay with your life. With some distance still between them, Wen Siru reacted immediately, turning back. Upon seeing the glint of the knife, She instinctively attempted to dodge. But with her brother standing there, if she managed to evade, it would mean death for Wen Xingming. In the face of life and death. When Saira chose to protect her brother, gritting her teeth, she sidestepped, and it was then that Wen Xingming finally noticed the man wielding the knife. Yet beside him loomed a bush taller than a person, rendering escape utterly hopeless. It was over. Wen Xingming despaired and shut his eyes. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, he heard the pained groan of a middle-aged man. Opening one eye to assess the situation, he beheld a pair of fair hands gripping the assailant's thick wrist. The blade barely a fist's distance from his chest. Turning to see his savior, Wen Xingming exclaimed, "Wen Li?" With a swift motion, Wen Li effortlessly twisted the assailant's wrist, then kicked him to the ground. The fluidity of her actions left Wen Xingming's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he hid his hands behind his back, stammering, "Teach, thank you." Had it not been for Wen Li's timely intervention, he might have truly met his demise. Wen Li turned her gaze back to the still terrified Wen Xiru, her eyes chillingly cold. Finally, she slowly uttered a few frigid words, "You are worthless." Chapter 11. The reunion of father and daughter. Wen Li's gaze remained fixed on Wen Xiru, yet Wen Xingming was certain these words were directed at him. Feeling extremely wronged, he looked at the crew's entrance he had yet to cross, squatting on the ground and wailing, "I haven't even left the crew yet. How was I to know such a person would emerge here?" Wen Li lowered her eyes in silence. She turned to the middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest, and coldly inquired, "Why resort to violence in broad daylight?" The man before her wore tattered jeans, his clothes smeared with dried cement, his sun-kissed face resembling that of a simple, honest man. Yet at present, he glared at Wen Xiru with eyes filled with rage and despair. The middle-aged man's lips trembled, his throat constricted, nearly unable to articulate coherent words. "She caused my son's death. I will kill her." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, lying on the ground and wailing, drenched in sweat, indistinguishable from tears. The commotion quickly attracted paparazzi and crew members alike. Director Fan, upon hearing of the assault outside, hurriedly brought people over, pausing momentarily as he passed the spot where Wen Li had just been lying. This armchair, which had originally been outside the makeup room, weighed no less than 100 pounds. Who had moved it here? However, it is evidently not the moment to ponder over the high-backed chair. As Fan Tong observed Wen Xingming, who was seated on the ground, seemingly unscathed except for the fright that had caused her to sit in a position suitable for frying an egg, he instantly felt a wave of relief. "First, we must notify the authorities." Fan Tong's heart boiled with indignation. It was already impossible to prevent the paparazzi from capturing the moment, so he resolved to call the police first. Although the filming location was somewhat remote, there was a police station nearby, and within 10 minutes, the officers arrived. As involved parties, Wen Li and the others were required to visit the police station to provide their statements. Dressed in ancient attire, Wen Li was fortunate that the station had air conditioning, rendering the heat bearable. Upon arriving at the police station, Wen Li became timid. Clutching a disposable cup of water given to her by a policewoman, her small eyes darting around in apprehension. Given the gravity of the situation, it was impossible for Wen Xingming not to inform his family, yet he was hastily stopped by Wen Xiru. "Second brother, please don't let Dad and Big Brother know. They've been busy with work lately, and they will worry." Just as those words left her lips, Wen Li, who had been cowering in the corner, interjected sharply, "I think it's you who has done something wrong and is afraid of more people finding out." The mediation room at the police station was small, and aside from the three of them, there was also a police officer taking notes. Wen Li's sudden outburst shattered the quiet atmosphere, causing Wen Xiru's expression to darken instantly as she retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Yet, Wen Li displayed no fear. Instead, she stood up, looking down at Wen Xingming, who was seated. "It is precisely as it sounds. Your bone structure is peculiar, thus I cannot discern your origins. However," she paused, a knowing smile gracing her lips, "the malevolent aura surrounding you is connected to that man from today. You should be aware of what you have done." Wen Xiru's face turned ashen, but the pallor was fleeting as she exclaimed, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Following that, she tugged at Wen Xingming's clothing, lowering her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Second brother, I don't know what she is saying. You must believe me." To her dismay, Wen Xingming sat there, dazed. Without responding, Wen Xiru bit her lip, nearly seething with frustration. Ever since encountering the charlatan today, everything had spiraled out of her control. "Second brother, Seeing that Wen Xingming remained unresponsive, Wen Sairu raised her voice, her tone thick with urgency. Yet he remained silent. Although Wen Li's words were cryptic, the fact that she had saved him today was undeniable. What truly saddened him was that his sister, whom he had cherished for 17 years, had fled in the face of danger. Clearly, Wen Sairu had ample opportunity to warn him or pull him away. Now, with Wen Sairu in a foul mood, he would have typically comforted her, but currently, he felt no desire to speak with her. Who is Miss Wen Sairu? At that moment, a police officer rapped on the wooden door of the mediation room. Wen Sairu hesitated briefly before rising slowly, her voice soft. That would be me. The officer appraised her before taking a seat in the room, stating, "The suspect has confessed." Wen Xingming immediately lifted his head. Wen Sairu clenched her fists in anxiety. The officer, oblivious to her unease, continued, "The suspect is named Zhang Daming, and he has a son named Zhang Haifei, who, due to being cyberbullied by her fans, tragically took his own life 7 days ago." Wen Sairu appeared utterly stunned, tears streaming down her face as she covered her face in despair. How could this happen? I failed to manage my fans properly. Yet, the suspect claims that you deliberately disclosed Zhang Haifei's personal information. Wen Sairu's sobs halted abruptly. And even when Xingming turned to look at her, after a moment of shock, Wen Sairu hastily shook her head. "I don't even know Zhang Haifei. How could I have revealed his personal information?" The officer nodded. "In any case, we will conduct a further investigation. If we require your assistance, Miss Wen, we hope you will cooperate." Wen Sairu felt a lump in her throat and could only nod in agreement. Zhang Daming was detained, but the police would continue their investigation based on his statements. Once the officers permitted them to leave, Wen Li could scarcely bear to remain there any longer. She was unafraid of anything in the world, save for the sight of a police officer. However, as soon as she stepped out of the police station, she spotted a vehicle identical to that of Huang Hui parked outside, albeit with a different license plate. Just then, 2 men emerged from the car. One appeared to be in his early 40s, radiating a mature charm, while the other was impeccably dressed in a suit, his shoes gleaming with polish, and his hair meticulously styled with gel. Both men possessed striking features, yet they were unmistakably shrouded in a sense of despair. At that moment, both men gazed at Wen Sairu with deep concern, inquiring whether she was injured. As they spoke, the younger man could not help but chastise Wen Xingming, second brother. As the elder sibling, how could you wait until now to inform us about such a significant incident? Wen Sairu instinctively glanced at Wen Xingming's expression. She noticed a subtle shift in his demeanor since entering the police station. Tears glistening in her eyes, she spoke with a tone of grievance. "It's all my fault. Please don't blame my second brother." The father and son, having arrived, ceased their reproaches. At that moment, Wen Li, even without observing their faces closely, understood their identities. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and declared, "Father, big brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am your long-lost biological daughter, Wen Li." She emphasized the word biological as if fearing they might not hear her. The father and son exchanged bewildered glances. "What is this?" When Ting Song turned towards the source of the voice, and upon seeing the familiar yet strange visage, his pupils constricted. Chapter 12. Paternity Test. When Ting Song gazed at Wen Li in astonishment, completely disregarding her earlier introduction. She bore an uncanny resemblance to them. It would not be accurate to say they were identical, but there was an undeniable familiarity in Wen Li's features. Beside him, Wen Xingming, observing his father's expression, remarked sarcastically, "Dad, don't you recognize her? This is your long-lost illegitimate daughter." Instantly, when Ting Song masked his astonishment, casting a frosty glance at his second son, who had always been somewhat dim-witted. Realizing he had misspoken, Wen Xingming felt a chill run down his spine and quietly retreated behind his elder brother, hoping he would shield him. Yet, as he recalled Wen Li's appearance, he muttered under his breath, still refusing to admit it, "She looks just like you." When Ting Song, at that moment, wished he could find a stick to beat Wen Xingming senseless. He glanced at Wen Li, logically. He ought to respond with anger to such a chaotic claim, yet gazing at her face rendered him incapable of feeling irate. In a low voice, he said, "Wen Li, you must be mistaken." Wen Li shook her head defiantly. "That is impossible. I never make mistakes in recognition." Her features were more pronounced than any of her fellow disciples, indicating a familial bond with Wen Ting Song. Observing that no one believed her, Wen Li remained unfazed. "If you do not believe me, we can conduct a paternity test." Having integrated into society for so long, Wen Li was well aware that her skills would not convince these individuals, yet a paternity test was different. She had seen many abducted children being reunited with their families through such tests. When Sairu, watching the silent Wen family trio, felt her face grow increasingly unpleasant. What were they hesitating for? Were they doubting her authenticity? Just like in her childhood, as her brothers grew increasingly handsome, she alone seemed to lack any familial resemblance. Even her stepmother had jokingly remarked that the Wen family had produced an ugly daughter. Now, upon seeing Wen Li, did they not recall her own childhood appearance? When Sairu's eyes glimmered with malice, though she concealed it well, none of the others present seemed to notice her unusual demeanor except for Wen Li. I disagree. When Sairu cried out, her voice choked with tears, Father, are you truly going to doubt whether I am your biological daughter for the sake of a stranger? Or could it be that Wen Li is indeed your illegitimate child? Only then did Wen Tingsong regain his composure, instinctively explaining, how could that be possible? The original wife, having endured a difficult childbirth and now faced with the challenge of caring for young children, found herself overwhelmed. 7 years later, the prospect of remarriage seemed implausible. We can't just leave. I have no desire to remain in this wretched place. When Sairu exclaimed in despair, all she yearned for was to depart swiftly, as quickly as possible. However, Wen Li could not afford to miss this opportunity. The atmosphere surrounding the Wen family was permeated with an impending sense of doom, and within 6 months, they would undoubtedly face bizarre deaths. If they perished, she too would suffer immensely. Wen Li would never allow such a scenario to unfold. We cannot leave, she interjected, positioning herself in front of Wen Sairu. Her tone measured and calm. Are you so anxious because you fear being cast out as an adopted child? Wen Sairu gritted her teeth, wishing she could silence Wen Li. Yet that was utterly implausible. If she acted on that impulse, it would only expose her own guilt. What do you propose? Wen Sairu asked, feigning innocence. A paternity test. Wen Li replied, her gaze shifting not to her, but to the 3 men of the Wen family. You may choose the location for the test. I shall cover the expenses. Having recently acquired some funds, including $1 million from Huang Huai and an outstanding payment for an announcement, she was willing to spend this modest sum. Upon Wen Li's declaration, silence enveloped the room. It was then that Wen Yanchu, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. Dad, let's do a paternity test with Wen Li. When Sairu turned sharply to her elder brother, astonished that it was he who first yielded. Elder brother,
she cried.
Wen Yanchu's tone remained gentle. Dad, if our actions are justifiable, then let us proceed with the test. When Tingsong, slow to comprehend, finally realized that his eldest son was casting doubt upon him. Let us proceed. When Sairu exclaimed, Wen Yanchu's expression remained impassive. Upon receiving a nod from Wen Tingsong, he added, in 7 days, I will contact the hospital for the test. Wen Li expressed no objections, merely nodding obediently from the side. The Wen family, along with the startled Wen Sairu, returned home. Wen Xingming had initially intended to accompany them, but as he approached the vehicle, the door abruptly slammed shut. The window then rolled down slowly, with Wen Yanchu's indifferent voice stating, I heard from your agent that you have work. If you're uninjured, you should promptly return to your duties. Wen Xingming stood there, bewildered, watching the luxurious black car glide away, feeling utterly helpless. Once the Wen family had departed, Wen Li approached Wen Xingming and unexpectedly asked, Does your family have a particular fondness for Wen Sairu? Hearing this, Wen Xingming turned his head slightly. Without much thought, he nodded. Indeed, Sairu is the only girl in our family. Suddenly, he paused, realizing that Wen Li might be an orphan, and quickly retracted his statement. I apologize. I meant no offense. Wen Li graciously nodded. No need to apologize. You were unaware of my circumstances. I understand that my sudden appearance might have left you all bewildered. So, I forgive you. Wen Xingming hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. He felt the likelihood of the situation was minuscule. The hospital where his mother had given birth was owned by their family, and the VIP floor had been entirely reserved. The chance of a mix-up was exceedingly slim. Yet, he found himself unable to voice these thoughts, instinctively feeling that sharing them might hurt Wen Li. Moreover, she had saved him. A mere paternity test was trivial, and his father would not suffer for undergoing it. In any case, thank you for rescuing me today. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Despite the misfortune he had encountered, he reassured her that it was only a severe injury. The malevolent aura surrounding Wen Xingming had not dissipated entirely, but it was certainly less oppressive than before. He advised caution in the coming weeks to avoid unnecessary disputes. Having witnessed Wen Li's formidable nature, he was quick to heed her counsel and nodded earnestly, "I will do my best to refrain from attacking haters online." Together, they returned to the set. It was then that Wen Li discovered when Xingming portrayed the second male lead. He had previously declined the role, dismissing it as a trivial web series, only to have his agent accept it without his consent. However, given the day's events, it was clear that filming would be postponed. The director granted the crew a day off to reschedule. Zhou Xingyun, upon learning of the situation, hurried back and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wen Li unharmed. As they had the day off, Zhou Xingyun kindly offered to escort Wen Li back to the hotel. Upon entering the elevator, they unexpectedly encountered Wen Xingming.
Wen Li.
When Xingming greeted, taking the initiative. "I intended to find you earlier, but couldn't." Zhou Xingyun had yet to process the surprise when Xingming pulled out his phone. "Do you have Weibo? Let us follow each other." Wen Li nodded. She was most familiar with short videos and Weibo. She searched for Wen Xingming's account, and upon glancing at it, she was astonished to discover he boasted over 10 million followers, her eyes lighting up with envy. Wen Xingming stood a bit taller, proclaiming, "I had even more followers before, but I've lost quite a few this past year. No need to envy. With your beauty and a competent agent, your followers will surely catch up to mine." Wen Li nodded vigorously, affirming his words. As the elevator chimed, signifying their arrival at their floor, she announced, "I must take my leave." After stepping out, Wen Li and Zhou Xingyun waited for the elevator doors to close before Zhou Xingyun inquired, "Do you know Wen Xingming?" Wen Li nodded but kept her gaze fixed on her phone, which was incessantly buzzing. After mutually following Wen Xingming, her notifications exploded with messages. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks, exclaiming in shock, "Why are so many people attacking me all of a sudden?" Chapter 13. Those who insult me will suffer. Though Wen Li struggled with many characters, Huang had recently gifted her several foundational books, significantly expanding her vocabulary. With no followers on Weibo, her count had surged by over 3,000 within moments, and her private messages were inundated with venomous comments. "You didn't, you know?" Zhou Xingyun remarked, surprised by her bewildered and innocent expression. He explained, "When Xingming has a poor reputation, it's safe to say he has an abundance of haters online. And anyone associated with him tends to face backlash." He had not anticipated that Wen Li and Wen Xingming were already acquainted and had followed each other. Given their shared circle, he felt unable to outright refuse them in the elevator. Reputations can change. Celebrities who are scorned one year may find redemption the next. Zhou Xingyun mused, wishing to avoid overly criticizing or praising anyone. Despite Wen Xingming's fiery temperament, he bore no ill intentions. Observing Wen Li's silence as she scrolled through her messages, Zhou Xingyun assumed she was disheartened by the insults. He consoled her, "The internet is a fickle place. Opinions are often swayed by the prevailing winds of public sentiment. Just shut off your private messages." He reassured her that while Wen Xingming might be hot-headed, he was not as malicious as the online narrative suggested. Yet, the multitude of voices online could easily distort the truth, leading to further entanglements. Wen Li disabled her private messages and selected a photo to post, then switched off her phone. Turning to Zhou Xingyun with utmost seriousness, she declared, "Those who insult me will suffer." Zhou Xingyun, unaware of her previous post, recognized that she had indeed shared something. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "After the official announcement of the new drama, the company will likely arrange for online promotion. Be cautious with your words to avoid being targeted by haters in the future." Wen Li obediently nodded. "I merely posted a photo." Zhou Xingyun felt a sense of unease, but had already reached Wen Li's room. He reiterated the schedule for the following day before taking his leave. Outside, dusk had settled, and Wen Li ordered several takeout meals before lying down on her bed. As she was preparing to open her learning software, a message from Huang arrived on Wen Li's WeChat. Huang had sent her a photograph of the view from the presidential suite, showcasing the architectural beauty that exuded a distinct foreign charm, indicating that he had already arrived. Just as Wen Li was about to type a response, Huang initiated a video call. In the small frame of her phone, the man appeared in a blue and white shirt, revealing his muscular arms, with his hair meticulously styled just as it was back home. "Are you adjusting well to the crew today?" he inquired. Wen Li recounted her day's experiences to Huang, her mood buoyant, as she exclaimed, "I even got to see my family today." Huang's expression shifted to one of surprise, and upon hearing the name Wen Xingming, his brow furrowed deeply. The Wen family was a prominent household in the city, known for their extensive business dealings and strong connections, so he was well aware of their family dynamics. There had been no reports of any children missing from the Wen family. It was no wonder that no leads had emerged during this period. As he pondered this, Huang Hui heard Wen Li's voice again. Wen Sairu has no familial ties to my father, and she carries more than one life on her conscience. However, there's something peculiar. I can't quite discern her features. Can't discern? Huang Hui mused, then suddenly remarked, Wen Sairu must have undergone cosmetic surgery. I saw her as a child. And she looks entirely different now. Wen Li, her delicate face inching closer to the screen, appeared astonished, then exclaimed, no wonder. I thought something was amiss with Wen Sairu's bone structure. If her bones have been altered, how can bone structure readings be accurate? After saying this, Wen Li brushed the matter aside and inquired about Huang Hui's trip. Huang Hui chuckled. I've only just arrived, so I'm not yet certain. But it should go smoothly. If any issues arise, feel free to call me, and I will return as swiftly as possible. A hint of concern lingered in his mind. The records indicated that Wen Li had initially been abducted before being taken in by her master. He certainly did not doubt Wen Li's ability to identify her kin. After all, she bore a striking resemblance to the members of the Wen family, making disbelief impossible.
Yet,
the notion of two children being swapped at birth seemed far more complex than it appeared on the surface. After ending the call, Huang Hui summoned his assistant and instructed, make arrangements for a meeting. We shall return to the country within 7 days. The following day, Wen Li rose early. During her time in the mountains, she would awaken with her master before dawn to practice martial arts, yet upon arriving in the city, she had grown somewhat lazy. However, having gone to bed early the previous night, she found herself up much earlier today. She performed a set of martial arts forms in her room before heading to the hotel restaurant for a complimentary breakfast. The hotel had been booked by the production team, so the dining area was filled with staff. Wen Li filled her plate with 7 or 8 steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge, and a variety of side dishes. Casually finding a spot to sit and indulge in her meal, the abundance of food on her plate drew many glances from passers-by, who were astonished to see her devour everything with ease. After finishing her meal, Zhou Xingyun arrived to take her to the set. However, as soon as they got into the car, he gave her a stern lecture. Didn't I tell you not to post aimlessly on Weibo? What was that symbol you posted? Wen Li innocently sipped from her thermos and replied, there were too many people criticizing me. Writing by hand was too slow to respond. So, I decided to post a symbol of misfortune. Anyone who berates me will surely encounter bad luck. Zhou Xingyun paused for 2 seconds, his expression one of disbelief. But then, Wen Li chimed in, acting is just my job. I haven't even released a single work yet. Why should they criticize me? These detractors were merely taking advantage of her inability to type quickly. If she could, she would have silenced them all with her words the previous day. Zhou Xingyun replied, if I recall correctly, the last person who had a sleepless night arguing with fans was Wen Xingming. However, seeing the grievance etched on Wen Li's face, he suddenly felt she had a valid point. Besides, it was hard to be angry with someone as endearing as Wen Li. This shall be the last time. If fans insult you, simply ignore them. The company will arrange for fans to retaliate on your behalf. Our star deserves to be cherished. As they spoke, the car arrived at the entrance of the production team. Zhou Xingyun had only Wen Li as his client, yet he handled all matters, big and small, for the company. After the costume fitting today, you'll study your lines with the teacher. Message me when you finish, and I'll come to pick you up. After saying this, Zhou Xingyun felt he had perhaps overburdened Wen Li. While prominent stars in the crew had their own assistants, Wen Li had none. Endure for a couple of days. I've already selected an assistant for you. As she exited the car with a backpack Zhou Xingyun had prepared, she bore no resentment about the lack of an assistant. Zhou Xingyun, witnessing this, felt an even greater sense of guilt. After offering a few more reminders, he drove away. Once the car had vanished from sight, Wen Li took out her phone and sent Huang Hui a cheerful good morning sticker. Upon arriving at the makeup room from the previous day, she was just finishing her makeup when she overheard a heated argument between Wen Xingming and the director. Chapter 14, Wen Li, the child of honesty director. Director. Wen Xingming stood at the doorway of the makeup room, squawking like a rooster, his eyes blazing with indignation as he pointed at the man standing before him, who was of similar height. The surrounding staff tried their best to minimize their presence, fearing Wen Xingming's wrath might be directed at them. Fan Tong stood between the two, his head throbbing with attention, especially as he caught sight of Wen Xingming's red-rimmed eyes, which seemed ready to unleash fire. Let me explain, he said weakly. Explain? Wen Xingming shouted, pointing at the well-groomed man in a white t-shirt. Then tell me why Meng Chen is here. Fan Tong hastily replied, before signing the contract. I discussed this with your company, and they said it was fine. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling a chill run through him. Had he known, he would have spent more time praying at the temple. Now he questioned whether this production would even air smoothly. He was aware of the underlying tensions between the two. Wen Xingming and Meng Chen had debuted from the same company and initially had a good relationship. However, after Wen Xingming's scandal, he had suddenly assaulted Meng Chen, resulting in his brief incarceration. Since then, he had openly severed ties with Meng Chen. Wen Xingming, upon hearing this, paused for a moment, then retorted, "I don't care. If he is in the crew, then I will not be. I refuse to work with someone like him." Fan Tong, sweating profusely, attempted to reason when, "We have already signed the contract." When Xingming shot back, "Then I will terminate the contract. I'll pay the penalty myself." However, he suddenly fell silent midway. He remembered that last month, under the encouragement of some friends, he had ordered a limited edition sports car, and now his finances were as bare as his dignity. Silence enveloped the space. Meng Chen regarded Wen Xingming with a hint of exasperation. "Xingming, your resources aren't what they used to be. Stop being so willful." Ever since his scandal, Wen Xingming's reputation had plummeted, and opportunities were no longer pouring in as they once had.
What do you mean by that?
Wen Xingming's eyes widened, convinced Meng Chen was mocking him. Meng Chen hurriedly clarified, "I misspoke. Please don't take offense." The two had vastly different temperaments, and Wen Xingming could feel the shift in the staff's gazes. He had somehow become the benchmark against which Meng Chen was compared, and as long as Meng Chen was present, he would be subjected to harsher criticism. It was predictable that he would soon trend on social media again. Yet, he knew he couldn't actually terminate the contract. Those words were spoken in anger, especially since he was financially strapped. The atmosphere had been charged, and he found himself at a loss for words. Just as no one was providing an out for Wen Xingming, Wen Li approached, her expression one of confusion. The silence in the atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and all eyes turned towards Wen Li. After the events of yesterday, everyone had heard of Wen Li, so their acquaintance was not surprising. Wen Li approached Wen Xingming and curiously asked, "Why would you leave the crew for someone unrelated? Isn't earning money more appealing?" After a pause, she directed her gaze towards Meng Chen. "Furthermore, if you despise him, why not just let him leave instead of you?" A sharp intake of breath resonated among the crowd upon hearing her words. With 30 million fans, Meng Chen was undoubtedly a top-tier celebrity, and even many of the crew members were his female admirers. How dare a newcomer speak so boldly? At that moment, everyone fell silent, their glances shifting back and forth between Wen Li and Meng Chen. Meng Chen struggled to maintain his smile, but he endeavored to keep his tone even as he replied, "I don't believe we've met before. You must be new, right? Xingming and I were friends in the past. I came to the crew specifically to resolve our minor misunderstanding." Wen Li retorted, "This misunderstanding has existed for quite some time, and only now do you wish to resolve it? Have you recently begun to feel guilty?" Being straightforward, Wen Li couldn't detect the underlying implications in Meng Chen's words, merely finding him to be rather peculiar. She continued, "As you can see, Wen Xingming has no desire to be friends with you." Meng Chen was rendered speechless, his dark gaze fixed intently on Wen Li, standing behind her. Wen Xingming towered over Wen Li, yet he felt an undeniable sense of protection. It had been over a year since someone had openly defended him. His eyes grew warm, and he defiantly declared to Meng Chen, "Did you hear that? I do not wish to be your friend." Meng Chen's expression was strained, but as his gaze fell upon a distant figure, it darkened further. "I truly harbor no ill will. I was not present during the incident, which is why I could not assist you, but I believe you are not that kind of person." With a sigh, he added, "In my heart, you have always been my best friend."
Don't.
Wen Li quickly interjected, blocking Meng Chen's overly dramatic gaze with her hand. "Although your cosmetic alterations obscure your true self, you and Wen Xingming are indeed ill-suited to be friends." The air fell silent in an instant, and Meng Chen's expression darkened. Wen Li remained oblivious to her faux pas. Earlier in the makeup room, she had scrutinized Meng Chen's appearance, but after a lengthy examination, his features did not align with her readings. Recalling what Huang Huai had said yesterday, she suddenly realized that Meng Chen had undergone extensive cosmetic surgery. Of course, her divination did not solely rely on facial features.
She simply found it quicker that way.
Yet, she could not fathom why her words had caused Meng Chen's countenance to darken so. Well said. After a few seconds of silence, Wen Xingming was the first to react, giving Wen Li a thumbs up. This was incredibly gratifying. Wen Xingming felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Wen Li, still somewhat puzzled, waved her hands dismissively. No, it's just standard procedure." Meng Chen's smile froze. And he looked at Wen Li's audacious demeanor, wishing he could slap her twice. However, he had specifically invited paparazzi today. He could not afford to lose face at this moment. I know you dislike me, but surely you needn't say such things? Meng Chen gazed at the two with wounded eyes and sighed, yet, I choose to forgive you. Just look at how magnanimous. In the end, it would still be him who garnered sympathy from fans. Hearing this, Wen Li regarded Meng Chen as if he were a ghost, then raised her hand to reveal her slender wrist. Oh, that sounds so disingenuous, it gives me goosebumps. Meng Chen, the crowd, this child is remarkably sincere. Chapter 15. The trials of the second brother. Wen Li's words instantly left Meng Chen at a loss. Yet, even if she possessed some emotional intelligence, she had no desire to entertain him. Meng Chen had just embarrassed her brother publicly. Why should she spare him any grace? Ultimately, Fan Tong nervously attempted to lighten the mood with a few awkward laughs. Meng Chen still wished to reprimand Wen Li, but as a senior in the entertainment industry, it would not reflect well on him to publicly chastise her over this incident. He could only silently suffer this indignity. When Xingming felt a sense of satisfaction at Meng Chen's discomfiture. Wen Li, from now on, you shall be my dear sister. Wen Li rolled her eyes. You already are my brother. At this moment, when Xingming, elated, did not refute her, he suddenly found the idea of having Wen Li as his sister quite appealing. Following this conflict, when Xingming was no longer opposed to filming and quickly summoned the stylist to prepare his look. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing her costume fitting, Wen Li changed out of her outfit and began studying lines with the dialogue coach hired by Zhou Xingyun. The coach was already aware of Wen Li's situation. Although she was shocked that Wen Li had not attended school at her age, upon hearing Zhou Xingyun speak of her background, she felt a twinge of sympathy and resolved to be more patient with Wen Li. After all, there were actors like Wen Li in the industry. Initially thinking that teaching Wen Li would require considerable effort, she was pleasantly surprised to find that with just a little guidance, Wen Li grasped the material quickly, clearly having done her homework beforehand. As she pondered this, she naturally inquired, and Wen Li nodded in response. Yes. I searched for a novel with the same name and read it several times, memorizing the words I didn't recognize. Wen Li understood this well, as Huang Huai had said. Her inability to attend school was not her fault but rather the consequence of her living conditions, so she had no reason to feel inferior. However, since she aimed to earn money, especially as an 18-line actress who secured a role immediately, she needed to adopt the right attitude. Wen Li had no intention of letting money slip through her fingers. The dialogue coach, satisfied with her response, continued teaching until 7 in the evening before leaving. After the coach departed, Wen Li prepared to have Zhou Xingyun take her back to the hotel. As she opened her phone, a notification pinged from Weibo, alerting her to a trending topic about Wen Xingming. Instinctively, she clicked on it and discovered that just half an hour earlier, the incident involving Wen Xingming and Meng Chen had surged to the top of the trending list. In the trending video, she was only captured in profile. But Wen Xingming was portrayed in full face, deliberately edited to showcase his anger juxtaposed with Meng Chen's aggrieved expression, making it appear as though Meng Chen had been wronged. The backlash against Meng Chen's crew had also swiftly climbed the Weibo trending list. As Wen Li scrolled through the comments, she was taken aback by the deluge of vitriol. I am a crew member, and I was there at the time. I can only say that Meng Chen has a good temper. If it were me, I would have resorted to violence. I also heard something happened on set yesterday. Apparently, someone wanted to kill him. But I don't understand why there have been no news reports about it. When one oversteps, even heaven cannot overlook it. They deserve to die. Wen Xingming is truly shameless. Meng Chen specifically requested resources from his company to ensure he could film, yet he is ungrateful, a true ingrate. Though the video is silent, Meng Chen's eyes seem so hurt. My heart aches for him. Wen Xingming, may you meet an early demise. The more Wen Li scrolled, the tighter her brows knitted. She specifically searched for words she could understand, but the comments were filled with curses aimed at Wen Xingming. Some netizens had even edited memorial photos. What kind of grudge could lead to such actions? Did they not fear retribution? Wen Li initially intended to message Wen Xingming, but she soon realized they only followed each other on Weibo. Thus, she opened Wen Xingming's private message. Wen Li, are you okay? Don't dwell too much on the online comments. If you feel upset, just retaliate verbally. Wen Li, image, Wen Li. Posted on Weibo. Those who insult you will surely suffer misfortune, truly. However, by the time Zhou Xingyun arrived to pick her up, Wen Xingming had not replied. In the car, Zhou Xingyun felt an overwhelming headache as he listened to Wen Li recount the events of the day. He thought it imperative to find her a small assistant promptly, otherwise, with Wen Li's tongue, she would inevitably offend countless individuals. However, Wen Li remained unconcerned, asserting that director Fan had chosen an inauspicious date for the shoot, which would undoubtedly lead to a series of complications, though ultimately, fortune would favor the bold, guiding them toward a positive outcome. The crew, in Zhou Xingyun's estimation, seemed utterly oblivious, having even invited the wrong deity for the opening ceremony. Zhou Xingyun was aware of Wen Li's proficiency in the arcane arts. After all, the protective talisman she had gifted him during the incident at the construction site served as a prime example. He cautioned her not to underestimate human nature, reminding her that Meng Chun was not as amiable in public as he appeared. He advised her to exercise caution within the crew. With the events already transpired, even if Zhou Xingyun wished to admonish Wen Li, he found it futile, especially considering her youth. He should never have left her alone in the crew. Fortunately, the video editing had minimized Wen Li's screen time, suggesting that Meng Chen's ire was directed more at Wen Xingming. I understand. Wen Li replied obediently, assuring herself that she would avoid confronting Meng Chen directly in the future. Anyone who dared to bully her elder brother would surely face her wrath. The company will handle everything. You just focus on your acting, Zhou Xingyun reassured her, relieved by her compliance. He recalled a call he had received from the dialogue coach earlier that day, further solidifying his belief that he had discovered a true gem. After escorting Wen Li to her hotel, he returned to the company to continue his work. Meanwhile, Wen Xingming was engulfed in a cloud of frustration. After unleashing his wrath upon the 300th troll of the day, he slumped onto the chaise lounge at the entrance of the set. The evident bias in the video editing, exacerbated by the marketing accounts, had cast him as the bully. Though he had grown accustomed to the criticism, he still felt a pang of injustice. At that moment, he noticed several new messages in his private inbox. Of the few mutual followers he had, Wen Li was one. Upon opening her message, he couldn't help but chuckle. And in a moment of impulsiveness, he shared the image she had sent him on Weibo with the caption, "From now on, whoever insults me shall face misfortune" image. In no time, he was bombarded with a deluge of curses. This image looks so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Wasn't Wen Xingming just mutual followers with some no-name actor a few days ago? A lot of people criticized that actor, and after being attacked, they posted this very image. I think her name was Wen Li. Both have the surname Wen. What is their relationship? But anyone who can associate with Wen Xingming can't be anything good. Hope you step in dog poop. Seeing this, Wen Xingming replied, "Rebound." Moments later, a netizen cursed beneath his comment. Damn. While he was puzzled, he couldn't shake the feeling that after posting that Weibo, the number of people cursing him had significantly diminished. Wen Li is quite formidable, he mused, silently pinning the earlier post to the top of his feed. The next day, Wen Li returned to the set, this time accompanied by a freshly graduated assistant. As soon as the car halted at the entrance, her gaze fell upon the visibly despondent Wen Xingming. It was astonishing how, in merely one night, he appeared even more drained. Wen Li's expression instantly grew serious. Chapter 16, warning. Wen Xingming, oblivious to Wen Li's demeanor, waved eagerly as she stepped out of the car. "You finally made it," he exclaimed, immediately asking for her contact information. Ever since he had posted the picture she sent him, his comment section had inexplicably become harmonious. Despite being criticized and trending on social media, the only person who had reached out to console him, aside from family, was Wen Li, who advised him not to dwell on it. Thus, he had arrived at the set before dawn, eager to add her as a friend. However, he was disheartened to find her arriving so late. Noticing Wen Li's silence and serious expression, he paused, asking, "What's wrong?" Wen Li inquired, "Where were you yesterday?" "Nowhere special. I just had dinner and returned to the hotel," he replied, recalling his battle with trolls that lasted until 3 in the morning. Had he not anticipated his scenes today, he might have continued arguing with them all night. As Wen Li's gaze deepened with concern, Wen Xingming felt a sudden surge of anxiety. "Is something the matter?"
Wen Li,
calculating fervently, finally stated gravely, "Do not approach any sources of fire within the next 7 days." Afterward, she attempted to retrieve her protective talisman, only to realize she had exhausted her supply. "Come to my room tonight. I'll give you a few talismans for protection." Initially, Wen Xingming dismissed her words, but witnessing her earnest expression, he instinctively nodded in agreement. The two exchanged WeChat information. However, Wen Li remained somewhat uneasy about him. While Wen Xingming acted in front of the camera, she stood outside rehearsing her lines. Although director Fan's production was merely a web series, it was adapted from a wildly popular online novel with a vast readership. Wen Xingming portrayed the main antagonist, a character who is both strikingly handsome and lacking in virtue, truly a case of typecasting. Despite frequently threatening to terminate his contract, Wen Xingming approached his acting with utmost seriousness. In stark contrast to Meng Chen, who often relied on a stunt double. In just 3 short days, Wen Li diligently memorized all her lines. Even though her scenes had yet to be filmed, she arrived at the set early each day. Yet, the aura of despair surrounding Wen Xingming intensified. She needed to keep a watchful eye on him. That day, after finishing his scenes, Wen Xingming found Wen Li nestled in his exclusive lounge, sneaking bites of takeout.
Tonight.
My assistant and I are going out for skewers. Want to join? Their camaraderie had grown considerably over the past few days. Wen Xingming had his own makeup room and lounge, and during the hot weather, Wen Li would often take refuge in it to enjoy the air conditioning. At that moment, with a chicken leg in her mouth, she eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. But we need to keep it a secret from my manager and assistant." Ever since Zhou Xingyun had witnessed Wen Li's voracious appetite, he had enlisted the assistant to monitor her food intake. After 2 days of this oversight, she found herself dizzy from hunger, ultimately resorting to a clandestine order of takeout. Wen Xingming readily agreed, "All right, I'll help you keep it from your manager and assistant." Wen Li felt deeply touched. "You're truly the best, big brother. I won't let anything happen to you." With a few scenes left to film that afternoon, Wen Xingming focused intently on his work, determined to finish early to enjoy skewers. He executed his scenes flawlessly, managing to avoid any NGs. However, Meng Chen struggled. During their scenes together, he found himself consistently overshadowed by Wen Xingming, unable to muster the necessary emotion. As dusk approached, Wen Li had waited for nearly 6 or 7 hours, her slender, pale legs covered in mosquito bites. Meng Chen continued to stumble through the scenes, his performance deteriorating. Yet he showed no sign of remorse. "Let's give it one more shot. Everyone, let's push through." But the subsequent takes proved equally unsatisfactory. Wen Xingming finally lost his patience, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Chen, expressing his discontent. "What else do you have to say besides asking everyone to try harder? Is everyone else's time not valuable? You can't even memorize the most basic lines. Do you really think making money in the entertainment industry is that easy?" Wen Xingming's words were unvarnished. Meng Chen was left speechless, his face turning crimson, his tone laced with indignation.
"I'm sorry."
"What good is sorry?" Wen Xingming scoffed. "If you can film, do it. If not, then get lost." Meng Chen protested. "Xingming, are you angry with me because of what happened a couple of days ago? I don't know why the paparazzi appeared. I will help clarify that incident." Wen Xingming shook his head, bewildered by Meng Chen's logic. "I'm criticizing your acting skills. What does the trending topic from that day have to do with it?" Beside them, Wen Li observed her second brother being bullied once again, and couldn't help but voice her thoughts. "Are you a latecomer? Why didn't you clarify the situation when it first arose? Now you wish to set the record straight?" Seeing Wen Li step forward yet again, Meng Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Over the past few days, he had instructed someone to investigate Wen Li, but apart from her constant association with Wen Xingming, he could uncover no incriminating evidence against her. Moreover, he had been experiencing a string of misfortunes ever since he had lambasted Wen Xingming on his alternate account on Weibo. Just the day before, he had stepped in dog feces, yesterday his earphones had fallen into the toilet, and today, he found a steel wool ball in his meal. As a result, seeing Wen Li and Wen Xingming now only served to irritate him, though he had to maintain a facade of composure. Meng Chen lowered his head to explain. "My Weibo account is with the company, so I can't post anything, right?" Wen Li shot him a disdainful glance and bluntly retorted, "If you can't deliver, then don't make promises." A bitter smile crept onto Meng Chen's face as he replied, "I truly apologize." Yet no one paid him any mind, leaving him awkwardly standing there with nowhere to hide. The director appeared troubled. Although Meng Chen was irate, Wen Xingming was not someone to be trifled with. Even Wen Li had someone backing her, and he was in no position to confront anyone. He could only make light of the situation and ultimately suggested that everyone wrap up early. The crew members heaved a sigh of relief, as no one relished working overtime, especially under such circumstances. Watching Wen Li and Wen Xingming happily gather their belongings, Meng Chen's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with cold intensity. His assistant timidly approached Meng Ge. "Should we head back to the hotel?" In an instant, Meng Chen kicked his assistant, venting all his pent-up anger on the young aide. "Where were you when I was being bullied?" With that, he stormed off, lighting a cigarette outside a secluded break room. After taking just a couple of puffs, the door of the break room suddenly swung open, and out stepped Wen Li and Wen Xingming along with his assistant. In a panic, Meng Chen attempted to extinguish his cigarette, but inadvertently dropped it onto the dry grass. Wen Li cast a long glance in his direction and remarked, "It's dry and flammable. Be careful not to start a fire." With that, she stepped forward to extinguish the smoldering ember before walking away, completely oblivious to the pale and ghastly expression on Meng Chen's face. Chapter 17. The fire. The trio drove to a nearby food street. Given that the filming locations were in close proximity, a vibrant night market thrived in the area. Wen Li ordered enough food for 3. Initially, Wen Xingming worried that she wouldn't finish it all, but once he saw her clean her plate, he grew concerned that she might feel unwell after such a feast. After devouring skewers, he was taken aback when Wen Li rewarded herself with 2 cakes and a cup of milk tea. It dawned on him that this girl was genuinely innocent and could eat without consequence. No wonder her manager insisted on keeping a watchful eye on her. "How do you eat so much and not gain any weight?" Wen Xingming asked, puzzled. Wen Li casually responded, "I was quite hungry when I was little." Wen Xingming refrained from probing further. He had never heard her speak of her family background but surmised that her childhood might have been difficult. On their way back, Wen Li inquired about his grievances with Meng Chen. Although Wen Xingming preferred not to speak ill of others behind their backs, he made an exception for Meng Chen. "I'm currently being vilified online, all thanks to him. Back in the day, I was a top-tier star in the entertainment industry, receiving offers left and right." As he spoke, his demeanor wilted. "But last year, Meng Chen told me there was a male lead role in a film that he wanted to discuss with me. We were on good terms at the time, so I thought nothing of it and went. However, when I arrived at the hotel he mentioned, it wasn't him who greeted me but a woman. She adamantly claimed that our relationship was inappropriate and even shared our chat history. Soon after, I was embroiled in a scandal, without even the chance to defend myself." Initially, he had hoped Meng Chen would explain the situation regarding the hotel visit, but Meng Chen had refused to assist him. Wen Xingming wasn't naive. With all these coincidences, he couldn't help but suspect Meng Chen was behind it all. After hearing this, Wen Li harbored some suspicions and asked, "At that time, Meng Chen's resources shouldn't have been too impressive, right?" Wen Xingming nodded. "It's not that they were terrible, but I was certainly more popular." Yet a year had passed, and Meng Chen's meteoric rise to fame had eclipsed even his own. Wen Xingming awaited Wen Li's response. But upon glancing sideways, he found her dark eyes fixed intently on him. "What's wrong?" he asked, swallowing nervously. Whenever Wen Li fell silent, he felt a flutter of anxiety, as if her next words would spell doom for him. "Nothing," she replied in a flat tone, though she pressed on, "Before your incident, did Meng Chen gift you anything?" Without hesitation, Wen Xingming was about to respond, but suddenly a memory flashed in his mind. And he quickly altered his course of thought. "We used to be on good terms and exchanged gifts frequently, but after we fell out, I disposed of everything he gave me. Except for one thing." "What was it?" Wen Li's expression sharpened as she focused on him. Realizing something, Wen Xingming gulped. "A statue. A statue of Buddha." After a long pause, Wen Li slowly uttered a few words. "You're foolish. How can a statue just be accepted casually?" Originally intending to return to the hotel for some rest, Wen Li insisted that Wen Xingming accompany her to his home to see the statue. Typically, she was as inconspicuous as a fish out of water in the crew, but her sudden seriousness made him feel uneasy. Hence, after dropping off his assistant at the hotel, Wen Xingming drove for 2 hours back to his family home. On the road, he explained, "The statue is different from other items. It can't just be discarded. That's why I locked it away in the storage room." In today's society, while people claim to believe in science, they still kneel in temples at the first opportunity. The majority hold a sense of reverence towards supernatural beliefs, especially since my family is in business. They arrived home precisely at midnight. It was Wen Li's first visit to the Wen residence, and the villa was dimly lit by a few street lamps. The architecture was predominantly European, with white walls adorned by green climbing ivy and other greenery, punctuated by 2 3-meter-tall bronze-painted doors. Wen Li blinked as she stood before the grand entrance, lost in thought. Wen Xingming led her into the villa, and as soon as they stepped inside, Wen Li sensed an overwhelming aura of malice permeating the atmosphere, with black mist swirling in every corner. As they entered, the ominous energy seemed to flock to Wen Xingming, as if it recognized its master. With a swift motion, Wen Li raised her hand, a silvery light enveloping it, and upon contact with the black mist, it dissipated into nothingness. Wen Xingming, oblivious to what had just transpired, felt a fleeting sensation in his soul, as if he had heard something just before it vanished. "Where is the statue?"
"Ben Li inquirat."
"On the 3rd floor." Wen Xingming replied hastily, leading her to a room on the upper level. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit room that felt oppressively cold. Before them stood a palm-sized statue of Buddha, cast in an ancient bronze hue, its expression whimsical. With its right hand raised to its chest and an eerie smile adorning its face. This statue is problematic, Wen Li declared as she stepped closer to examine it. It does not belong to any Buddhist tradition. This isn't a statue? When Xingming was taken aback. Then let's get rid of it quickly. I didn't feel anything before. But now it seems increasingly sinister. It can't be discarded, Wen Li said, lowering her gaze to the statue, from which black energy began to leak, as if attempting to envelop her. This is merely an evil artifact, nurtured by malevolence in an underwater tomb. It is already latched onto you. Upon hearing this, Wen Xingming's face drained of color, and a chill ran down his spine. What will happen if it clings to me? You will ultimately meet a tragic end. Wen Xingming was so terrified that he could not utter a single word. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Wen Li cast her gaze downward for a brief moment, and in the next instant, she hurled the statue of Buddha to the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. With an air of indifference, Wen Li remarked, "It's sufficient to destroy it." Wen Xingming instinctively looked at the now broken statue, his back drenched in sweat, and slowly realized, is this truly the solution? Furthermore, I've been experiencing a string of misfortunes lately. Could it be that this statue is the source of my troubles? Wen Li nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Meng Chun has siphoned the fortune that rightfully belonged to you through this artifact. I harbor no grievances against him." Fists clenched tightly. Wen Xingming's eyes turned red with frustration. He found it incomprehensible why Meng Chun would resort to such actions. Was it merely out of jealousy? After all, Meng Chun had decent resources in the entertainment industry. With a bit more effort, he could establish a stable foothold. What could have prompted Meng Chun to act in such a manner? Wen Li suddenly recalled Zhou Xingyun's warning to never underestimate human nature. With the malevolent object destroyed, all fortunes would gradually return to their rightful owner. However, its presence had lingered for too long, and it would be wise for father and elder brother to spend some time outdoors, soaking up the sun. As she spoke, Wen Li crouched down to gather the shards of the statue, declaring, "I must take these back for disposal." Wen Xingming was eager for Wen Li to rid them of this harbinger of misfortune. Wen Li still had matters concerning the statue to attend to, and ultimately, they returned to the hotel late into the night. Yet, as the two bid farewell at the elevator, Wen Li noticed the ominous aura surrounding Wen Xingming intensifying. Furrowing her brow, she pondered whether this malevolent energy was unrelated to the statue. With this thought in mind, she became increasingly vigilant regarding Wen Xingming's condition. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, without any incidents. Conversely, Meng Chun found himself increasingly beleaguered over the past few days, with the crew expressing their grievances over his erratic behavior, creating a stark contrast to how things had been during the initial filming. The summer heat in City A was already oppressive, and under the sweltering outdoor conditions, everyone was clad in short sleeves, beads of sweat trickling down. Yet Meng Chun continued to falter, repeatedly failing to deliver even the simplest of performances. Anxious, he glanced apologetically at the crew. "It must be the heat affecting my performance. Let us endure a little longer and try again." Disheartened murmurs arose from the crowd. The entire production was being dragged down by Meng Chun, who, aside from uttering apologies, didn't even provide them with a glass of water amidst the scorching heat. Seeing this, Van Tong could no longer remain passive, stating, "The outdoor temperature is 40 degrees. Let everyone rest this afternoon. We'll shoot some night scenes when it cools down." Meng Chun's expression darkened, but he suppressed his frustration. However, once back in his hotel room, he unleashed his pent-up feelings on his assistant. He had hoped that his performance would improve by nightfall, yet it remained lackluster, akin to the day's dismal outcomes. What has happened to Meng Chun over these past 2 days? He used to perform exceptionally well. How is he now unable to handle such straightforward scenes? The clock struck 3 in the morning, and they had only filmed 2 takes. Exhausted, he longed to return and rest. Forget it. It appears we'll be up all night. Upon overhearing the murmurs of the crew, Meng Chun's expression darkened further. He yearned to understand what had transpired. In the past, he could effortlessly satisfy both the director and the audience with his performances, yet now even the simplest scenes required multiple retakes. Unsurprisingly, they filmed 3 scenes straight through to 5 o'clock the next morning. With more filming scheduled for the following day, the actors had no time to return to their hotels. Fortunately, there were always staff members staying overnight at the set, allowing the various actors and crew to huddle together for rest. Wen Xingming had initially intended to arrange for someone to escort Wen Li back, but she firmly declined. Observing her determination, he reluctantly permitted her to sleep in his lounge, sparing her from cramming with the other actors in the common area. Under the night sky, a few scattered stars hung from the branches, and the darkened heavens enveloped everything in a profound silence, broken only by the occasional sound of cars shutting off outside the set. In a state of half-sleep, Wen Li was roused by a crackling noise near her ear, accompanied by chaotic sounds from outside. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Flames danced around her in a fiery orange hue, thick clouds of black smoke billowed above the room. The lounge was ablaze. Chapter 18. Hua Yinghuai returns. The flames had encircled Wen Li, but there was no time for contemplation. She sprang to her feet, quickly scanning for Wen Xingming. The lounge measured approximately 30 square meters and was constructed entirely of wood. With the fire erupting suddenly, the temperature soared, and the electrical wiring began to ignite uncontrollably. Thankfully, she was not far from Wen Xingming, and she held her breath as she rushed out. "Second brother," Wen Li called out, slapping Wen Xingming's face to rouse him. Slowly, he awoke, inhaling deeply, only to be met with the acrid smoke that made him cough until tears streamed down his face. "What is happening?" he croaked, his throat raw and painful. The sound of crackling intensified, and in terror, Wen Xingming glanced around, exclaiming, "Can we still escape?" Without hesitation, Wen Li lifted him from the lounge chair, her dark eyes scanning for an escape route, but the flames roared all around them, leaving no glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded behind her. Turning, she saw a wooden beam collapsing towards them. "We must flee. This room is going to collapse." With concern etched on her face, she regarded the ominous aura surrounding Wen Xingming and, without a second thought, hoisted the 185-meter tall man onto her shoulder. Wen Xingming, stunned and disoriented, found himself engulfed in flames. Though he was lean, he had maintained a fit physique through years of training, and he found it bewildering that she could simply lift him. "Wait. Have you seen my assistant?" he suddenly asked. Wen Li paused, shaking her head. "I searched the room earlier and saw no one." She coughed, her throat burning, lowering her voice, "Do not speak." Yet the flames crept closer, and Wen Li's keen ears detected the sound of water hoses outside. After a brief moment, Wen Xingming also heard it and exclaimed with joy, "The rescue team has arrived. We are saved." "It may be too late." Wen Li set him down, gazing at the precarious beams above. Her tone turned cold. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous crash echoed overhead. Instinctively, she threw all her talismans upwards and shielded Wen Xingming beneath her. In an instant, the entire room collapsed, transforming into a pile of rubble. Outside, Fan Tong watched as the flames continued to blaze, his face draining of color. "It's over. They're gone, and his production is finished." At the airport, Hua Yinghuai successfully secured an international project on the 5th day and, thinking of Wen Li at home, he hurriedly boarded a flight to City A. The 13-hour journey did not weary him. As soon as the plane landed, he instructed his secretary to drive him to Wen Li's set. Hua Yinghuai harbored concerns that Wen Li might be too naive and could be taken advantage of on set. However, just as he awaited his car, he saw his secretary rushing towards him, panic etched across his face. "Boss, something has happened to Miss Wen Li." Hua Yinghuai's expression changed instantly. 30 minutes later, the black Maybach sped across the elevated bridge, racing towards the outskirts of the filming location. Hua Yinghuai hurriedly exited the vehicle and indeed spotted fire trucks and ambulances at the scene. A sense of dread gripped his heart as he quickened his pace, leaving his secretary trailing behind, struggling to keep up. Hua Yinghuai inquired along the way and finally arrived at the site of the incident. At this moment, the flames had been extinguished, and the wooden structure had been reduced to a pile of charred remains. In the ruins, wisps of steam continued to rise, while the rescue personnel tirelessly cleared away the scorched timber with their bare hands. Hua Yinghuai maneuvered through the crowd and immediately spotted Zhou Xingyun and Fan Tong seated on the wet ground. "Where is Wen Li?" Hua Yinghuai's voice pierced the air with urgency. Zhou Xingyun, his eyes reddened, stared at Hua Yinghuai, momentarily believing it to be an illusion. How could Hua Yinghuai be here? "Zhou Xingyun, what is the situation? Has Wen Li come out?" The cause of the fire remained unclear, and his only concern was for Wen Li's safety, not wishing to delve into other responsibilities. Yet, despite his attempts to maintain composure, his voice trembled slightly. Wen Li is still inside." Zhou Xingyun, slow to realize, pointed towards the nearby ruins, and in that instant, all his emotions erupted. When he received the call from Fan Tong, Zhou Xingyun could scarcely believe it. By the time he arrived at the scene with utmost haste, the entire room had already become a wreckage. Wen Li's assistant could no longer contain herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone out with Xiao Fei, perhaps this would never have happened. At that moment, both were asleep, and she had thought to step out with Wen Xingming's assistant to buy breakfast. Who could have known that upon returning, the house would be ablaze? Honghuai, upon hearing this, felt a ringing in his ears, unable to comprehend what they were saying. Just before boarding the plane, Wen Li had been messaging him, saying that she could undergo the paternity test tomorrow and would return home afterward. Having traversed thousands of kilometers to this bustling metropolis, all Wen Li desired was to go home. Just one day more, and she would have been back. Honghuai's heart constricted painfully, almost rendering him breathless. Yet when he opened his eyes again, his tone shifted to one of unwavering determination. Wen Li has not yet found her family. She cannot possibly be dead. The young girl had proven her remarkable strength by saving him time and again, and surely she would be able to save herself.
With that,
Honghuai turned on his heel and joined the rescue team in sifting through the debris. As dawn broke, heralded by the first light of day, an exultant voice arose from the crowd. "We've found her. She is alive." Chapter 19. The malice of Wen Sairu. Upon hearing the announcement, Honghuai instinctively turned around. And indeed, amidst the rubble, he spotted a darkened figure, Wen Li. She was covered head to toe in the color of charcoal. Yet her strikingly clear black and white eyes stood out vividly among the throng. As she glanced around, surprise flickered across her face upon seeing Honghuai, followed by a charming smile. Soon, both were rescued from the wreckage. It was a miracle that they had survived beneath the collapsed, searing timber. But due to the layers of soot covering both Wen Li and Wen Xingming, the rescue doctors could only cautiously lift them onto stretchers for examination at the hospital. Meanwhile, Wen Yanchu, having received the news, rushed to the hospital. By the time he arrived, the duo had completed their examinations, and the heads of various departments had gathered, marveling at the miracle. Not only had they been buried for nearly 2 hours in intense heat without any burns or even signs of asphyxiation, but they had also emerged without so much as a scratch from the heavy timber that had collapsed. If this were to be spoken of, few would believe it. The two miraculous survivors sat outside in the corridor, while Honghuai sent them 2 sets of clothing. After their brief wash-up, Wen Yanchu regarded his brother, still shaken, and then cast a surprised glance at Honghuai. He had not anticipated that Honghuai would now be Wen Li's guardian. At that moment, Wen Xingming seemed to regain his composure and, after staring at Wen Yanchu for a while, quipped, "Brother, if it weren't for Wen Li today, I might have turned to ashes. We ought to express our heartfelt gratitude." As the house collapsed, he had believed he would meet his demise as well. But Wen Li had swiftly thrown out several talismans and shielded him from the brunt of the force. Expecting certain death, he had felt no discomfort during the 2 hours spent buried beneath the rubble. The profound impact of her selfless act in the face of danger stirred something deep within Wen Xingming. Regardless of what others may think, from this moment on, Wen Li is undoubtedly my sister. As Wen Xingming continued to lament to his older brother, Wen Yanchu attempted to interject several times. Yet Wen Xingming seized every opportunity to speak, leaving him with no chance to respond. They were oblivious to the pale-faced Wen Sairu standing nearby. "Second brother." After what felt like an eternity, Wen Sairu finally spoke, her eyes betraying a hint of hurt. Wen Xingming turned, surprised to see her. "What are you doing here?" Wen Sairu did not answer but instead confronted him. "What did you mean by that remark earlier?" Wen Xingming was at a loss for words. He wished to convey that he had no ulterior motives. However, memories of Wen Sairu abandoning him to avoid danger, which nearly cost him his life, and how even Wen Li, a mere outsider, had sought to comfort him during the recent online backlash, made him realize that his once-beloved sister had not even bothered to inquire about his well-being. Moreover, in the wake of his near-fatal experience, Wen Sairu's concern did not extend to his injuries, but rather, she questioned whether he considered her part of the Wen family, like an adversary. Suddenly, Wen Xingming felt as though he had never truly understood Wen Sairu. He chose to sit in silence, his face cold and unyielding. Wen Sairu's heart sank, panic creeping in. Yet, having grown accustomed to the affection of her family, she mistakenly interpreted his silence as tacit agreement with her words. "Second brother. Upon seeing the news of your injury online, I rushed here. What you said earlier hurt me deeply." Wen Sairu delicately wiped away a tear, her tone feigning generosity as she added, "But I have chosen to forgive you." She believed her brother would be profoundly moved and that he would comfort her afterward. However, After a prolonged wait, all eyes in the corridor were fixed on her with complex expressions. Wen Xingming's gaze was one of disbelief. He could not fathom why he should seek Wen Xiru's forgiveness. Disappointment washed over Wen Xingming's face. "I survived a fire. And your first reaction was not concern but reproach?" Wen Xiru quickly grasped the gravity of her mistake, her face paling as she hastily shook her head.
I didn't mean it like that.
In the days leading up to the paternity test, she had been plagued by nightmares every night. She was acutely aware of her uncertain position within the Wen family. Otherwise, she would not have panicked and spoken out of turn when Wen Xingming mentioned recognizing Wen Li as a sister. Wen Xiru attempted to explain, but the disappointed expressions on the brothers' faces made her feel as though any words she uttered would only deepen the misunderstanding. Finally, it was Wen Yanxu who stepped forward. "We are all family. Let us refrain from saying hurtful things in the future." Then, turning to Wen Li, he gazed at her familiar features, his tone unexpectedly softening. "Thank you for saving my brother today." Wen Li hurriedly waved her hand. "Wen Xingming is also my brother. He is very important to me. If something were to happen to him, her own ruin would soon follow." Unaware of the underlying reasons, Wen Xingming felt tears welling in his eyes upon hearing Wen Li's words. Wen Yanxu's fondness for Wen Li deepened, and he unexpectedly remarked, "Our family has a significant project coming up. After our father meets with the overseas partners tomorrow, I will ensure that arrangements are made for your paternity test." Suddenly, Wen Yanxu considered that if the young girl were indeed related to them by blood, it would not be a matter of contention. Moreover, his promise to Wen Li had not been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been sparked by a memory of something their youngest brother, Wen Yu, had said long ago. When their mother was giving birth to a sister, he and Wen Xingming had been at school, while the youngest, Wen Yu, who was still in kindergarten, had returned home early and coincidentally encountered their mother in labor. Wen Yu was also the only one who had ever held his sister. However, when he encountered her for the second time, he insisted that the child in their mother's arms was not his sister. A month had elapsed since Wen Yu last saw his sister, and being so young, no one took a 4-year-old's words seriously. 17 years later, he had completely forgotten this incident until the moment he laid eyes on Wen Li, which evoked a newfound curiosity within him. Yet, after investigating the matter from that year, he concluded that with the layers of care in the hospital, the likelihood of a child being swapped was exceedingly slim. Thus, the truth would undoubtedly be revealed once the paternity test was concluded. However, a more pressing concern loomed. Why had the room caught fire? Hua Yinghuai sat on a chair in the hospital corridor, holding a damp towel that Wen Li had used to dry her hair, and remarked nonchalantly, "It is most likely man-made." All eyes turned toward him. Wen Li nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I calculated for Wen Xingming, and within 7 days, there shall be bloodshed. Today marks precisely the 7th day. Is that why you've been following me around these days?" Wen Xingming finally grasped the situation, his eyes wide with shock. Wen Li was merely practicing lines with her teacher. She could easily learn in the comfort of an air-conditioned hotel room. Yet she chose to remain by his side at all times, even silently enduring countless mosquito bites. Was all of this truly for him? Tears welled in Wen Xingming's eyes, his heart overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion that transcended mere gratitude. Even Wen Yanxu was taken aback. He had researched Wen Li and knew she was a Taoist disciple who had traveled thousands of kilometers to City A after her master's passing. He initially believed she merely possessed some deceptive tricks, attributing her previous rescue of Xingming to coincidence. However, the repeated occurrences could not simply be coincidental. Did Wen Li suspect that someone in the crew harbored intentions to harm Xingming? Wen Li shook her head. "I cannot deduce that, but second brother emanates a sinister aura. And the simultaneous presence of such ominous energy cannot be a mere accident." Wen Yanxu understood. "I will investigate thoroughly." Almost no one noticed the venomous gaze cast by Wen Xizhou upon Wen Li after he addressed her as Little Li. Chapter 20. Capturing the culprit. Only Hua Yinghuai observed Wen Xizhou, gradually inching closer to Wen Li. Meanwhile, news of Wen Xingming's fire incident surged once more on social media. The crew's inferno had been substantial, and the paparazzi stationed outside could hardly have missed it. Some had even stealthily infiltrated to capture footage. The online community erupted in reaction. "Although I despise Wen Xingming, he doesn't deserve death. We only jest if he perished. Who would we mock? Who knows what the situation is now? I hope no one is charred beyond recognition. Despite our usual criticisms, he is undeniably handsome. It would be a shame if he were disfigured. Disfigurement would be fortunate. Surviving it all would be a blessing. Burns are the most terrifying. The subsequent treatment is sheer torment. The building collapsed. There's no way they could have survived. What a pity." Wen Xingming scrolled through the comments, astonished to find a section filled with support. Contemplating this, he silently sat beside Wen Li, raising his phone and capturing a photo before she could react.
Click.
Upon hearing the sound, Wen Li looked up and Wen Xingming hastily explained, "Many fans are concerned for our well-being. I'm sending them a photo to assure them." Wen Li tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with astonishment. "You still have fans?" She had thought that his millions of followers were merely detractors who followed him to berate him. After all, their mutual following had previously resulted in her being unjustly criticized. A situation she had to have Zhou Xingyun meticulously clean up. "You underestimate me," Wen Xingming retorted, "back in the day. My fans could line up from Tiananmen Square to the Siberian steppe. The number of fans could orbit the Earth at least 3 times. Wen Li glanced at him, too polite to burst his bubble. Shortly thereafter, Wen Xingming posted their photo on Weibo, captioning it, "Thanks for the concern. I'm still alive. Wen Li. I'm grateful to the great benefactor for saving my life. Surviving this calamity surely brings blessings. Fans, haters. Didn't you die? Wait, you've resurrected? Didn't they say you were buried in the fire? The videos showed the building had collapsed, and you were dug out from the ruins? Dude. Today isn't even your 7th day." Wen Xingming's miraculous return astounded netizens, particularly since he had specifically tagged Wen Li, prompting many to click on her profile. Wen Li's Weibo account currently boasted 3,000 followers with only 2 posts, one promoting her new drama and role, and the other identical to the pinned tweet featuring her photo with Wen Xingming. The crowd. Clearly, these two are up to no good. Colluding together, confirmed. Wait, does the symbol have any significance? Rumor has it that several haters stepped in dog feces after cursing them. Is that true? However, to be fair, I never noticed Wen Li before. After seeing the poster, I think she is even more beautiful than the lead actress. Her aura is truly unique. Our Ning Ning is also beautiful. Thank you very much. No need for comparisons. Following this, Wen Li's comment section became a battleground. With just one conceptual poster, her fan count skyrocketed by 100,000, successfully completing Weibo verification. The next day, when Ting Song arrived at the paternity testing center as promised, dressed in a tailored suit, his hair was slightly disheveled, and dark circles under his eyes betrayed a lack of rest from his flight. Upon landing, he had heard his eldest son recount the previous day's events, and upon seeing Wen Li, his attitude noticeably softened. Each time he traveled for work, he would bring gifts for Wen Xizhou, but this time, he had one for Wen Li as well. "Thank you for saving Xingming," Wen Ting Song said softly, sincerity evident in his tone. Yet, Wen Li blinked and replied candidly, "Soon, we will all be family. There's no need for such formality." With that, she handed the gift to Huang Huai for safekeeping. Huang Huai stood beside Wen Li, silent throughout, allowing her to take the lead. When Ting Song noticed Huang Huai and expressed his surprise, "Ing Huai, what brings you here?" "Little Li is my savior. She is currently staying at my home," Huang Huai replied. When Ting Song was even more astonished, Huang Huai, outwardly gentle yet inherently cold, surprised him by allowing Wen Li to reside under the same roof. The two families maintained a cordial relationship. Huang Huai was the decisive patriarch of the Hu family. Therefore, after their pleasantries, they transitioned into the matter at hand. Under the staff's guidance, they proceeded with the paternity test. Wen Li had anticipated an immediate announcement, but to her disappointment, the staff chuckled and stated, "The results from that day are not immediately actionable. The quickest turnaround will take 3 days." Wen Li felt a twinge of disappointment, murmuring, "I thought technology had advanced so rapidly. Turns out it's not faster than fortune-telling." Hearing this, Wen Ting Song twitched his lips but remained silent. At that moment, when Xizhou also emerged after providing her samples, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had endured great distress. When Ting Song felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter. "Xizhou, don't overthink it." Though she felt resentful, when Xizhou replied obediently, "I trust you, Dad. Later, I'll have Zhang Ma prepare your favorite 4 happiness meatballs. How does that sound?" When Ting Song coaxed. When Xizhou forced a smile, appearing pale, "All right." After bidding farewell to her family, Wen Li watched the ostentatious Rolls-Royce recede into the distance, only to regain her senses moments later. "Huang Huai, today I crave for 4 happiness meatballs." Huang Huai felt a tremor in his heart and lowered his head slightly. Though he could not discern Wen Li's expression at that moment, he sensed her discomfort. Rubbing his fingers through his hair, Huang Huai nodded. "All right, let us indulge in a generous portion today." Wen Li cautioned, "Do not let my manager find out." Huang Hui found her request both amusing and perplexing. He surmised he would acquiesce to anything she said. After relishing the meatballs, Huang Hui escorted Wen Li back to the hotel. The film crew was still under investigation, and both Wen Li and Wen Xingming were poised to undergo police questioning at any moment. Today, the police scrutinized the nearby surveillance footage and discovered that someone had stealthily smoked on set, carelessly discarding a still-lit cigarette, but onto the ground. 2 minutes later, sparks ignited on the dry lawn, leading to a rapid spread of flames that engulfed the electrical wires, resulting in a swift conflagration. However, the footage only captured a vague silhouette, making it impossible to identify the culprit. Yet, when Wen Li and Wen Xingming viewed the footage, they almost simultaneously exclaimed, "It's Meng Chun." Chapter 21. Meng Chun. Offline after uttering that name, Wen Li and Wen Xingming exchanged glances. Despite the video's ambiguity, Wen Li could still recognize Meng Chun from the indistinct figure. As for Wen Xingming, his aversion to Meng Chun meant he would recognize him even in ashes. Wen Xingming pointed out several indistinct details from the footage to the police, concluding, "I am certain the person in the video is Meng Chun." Wen Li nodded in agreement. "Officer, we have previously seen Meng Chun smoking." The police had already investigated which crew members were known to smoke. Almost everyone attested that Meng Chun did not smoke, and even he himself denied the accusation. For a star, smoking could be a grave issue. For Meng Chun, as an idol, it was tantamount to self-sabotage in his career. However, his denial in such circumstances was indeed suspicious. The police promptly acted and confronted Meng Chun in front of the crew. At that moment, Meng Chun was still clad in his costume, his anxiety heightened by the recent fire incident. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that there might be another cause for the fire. After all, the police had not sought him out since the initial inquiry. He never imagined they would come for him now. "Mr. Meng, we require your cooperation in our investigation. Please accompany us." Meng Chun's lips twitched, and he wanted to protest. But the sight of 4 or 5 officers rendered him speechless. "I am not the murderer. You have the wrong person. You would know if you conducted a proper investigation." The police remained professional. Meng Chun's face paled instantly as he realized the gravity of his situation. A day later, the A City Police abruptly announced across all platforms that a certain artist with the surname Meng had caused the crew's fire due to smoking and had confessed to his crime. Wen Xingming, already a figure of intrigue, found his notoriety escalating further with the revelation of the perpetrator, propelling the entire incident into a climactic frenzy. Meanwhile, Meng Chun's fans were left in shock. "Meng? Is there another artist with the surname Meng in the crew? Surely the police are not referring to our brother? Meng Chun, you need to come out and clarify. The A City Police's mention of a Meng artist cannot possibly be you, right? Rest assured, it definitely isn't our brother. Chun doesn't smoke, don't worry. The police must be acting maliciously, deliberately targeting Meng Chun. I heard Wen Xingming is a rich second generation. His relationship with Meng Chun has always been fraught. Could he be using this incident to sabotage him?" Wen Xingming was nearly infuriated by the conspiracy theories circulating online. "I am upright in my conduct. Even if I dislike Meng Chun, I would never resort to such despicable tactics." Wen Li reassured him, "Second brother, do not let it trouble you. His misfortune signifies the return of your rightful fortune. You shall surpass him in due time." Last night, as Wen Li gazed at the shattered Buddha statue she had tucked away, she noticed that the lingering malevolence had dissipated completely. The statue had become as worthless as roadside debris, no longer capable of causing harm. Yet, Wen Xingming remained discontented. But some things once occurred cannot be undone. Even if I disregard others' opinions, the scornful gazes and venomous slurs can pierce like daggers. Even if the truth were to surface one day, he would forever bear the burden of scandal. Wen Li, noticing the redness in Wen Xingming's eyes, earnestly stated, "But the truth must prevail. I shall always stand by my family." Wen Xingming met her gaze. Her eyes, pure and earnest, glimmered beneath long, thick lashes, reflecting unwavering conviction. Wen Xingming felt a lump in his throat. Aside from family, Wen Li was the first to steadfastly stand by him after the incident. Amidst the online uproar, the situation culminated in director Fan's unilateral announcement of the termination of his contract with Meng Chun via Weibo. Initially, Meng Chun's fans were furious, but they soon realized that his management company remained utterly silent, while the A City Police had been tweeting for hours without any response from Meng Chun or his company. It became clear to the fans that they had been naive. "I have unfollowed. Why did you smoke? Why didn't you step up and admit it after the incident? So disappointing. After years of support, I realize I have idolized a scoundrel. Nevertheless, Some fans felt that the matter was not as dire.
To them.
It seemed that as long as no one was harmed, their brother could simply explain himself and apologize for his mistakes. What was there to fuss about? But what if Wen Xingming had died? I am waiting for Chen to clarify. I will always believe in his character. Do you think everyone shares the dubious character of that certain one? And even if Chen smoked, he is an adult. With such a packed schedule, the pressure must be immense. What is wrong with having a smoke? We will forgive him for any mistakes. Deluded fans are being absurd. There were many dubious points regarding the Wen Xingming PC incident, and he even shared his clean criminal record. Do not be so gullible. Now that you mention it, I too felt as if I were brainwashed, obsessively defending Wen Xingming. Sister, finally someone articulates my sentiments. Lately, I feel bewitched. Meng Chen is merely average-looking and not even in my aesthetic, yet I inexplicably adore him and have spent considerable money on merchandise. It now seems baffling. As netizens exchanged thoughts and discovered many shared similar experiences, the discussions intensified. Amidst the fervor, a female influencer suddenly posted a Weibo update. This influencer, boasting 3 million followers and striking beauty, was recognized as the same individual involved in the Wen Xingming PC incident. Why is she coming forward to apologize now? The netizens instinctively clicked on her post, only to be engulfed in unprecedented outrage upon reading it. A year prior, she had merely been a small streamer. When her father fell ill, requiring exorbitant medical expenses, she found herself in dire straits and unexpectedly crossed paths with Meng Chen. Initially, he had treated her kindly, bringing gifts on their dates, leading her to believe she had fallen in love. However, Meng Chen soon began to frequently mention Wen Xingming, disparaging him as ill-tempered and wealthy, claiming that despite being the captain, the company favored Wen Xingming. After hearing this repeatedly, the influencer began to harbor disdain for Wen Xingming. Consequently, when Meng Chen suggested revenge against him, she unwittingly agreed, without hesitation. Meng Chen colluded with the hotel manager to manipulate the surveillance footage, fabricating the illusion that Wen Xingming had entered the wrong room and subsequently drugged the water he was to drink. When Wen Xingming awoke, he found himself lying beside her, with the media gathered at the bedside, incessantly capturing the moment with their cameras. Subsequently, she bit Wen Xingming to death, although the police could find no evidence. In the eyes of the fans, Wen Xingming was merely a subpar artist. As anticipated, Wen Xingming's career plummeted and resources dwindled, whereas Meng Chen soared like a rock, becoming a highly sought-after star. Fans. Upon reading the 3,000-word essay posted by the female internet celebrity, both sets of fans and detractors were left in bewilderment. So, Wen Xingming was wronged at that time. As a bystander, this intricate scheme feels exceedingly dark. I cannot fathom how Wen Xingming endured that ordeal. Your good brother's character is concerning, Meng Chen. Now he has another charge against him. I hope to hear you sing Tears Behind Bars at the New Year's Gala in prison. We all owe Su Xingming an apology. Wen Xingming was inundated with a plethora of inexplicable apologies. Upon tracing the source, he felt no exhilaration, his heart surprisingly tranquil. The belated truth was no longer a form of justice. The wounds etched upon his heart would forever bear scars. With calm composure, Wen Xingming closed his Weibo account. During this time, his company bombarded him with calls, particularly his manager, but Wen Xingming unhesitatingly hung up. Wen Li, noticing the online comments, quickly messaged Wen Xingming, "Shall we go out to celebrate?" Without hesitation, Wen Xingming replied, "Sure, you treat." Wen Li stared at the screen, hesitating. And after 10 minutes of internal conflict, she slowly typed a few words. "All right, let us go to that skewer's place we visited before. It's quite affordable." Wen Xingming's initially lackluster mood brightened upon seeing Wen Li's delayed response. The tardy revelation of truth seemed to bear some merit after all. At least it might compel the miser to spend some money on him. Fan Tong observed the online comments, his emotions akin to a roller coaster, and the next day, he unexpectedly approached the hotel to inquire whether they wished to continue their participation in the project. Wen Li feared that Fan Tong intended to expel her. Having witnessed the darker side of the entertainment industry, "That is not my intention," Fan Tong hurriedly explained. "I was merely concerned about the shock to both of you." For the past few days, Fan Tong had been under immense stress. He had not anticipated encountering such explosive events. Reminiscent of the last time he experienced such intensity 18 years ago while recording a children's program. Overthinking was a headache. Fortunately, both Wen Li and Wen Xingming expressed their desire to continue participating, especially Wen Xingming. "Now that my most disliked rival has entered the fray, why should I leave?" With Meng Chen gone, He now held the highest status within the crew. Who could possibly cause him trouble henceforth? Fan Tong sighed with relief. That's good. That's good.
Now.
He merely needed to swiftly find another male lead. Fan Tong silently pondered, inadvertently voicing his thoughts aloud. When he looked up, he found Wen Li gazing at him, hesitating to speak. That look, that demeanor, stirred a sense of familiarity within Fan Tong, causing his beleaguered heart to race. What's wrong? Wen Li cast a deep glance and earnestly advised, Director, perhaps you should also consider scouting for a leading lady. Fan Tong. Wen Li revealed, the leading lady is due for some misfortune soon. Fan Tong. Later, following the unexpected success of Qian Shanling, crew members reported that their director returned that day, weeping while clutching his beer belly. Chapter 22. No blood relation? 3 days swiftly passed. On the day the paternity test results were announced, everyone arrived early at the testing center. I'm sorry, the staff member said, presenting the written report to the assembly. Wen Li, who had been studying diligently, worried about unfamiliar words, so she brought Huanghai along. As Wen Li examined the thin sheets of paper, filled with many English letters she did not recognize, she eventually located her own portion. Upon reading the phrases stating that existing data and DNA analysis did not support Wen Tingsong as Wen Li's biological father, she was momentarily perplexed. What does this mean? Even a fool like Wen Li could infer the outcome, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you saying my dad is not my dad? The crowd, only Huanghai softly uttered an affirmative. As soon as the words left her lips, Wen Li declared adamantly, Impossible. My divinations have never been wrong. Hearing Wen Li's incredulous exclamations, Wen Xingming, who had come along, wished to console her. Earlier, the family had already investigated the possibility of a mix-up. Yet upon seeing the results, he felt a profound ache in his heart. Just as he was about to offer some comfort, when Cyrus interjected impatiently, Enough, Wen Li. The results are out. Are you still not convinced? Wen Li replied earnestly, The paternity test results must be erroneous. Are you suggesting foul play? The testing center was arranged by my brother. How could it be wrong? When Cyrus' face turned cold as she derisively retorted, I think you've gone mad with your desire to enter high society. With that energy,
You might as well seek out a wealthy patron.
Silence. When Cyrus, you have gone too far. Suddenly, 2 distinct voices pierced the corridor, causing Wen Cyrus' words to falter. Her eyes flashing with malice. The speakers were Wen Yanchu and Wen Xingming. Particularly, Wen Xingming's handsome face bore a shadow, his brows furrowed. Wen Cyrus laughed in anger. Am I mistaken? Whatever, she says, must be true. You believe such absurdity? Wen Xingming replied, She bears a resemblance to our mother. And we were previously strangers. Should we not conduct a paternity test? When Cyrus felt the opposing side's bias had reached an unprecedented level.
Dad.
Are you really going to indulge Wen Li's nonsense? When Cyrus suddenly asked. When Tingsong, staring at the test report, appeared dazed. Caught in a moment of uncertainty as he noted the resemblance between Wen Li and his deceased wife, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, his heart heavy with gloom.
Dad.
When Cyrus called out. When Tingsong looked up, he saw his daughter with tear-streaked cheeks, sobbing uncontrollably. The devoted father instantly panicked. Before Wen Tingsong could voice his stance, when Cyrus spoke, her tone laced with grievance. Since meeting Wen Li, you have favored her at every turn. I am the only daughter in this family. Have you ever considered my feelings? Observing the distressed expression on Wen Cyrus' face, Wen Tingsong hurriedly reassured her, I apologize for not considering your feelings. Saying this, he gently patted Wen Cyrus' back in a gesture of comfort. A slight triumphant smile flickered at the corners of Wen Cyrus' mouth, though her expression remained obscured from the other's view. I harbor no resentment towards Dad, or my brother. When Cyrus lowered her eyes, her speech somewhat stuttering. Though I lack memories of my mother, I have seen her photographs, and Wen Li does resemble her. I am merely a bit aggrieved. True to her name, when Cyrus spoke in a delicate tone, whether questioning or in casual conversation, even when faced with a fiery temperament, she instinctively subdued the atmosphere. Generous and kind-hearted, Wen Cyrus was synonymous with benevolence, achieving 3 million fans within merely 6 months of her debut, without relying on family support. Now, her feigned graciousness, coupled with her apparent distress, tugged at Wen Tingsong's heartstrings, leading him to question whether he had overlooked Wen Cyrus during the turmoil surrounding Wen Li. Yet, Wen Xingming could not comprehend Wen Tingsong's feelings. Though he cherished his sister, he had been repeatedly let down by Wen Cyrus in recent days. Thus, his current demeanor appeared to him as mere petulance. Who among the family had ever been overly close to Wen Li, aside from himself? The only impulsive action had been his brother's sudden agreement to undergo the paternity test. Nevertheless, had not Wen Siru tacitly accepted that at the time? Aware that his dissatisfaction with Wen Siru might cloud his judgment, Wen Xingming nevertheless felt that her earlier words to Wen Li had been excessively harsh. Yet, now that Wen Siru had softened, he could not bring himself to chastise her further, instead casting an apologetic glance towards Wen Li. Wen Li repeatedly scrutinized the 2 pages of paper before her, a sense of disbelief lingering as she reiterated, "This identification result must be erroneous." The staff member from the identification center, exuding patience, listened as Wen Li persistently questioned the testing methodology, expressing her dissatisfaction. "The report cannot possibly be flawed. Should you have any reservations, we can conduct the test once more." "No need," interjected Wen Tingsong, his tone resolute. "There is no requirement for a retest. This report is sufficient." Under Wen Li's perplexed gaze, Wen Tingsong gradually spoke. "Wen Li, we have accompanied you through the paternity test, and as you can see from the results, there exists no blood relation between us. Thus, I hope you refrain from disturbing us in the future."
Dad.
Wen Xingming exclaimed in a sudden frenzy, "What do you mean by not wishing to be disturbed? Wen Li risked her life to save me. How can that be inconsequential?" Wen Tingsong replied, "I will provide her with a sum of money." Wen Xingming furrowed his brow. Can a life-saving grace be resolved with money? Before he could elaborate further, Wen Tingsong rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms, and spoke in a detached manner. "Let us depart." As they exited, Wen Siru brushed past Wen Li. Witnessing the astonishment in Wen Li's eyes brought an inexplicable thrill to her heart. Fortuitously, she had prepared herself in advance. Otherwise, today might have seen her unceremoniously cast out. A vague and inscrutable smile graced Wen Siru's lips. Just as the Wen family was about to descend the staircase, a tall man clad in a black suit ascended, passing by them. "Mr. Hua, here are the documents you requested." Wen Li instantly recognized him as Hua's assistant. Gradually regaining her composure from the shock, she instinctively glanced at the materials being handed over, noticing the large characters on the paper announcing a paternity test report.
Whose is this?
Wen Li felt a nagging suspicion that it pertained to her. Hua remained silent, extending a hand to gently ruffle Wen Li's fluffy hair, akin to soothing a small kitten, but withdrew his hand within mere seconds. He then turned to the final page of the report, and for the first time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his usually impassive lips, akin to ice thawing in winter. "Wait," Hua called out, halting the Wen family as they prepared to leave. Wen Siru was the first to turn back. Standing on the staircase, she gazed up at Hua, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment that sent a chill down her spine, simultaneously igniting a sense of foreboding within her. "Mr. Wen, I also possess a copy of the paternity test report concerning you and Wen Li. Would you care to take a look?" Chapter 23. Homecoming. Wen Tingsong felt an odd sensation wash over him, yet inexplicably found himself accepting the report handed over by Hua's assistant. Upon scrutinizing the final details, his fingers trembled, and the thin paternity report fluttered to the ground like a feather. Wen Siru leaned down to glance at the document, and, upon realizing that it confirmed Wen Tingsong as Wen Li's biological father, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The 2 brothers of the Wen family also caught sight of the report in their father's hands. Wan Yanchu crouched down to retrieve the document, his sharp gaze directed at Hua as he questioned, "What does this mean?" Hua replied apologetically, "The hair sample was obtained 3 days ago when Mr. Wen returned from abroad. I refrained from informing you earlier to avoid the situation we find ourselves in today." Wen Tingsong fell silent, yet internally, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the evidence lay starkly before him. Hua was not the type to deceive him, nor would he fabricate a false paternity test report for a lie that could easily be unraveled. Thus, the daughter he had raised for 17 years was not his own, while his true daughter had endured a life of hardship, lost to the world. When Tingsong looked at Wen Li's frail figure, momentarily rendered speechless by sorrow. Yet, Wen Li felt elated. She had always believed her instincts were remarkably accurate, never having erred in her predictions. "Hua, thank you," she expressed sincerely. "Do not mention it. Had it not been for Wen Li's selfless act to save me, that note with the addresses of her relatives would not have been soaked in water. Moreover, even without my intervention, given Wen Li's talents, it would not be long before she found her family." Hua instinctively reached out once more, pausing as his hand hovered above Wen Li's head before gently descending. Observing the scene, when Ro's complexion drained of color, her lips pressed tightly together as panic surged within her. How had circumstances spiraled into this? With the true heiress of the Wen family returned, what would become of her? Would the Wen family still accept her? How would others perceive her? When Ro's heart raced, her face paling. No, she absolutely could not leave the Wen family. How could this happen? Tears suddenly cascaded down Wen Ro's cheeks, resembling a kite severed from its string, on the verge of collapse. Only then did Wen Tingsong recall Wen Ro, his years of affection evident. As he noticed her swaying form, seeing her in such distress, he instinctively turned his attention toward her. Wen Ro, sensing his gaze, crumpled to the ground in a heap. Wen Tingsong supported her, and as he lowered his head, he found her face awash with tears. Ro, he murmured softly. Dad, Wen Li is your daughter, but what about me? Wen Ro suddenly cried, covering her face. It is all my fault. I have occupied Wen Li's rightful place as the Wen family's heiress for 17 long years. Why did it have to come to this? Her words dripped with sorrow, a cascade of heated tears spilling from her fingertips into the crook of her arm. Who could witness this without feeling sympathy? Wen Ro believed that the Wen family would undoubtedly be moved by her plight. Yet, despite her throat burning from tears, neither Wen Tingsong nor his two sons stepped forward to console her. Caught in her despair, Wen Ro found herself at a loss. Beneath her hands, her eyes burned with resentment. Was blood relation truly more significant than 17 years of companionship? Wen Li had yet to return home. Yet this group had already begun to rally around her. Unbeknownst to her, the hearts of Wen Tingsong and his two sons were similarly tumultuous, leaving them little room to concern themselves with Wen Ro's emotions. Mr. Wen, just as the Wen family remained in shock, Huang Hui spoke slowly. This is not the time for you to falter. The results of the two reports differ. The staff member previously assured that the report would not be erroneous. This can only imply that someone has tampered with the report. Wen Tingsong immediately grasped the implication, his gaze fixating on the staff member who had been so confidently assured moments earlier. The employee, sensing the intensity of Wen Tingsong's stare, instinctively glanced at Wen Ro, cold sweat trickling down his brow. I do not know. Do not know. Wen Tingsong inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury boiling within him. Then we shall see you in court. The staff member's face turned pale, trembling as he attempted to speak. But the moment his gaze fell upon Wen Ro's menacing stare, he promptly fell silent. Wen Xingming, now fully aware of the situation, contacted the authorities to report the matter. By early morning, the director of the paternity testing center and relevant staff members were all brought to the police station. Once tranquility returned, the Wen family sat on plastic chairs, their heads bowed in contemplation, lost in their thoughts. Little Li. A hoarse voice broke the silence in the cold corridor. Wen Tingsong's words were barely audible, yet Wen Li heard him clearly. Both Wen Li and Wen Ro instinctively lifted their heads. Wen Ro's fists were clenched tightly, her expression dark. In contrast, Wen Li's starkly contrasting eyes sparkled with clarity as she gazed intently at Wen Tingsong. Wen Tingsong, observing Wen Li's delicate face, felt a pang in his heart, his nose tinged with warmth as he asked, "Would you like to return home with your father?" "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Li nodded eagerly, declaring, "My master foretold after his failed ascension that my remaining lifespan would be tied to you. He stated that our kinship is not yet fulfilled. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed for hours, traversing much of Huagua to find her way here." Now, as she looked at her father and brother seated before her, an indescribable sensation swelled within her heart. Yet one thing was certain. She absolutely wanted to go home. When Tingsong rose to his feet, brushing away the tears that threatened to spill, and walked over to Wen Li, gently patting her slender shoulder. "All right, let us return home." When Cyru's hands trembled, her downcast eyes glinting with a fierce light. On the way home, Wen Li sat by the window, gazing at the towering French parasol trees, the cicadas chirping resonating melodiously in her ears. As she boarded the car, her father and two brothers each handed her a bank card. It was only when the vehicle came to a halt in front of the European-style villa that Wen Li regained her composure. She had visited once before to address the issue concerning a statue, but back then, when Xingming was in a rush to return to filming, leaving her no time to truly appreciate the villa. Now, in the daylight, it appeared even more magnificent than at night. Through the car window, Wen Li observed the walls, adorned with climbing ivy and rose vines, stretching infinitely. The The white tiles were flanked by lush green lawns, the surrounding greenery meticulously trimmed, and a grand fountain in the middle, its waters cascading with a refreshing sound that offered a respite from the summer heat. Wen Li was in high spirits. As long as the Wen family remained unharmed, she could reside in such a splendid place indefinitely. Upon seeing the car stop at the entrance, the household staff promptly came out to greet them. At that moment, the entrance door swung open, and a woman clad in a teal qipao, her hair styled in voluminous waves, hurriedly emerged. "Darling, where have you been? I just returned from my trip and found no one at home, and you didn't respond to my messages." The woman immediately flung herself beside Wen Tingsong, her voice sweet yet her eyes darting towards the car. Su Yurong felt a sense of unease. Although Wen Tingsong often worked with the eldest son, he seldom returned with the second. Moreover, sitting in the car was Wen Sairu, who appeared quite distressed, her eyes red as if she had been crying. As a dutiful stepmother, Su Yurong understood that the men in the household could be fickle, yet their only daughter must be treated as a treasure. Thus, as soon as Wen Sairu alighted from the car, Su Yurong hastily expressed her concern, "Who has made our Sairu upset?" Su Yurong's words struck a nerve, and Wen Sairu's expression darkened immediately. Observing her daughter's reaction, Su Yurong's years of experience told her she had stepped into a minefield. A pang of anxiety surged through her, and she instinctively glanced at her husband, her eyes pleading for assistance. When Tingsong glanced at his wife and let out a soft sigh, he was in no mood for explanations. "Have someone prepare a room for her. The best room in the house," he simply instructed. Su Yurong was puzzled by her husband's sudden directive. But before she could voice her thoughts, a petite girl emerged from the car. Their gazes locked instantly. As she beheld the likeness between Wen Li and the Wen brothers, Su Yurong's mind momentarily stalled. Then, as if a light bulb had sparked, she began to grasp the implications. Her thoughts raced. Good heavens! Old Wen has a love child. Chapter 24. The clash of true and false daughters. Su Yurong, in her early 40s, bore no visible signs of age, appearing instead as a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s. Yet, among the sharp minds in the room, her wide eyes seemed somewhat naive, her thoughts plainly etched upon her face. Realizing that his wife had misconstrued the situation, Wen Tingsong was about to clarify, only to hear Su Yurong speaking earnestly to Wen Li. "Little girl, you seem like a decent person, but why not engage in honest pursuits? You see, our family leads a blissful life. Why force your way in? Happiness that is thrust upon one is seldom genuine." The crowd fell silent. Su Yurong, sensing the tension, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing she had misspoken once again. But a furtive glance at Wen Sairu's expressive face reassured her that perhaps, this time, she had indeed struck the right chord. If she could soothe her stepdaughter's feelings, the rest would be trivial matters. Su Yurong tilted her head to glance at her husband, her gaze scanning him with a tinge of disappointment. Old Wen treated her well enough, providing her with a monthly allowance of 500,000, but like many men, he was prone to coveting what he did not possess. The girl before her appeared to be of similar age to Wen Sairu, leading Su Yurong to suspect that Old Wen had indulged in infidelity during his youth. As such thoughts coursed through her mind, her expression grew increasingly animated. When she contemplated the despicable aspects, her body instinctively leaned away, silently nudging Wen Tingsong. Wen Tingsong felt a headache coming on. When he looked up, he nearly lost composure upon witnessing Su Yurong nodding, as though she were triumphant in exposing his vulnerability. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and spoke rapidly. "There is no illegitimate daughter. Sairu and Shaoli were switched at birth due to certain circumstances. Sairu is not a true member of the Wen family. Shaoli is the rightful heiress." Su Judong? Su Yurong's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing to comprehend Wen Tingsong's revelation. As she caught sight of the brothers' affirmative nods, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. After all these years of nurturing her daughter, she was suddenly told she had been mistaken, and, to make matters worse, she had just attempted to assert her authority over her new daughter? What a catastrophic turn of events. The more she pondered, the more despondent she felt, leading her to embrace Wen Tingsong and weep uncontrollably. Seeing her stepmother weep so sorrowfully, Wen Li, who was meeting her for the first time, pondered for a moment before offering a roll of tissues, stating earnestly, "Please don't cry." Su Yurong's sobs halted abruptly as she gazed at Wen Li's nonchalant demeanor, her heart swelling with emotion. Wen Li appeared gentle and amiable, someone who likely wouldn't vex a stepmother. Initially, Su Yurong had viewed Wen Li with disdain, but now she found her increasingly endearing. However, the next moment, Wen Li sweetly remarked, "Your smoky eye makeup has smudged. It's fading." Suzudong. It was over. Wen Li was asserting her dominance. What had started as a benign reminder took an unexpected turn. Wen Li could discern Su Yurong's character without needing to scrutinize her features. The stepmother's thoughts were transparently written on her face. Yet, she was not inherently malicious. Wen Li's impression of Su Yurong improved considerably, especially when the latter promptly arranged for Wen Sairu's room to be prepared for her. Upon learning of this, Wen Sairu was utterly astonished. Previously, everyone had catered to her, and her room had been the finest in the villa.
Now,
She was no longer the heiress of the Wen family, and Su Yurong's transformation was astonishingly swift. After all, as a stepmother, her marriage had been merely a means to care for Wen Sairu following her biological mother's passing. In Wen Sairu's eyes, this was no different from the household staff. "How dare you treat me this way when I haven't even been cast out?" Wen Sairu glared as her belongings were moved out one by one, her eyes genuinely reddening. Before long, the commotion drew the rest of the Wen family. Wen Li had initially been invited by Wen Xingming to his room for a gaming session but now emerged, clutching a large bucket of popcorn, munching absent-mindedly. Wen Tingsong, having grasped the conflict between the two, fell into a deep silence. The reasons behind the wrongful embrace remain elusive, and the whereabouts of Wen Sairu's parents are still unknown. Both emotionally and logically, he could not bring himself to expel her. Thus, his prior suggestion was for Su Yuru to prepare another room for Wen Li to reside in. However, it was evident that he had overestimated Su Yuru's capacity for understanding. Upon hearing Wen Tingsong's words, Su Yuru's stunningly beautiful face reflected a sense of grievance. "Was it not you who instructed me to prepare the finest room? All the rooms in the villa are quite similar, but Sairu's room is furnished with the best of everything. Furthermore, this room was originally meant for Wen Li." Wen Sairu immediately grasped the implications of this statement. Indeed, regardless of how Su Yuru may be viewed by others, she is officially recognized as Wen Tingsong's wife. Although people may murmur disdainfully behind her back, they would never dare to confront Su Yuru openly. And what of herself? She was merely an intruder, a usurper. A tight knot formed in Wen Sairu's chest, rendering her breathless.
Aunt Su was right.
With a pitiful tone, Wen Sairu remarked, "This room should belong to Xiao Li. I shall return it to her and take a guest room instead." After speaking, she wiped away her tears, initially intending to grasp Wen Li's hand. Yet, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Wen Li instinctively took a step back, leaving Wen Sairu grasping at air. Taken aback, Wen Sairu forced a bitter smile and said, "Xiao Li, I was unable to accept the reality before and was unkind to you. I will make amends going forward. The Wen family is a place she must remain." Wen Li, a simpleton from the mountains, is utterly unworthy of a wealthy family's daughter. In due time, the Wen family would come to realize how uncouth and unrefined Wen Li truly is, and they would understand just how exceptional she herself is. "I do not require your compensation," Wen Li replied coolly, disliking Wen Sairu and wishing to maintain her distance. The Wen family, to some extent, had been tainted by negativity, while she herself remained unblemished. Everything about Wen Sairu seemed peculiar, prompting Wen Li to ponder further. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed a glimmer of despair in Wen Sairu's eyes as she cried, "I am truly sorry, but I cannot bear to part with my father and brother. Regardless of the circumstances, I have spent 17 years with them. How can such deep bonds be severed so easily?" Wen Li immediately interrupted her melodrama. "It seems to me that you are more reluctant to part with the Wen family's wealth." Wen Sairu's sobs ceased abruptly as she looked up in shock, staring into Wen Li's pure eyes. She felt as though Wen Li could see directly into the depths of her soul, causing a cold sweat to break out along her spine. Wen Li was likely far more complex than she appeared. Beneath Wen Sairu's long lashes lay a wealth of resentment and malice as she clenched her thighs tightly, her voice trembling as she protested, "That was not my intention." Yet, Wen Li remained unyielding, thoughtfully considering, "I can understand your feelings." Wen Sairu was taken aback, her gaze lifting in surprise. Wen Li empathetically considered the situation and added, "If I were in your position, I would be even more reluctant to part with the Wen family's fortune. Having lived in poverty my entire life, I had hoped this would be my chance to rise to prosperity. However, it is unfortunate that I simply cannot bring myself to like you." As silence enveloped the room, Wen Li spoke candidly once more. Despite her words of disdain, there was no hint of hatred or animosity in her eyes. Wen Sairu's lips moved several times, ultimately casting a pleading glance at Wen Tingsong. "Dad," she implored, Before Wen Song could respond, a languid voice from his daughter interjected, "Dad, do you wish for Wen Siru to stay?" Chapter 25. Expelled from home when Song turned to meet his daughter's dark, expressive eyes. Though they were undeniably pure and innocent, he felt an inexplicable apprehension, as if a mere nod could incite her wrath. A chill ran down his spine, and his usually stoic expression softened as he hastily clarified, "I did not mean that." Thus, it was tacitly understood that Wen Siru would be leaving.
Wen Li nodded deliberately in affirmation.
When Siru's head snapped up, her lips trembling, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Wen Song. Ultimately unable to suppress a quiet sob, embodying a mix of resistance and helplessness. Seeing this, Wen Song felt an acute headache. His daughter had no tolerance for Wen Siru. The initial intention of fostering harmony between the two had quickly dissipated. As he hesitated, Wen Siru suddenly choked out, "Dad, please do not put me in a difficult position. I will leave." Her words drew the astonished gazes of all present. In a corner of the room, a middle-aged woman in a cleaning uniform felt a pang of sympathy at the sound of her voice, her resentful glare fixed upon Wen Li's back. A chill crept down Wen Li's spine, prompting her to turn instinctively, yet she found nothing amiss. With Wen Siru preparing to depart, Wen Li felt a surge of satisfaction, dismissing any concerns. At that moment, Wen Siru wiped her tear-streaked eyes, her thick lashes still adorned with droplets, her eyes red and puffy, presenting a picture of pitiful desolation. "I should not have expected familial affection. These 17 years as a wealthy young lady have been stolen from me, and it is only right that I return them now." Now trapped in a predicament, Wen Song clearly valued blood relations above all else. For this reason, she must endeavor to evoke his sympathy to the fullest extent. She then turned to Wen Li, saying, "Now I return my father and brother to you. I hope you understand."
Wen Li nodded in satisfaction.
Observing the tears that Wen Siru struggled to shed, finding it all rather peculiar. The next words caught in Wen Siru's throat, unable to surface, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lowering her head, her eyes filled with resentment, she cautiously stated, "I will relinquish my position as the Wen family's daughter. But having spent 17 years with my father and brother, I still hope to visit them whenever I wish." Wen Li crossed her arms defiantly, her gaze condescending. Despite not being particularly tall, there was an undeniable air of superiority about her. This demeanor made Wen Siru feel as though she had been relegated to insignificance. Despite having lived in luxury for 17 years, what could possibly place her below a girl who had just emerged from the mountains? Yet, Wen Li remained silent, and neither Wen Song nor his son dared to speak. They held affection for Wen Siru, but their hearts were torn by the suffering endured by their own daughter outside. Moreover, Wen Siru's previous offenses towards Wen Li could not simply be overlooked. Wen Siru was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Wen Song's mind, and seeing him remain silent made her anxious. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wen Li finally spoke, "Very well, as long as you do not reside in this house, everything else is acceptable." A collective sigh of relief escaped the assembly. Wen Siru's eyes brightened instantly, her face alight with gratitude as she vowed, "I will surely repay my father's kindness." Wen Li could not help but roll her eyes, unmasking Wen Siru's facade of insincerity. "He has 3 sons and me, his own daughter, along with an enormous estate. What could he possibly lack in his old age that would require your gratitude?" She was uncertain of the Wen family's true wealth, but the house appeared substantial enough. Should finances become strained in the future, they could always sell or rent it out. They would never starve. Moreover, as long as the Wen family remained intact, the day of selling the house would never come. Detecting the veiled meanings in Wen Li's words, Wen Siru found herself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma. In less than half a day, Wen Li's triumph was evident. Under her watchful eye, Wen Siru did not even spend a night at home, fleeing back to her filming set the very same day. Wen Li was unconcerned. That evening, she lay on her newly acquired large bed, sprawled in a starfish position, reflecting on how difficult it was to return home. Despite feeling exhausted, she never forgot to message Huang every night. "Wen Li, Yu Yunpeng is spinning in circles. I've returned home, and I even sent Wen Siru away today joyful." At that moment, Huang was engaged in a home meeting when the sudden chime of a message interrupted the conversation. The discussion paused momentarily as he reached for his phone. Upon seeing the message from Wen Li, a subtle smile graced Huang's lips. He then downloaded a plethora of trendy emojis from the public WeChat account, meticulously selecting one to send to Wen Li. "Huang, Universe Invincible Thunder Spiral Ascension Explosion Good. The image depicted a distorted yellow face smiling, with two thumbs raised beside it. Wen Li did not respond right away, prompting Huang Hui to send another message. You need not move your clothes from here. If work gets hectic in the future, you may stay over for a couple of nights. After a while, Wen Li responded with a nodding dog emoji, indicating her agreement. Seeing this, Huang Hui lightly tapped his fingers on the office desk, his mood considerably lifted. He began to savor the joys of nurturing. Realizing he hadn't yet fully acclimated to this little cub, how could she possibly leave? The next day, Wen Li awoke at 8 in the morning and descended the stairs to find the Wen family father and son seated at the dining chairs. All three bore deep circles under their eyes, with Wen Xingming yawning repeatedly. However, upon seeing Wen Li, Wen Xingming instantly perked up, waving at her with enthusiasm. Shall Li? Come quickly for breakfast. Wen Li promptly sat beside Wen Xingming, her eyes glimmering at the array of delectable dishes laid out on the long table, her mouth watering. Observing her delight, Wen Tingsong hastily remarked, I wasn't too sure what you'd like, so I prepared a little of everything. He felt a flutter of anxiety. Despite the bond of blood that urged him to grow close to his daughter, 17 years of separation made him dread any shortcomings in his efforts. No need for that. I enjoy everything, Wen Li replied with a relaxed demeanor. Though she had yet to bond with the Wen family, she recalled the adage that family should speak freely, discarding any pretenses, and she naturally began to eat. Witnessing Wen Li's ease, Wen Tingsong felt increasingly satisfied. You've suffered outside all this time. As she ate, Wen Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, my master has also had a rough time. He used to foretell fortunes at the foot of the mountain, but due to recent crackdowns, we've been reduced to scavenging for bottles to sell. Though many were willing to give her bottles, her appetite was insatiable. She never felt full. Upon finishing her words, she took another large bite of a bun, utterly unaware that the Wen father and son were on the verge of tears. After breakfast, those who had to go to work prepared to leave. Before departing, elder brother Wen Yanqiu informed Wen Li that the police had clarified that the identification samples for her and Sairu were mixed up due to a labeling error by an intern during testing. But rest assured, regardless of whether it was a mix-up at the hospital or a mistake in the identification, both Dad and I will pursue the matter to the end. When Yanqiu found the series of events too coincidental, Wen Li had been lost as a child, and now the labels for the paternity test had also been confused. However, having reviewed the intern's surveillance footage from yesterday, he confirmed that the error was indeed due to the intern's inexperience. At a loss for direction, Wen Yanqiu felt it was his duty as the older brother to ensure his sister received the truth of 17 years. So, what is the outcome? Wen Li asked, surprised. Wen Yanqiu nodded. Then let us proceed as you suggest, brother. Suddenly, Wen Li remembered the items she had prepared that very morning. Dad, brother. Here are the talismans I made for you. The talismans she presented were far more exquisite than the ones she had casually handed out before, adorned with a thin red pouch embroidered with intricate golden symbols. Seeing this, Wen Xingming quickly exclaimed, Dad, brother, you must accept these. They saved my life during the fire. At that time, amidst the collapsing structure, it felt as if several shields had risen around him. Even when charred debris rained down, he emerged unscathed, his clothes not even singed. Shaoli's talismans are truly remarkable. Noting his elder brother's hesitation, as if the vibrant red pouch clashed with his suit, Wen Xingming couldn't bear it any longer. If you don't want it, then give it to me. He reached out, but before he could grasp it, he found himself deftly securing the pouch around his neck, casting a triumphant glance at his second brother, as if to boast, this is a gift from my sister. How could I refuse? When Xingming attempted to claim their father's talisman, only to find his father, like a lovesick fool, gazing at the pouch with delight, then solemnly fastening it around his neck. What the elder brother said is right. Your sister gifted these to us, and we shall treasure them. His daughter had been thinking of him. Initially apprehensive about bonding with his daughter, when Tingsong now realized his worries were unfounded. He clutched the talisman tightly against his chest. Unable to contain his feelings, Shaoli, you are so thoughtful to have embroidered this pouch for me. I shall carry it every day. Wen Li? She sensed something was amiss, suddenly realizing that when Tingsong was referring to the golden symbols on the pouch's exterior. She candidly replied, I didn't embroider it. I purchased the pouch online. It was very inexpensive, merely a dime each. I bought several hundred. If you like it, I can send you more to switch out. When Tingsong's smile froze, momentarily at a loss for how to react, the two brothers stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. However, This light-hearted incident seemed to forge a deeper connection between father and daughter. As they prepared to depart, Wen Tingsong remarked, "This is your home. Feel free to do as you please, don't hold back." He dreaded the thought of his daughter being overly polite. Hearing this, Wen Li pondered. "So, I can do anything?" Without much thought, Wen Tingsong affirmed, "Anything at all." Chapter 26. The One household was in disarray. That evening, when Wen Tingsong unexpectedly received a low whisper from Su Yurong on the phone, an uneasy feeling began to stir within him. Upon arriving at the villa, he was met with a sight that would have once been vibrant with greenery. The climbing ivy was now entirely stripped bare. The gate, once standing tall, had been roughly hewn into an odd wooden slab, with the words "Seeking Dao Sect" clumsily scrawled across it. Inside the villa, workers were busily tearing up the lawn, leaving only blackened soil in their wake. His wife, too, had forsaken her flamboyant red dress, bearing no makeup, and donned a gray gardener's outfit, bucket in hand, scrubbing the villa walls. Suddenly, a thunderous roar drew his attention. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his typically flamboyantly dressed second son, now driving a tractor with one hand. Wen Tingsong instinctively covered his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating from a lack of sleep the previous night. Yet the tractor continued to rumble on, chugging across the pristine lawn that had yet to be sullied. "Stop it all. Enough is enough," Wen Tingsong bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the villa. The workers finally paused, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Wen Tingsong's return. Su Yurong nearly broke into tears, dropping her bucket and rushing towards him. Husband Su Yurong had never called Wen Tingsong with such heartfelt urgency before. Upon seeing him, she appeared as though she had found a lifeline. "You've finally returned. If you hadn't come back today, I truly would have collapsed from exhaustion." Wen Tingsong, taken aback by Su Yurong's unprecedented disheveled appearance, couldn't he help but inquire, what on earth happened? As the words left his lips, he noticed the entrance had swung open, revealing Wen Li standing on the villa steps. Unlike before, today Wen Li donned a cerulean Taoist robe, which appeared to be slightly oversized, accentuating her petite and slender figure. However, her heart was increasingly anxious. As soon as she emerged, the workers, who had previously paused to rest, resumed their weeding with fervor. Su Yurong's eyes were filled with terror as she abandoned Wen Tingsong to scrub the villa's walls once more. Alone, Wen Tingsong pondered. Had he truly been sidelined after just a day? "Father, you're back," Wen Li exclaimed, her face brightening with a delicate smile upon seeing him. Suppressing his growing confusion, Wen Tingsong suspected that his daughter was behind this peculiar turn of events, and he endeavored to steady his emotions. "Lily, please tell me, what on earth is happening?" Wen Li replied, "I noticed that our yard is so spacious, and it seems a pity not to grow vegetables. So I decided to tidy it up and plant some radishes and cucumbers." Without closing the entrance, Wen Tingsong looked over to find 3 neatly hung paintings behind Wen Li, along with an old sandalwood table adorned with an incense burner and various offerings. A surge of anger coursed through him as he pointed at the wall. "And what is this?" "These 3 are my revered ancestors. They were originally hung in the Taoist temple, but after it was demolished, I brought their portraits here. From now on, before we eat every day, we'll light incense for them. They will bless us." Wen Tingsong doubted his hearing. "We? Transforming the lawn into a vegetable garden, I can endure. Placing an old sandalwood table and the portraits of ancestors amidst European decor, I can manage that. But why must I, an outsider, offer incense to your ancestors every day?" His eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembled as he spoke. Wen Li seemed to sense her father's impending gray hair and felt a twinge of embarrassment. "This was my master's wish before she passed away." After a pause, she cautiously glanced at Wen Tingsong's expression. "She wished to expand our sect and open a funeral service in the most prosperous area of the city. And I am her sole heir." Wen Tingsong gazed at his daughter for a long moment before slowly voicing the soul-searching question. "So, what exactly are you doing?" "Huaying Huai previously gave me 1 million, but it is hardly sufficient to establish a temple or a business. I thought our home environment is quite nice. So, I plan to set up the temple here for now, and once I have more funds, I can move it across from Huaying Huai's company." Before Wen Tingsong could catch his breath, Wen Li continued, "But right now, our sect is too small.
So?
So, when it comes time to attract clients, I will need you and my brother to lend a hand. I've already thought it through. You are in business, so you must have considerable connections. That way, my business will flourish." If only it weren't for the fact that Huagua prohibits such promotion, she would surely want to be open about it, rather than relying on a wooden sign for her sect. Naturally, she had promised her ancestors that once she earned enough money, she would procure a golden plaque for the sect and create golden statues for the three ancestors. Wen Li chattered on endlessly, oblivious to the fact that when Ting Song was nearly fainting from the overwhelming situation, he looked at his meticulously maintained European-style villa, now transformed into a rustic abode. Feeling utterly devastated, he almost regretted having opened his mouth that morning. He had to bear the consequences of his own words. After the initial shock, instead of the anger he had anticipated, when Ting Song felt a deeper sense of sorrow and guilt. Ultimately, all his emotions coalesced into a long sigh. Resigning himself to his daughter's whims, he thought to himself that he would simply indulge her. "My dear daughter," when Ting Song said, his voice weary and slightly hoarse, "whatever you choose to do, your father will support you, but please do not trouble Aunt Sue any further." Upon hearing this, Su Yurong immediately cast a grateful glance at Wen Ting Song. "Just one day, and how has the household devolved into this state?" When Ting Song remarked, "I haven't troubled Xiao Su," Wen Li stated earnestly. "I've given her a monthly salary, and her job is quite easy. She simply needs to clean the exterior regularly, earning 6,000 a month." Though Wen Li felt a pang of concern for the money, she considered Su Yurong different. A stepmother is still a mother, so a generous salary was warranted. Wen Ting Song retorted, "If I recall correctly, our housekeeper earns 38,000 a month." Yet, the words faltered on his lips, as he suspected that in Wen Li's eyes, 6,000 was indeed a significant amount. Not wishing to let his daughter know his true thoughts, he decided to prioritize his wife's feelings. "That's fine. Let Aunt Sue do her job well." From a distance, Su Yurong felt as if the sky had fallen. That evening, the entire Wen household retired early. In the master bedroom, Su Yurong lay on the bed, her body aching. Previously, she would gracefully pose, but now she longed to sprawl on the large bed like a lazy fish. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Wen Ting Song. "Darling, I've spent the entire day scrubbing the walls, and they're almost worn down to the surface. Yet she wants me to clean the other side tomorrow as well." This was no act. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Wen Ting Song felt torn. On one hand, he did not want his wife to suffer, yet on the other, he wished to please his daughter. After some contemplation, he said, "Just endure a few more days. Xingming mentioned that the crew has already found the leading man. It shouldn't be long before our daughter returns. But I can hardly endure a single day of this." Su Yurong lamented, gazing at her hands, which she had meticulously cared for over decades. Once smooth and delicate, they were now covered in blisters, and her body was utterly exhausted. Besides, this was her home. Wouldn't Little Li eventually return? Despair clouded Su Yurong's eyes. When Ting Song considered this but quickly reassured her, "Little Li is still young. I cannot allow her to act indefinitely. I plan to send her to school when September arrives." Initially, he had intended to enroll Wen Li in middle school, but now it seemed sending her to high school would be better. Once she was fatigued, she would likely have no energy to disrupt the household. Observing Su Yurong's appearance, Wen Ting Song continued to comfort her, "Just a bit longer. This month, I will add 500,000 to your allowance." Su Yurong perked up instantly, feeling as if she could manage once more. Though the days ahead were fraught with challenges, they finally reached the moment when Wen Li would join the crew. The atmosphere in the villa was so jubilant it was as if they were about to set off fireworks in celebration. After staying at the Wen residence for a few days, Wen Li felt a twinge of reluctance as she prepared to leave. However, she had no choice. As the head of the sect and the pillar of the family, she had to go earn a living for her future disciples. Thus, the day after receiving the notification from Fan Tong, Wen Li gathered her suitcase and boarded the luxury nanny car that Wen Ting Song had arranged to head to the filming location. Chapter 27. Chen Wanning's mischief. Xingyun was still unaware of Wen Li's return home. Initially, she had planned to pick Wen Li up in the morning, but Wen Li informed her that she had a car arranged. Upon seeing Wen Li arrive in a globally limited edition luxury RV, Xingyun instinctively assumed it was arranged by Huaying. She didn't dwell on it. After all, with Huaying's wealth in the billions, it seemed only natural for him to provide such a vehicle for someone who had previously gone to great lengths to save him. With the RV, Wen Li no longer needed to squeeze into Wen Xingming's lounge every day. The RV was equipped with everything, even a small bed, allowing her to rest when tired. Conversely, Wen Xingming would rush to Wen Li's RV after finishing his scenes, closing the door tightly each time, leaving everyone in the crew speculating about their hushed conversations. Chen Wanning, the leading lady of the crew, had developed a profound dislike for Wen Li since their last encounter at Huaying's home. When she saw Wen Li balancing two relationships, she couldn't resist taking some clandestine photos to send to Huiying Huai's company. ISN, T Huiying fond of Wen Li? Now that she is being unfaithful, he surely Wen Ti let her off the hook. Who could have anticipated that several days would pass without a single response from Huiying Huai? Last night, she even witnessed him dining with Wen Li. Upon learning this, Chen Wanqing furiously flung the remaining photographs at her assistant's face. Her tone laced with indignation. Did you fail to deliver the photographs into Huiying Huai's hands? The sharp edges of the scattered images grazed the assistant's cheek, causing tears to well up in her eyes. The photographs were undoubtedly delivered. However, the reasons behind Mr. Hui's indifference remained unclear to me. You are lying. Chen Wanqing was certain that upon viewing the photographs, Huiying Huai would be incensed. Brother Huai despises betrayal above all. The assistant, burdened with unvoiced grievances, could only inquire, what shall we do next? A glint of malice flickered in Chen Wanqing's eyes. Rest assured, I shall ensure that little wretch does not have it easy. By afternoon, Wen Li was still rehearsing lines in her trailer when the assistant assigned by Zhou Xingyun hurriedly boarded. The director has requested that you change your outfit after lunch. Your scenes may be scheduled earlier than anticipated. Wen Li immediately sat up in surprise. But isn't my scene still 2 or 3 days away? It is at the request of the leading actress. All your scenes have been consolidated into this fortnight.
Wen Li furovet herbrov.
She was acquainted with the leading actress, Chen Wanqing, but had been preoccupied with memorizing lines and handling matters concerning her second brother, thus paying little attention to her. What mischief was this woman plotting now? Instinctively, Wen Li consulted her fortune, and her heart sank upon receiving an ominous reading indicating impending misfortune, yet suggesting a transformation of calamity into good fortune. The assistant, already accustomed to Wen Li's peculiar habits, merely observed her fortune-telling, which was typically focused on financial prospects. Though the assistant found Wen Li's eccentricities somewhat odd, she was unlike other artists. Wen Li never took out her frustrations on her assistant and often absorbed the burden of their belongings, even assisting her with luggage on occasion. She had never imagined that being a star's assistant could be so effortless and joyful. Of course, if Wen Li did not indulge in nightly escapades, she would have been an impeccable artist. Brother Ming has advised you to be wary of Chen Wanqing, suggesting that her request for you to advance your scenes may harbor ill intentions. Of course, it does, Wen Li silently mused, finally nodding. I understand. I shall head to the makeup room shortly. The assistant gazed into Wen Li's eyes, which appeared untainted, almost ethereal. On ordinary days, her gentle demeanor resembled that of a neighborly younger sister. Alas, what if their artist, so delicate and unable to fend for herself, were to be bullied? The assistant's concern deepened. Wen Li remained oblivious to the assistant's thoughts. Time was of the essence, and after a hasty lunch, Wen Li proceeded to the makeup room. The makeup artist, the same as before, approached her as soon as she donned her costume. An hour later, once the makeup was complete, the artist admired her handiwork. Wen Li, you are truly stunning. Despite the simplicity of her attire, a hint of red between her brows evoked the image of a lotus emerging from water, embodying an exceptionally rare beauty. Fan Tong had witnessed Wen Li in this makeup before, yet each encounter left him awestruck. Yes, this is precisely the essence. In Qianshan Ling, Wen Li portrayed a character who appeared benevolent on the surface, but harbored a treacherous heart. Ultimately, her entire family met a tragic end as she sought the truth and perished at the border. If Wen Li could master this role, it would undoubtedly spark significant discussion upon airing. Chen Wanqing, upon seeing Wen Li's makeup, felt as though she stood before her in a subordinate position. Director. Chen Wanqing suddenly interjected, Isn't this makeup a tad too heavy for Xiao Li? I believe it could use some adjustments. Fan Tong immediately recalled Wen Li's earlier remarks. Better to err on the side of caution. He had filmed very few scenes with a female lead lately, and had it not been for the investors behind Chen Wanqing, he would not have advanced her scenes. He would have preferred to reserve her scenes for last. Now, faced with Chen Wanqing's interference, Fan Tong felt a headache approaching. What adjustments are necessary? The character posters featuring Wen Li had already been released, and the commentary praised their alignment with the role. Wen Li was his greatest satisfaction. The moment he saw her face, he felt it matched the character perfectly. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her into the cast without an audition. Realizing Fan Tong was reluctant to alter the makeup, Chen Wanqing's expression darkened. Wen Li is merely portraying an inconsequential role. Might her heavy makeup appear overly deliberate? Fan Tong quickly grasped the underlying motive. This was not merely a matter of makeup suitability. It was evidently a jealousy-fueled attempt to diminish Wen Li's beauty in comparison to her own. Chen Wanqing's words drew the attention of everyone present. Wen Li stood upright, her gaze pure, while Chen Wanqing, adorned with a crown of gold and silver hairpins and a forehead embellished with intricate flowers, appeared as though she belonged to a brothel, her eyes brimming with seduction. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around her, Chen Wanqing instinctively puffed out her chest as all eyes turned to her. Director. Given the recent troubles within the production, my father was initially prepared to withdraw his investment, but I managed to persuade him otherwise, Chen Wanqing whispered conspiratorially to Fan Tong. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong immediately understood her implications. And how do you propose to modify it? Chen Wanqing had already prepared her response, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In the original text, Wen Li's character hails from a fallen family. Therefore, I believe the hairpins should be removed, and her face should appear more haggard with her attire. Chen Wanqing elaborated extensively, and the onlookers gradually realized the implications. If all these changes were enacted, what would remain for the audience to appreciate? Fan Tong hesitated. On one hand, the Chen family was the largest investor. On the other hand, he felt a sense of obligation towards Wen Li, especially since he was genuinely pleased with her makeup and reluctant to alter it. Very well. At this moment, Wen Li suddenly spoke up, standing at the center of the crowd, her expression devoid of anger, even bearing a hint of anticipation. Let us change it now. Who could have imagined that Chen Wanqing's words resonated so deeply with her? The hairpins atop her head were solid, weighing her down considerably. Those in the production crew remained unaware of the truth, believing that Wen Li, lacking a powerful background, could not afford to offend Chen Wanqing, and thus felt compelled to concede. In reality, Wen Li was inwardly reveling in her triumph. Chapter 28. Fainting in anger. Wen Li harbored no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, she exited with a buoyant spring in her step. The makeup artist, upon learning that Wen Li was willing to concede her makeup for the lead role, scoffed internally, but had no choice but to comply. Clad in a set of light silk white garments, her hairpins replaced with a delicate peach-pink ribbon and a simple hairpin, and merely a layer of lip gloss applied to her naturally rosy lips, Wen Li's appearance did not seem out of place. Rather, she embodied the celestial beauty described in the original text. As a result, when Chen Wanqing beheld Wen Li's transformed visage, she was momentarily astounded. Fan Tong, unable to suppress his delight, remarked, "Wanqing, your suggestion was brilliant. This look aligns even more closely with the character." Chen Wanqing could not muster a smile. However, if she spoke further, the crew would likely discern that she was leveraging her family's influence to bully a newcomer, forcing her to swallow her indignation. After all, there would be ample opportunities to settle the score with Wen Li in the future. As Chen Wanqing departed, she cast a lingering glare at Wen Li, ultimately letting out a huff. Unfazed, Wen Li felt not only more beautiful but also less encumbered than before, allowing her to walk with newfound confidence. During the afternoon's filming, Fan Tong was taken aback. Zhou Xingyun had previously mentioned to him that Wen Li was an artist he had discovered at the train station, and she had never acted before, even hinting that she had not received formal education. To help Wen Li memorize her lines, he had aimed to push her scenes back. He had anticipated challenges during filming, yet Wen Li exceeded all expectations. The dialogue flows smoothly, and the expressions are natural. Although there is an unconscious tendency to glance at the camera, a few corrections sufficed for timely adjustments. After completing the final scene of the day, Fan Tong excitedly patted his thigh and exclaimed, "Great. Today's shooting is wrapped up." No sooner had the words left his lips than Wen Li's assistant hurriedly presented her with a small fan. Unlike the artists who could wear short sleeves on set and enjoy the breeze outside, Wen Li was encased in thick ancient attire, necessitating her assistant to promptly provide a fan after each scene. "Thank you," Wen Li said, eagerly directing the fan toward her forehead. The heat within her made her yearn for several ice creams. The more she pondered, the more her mouth watered, prompting her to ask, "Can we return to the hotel now?" Just as Fan Tong was about to nod in agreement, Chen Wanning suddenly interjected, "Director, how about we work overtime and finish the remaining 3 night scenes? That way, everyone can enjoy a full day of rest tomorrow." Wen Li's expression instantly soured. Her resentment was unmistakable, her lips slightly pursed. "Can't we do tomorrow's scenes tomorrow? I have no desire to work overtime." Her bluntness echoed the sentiments of the entire crew. Just when they thought they had rid themselves of the devilish Meng Chen, another troublesome figure had emerged. Yet, Chen Wanning did not take offense. Instead, She spoke with earnestness. Xiao Li, I hope we can set aside our personal grievances during work. There are only 3 scenes left, and we can complete them before dawn. Besides, you had too many NGs today, and I think some parts may need reshooting. As a newcomer, Wen Li inevitably had her share of NGs. Chen Wanning aimed not only to make it known that Wen Li was a burden to the crew but also to ensure that everyone understood the animosity between them. She wanted everyone to be aware of Wen Li's lack of shame. However, before Wen Li could respond, Wen Xingming's voice suddenly rose. Grievances? Ten Wanning. Are you bullying my Xiao Li? At that moment, Chen Wanning felt as though she had heard a rooster crowing. Yet, Wen Xingming's interjection was precisely what she had hoped for. Chen Wanning lowered her head, somewhat awkwardly admitting, it's not a big deal. I encountered Wen Li at my fiancé's house, and we had a bit of a spat. I thought she still held a grudge, which is why she dislikes me. Having met Chen Wanning at a social gathering, Wen Xingming was aware of her identity. For a moment, he was puzzled about who Chen Wanning's fiancé was. Just then, Wen Li gently raised herself on her toes and softly revealed, her fiancé is Huang Huai. In an instant, Wen Xingming turned sharply to Chen Wanning, his eyes twitching. He wondered if Huang Huai had lost his vision, or if this woman had lost her mind. Instinctively, he blurted out, when did Huang Huai's taste become so poor? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning's face contorted in disbelief. Was Wen Xingming subtly calling her unattractive? Did he truly believe that Wen Li deserved better? No, she thought, having brought this up, this fool should realize he was being cuckolded. Why was there no sign of acknowledgement? Among the few in the entertainment industry who knew Wen Xingming's identity, Chen Wanning lowered her head. It's a childhood betrothal. Initially slow on the uptake, Wen Xingming finally grasped the situation. The crew was unaware of his connection to Wen Li, so what misunderstanding was Chen Wanning laboring under? Was she trying to complain to him? Wen Xingming found it amusing, his gaze sharpening as he coldly remarked, Chen Wanning, sometimes one must refrain from being too base. Chen Wanning immediately raised her head, her eyes filled with shock. She simply could not comprehend what made Wen Li so special that even now, Wen Xingming chose to stand by her side. Feeling cornered, Chen Wanning was at a loss. The crew, witnessing the escalating tension, remained silent, their eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Wen Li stepped forward, her voice icy. There is no misunderstanding between us. You have been targeting me all along. Wen Li raised her phone, which displayed an ongoing call. Upon seeing the contact name, Chen Wanning's blood ran cold, her face turning pale. On the other end, Huang Huai, unaware of Wen Li's voice and fearing something was amiss, remained on the line, listening in silence. Upon hearing Chen Wanning's words, Huang Huai's expression darkened. Chen Wanning, do you wish for the Chen family to go bankrupt? The statement nearly sent Chen Wanning into a faint, collapsing onto the ground. Huang Huai had heard everything. How much more had he overheard? Moreover, he had made her lose face in front of so many people for the sake of an insignificant Wen Li. Huang Huai, I believe it's imperative to have a serious discussion with your father about today. With that, Huang Huai hung up the call.
Wen Li, satisfia.
Tucked her phone away, gazing at the sweating Chen Wanning with a proud smirk. You're finished. Huang Huai will take care of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning felt a surge of blood rush to her head and promptly fainted. Chapter 29. His daughter is dead? In the days that followed, Chen Wanning did not return to the set. When she finally did, her demeanor was dreadful, her countenance lacking luster and vitality. As Wen Li entered for makeup, she barely recognized Chen Wanning. The toll of sleepless nights had left her skin riddled with red blemishes, rough and sallow, making makeup application a challenge. Staring at her ghostly reflection in the mirror, Chen Wanning could no longer contain her frustration, unleashing her wrath on the makeup artist. Do you not see what you've done to me? Am I truly that hideous? Believe me, I can have the director fire you. The makeup artist, intimidated by Chen Wanning's ferocity, instinctively recoiled. Observing this, Wen Li quickly interjected, Makeup artist sister, could you please attend to my makeup first? Director Fan said we need to shoot soon. The makeup artist, relieved, eagerly nodded, of course. Seeing Wen Li, a wave of frustration washed over Chen Wanning. However, given the recent troubles plaguing her family business, she suppressed her anger, fearing Wen Li might report her to Huang Huai. While unable to confront Wen Li openly, she remained confident she could deal with her in private. After both women completed their makeup, they prepared to head to the shooting location. Wen Li's scenes were minimal. Most had already been shot, leaving only action sequences remaining. Fan Tong was busy instructing the safety team to inspect the equipment. Given the use of harnesses and the perilous shooting location, a cliff about 10 meters high. Though not particularly tall, Fan Tong insisted on thorough checks.
Xiaoli.
Don't be afraid when you're in the harness. Just remember the movements taught by the action director, he reassured her. Wen Li, tightly bound in the harness, felt somewhat uncomfortable but nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, when Xingming, slightly anxious, suggested, shouldn't we consider a stunt double? You haven't practiced much. And what if you get hurt? Harness work is inherently dangerous, and many actors in the entertainment industry have suffered injuries. He couldn't bear the thought of his sister getting even a bruise. No need. If it weren't for my master's insistence on not exposing my true self in front of ordinary people, I wouldn't even require a harness. Wen Xingming wanted to argue further, but Wen Li continued, Director Fan said this scene is crucial. It's my moment to shine. And it's all shot from the front, so a stunt double isn't necessary. Reluctantly, he conceded. Having been in the industry longer than Wen Li, he understood that to deliver exceptional performances, one must not rely solely on doubles. If you feel uncomfortable, just speak up. We can take it slow.
Ben linod daw ba diyan, Li?
As they conversed, neither noticed Chen Wanning, lurking behind them, casting a sinister gaze upon the ropes of the harness. Half an hour later, everything was meticulously prepared. Wen Li was swathed in thick wires beneath her armor, and despite the weight of the heavy attire, her slender waist remained apparent. She was far too thin. Wen Xingming couldn't help but think this every time. How could it be that, even with her substantial daily intake, Wen Li remained so petite? Just as he pondered this, Fan Tong called out the cue to commence filming. This scene featured a confrontation between Wen Li and Chen Wanning, where Wen Li's character was compelled to infiltrate the enemy nation in pursuit of the truth. In the ensuing battle, the malevolent antagonist ultimately met her demise at the hands of the protagonist, plummeting down a cliff. At this moment, Wen Li was astride her steed, her silver armor glinting brilliantly under the sun, her eyes bloodshot, yet filled with a fierce hatred. The two sides exchanged no superfluous dialogue and engaged directly at the cliff's edge. Both the heroine and the villainess hailed from esteemed military families, and their exchanges were evenly matched. Suddenly, Wen Li leapt from her horse, gripping the saddle tightly with one hand while thrusting her sword towards her opponent with the other. Amidst the clash of blades, Wen Li's gaze bore an unwavering resolve of fatality. Chen Wanning momentarily faltered, nearly losing her balance in a moment of distraction. Fan Tong, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow at the lackluster performance displayed on the control screen. Although Chen Wanning had garnered fame as an internet celebrity and had previously participated in several short films, her acting skills had earned her a place in the lead role. Yet now, she seemed unable to contain Wen Li, her emotions completely absent. Just as he was about to call cut, a series of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Before he could comprehend the situation, Fan Tong saw Wen Li darting away from him. Following the gaze of the onlookers, he was equally startled to rise to his feet. One of the wires supporting Wen Li had suddenly snapped, causing her to tilt perilously, teetering on the edge of the cliff. There were 2 protective ropes in total, and the other exhibited signs of wear. Chen Wanning, witnessing Wen Li's imminent fall, wore a smirk of triumph. It was as if she was oblivious to the gasps of the crowd, feigning concern as she rushed towards Wen Li. Be careful. Wen Xingming, watching from below, felt his eyes well with tears, but there was no time to act. When he saw Chen Wanning advancing towards Wen Li, he could not restrain himself. Chen Wanning, stop right now, do you hear me? The wire was fraying rapidly. If Chen Wanning merely bumped into Wen Li, the last remaining protective rope would surely snap. He dared not contemplate the outcome. Yet, as he uttered his warning, he noticed Chen Wanning accelerating. In the instant Chen Wanning collided with Wen Li, the final protective wire broke with a sharp crack. Wen Li plummeted straight down, akin to a kite severed from its string, cascading off the cliff. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of those present, Wen Xingming would have almost leapt after her.
Xiaoli.
Wen Xingming's eyes were ablaze with anguish as he witnessed Wen Li's descent, the base of the cliff obscured by trees, rendering the situation unclear. He emitted a cry akin to that of a distressed fowl, pounding his chest. My sister has fallen. How could this happen? Just as Xiaoli had found her family. She had yet to meet her beloved third brother. How could fate be so cruel? Fan Tong hurried over, his complexion ashen as he gazed at the stillness of the cliff, his legs turning to jelly. It was over, utterly over. Call the police. And everyone must descend the mountain to search. Fan Tong swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure as he reassured Wen Xingming. There are trees below. The chances of survival are significant. Let us remain hopeful. When Xingming, his eyes brimming with tears, could not absorb the comfort. His mind consumed by the image of Wen Li's fall. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed Wen Tingsong's number with utmost urgency. Perhaps due to the bond of family. When Tingsong answered on the first ring, "Xingming, aren't you supposed to be filming? Why are you calling?" He sat in his black office chair, glancing at the shattered cup that had fallen due to his own unsteady hands, hot coffee spilling everywhere. Panic surged through him like never before. When Tingsong could only hear Wen Xingming's cries and dread washed over him. "Xingming, has something happened to your sister?" "Father, send someone quickly. Xiao Li fell down the cliff while filming. I nearly caught her." The sound of an explosion reverberated in Wen Tingsong's ears, and darkness enveloped him as the world spun. His daughter was dead? Chapter 30. The arrival of third brother at the base of the cliff, when Li sat atop a tree, suddenly sneezing. She glanced at the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and then at her heavily armored attire, lost in thought. It wasn't even cold. Why did she feel a chill? After several more sneezes, she surmised that Wen Xingming must be frantic after witnessing her fall and instinctively reached for her phone to reassure him. It was only after a fruitless search that she remembered her phone was with her assistant. I must return swiftly. Wen Li leapt lightly from the 3-meter-high branch. Upon landing, a sudden pain shot through her palm, and she discovered blood oozing from the wound. A smirk tugged at her lips. So this was the blood disaster she had foreseen. A week prior, she had predicted a minor calamity, but had not anticipated it would manifest as such a trivial injury. She wiped the blood on her pant leg and surveyed her surroundings. The place where she had fallen was not particularly high, merely a drop of several meters. Yet it remained undeveloped, and after searching thoroughly, she found no way to ascend. Gazing up at the towering cliff, she stretched her limbs and prepared to climb. Wen Li scaled the cliff with remarkable speed and steadiness. Just as she reached the halfway point, she suddenly heard the whirring of helicopter blades overhead, followed by a gust of wind that nearly knocked her off balance. She looked up in bewilderment to see a silver helicopter hovering above, lowering a ladder from which a group of men clad in camouflage began to descend. One tall man approached the edge of the cliff to assess the situation. As he leaned down, his gaze met Wen Li's. In less than 10 minutes, the man successfully rescued Wen Li. Upon receiving the news, Wen Xingming rushed over, and upon seeing that Wen Li was unharmed, he burst into tears. "Wu, my sister is safe," he exclaimed, embracing her tightly and refusing to let go. Although Wen Li could have requested him to release her, she could feel his entire body trembling. Instead of pushing him away, she gently stroked his back. "Don't worry.
I'm fine."
She had sensed the danger from the first snapped wire, but noticing the malicious glint in Chun Wanning's eyes, she had chosen to observe her intentions. Indeed, Chun Wanning had aimed for her demise. The 10-meter drop was hardly a challenge for her. What surprised her was how profoundly her second brother could weep. Feeling somewhat awkward, Wen Li whispered to Wen Xingming, "I can actually fly. Even if I jumped from 100 meters, I'd be unharmed."
Ah?
Wen Xingming released her in shock, his eyes wide as he struggled to discern whether Wen Li was comforting him or genuinely capable of such feats. Wen Li nodded solemnly. "When I was younger, I was so timid that my master once tossed me off a mountain and I survived." Her courage had been forged through such trials. At that moment, a man clad in camouflage and wearing a black helmet approached them. Wen Li instantly noticed and turned her head to look.
Wen Li.
The man accurately called out her name. Wen Li gazed at the man before her, who stood at least 185 centimeters tall. His black combat attire hinting at a layer of defined abdominal muscles beneath, yet his face was obscured, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. In the next moment, the man enveloped Wen Li in his embrace. "Little Li, it's a relief to see you unharmed." Startled by this gesture, Wen Li felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from the masked man, and suddenly recalled those distinctive eyes, her eyes widening. "Third brother?" When you paused slightly. "How did you know?" "I saw third brother's photo at home," Wen Li replied honestly. "Your eyes are quite similar to eldest brother's." When you smiled, pulling down his mask to reveal a strikingly handsome and composed face. The Su brothers bore a resemblance to one another, and Wen Li instantly recognized him as her third brother. At that moment, Wen Xingming also came to his senses. "Third?" When you nodded in acknowledgement. "Second brother. What brings you here?" Wen Xingming inquired. "Father called, and since the base is nearby, I brought my team over," Wen Yu explained, casting a glance at his sister, still feeling uneasy despite her apparent lack of injuries. "Let us head to the hospital for a checkup." Many may seem unscathed, yet their internal organs could be compromised. When you feared Wen Li might be among those affected. I'm really fine, Wen Li quickly shook her head, wishing she could leap 3 meters high to prove her well-being. Just as Wen Yu was about to speak, when Xingming interjected. If little Li says she is fine, then she is fine. Wen Yu frowned, initially intending to admonish second brother for indulging his sister's antics, but Wen Li eagerly nodded in agreement, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. However, nearly an hour had passed since Wen Li's accident, and if there were internal injuries from such a fall, she would have been in discomfort by now. He attempted to reason with himself. Let us postpone the checkup for now. There is no other option. Wen Li conceded with a nod. Suddenly, a military helicopter arrived at the film set, astonishing everyone. When Yu inspected the wires and determined that half of the ropes had been tampered with, Fan Tomi protested. No, that is impossible. I had the safety team check everything before filming began. The safety team members nodded in agreement. Typically, checks would involve 3 or 4 individuals to ensure mutual oversight. After questioning everyone, they found no useful clues. Wen Yu's frustration escalated, and he declared, "Then let us bring them in." Just then, the police arrived, and after discussions, the entire crew was taken to the police station for separate interrogations. Just as the police were about to escort everyone away, Wen Li suddenly spoke up. I know who the culprit is. Wen Yu approached her, standing quietly by her side, waiting for his sister to elaborate. With his imposing height, Wen Li only reached his shoulder, yet she felt no intimidation. Instead, an unexpected surge of courage filled her. Her calm gaze swept through the crowd until she spotted Chen Wanning, desperately attempting to hide. The culprit is Chen Wanning, Wen Li asserted, her chest puffed with conviction. Chen Wanning's heart sank. Wen Li, you must present evidence. I was filming at that time. How could I have tampered with the wires? Nonsense. When Xingming interjected, pointing at Chen Wanning. You and little Li are the only ones with a conflict, and everyone saw you rush towards her after her incident. She fell because of you? That was unintentional. Chen Wanning protested, having seen Wen Li's safety rope snap and fearing that the crew would rescue her. If she simply denied it, she would be in the clear. Chen Wanning straightened her own posture, arguing, the set was chaotic. I didn't hear anything. And I've only recently learned how to use the wires. It was an accident. Afterward, she turned to the police and Wen Yu. You can't arrest me based on this. But such claims held no weight. Wen Yu had heard enough and recognized Chen Wanning as the primary suspect. He stared at the broken safety rope, his voice laced with frost. As long as we check for your fingerprints, we'll have our answer. In an instant, Chen Wanning's expression turned to despair. Wen Yu observed her, letting out a cold snort. Anyone who dared to harm Wen Li would face the consequences. Chapter 31. Severe punishment for Chen Wanning soon. The fingerprint identification report was released. Aside from the fingerprints of the safety team members, there was one unfamiliar fingerprint. Inside the police station, Chen Wanning had been interrogated for nearly 24 hours, having gone 12 hours without water and not closing her eyes during that time. Wen Yu sat in the interrogation room, repeatedly asking the same questions. Chen Wanning, already lying, appeared disoriented, her responses incoherent, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, Wen Yu had no intention of letting her off the hook. After another 6 hours of interrogation, when Wen Yu received the fingerprint match report, he tossed it onto the table in front of Chen Wanning. What else do you have to say? The harsh glare of the interrogation room lights made Chen Wanning squint, tears streaming down her face as she lost track of time. When Wen Yu threw the report in front of her, she merely glanced at it blankly, instinctively declaring, I'm innocent. Wen Li set me up. Stubbornly obstinate. Wen Yu rose from his chair and exited the interrogation room, even without further questioning. With sufficient evidence at hand, Chen Wanning faced a grim fate of incarceration. As for the Chen family, they would face ruin alongside her. That afternoon, while resting at home, Wen Li learned of the Chen family's bankruptcy and acquisition. She abruptly sat up from the sofa, astonished. They went bankrupt so quickly? Although she had anticipated the Chen family's downfall due to Chen Wanning's actions, she hadn't expected that the situation would unravel so swiftly. The morning's revelations led to the afternoon's financial collapse. The Wen family gathered at home to support Wen Li. Wan Yanchu skillfully peeled a tangerine and offered it to Wen Li, saying, Huang Huai was involved as well. The Chen family, being a prominent clan, would have faced challenges toppling them without Huang Huai's involvement. Both families acted decisively, leaving the Chen family no opportunity to respond. The future offered no hope for the Chen family's revival. Wen Yanchu suppressed his inner fury, casting a sympathetic glance at Wen Li's injured palm. He felt it was too lenient for Chen Wanning. Had his sister been an ordinary person, she would not be alive before him, enjoying a tangerine. When Ting Song observed his elder son's stoic demeanor, fully aware of the turmoil within him. As for Chen Wanning, I will ensure she spends her life in prison. Wen Yanchu narrowed his eyes. In prison, she won't have it easy. Realizing his words may have sounded alarming, he quickly donned a gentle smile. Our family abides by the law. Dear sister, you need not fear. He was determined not to frighten her with the family circumstances. Wen Li sighed internally, initially considering scaring Chen Wanning with a couple of mischievous spirits. However, given the family situation, it was best not to frighten them. Thus, the family sat on the sofa, each lost in their thoughts, watching television without any appetite. On Weibo, the official account for Kai Shanling released another announcement regarding contract termination, due to the lead actress Lin Yuan violating contract regulations. The production team has unilaterally chosen to terminate the contract. Qin Shui will now assume the role of the lead actress. Fans. What a familiar official statement. If I recall correctly, it seems that the director of the Qianshan Ling crew had posted a similar message on Weibo about a week ago, didn't he? Could it be that the leading lady encountered some misfortune? The previous one has already met her tragic fate. I remember that Chen Wanning is the eldest daughter of the Chen family, and today her family has gone bankrupt. Don't speak carelessly upstairs. Be cautious of our Ning Ning's legal warnings. Ning Ning will clarify the situation, and she is indeed the chosen leading lady. Qin Shui must have some powerful backing to have pushed Ning Ning aside. The official account of Qianshan Ling did not elaborate. But there are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. Soon, several insiders emerged to recount the events. As a crew member, I can only say that it's truly exhausting to witness the misfortunes befall the male and female leads consecutively. The netizens' curiosity was piqued. Before long, a few individuals claiming to be crew members disclosed the events from a couple of days prior. I can't go into details, but Chen Wanning is suspected of intentional homicide and was taken away on the spot. Relying on her wealthy family, she bullied the rookie actors in the crew. But it turned out that the rookie had some connections, and in the end, Chen Wanning was the one who got dealt with. Guess what happened? Unable to confront the rookie openly, she resorted to underhanded tactics. The rookie had a scene with her that required a harness, and Chen Wanning, holding a grudge, simply cut the safety rope with a small knife. I am truly amazed. That safety rope was quite thick, and she managed to cut it, leaving just a little bit. The onlookers were taken aback, their hearts racing with concern upon hearing such revelations. Oh, is the rookie alright? This is just too unfortunate. How could Chen Wanning be so vicious? Perhaps the crew's opening ceremony was conducted incorrectly. Maybe the director should visit a temple for blessings, otherwise, I genuinely fear that more actors might suffer similar fates. Am I the only one curious about who the rookie actor is? I recall that Chen Wanning's family is the largest sponsor of the crew. How could a rookie dare to fight back? I seem to have an inkling of who it might be. Don't stop, please continue. I'm all ears for the gossip. As the audience noticed that the informant suddenly ceased their updates, they couldn't help but bombard them with tags. About half an hour later, the insider returned. Apologies, all crew members had to sign at the police station before leaving. But honestly, there's not much to say. Indeed, Chen Wanning breached the contract first. Just look, even her agency hasn't stepped forward, likely pondering how to compensate for the breach. As for you trying to guess who the rookie actor is, you might as well investigate who acquired the Chen family's company. Another half hour passed, and the informant deleted their Weibo account, leaving behind only a few photo screenshots. The netizens fervently debated the identity of the rookie actor. Some even speculated about Wen Li. But ever since the incident, neither the actors nor the crew had made further comments. It wasn't until mid-August, shortly after the Chen Wanning incident subsided, that the Qianshan Ling crew released a new round of filming updates. Wen Li res-hot her scenes with the new leading lady, Qin Shui, finally reaching the conclusion of her first project. Since her character met a tragic end, the director even gifted her with a red envelope containing 888 yuan. A substantial amount, clearly a generous gesture from the director. Furthermore, the director organized a small wrap party for Wen Li, and all the crew members were aware of her true identity. However, their status did not reach the heights of nobility, leaving them oblivious to the Wen family's circumstances. Yet, Wen Li exhibited no airs of a young lady, being quite amiable. At times, her candidness was utterly delightful, bringing much joy to the crew. Now that Wen Li was departing, there was a sense of reluctance among the crew. Aware that Wen Li was still a minor, They opted for juice instead of alcohol. And by the end of the meal, she was fully satisfied with just water. In the evening, Zhou Xingyin came to pick Wen Li up and casually mentioned her work situation. This drama is expected to air by the end of the year, and I have several promising scripts in hand. However, considering your current situation, becoming too popular too quickly may not be beneficial over the next 6 months. I plan to enroll you in some classes for further study. Zhou Xingyun initially intended to send Wen Li to school, but securing enrollment in a big city is quite competitive, and he had yet to find a pathway. After saying this, he worried that it might pressure Wen Li. Let us not delve into overly difficult subjects. Those training classes will primarily cover content for art examinations. After all, there's plenty of time. You can gradually adapt later. By the way, where are you currently residing? I can drive you back. Wen Li suddenly realized that she had not informed Zhou Xingyun that she had found her relatives. Hesitantly, she began to speak. Zhou Xingyun was focused on driving and couldn't spare his attention, so he slightly tilted his head to listen to Wen Li. With great caution, Wen Li probed. Have I not told you that Wen Xingming is my biological brother? Chapter 32. School. The car abruptly screeched to a halt, causing Wen Li to instinctively lurch forward. Thankfully, she reacted quickly, gripping the handle beside the window tightly, narrowly avoiding a mishap. The vehicle stopped by the roadside, and Zhou Xingyin stared at Wen Li with a complex expression of shock. What did you just say? Wen Xingming is Wen Li's brother? Although both shared the same surname, it was evident that Wen Xingming did not recognize Wen Li previously. Wait! Zhou Xingyin suddenly seemed to grasp something, as if struck by lightning. Wen Li came to a city to search for her family. Wen Xingming had indeed not known Wen Li before, but they had grown close over time. However, he had never thought much of it. Wen Xingming was passionate and expressive, and Wen Li had saved him in a fire. He assumed this was the reason for their amicable relationship. He never imagined they were actually siblings. When did this happen, and why didn't you tell me? Zhou Xingyin felt a headache coming on. Wen Li's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of guilt. It was just recently. I thought you knew. Wen Xingming calls me his sister every day on set, and I assumed. Zhou Xingyin couldn't help but chuckle. How would I know? Wen Xingming is quite the character. He calls so many girls his sister. There must be at least 80 or 90 of them. I am his real sister. At this moment, Zhou Xingyin finally regained his composure. Upon closer inspection, it was true that Wen Li and Wen Xingming bore some resemblance, yet their personalities were starkly different. Wen Xingming was flamboyant and arrogant, clearly a young master raised in luxury. Wen Li, on the other hand, was exceptionally beautiful, reminiscent of a delicate white flower blooming amidst a vibrant patch of yellow-red blooms on the grassland in Xinjiang last year, swaying gently with the breeze. If Wen Li hadn't mentioned it, he would never have guessed they were family. Wen Li observed Zhou Xingyun, noticing that he seemed to be deep in thought, and cautiously asked, "You're not angry, are you?" Zhou Xingyun replied, somewhat exasperated. "What is there to be angry about? I'm just surprised. I never expected the world to be so small that you would encounter a relative. But it's a good thing. At least you have a family to return to now." Wen Li nodded, internally thinking that it wasn't merely good luck. She had traversed mountains and rivers, taking over 1,000 kilometers of trains to find her family. However, she kept this to herself and pointed at the camera above. "Let's hurry and leave. There's a camera here, and we shouldn't stop." Just as she said this, the camera clicked. Both of them were clearly captured. Zhou Xingyin drove Wen Li back to the Wen family. Despite having heard about the Wen family situation during the drive, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The place Wen Li referred to was often listed among the most desired luxury residences on social media. However, as they arrived, Zhou Xingyin felt as though he had taken a wrong turn. The villa's exterior was indeed lavish, but for some reason, it carried an inexplicable rustic charm. Who could explain why a wealthy family would cultivate over 1,000 square meters of vegetables? Is it the new trend for affluent families to be so down-to-earth? Zhou Xingyin was beset by countless questions. As he approached the door to leave, he suddenly looked up and discovered that half of the fence gate had been severed, replaced by a wooden plaque inscribed with the crooked characters, "Seek the Tao sect." Could this possibly be the handiwork of that child, Wen Li? Turning his gaze toward the direction from which Wen Li had entered, an overwhelming sense of concern welled up within him. The Wen family was prosperous. Could they genuinely allow Wen Li to act in such a manner? At that very moment, Wen Li, oblivious to Zhou Xingyun's worries, had just settled onto the sofa, where her family awaited her eagerly. Wen Yu was an exceedingly busy individual. His sudden departure that day had been prompted by a call from his father, and he had left without even a moment to spare for a proper farewell. Nevertheless, he kept a close eye on Wen Li's filming progress and, upon learning that she had wrapped up her project, promptly ordered a bouquet of flowers to be sent home. The rest of the Wen family had also prepared congratulatory gifts for her. Even Su Yurong had chosen to present Wen Li with a pair of golden bracelets. While these tokens were not particularly extravagant, they were deeply cherished by Wen Li. She accepted each gift with a radiant smile, clearly unaware that her family members were exchanging glances, seemingly on the verge of saying something significant. Ultimately, it was Wen Xingming who was nudged forward by his father. "What is it?" Wen Li inquired, raising her head in curiosity at Wen Xingming's hesitance. "Second brother, if you have something to say, please do." Wen Xingming raised a hand to cover his mouth, cleared his throat, and began, "Well, with the school year approaching, father has found a school for you. And he hopes you will attend. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Wen Li replied without a moment's hesitation. The Wen family was taken aback by her swift agreement, momentarily wondering if they had misheard. Once they realized what had transpired, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. They had previously worried that Wen Li might refuse, never anticipating that things would unfold so smoothly. Wen Li, puzzled by their reactions, remarked, "I think studying is quite wonderful." During this period, she had occasionally searched for the necessary procedures and materials required to rebuild the Taoist temple, only to discover that one must possess a certification to become a Taoist priest, and that most candidates held at least a bachelor's degree. Apart from studying a few characters alongside her equally illiterate master, she had never attended a day of school. How could she, as the leader of a generation, remain a complete academic novice? Even if, when Xingming did not broach the subject, she would seek a way to enroll herself. "I want to attend university," Wen Li declared earnestly, her words imbued with determination. The Wen family was overwhelmed with emotion, and Su Yurong discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. "Oh dear, our little ancestor is starting school in 2 days. She will finally be spared from wall-scraping duties." Though Wen Li lacked admission scores, the Wen family possessed the financial means. The school had been chosen after extensive consultations by Wen Tingsong and Su Yurong, ultimately settling on a high school located over 10 kilometers from home. The couple was satisfied with their choice and promptly donated 5 million as educational funding. As they departed, Su Yurong, still somewhat anxious, repeatedly inquired about her primary concern. "You do start morning exercises at 6 and school ends at 9:30, correct?" The principal, somewhat bewildered by their inquiries, pondered before responding. "Given that it is the 3rd year of high school, academics take precedence. If your child cannot participate in morning exercises, that is acceptable."
No. Su Yuzong interject.
Raising her hand with urgency. "My child is perfectly capable." Thus, the school routine was set, and she could hardly believe that Wen Li would indeed thrive. The couple exited the principal's office with buoyant strides, leaving the principal in a state of astonishment. Finally, September arrived. Su Yurong had spent several days scraping walls. Wen Xingming had been driving a tractor for days, and Wen Tingsong had been compelled to seek clients for Wen Li daily. At last, on the 1st of September, the entire family set out to escort Wen Li to school. Cheers erupted from the family. Wen Li was unaware that her family was so eager to send her off. In the days leading up to school, Wen Xingming took her on a whirlwind tour of various shopping malls. For the first time, Wen Li gained a deeper understanding of her family's wealth. A 30,000 yuan backpack was purchased without a second thought, and several expensive pens could easily be acquired. Although she had accumulated some assets, the sheer extravagance of Wen Xingming's spending still made her heart tremble. The frugal Wen Li felt a pang of distress. Wen Xingming, however, remained oblivious, stating with utmost seriousness, "My sister deserves nothing but the best." Upon hearing this, Wen Li felt compelled to accept these gifts. On the day of school, with the exception of Wen Yu, who was still on duty with the special forces, the entire Wen family was present. Amidst the bustling crowd, they beheld a luxurious van parked in front of the school entrance. Moments later, 3 men clad in white home attire emerged from the vehicle, followed by a strikingly beautiful young woman dressed in a form-fitting red dress, her nose adorned with black-rimmed sunglasses, exuding an air of elegance. As this stunning group disembarked, one of the men approached the vehicle, extending a hand toward the interior. Wen Li grasped her elder brother's hand and gracefully descended from the car. The September weather remained warm, and the entire family donned white attire. Wen Li wore a delicate white floral short skirt, showcasing her long, slender legs, and her hair styled in a high ponytail. Passers-by instinctively cast their gazes in her direction. Noticing the attention they garnered, Wen Li scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of malice, offered a gentle smile. Shall we go? When Xingming had retrieved Wen Li's suitcase from the trunk, when Tingsong, still concerned for his daughter, had personally prepared her belongings alongside Su Yurong, packing 3 suitcases of varying sizes, perfectly suited for the 3 men to carry. After checking in at the classroom, Wen Li took the key provided by the homeroom teacher and made her way to the girls' dormitory. The sign outside read, "No entry for males," preventing the men of the Wen family from accompanying her. When Tingsong, unable to quell his worry, instructed his wife, "Choose a nice bed for our daughter, one that isn't too close to the window or the air conditioning." Su Yurong, however, absorbed in her thoughts, barely registered his words. She looked glumly at the 3 suitcases before her. Their daughter's dormitory was on the 5th floor, and the building lacked an elevator. How on earth would she manage to haul all 3 suitcases up there without exhausting herself? Before Su Yurong could fully process the situation, Wen Li had already sidled up to her, slightly bending down as she effortlessly lifted one suitcase and ascended the dormitory stairs. Su Yurong gasped, "Oh my! Our little ancestor possesses such strength. What a pity she isn't on the weightlifting team." Once her astonishment wore off, she hurriedly grabbed the smallest and lightest suitcase, trailing behind Wen Li. As a transfer student, Wen Li discovered that the dormitory was nearly full upon her arrival, with several classmates already making their beds. The moment Su Yurong stepped inside, her expression soured, and she spoke with a hint of disdain. How can so many people fit into such a small space? Perhaps Su Yurong's tone was overly critical, as one of the students, busy setting up her bed, couldn't help but scrutinize her. "What do you mean it's too crowded? We're here to study, not to indulge in luxury. If you find the environment unsatisfactory, why not just go home at night?" Su Yurong was momentarily rendered speechless. Though her tone carried a hint of disdain, it was devoid of malice. She simply found the conditions rather harsh. Being confronted by a child merely a decade her junior left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. The decision to have Wen Li board at school had been made after much deliberation by Wen Tingsong. They intended for Wen Li to expend her energy at school, ensuring that she would return home too exhausted to voice any desires for rebuilding the sect. However, with the school located over 10 kilometers away, the daily commute alone took half an hour. Concerned that his daughter might struggle with her studies and suffer from insufficient sleep, Wen Tingsong ultimately decided that boarding would be best, allowing her to return home 2 days a week. The academic atmosphere at the school was commendable, with 70% of students gaining admission to prestigious universities each year. Yet, despite all their calculations, they had not anticipated such poor living conditions. In a modest room of merely 20 square meters, an astonishing 8 beds were crammed within, leaving only a narrow passageway in the center. At present, the only available bed was the lower bunk situated perilously close to the restroom. Su Yurong's expression soured as she prepared to voice her concerns. But when Li unexpectedly positioned herself in front of her, Su Yurong paused, taken aback by the sight of Wen Li's slender back. It was the first time she realized just how frail Wen Li appeared, despite being the one who consumed the most each day. How was it possible that she was not more robust than this? "What are you staring at?" a classmate who had spoken earlier remarked, clearly displeased by Wen Li's gaze. Wen Li blinked, noting the other's lowered brows and prominent brow ridge, a clear indicator of a volatile temperament. "It seems my dear Su did not direct her words towards you," Wen Li remarked coolly, glancing at her roommate's grim countenance. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression darkened further. Yet Wen Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "If you are not the subject of my comments, I kindly ask you to remain silent." Su Yurong, standing behind her, was momentarily stunned, an unusual sensation stirring within her. She quickly realized the potential repercussions of Wen Li's actions. What if she inadvertently angered their roommate and faced isolation? She had heard tales of rampant bullying on campus. Su Yurong swiftly concealed her disdain and earnestly apologized. "I am truly sorry, dear classmate. My aunt speaks without thinking. I have never encountered such harsh living conditions in a dormitory." As she spoke, Su Yurong noticed the other girl's expression darkening further. She clasped her mouth shut, choosing not to say more. "Humph." The classmate scoffed before turning away. "Wait," Wen Li called out suddenly. "What do you want?" The girl retorted, annoyed. Wen Li pointed at the belongings on the bed. "Is there anything of yours up there? If so, please take it away." This dormitory had not been fully occupied, and with the girls having many personal items, they often placed larger belongings on unoccupied beds. The other girls had already taken their things,
leaving only 2 thick blankets on the bed.
Indeed, upon hearing Wen Li's words, the roommate's expression soured once more as she angrily tossed her blanket onto Wen Li's upper bunk. Su Yurong, observing this exchange, was left speechless, ultimately unable to suppress her admiration for her daughter's boldness. Soon, the beds were made, and Wen Li and Su Yurong descended the stairs. Upon returning home, Su Yurong recounted the day's events at school to Wen Tingsong, her voice tinged with worry. I saw our daughter, looking rather too thin today. Do you think she might be bullied at school? The image of Wen Li being knocked down by a punch flashed in Su Yurong's mind. Perhaps we should have her return home to stay? Wen Tingsong chuckled inwardly at Su Yurong's repeated use of our daughter. He recalled how, when she first married into the family, her face was filled with apprehension. Over time, as he provided more financial support, she had grown more compliant. Their relationship had remained superficially amiable for the past decade, but the depth of her feelings remained a mystery to most. However, her concern for Wen Li was undeniably genuine. Little Li is not as easily intimidated as you might think. Just today, she effortlessly moved those two 50-kilogram suitcases, which speaks volumes.
Who knows who might end up on the floor in the end?
Chapter 34. The return of Wen Sairu. Wen Li informed Zhou Xingyun about her decision to attend Wen High School. Naturally, he supported her choice, expressing over the phone, "At this stage, your academic pursuits should take precedence. I will endeavor to arrange my schedule around the winter and summer vacations." Being still young, Wen Li had ample time ahead to pursue acting. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why the Wen family chose Wen High School, given that they could have enrolled her in a more prestigious institution. While Wen High School held a notable reputation nationally, the students endured considerable hardships. The memories of his own grueling experience in the final year of high school lingered vividly, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Nevertheless, he noted Wen Li's cheerful tone during their conversation and refrained from voicing his concerns. After hanging up, Wen Li proceeded to send a message to Huanghai, knowing that as long as she sent him a message each day, she would see a financial influx.
Indeed.
Huanghai quickly replied, and her bank account suddenly swelled with 6 substantial deposits. Father, dear daughter, heiress this month's allowance. Let me know if you need more. Elder brother, little sister, I've added 10,000 to your meal card for pocket money. Spend it freely. Second brother, sis, heiress your pocket money. This month I'm a bit short, but next month I'll transfer you 500,000. Stranger, I left in a hurry last time. I heard you started school, so I sent you some pocket money. Don't be frugal. Spend it all, and if you run out, just ask me. Oh, and add me on WeChat. 136. Xiao Su, this is for you. The 6th transfer came from Huanghai, who generously gifted her 1 million, wishing her a happy start to school. As Wen Li gazed at her burgeoning account, she marveled at the wealth she never dared to dream of possessing just a month prior. Having family was truly a blessing. And with a friend like Huanghai, she was determined to cherish this connection. She vowed to save her entire family, and Huanghai too. That night, Wen Li lay on her grand bed, indulging in delightful dreams. The following morning, she awoke refreshed, enjoyed breakfast, and then boarded a luxurious vehicle to officially attend her classes. Even with a chauffeur, her father remained uneasy. Though he had casually remarked that his daughter was not easily bullied, he had tossed and turned all night, ultimately insisting on personally escorting Wen Li to school. Soon, the entire family decided to accompany her. Thus, at the entrance of Wen High School, a peculiar sight unfolded. While many parents dropped off their children and left, the Wen family stood resplendently at the gate, eyes fixed firmly on the school, appearing more akin to parents sending their child off to kindergarten. It wasn't until most students had arrived, and the Wen men had stood outside for over half an hour, that they slowly withdrew their gaze and returned to their own affairs. Meanwhile, across the road, a luxurious Rolls-Royce idled by the curb. Huanghai observed as the security guard lowered the retractable gate, then turned to the driver, instructing, "Drive back to the company." Wen Li had reported to her class the previous day. The homeroom teacher was a man in his 30s, sporting silver-rimmed glasses, whose perpetually low gaze made him seem rather unapproachable. As it was her first day at school, Wen Li arrived early, finding only a few students in the classroom. She chose a seat at random and settled in. The classmates glanced back at her repeatedly, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Is this the new student we heard about?" One whispered. "I saw her at the dorm entrance yesterday. She's stunningly beautiful, and her parents seem incredibly nice, even coming to school with her." Wen Li overheard their discussions, but discerned no malice in their words, so she chose to ignore them. The classmates contemplated approaching her to introduce themselves, but hesitated, intimidated by her striking beauty, opting instead to observe from a distance. Feeling a bit bored, Wen Li nonchalantly took out her phone to message her family. Though she was at school, she could not neglect her responsibilities within the family. She instructed Su Yurong to wipe the courtyard walls later in the afternoon and asked her elder brothers to check the vegetable garden for any weeds, urging them to remove them if found. And her father. It had been days, yet he had failed to secure a single client. She wondered how he managed to occupy the chairman's position. Sighing softly, she sent out her messages one by one. However, after waiting for a considerable time without a response, she reluctantly returned her phone to her backpack. Unbeknownst to her, the moment Wen Li took out her phone, all her classmates were left astounded. Lowering her head, she sensed someone seemingly addressing her, prompting her to lift her gaze. Wen Li's complexion was fair, her face small enough to fit in one's palm. Yet her features were harmoniously proportioned. Her long, lush eyelashes framed her bright, round eyes, while her delicate nose and slightly parted, vividly colored lips resembled glistening, sun-kissed tangerines. The girl conversing with Wen Li was momentarily struck dumb, completely forgetting what she intended to say. She felt a flicker of familiarity in Wen Li's visage, but couldn't quite place it. Is something the matter? Wen Li's voice was soft, akin to a gentle feather that sent a shiver through the heart. The girl stared at Wen Li, her eyes wide in awe. Oh, it's nothing. The girl awkwardly wiped her hands. Are you a new student? The mere acknowledgement from Wen Li set Zheng Ke's heart ablaze with excitement. Zheng Ke, still enthralled, pointed at the phone in Wen Li's hand and kindly warned, "New student, you're not allowed to bring phones to school. If the homeroom teacher finds out, it will be confiscated immediately."
Ah?
Is it that serious? Wen Li was taken aback and instinctively reached to put her phone away. However, the classroom was suddenly filled with the ringing of the class bell, and the homeroom teacher burst in, clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt, followed closely by a girl. Wen Li's attention was instantly captured by the entering duo, and she forgot all about her phone. Her gaze was so unabashedly focused that the homeroom teacher noticed. Upon spotting the phone in Wen Li's hand, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "Wen Li, didn't I inform you yesterday during registration that phones are prohibited at school?"
Wen Li,
bewildered, shook her head. Had she known, she certainly wouldn't have brought her phone today. Reflecting on the registration day, Wen Li confidently asserted, "Teacher, you forgot to mention it to me. In the case of an ordinary teacher, encountering a new student with a phone on the first day would lead to a mere confiscation, with the phone returned on the weekend." However, the homeroom teacher was different. From the outset, he had no desire to tolerate a student like Wen Li, who had scored below 100 in every subject during the entrance exams. Thus, he found her utterly unappealing. "I see you're just making excuses. You're a student. Students should conduct themselves as such. With the same surname Wen, how can you be so different from the others?" With that, the teacher donned a facade of amiability, directing a warm gaze toward the girl beside him, announcing loudly, "Zero, come forward." Chapter 35. Wen Li faces targeting. Once the homeroom teacher finished speaking, Wen Li narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on the girl standing at the podium, Zero. Since Zero's departure, she had nearly forgotten about her. "What are you staring at?" The homeroom teacher reprimanded, unable to contain his irritation at Wen Li's unyielding gaze directed at his prized student. All new students, yet Zero didn't bring her phone. Since the moment the homeroom teacher laid eyes on Wen Li, his disdain had been palpable. Without comparison, there would be no pain. It irked him that Zero's entire family had shown up for registration, with the principal even calling to request special attention for her. He despised students who received preferential treatment. Moreover, Zero not only excelled academically, but also spoke eloquently. As Wen Li listened to the homeroom teacher's lukewarm remarks, her heart remained unperturbed. Yet, in the teacher's eyes, it appeared as though Wen Li was impervious to criticism, inciting his fury. "Since you're a new student, stand up and introduce yourself so everyone in the class can get to know you," the homeroom teacher snapped. Upon hearing this, Wen Li rose from her seat and stepped up to the podium, preempting Zero by saying, "My name is Wen Li. Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." The homeroom teacher became increasingly convinced that Wen Li was beneath notice, dismissing her and prompting Zero to introduce herself instead. "Hello, everyone. My name is Zero, and I hope to get along well with all of you." Zero's long, black hair cascaded down her back, complemented by a simple white short-sleeved shirt and slightly flared jeans, embodying the quintessential image of a good student. Most importantly, Zero had already begun to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, and over half the class recognized her. As soon as she spoke, gasps of admiration rippled through the students. In stark contrast, Wen Li seemed to fade into the background. The homeroom teacher cast a sidelong glance at Wen Li before stating, "From now on, everyone should seek guidance from C-Row for their studies." Even though she often misses classes due to filming, she still maintains top 10 grades in the school. As he spoke, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but beam with pride. C-Row's excellent grades, beauty, and burgeoning career as a star made her future seem limitless. He felt a swell of pride, imagining how it would reflect well on him during this year's evaluation for head of grade. Naturally, he wished Wen Li had never shown up at all. His dissatisfaction with Wen Li grew. Her poor performance might jeopardize his chances of being recognized this year, and he was determined to make her pay for it.
You two can sit down now.
The teacher's small eyes radiated impatience as he assigned C-Row a prominent seat, allowing Wen Li to occupy whatever spot she pleased, while also confiscating her phone. The class had an odd number of students, leaving Wen Li to sit alone at her desk. The classmates, taken aback by the teacher's overt disdain for the new student, felt a pang of sympathy for Wen Li. However, she remained unfazed, content to have the space of 2 desks to herself. On the first day of school, there were no classes, yet Wen Li had received her textbooks. A hefty stack of books, she delicately traced the sharp, cold edges with her fingers. Yet at the same time, a flutter of excitement coursed through her. By the end of the day, Wen Li had perused each textbook thoroughly. Over the past month, she had diligently practiced recognizing characters, which meant she could understand most of the words in the books. Previously, when she encountered unfamiliar terms, she could simply look them up on her phone. Now that it was confiscated, she purchased a thick Chinese dictionary from the school's convenience store. Wen Li had an excellent memory. She could recall nearly everything after a single reading. However, due to her and her mentor's limited educational background, barely achieving the equivalent of 3 years of kindergarten, they had led to her current struggles in learning. Nevertheless, Wen Li remained optimistic. She was at school to learn, and if she couldn't master the material in a year, she would simply take another year. One day, she would surely be able to enter university. After class, Zhang Ku approached her, concern etched on her face. "Don't let what Ling Go said bother you. That's just how he is. He favors the high achievers and looks down on those who don't perform well. We've all heard him say similar things about students at the bottom of the class." Zhang Ku scoffed, frustration evident in her tone. "But I won't take it to heart. After all, it's not like he holds any significance in my life. Besides, his demeanor speaks volumes. His eyes are wide, and his pupils small, clearly a narrow-minded person. If one isn't careful with their behavior, they'll find themselves in trouble within 3 months, jeopardizing their future." Zhang Ku noted Wen Li's indifference and couldn't help but admire her inner strength. She gave Wen Li a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your attitude is truly commendable." Last semester, her grades had slipped, and she had endured 2 months of the homeroom teacher's scolding until her performance improved, which softened his attitude toward her. Amidst their conversation, when C-Row had approached Wen Li littly, Wen Li looked up, meeting the insincere smile of Wen C-Row, her expression cooling as she retorted, "If you don't want to smile, then don't. You look rather unappealing right now." At her words, C-Row's long eyelashes fluttered, hesitation evident in her demeanor. To the uninformed classmates, it appeared as though Wen Li had harbored resentment towards C-Row because of recent events. Sure enough, tears shimmered in C-Row's eyes. "Is it because of what happened earlier that you're upset? If so, I apologize. Please don't drive me away. I have no other school to go to now." This statement piqued the curiosity of those around them. Did the two know each other? Zhang Ku glanced back and forth between Wen Li and Wen Sairu, cautiously inquiring, "Do you know each other?" It was evident from Wen Sairu's demeanor that she was familiar with Wen Li. Zhang Ku observed that upon Wen Sairu's arrival, Wen Li's previously gentle smile vanished, replaced by an aura of coldness. Noticing Wen Li's silence, Wen Sairu felt a twinge of irritation. Given the current circumstances, she expected Wen Li, known for her forthrightness, to retort. The classmates would undoubtedly speculate about Wen Li's behavior, and she could leverage this situation to elicit sympathy. With soft eyes, Wen Sairu approached Wen Li, her voice laden with remorse. "I apologize for wronging you by taking your place. I understand if you harbor resentment. I shall make amends." At these words, Wen Li raised her gaze, her dark eyes resembling a veil of mist, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. "How will you make amends?"
Ben Li interjecta suddenly.
Wen Sairu's smile faltered, leaving her perplexed by Wen Li's response. In her mind, Wen Li should have confronted her as she had before. She had even begun to pinch her thigh to summon tears, yet now Wen Li merely asked how she intended to compensate. "You should contemplate how to make amends for me," Wen Li remarked, her disappointment palpable. She had anticipated that Wen Sairu would at least offer a substantial sum. Instead, it seemed she was merely boasting. Wen Sairu nearly staggered back in frustration, silently cursing Wen Li for her short-sightedness. The Wen family was affluent, and yet Wen Li, in her naivety, clung to such a trivial amount. Wen Sairu felt her teeth grind in exasperation, unable to fathom how her family could possibly favor this fool. Chapter 36. Wen Li's fury in the first high school. Each class was capped at 50 students. Class 1 boasted a total of 48. At the onset of the school year, the homeroom teacher tasked Wen Sairu with collecting class fees, 200 yuan per student. After a week of collection, she was ready to submit the total to the office, only to find her bag's compartment completely empty upon opening it. Wen Sairu's face turned pale. Soon, her classmates noticed her distress, and, upon inquiry, learned that the money had been stolen. "Don't worry, Shiyu, we will help you search," they assured her. "Perhaps you misplaced it elsewhere? Should we look again?" Wen Sairu's eyes brimmed with tears, her lashes glistening with remnants of her recent weeping. The classmates felt a pang of sympathy. Nearly 10,000 yuan was no trifling sum. One student suggested informing the teacher. However, Wen Sairu shook her head, her expression anxious. "I know the thief must have acted impulsively, and I should not have placed the money in my bag. I am at fault as well. I will replace it myself." "How can this be your fault?" Zhou Xingyue's expression stiffened, taken aback by Wen Sairu's kindness. Wen Sairu's gaze softened as she spoke gently. "In any case, if we cannot find it, let us not inform the teacher." She lowered her head, her tone tinged with sadness. "I fear the teacher will scold me if she finds out." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. It was common knowledge that the homeroom teacher had a notoriously short temper. Losing such a significant sum would surely incite her wrath, making Wen Sairu's concerns quite reasonable. Zhou Xingyue looked on with sympathy, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the back of the classroom. At that moment, Wen Li remained seated, engrossed in her book, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Zhou Xingyue's expression darkened. "Then we shall not inform the teacher. We will continue searching." With that, Zhou Xingyue approached the podium and declared loudly, "I implore the student who stole the money to return it before the next PE class ends. If we find it ourselves, do not blame us for being unkind." As she spoke, her eyes met with Wen Sairu's grateful gaze. Zhou Xingyue stood straighter, her gaze fixed intently on Wen Li. Lost in thought. Though the first high school had its quirks, at least PE class remained a time for students. After 10 minutes, the PE teacher allowed free activity. With the sun blazing outside, making it difficult to see, and the shade crowded with students, Wen Li opted to return to the classroom. However, upon her arrival, she found herself surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals at her desk. Wen Sairu stood at the center, hesitating as she caught sight of Wen Li. "What are you doing at my desk?"
Ben li apruaka, shudan li alting.
In the middle of her desk lay a thick stack of money. Realization dawned on Wen Li, yet her expression remained unfazed as she queried, "Did you take this from my bag?" "Wen Li, how dare you speak so?" Zhou Xingyue exclaimed with disdain. "We gave you so many chances, yet you still refuse to return the money. Did you not see how red Shiyu's eyes are from crying?" Wen Li stood a few desks away, her brows slightly raised at Zhou Xingyue's accusation. "Just because it was taken from my bag, does that mean I am the thief?" Her gaze deepened as she casually remarked, "I could just as easily claim that you, unable to tolerate my presence, stole the class funds from Shiyu's bag and then framed me. Do you not find my reasoning valid?" Indeed, Zhou Xingyue's expression faltered, a flicker of discomfort crossing her features before vanishing. Nonetheless, Wen Li had caught it. In the next moment, she smiled and stated, "You claim I am the thief. Yet I do not concede unless you can provide evidence. Everyone saw it. It was taken from your bag." Zhou Xingyue insisted, but Wen Li remained unmoved, demanding proof. Zhou Xingyue, unable to produce any evidence, found herself in a stalemate with Wen Li. The others were indignant. "Then we shall inform the teacher or call the police." Wen Li stood her ground, observing the group before her. Seeing that Wen Li was unperturbed, Zhou Xingyue resolved to head to the office. Just then, Wen Sairu suddenly grasped Zhou Xingyue's arm, panic evident in her voice. "No, it must be my sister's prank. Do not tell the teacher." In an instant, the classroom fell silent, all students caught off guard. Zhou Xingyue stared at Wen Sairu in disbelief. "Shiyu, what are you saying? How could Wen Li possibly be Wen Sairu's sister?" Wen Sairu appeared momentarily taken aback, feigning helplessness as she cast a fearful glance at Wen Li. It was now clear to everyone. Wen Li was the favored child of the Wen family, while Wen Xiru existed in the shadows. No wonder she often came to school alone. All the family's affection had been bestowed upon Wen Li. Wen Xiru did not respond to Zhou Xingyue, but instead fluttered her long lashes, fear evident in her eyes as she whispered to Wen Li. I did not mean to reveal it. Wen Li simply crossed her arms, watching Wen Xiru's performance with amusement. It was no wonder Wen Xiru had gained some notoriety in such a short time. Her acting skills were indeed remarkable. Wen Li clicked her tongue but remained silent. As expected, Wen Xiru grew increasingly flustered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Li, I truly did not mean to let it slip. She hastily wiped her tears. Her tone pleading, I do not blame you for the theft. Let us pretend it never happened, shall we?
Shiyu.
The surrounding classmates could hardly bear to witness this, especially as Wen Li maintained her indifferent demeanor. You are far too kind. Wen Xiru shook her head, forcing a bitter smile. She is my sister, and I have wronged her. She may only be seeking revenge. Wen Li suddenly let out a scoff, asking sharply, Are you finished? Wen Xiru opened her mouth, but upon seeing Wen Li's expression, fell silent. Since you are done, let us proceed to call the police.
What?
The classroom was filled with shock. Wen Li had boldly suggested calling the police? How could she exude such confidence? Wen Xiru did not expect this outcome, completely baffled by Wen Li's thought process.
Xiao Li.
Let us just drop this. I do not mind. Who cares whether you mind or not? Wen Li cast a sidelong glance at Wen Xiru and suddenly remarked, Do you remember what I said the last time I told you to get lost? Wen Xiru's face turned ashen in an instant. Wen Li continued, Since you insist on courting disaster, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The incident of the mistaken identity had lingered for too long. The Wen family could only hold the hospital accountable. Wen Xiru had lived in the Wen household for 17 years. Even if the family members did not speak of it, Wen Li was aware that they harbored feelings for Wen Xiru. This was human nature, and Wen Li could comprehend it. Moreover, since her return, the Wen family's attitude had been remarkably gracious. Though she did not voice it, Wen Li felt a sense of satisfaction. Therefore, she thought that as long as Wen Xiru did not provoke her, she could spare her and avoid making things difficult for her father and brothers. However, Wen Xiru remained undeterred. As Wen Xiru met Wen Li's icy gaze, a chill ran down her spine. Wen Li's eyes were large and round, with pupils much deeper than those of an ordinary person. Generally, she wore a smile, and her eyes seemed to converse with those who beheld them. Even Wen Xiru had to admit that most people felt a sense of fondness upon first seeing Wen Li. Yet, when Wen Li ceased to smile, her eyes turned as cold as ice, instilling a primal fear that made Wen Xiru's very soul tremble. How terrifying! Was this truly the expression a rustic bumpkin ought to possess? Wen Xiru was rendered speechless by fright. Sensing the situation escalating, a clever classmate immediately rushed to the office. Upon entering, the homeroom teacher found his beloved student quietly weeping in a corner, while Wen Li wore an expression of mocking disdain. At that moment, a wave of anger surged through him. Wen Li, go call your parents right this instant. Chapter 37. Support. After receiving the call, Wen Ting Song rushed to the school within 20 minutes, filled with urgency. The security guard at the school gate recognized Wen Ting Song and allowed him to enter without registration. Familiar with the layout of the first high school, he quickly made his way to the office. Upon entering, he spotted his daughter standing forlornly in a corner, and to his surprise, Wen Xiru was also present. What are you doing here? Wen Ting Song instinctively asked. Wen Xiru's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, appearing woefully pitiful. She hesitated, wanting to speak, but fell silent upon glancing at Wen Li in the corner. This caused Wen Ting Song to furrow his brows. The sight of his adopted daughter in such a state felt strangely unsettling. The homeroom teacher, unable to bear the scene, was about to intervene. But as he beheld the tall, dignified figure of Wen Ting Song, his words were abruptly stifled. The last time he had seen Wen Ting Song, he was dressed casually in a simple short-sleeved shirt and long pants. However, today he was clad in a full suit for work, his hair slicked back with wax, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The homeroom teacher stammered, Well, the reason I called you here is to discuss Wen Li's issues at school. Wen Ting Song nodded, casually pulling out 2 chairs and gesturing for Wen Li to sit. Don't stand there, come and take a seat. He was suppressing a surge of frustration. He was aware of Wen Li's phone being confiscated and had intended to inquire about her school life when she got home. But now, he needed no further questions. The situation was abundantly clear. Upon entering, He had seen his daughter standing in the corner, and if anyone had pushed the door open, they could have bumped into her. It was evident that the homeroom teacher bore a disdain for Wen Li. Wen Tingsong believed he should not overly interfere with his children's lives at school. But he found it intolerable. He beckoned Wen Li over, and she unceremoniously sat down on the red-lacquered wooden chair. The father and daughter stared at the homeroom teacher. The teacher, feeling humiliated, was somewhat displeased. However, while he might not know Wen Tingsong's exact status, he was aware that the cufflink on his sleeve could easily surpass a month's salary. Thus, he had no choice but to lower his tone, saying, "Mr. Wen, please don't be angry. There are reasons for having Wen Li stand." Wen Tingsong replied, somewhat nonchalantly, "I have my reasons for letting my daughter sit." The homeroom teacher, used to being coddled by parents, found himself increasingly flustered as he had now been publicly undermined. He finally stated sternly, "Wen Li stole the class funds today. The students found it in her backpack, but she is now denying it. I believe." "Are you saying the students rummaged through my daughter's backpack?" Wen Tingsong sprang to his feet, his face a mask of fury. What kind of upbringing do these students have, that they would conspire to invade another's belongings? Although he hadn't witnessed the incident, he could easily imagine the scene. Seeing Wen Tingsong so agitated, the homeroom teacher began to doubt whether he had spoken appropriately. Why was this parent so peculiar, focusing on the violation of Wen Li's backpack? "Sir," the teacher's voice rose, carrying a tone of admonition. "We are discussing the matter of Wen Li stealing money." Realizing the shift in focus, Wen Tingsong gently squeezed Wen Li's hand to comfort her, then turned to the homeroom teacher and asked, "Where is the evidence?" "The students personally found it," the teacher replied. "That could also mean my daughter is being framed." Wen Tingsong interrupted. Though he had spent little time with Wen Li, he trusted her character. Furthermore, his daughter had no need for money. Why would she covet that small sum? As he spoke, Wen Tingsong suddenly recalled Wen Si-ro and turned to her. "Were you present at the time?" Wen Si-ro met Wen Tingsong's gaze, which held both inquiry and skepticism. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of desolation engulfed her. Even if she were not a member of the Wen family, the bond forged over 17 years was undeniable. How could Wen Tingsong now suspect her, because of Wen Li? I was there," Wen Si-ro murmured, lowering her head, clearly apprehensive. This reaction only fueled the homeroom teacher's indignation. Before Wen Tingsong's arrival, he had been somewhat privy to the Wen family's circumstances. The mix-up was not Wen Si-ro's fault, which rational parents would cast out an adopted child simply for finding their biological offspring. The homeroom teacher, fuming, spoke with righteous indignation. Student Si-ro did nothing wrong. On the contrary, she even pleaded on Wen Li's behalf. How can the Wen family fail to recognize such a fine girl like her? The teacher's disappointment was palpable. "So you believe it was Wen Li who did it?" Wen Tingsong disregarded the teacher and focused on Wen Si-ro. Wen Si-ro was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, and stammered. "The money was found in Xiao Li's backpack, and Wen Li dislikes me."
So,
"You're suggesting that Wen Li stole the class funds out of animosity toward you?" Wen Tingsong countered directly. "Is she truly that foolish?" Wen Tingsong was unwilling to discuss further. He wouldn't even inquire whether Wen Li had truly stolen the money. As her father, he had faith in her character. Therefore, he declared, "Let us call the police and have them investigate whether there are any fingerprints on that money." The homeroom teacher was taken aback. He had never intended for the situation to escalate to this extent. Knowing Wen Li's family background, he assumed strict parenting and expected Wen Tingsong's initial reaction to be one of anger. Yet, upon arriving at the office, Wen Tingsong had asserted his authority. Now, he was even suggesting police involvement. Meanwhile, Wen Li remained silent, showing no reaction as the suggestion of police involvement was made. The teacher found himself in a quandary. Seeing the teacher's inaction, Wen Tingsong chuckled coldly and was about to dial the police in front of everyone. However, Zhou Xingyu, who had been cowering in the corner since Wen Tingsong entered, paled and instinctively shouted, "Don't call." Wen Tingsong paused, turning his gaze toward the student he had not previously noticed. Zhou Xingyu felt a chill run down her spine as she regretted her outburst the moment it left her lips. Wen Tingsong inquired, "Do you have something to say, student?" Zhou Xingyu harbored a guilty conscience, naturally too apprehensive to voice her thoughts, biting her lip and shaking her head incessantly. At that moment, Wen Li suddenly spoke up, still not willing to confess. "What?" Zhou Xingyue's entire being jolted, her head snapping up to regard Wen Li with disbelief. What did Wen Li mean by that? Did she truly know everything? Chapter 38. the mysterious biological mother under the myriad of probing and suspicious gazes. Zhou Xingyue crumbled. "I did nothing wrong," she exclaimed, panic-stricken, pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Li. "Stop slandering me." Wen Li responded directly, "Then let the police investigate. Let them check Wen Sire's backpack and see if your fingerprints are on the money." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingyue's complexion paled even further. The homeroom teacher, sensing the unusual atmosphere, suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. "Zhou Xingyue, what on earth is going on?" Ultimately, Zhou Xingyue was merely a girl of 17 or 18, and with so many eyes upon her, compounded by her own guilt, she felt overwhelmed and broke down into tears. Wen Li displayed no hint of compassion in her eyes. She understood that if the focus of scrutiny fell upon her today, she would find herself unable to vindicate her innocence, regardless of her protestations. The victim had yet to shed a tear, while the perpetrator was the one wallowing in self-pity. Wen Li glanced towards her biological father, seemingly seeking guidance on how to proceed. When Tingsong declared, "Call her parents here, let the school handle this matter as it sees fit," there was no room for negotiation. The mere thought of having to inform her parents caused Zhou Xingyue to immediately shake her head, tears and snot mingling together. "No." Without hesitation, Zhou Xingyue knelt before Wen Li, pleading, "Wen Li, I truly regret my actions. I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me. I cannot afford any repercussions now that I am in my final year." Wen Li lowered her gaze, meeting Zhou Xingyue's eyes, which were filled with hope. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Li slowly articulated, "Do not overthink this." Zhou Xingyue blinked in surprise, her heart leaping with joy. However, Wen Li's tone turned serious. "Regardless of whether this incident affects you, you will not gain admission to a prestigious school, so do not dwell on it." A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Zhou Xingyue raised her head, her lips quivering, gazing at Wen Li in shock. When Tingsong placed a call for the principal, before long, the principal, with a bulging belly, hurried in. The homeroom teacher's heart sank as he witnessed the principal treating Wen Tingsong with deference. Not everyone followed the financial news, and the homeroom teacher had previously believed that Wen Tingsong was merely a relative of the principal who had secured a backdoor entry into the school. But witnessing the principal's demeanor, the teacher realized his own fate was sealed. Indeed, upon spotting the homeroom teacher, the principal snorted coldly, "Look at the mess you've created. You outright accused student Wen Li of theft. I believe you should resign as the homeroom teacher." The teacher's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly retorted, "But the students all witnessed it. We can discuss your situation later, but this student must be dealt with severely, and those who searched her backpack must apologize." The principal was furious. He had not anticipated such malicious intent from students of this age, nor that they had learned to frame others. A stern response was imperative. With the principal's directive, the homeroom teacher could only comply. Zhou Xingyue realized there was no turning back and suddenly grasped Wen Siru's hand. "Siru, please help me. He is your father too. Speak to him on my behalf. If I get expelled, my parents will kill me." Zhou Xingyue dared not envision such a scenario. Wen Siru, under the weight of Wen Tingsong's gaze, felt a strong urge to shake off Zhou Xingyue's grip. Yet, Zhou Xingyue's strength was formidable, leaving Wen Siru no choice but to allow her to hold on. "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you," Wen Siru sighed, disappointment flickering in her eyes. "You should not have done this." Zhou Xingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wen Siru. Her pupils constricted, her cries turning pitiful. "I did all of this for you." Wen Siru maintained her composed demeanor, "But I never asked you to do any of this. And I owe Wen Li a debt of gratitude. Regardless of how she has treated me, I will always bear her in mind. It is my responsibility." Despair radiated from Zhou Xingyue's eyes, disbelief prevailing. Wen Siru inwardly cursed Zhou Xingyue's foolishness. She was well aware of Zhou Xingyue's actions, but had not anticipated her to be so naive, to confess so readily under the pressure of the Wen family's provocations. Now, she sought to drag her down as well? Such a delightful fantasy. Zhou Xingyue was utterly despondent. The teachers in the office could not help but admonish her, yet she absorbed none of their words. It was only when Zhou Xingyue's parents rushed in, alarmed, that they slapped her across the face the moment they entered. Given the gravity of the situation, there was no way Zhou Xingyue could remain in school. The institution would certainly recommend her expulsion. Today was initially a Friday, and with this incident, Wen Li need not attend the last class. She returned to the classroom, leaving amidst the curious gazes of her classmates. Zhang Ke looked on with concern, but Wen Li shook her head, reassuring Zhang Ke. Wen Li, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, approached the office door, where her biological father awaited her. Beside him stood the homeroom teacher and Wen Siru, the former currently ingratiating himself to Wen Tingsong, who ignored him completely. "Father," Wen Li called out to Wen Tingsong. He felt a tremor in his heart. Wen Li had called him that since they returned home, and each time brought him immense warmth. He sensed that his daughter had endured hardships today and took her backpack upon his shoulders. After a few steps, Wen Tingsong suddenly turned back, addressing Wen Siru. "Today's incident will be overlooked, but next month I will arrange for you to study abroad. I hope you'll refrain from appearing before Wen Li in the future." Wen Siru's complexion drained of color as she gazed incredulously at Wen Tingsong. "No. If I go abroad, I will never have the chance to return home. My career is here, and I cannot afford to abandon it now. I am not negotiating with you," Wen Tingsong stated flatly. "I am informing you." It was impossible for him to lack feelings for Wen Siru. However, her continuous disappointments were undeniable. Today, despite her claims of guilt towards Wen Li, he saw no signs of it. Instead, her words subtly led him to suspect that Wen Li was indeed the thief. Wen Tingsong was no fool. He understood that while Wen Siru's current deceptions might not endanger Wen Li, they could very well have repercussions in the future. The swapping of their lives was not Wen Siru's fault. She owed Wen Li a debt, not animosity. Wen Li had done nothing to warrant any grievances from Wen Siru. Thus, Wen Siru must leave. Wen Tingsong's resolve was firm, and after his pronouncement, he took Wen Li and departed. Wen Siru watched their retreating figures, her eyes filled with loathing. Ultimately, Wen Tingsong believed that blood ties outweighed years of companionship. Or perhaps he had discovered or realized something. As this thought crossed her mind, Wen Siru's expression darkened slightly. Once they left, she retreated to a secluded corner, producing her phone to dial a number. The call was quickly answered by a woman whose voice brimmed with excitement upon recognizing Wen Siru's call. A flicker of annoyance crossed Wen Siru's eyes. But her voice trembled as she spoke. "Mom, Wen Tingsong plans to send me abroad. Please help me." Chapter 39. The junior disciple. The father and daughter returned home. As they approached the gate, Wen Li cast a glance at the freshly painted walls, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed a worthy expenditure of 6,000 yuan. Xiao Su had truly put in the effort. In recent days, the lawn had been excavated, and Wen Li had instructed for seeds to be sown. A fortnight later, tender green shoots had sprouted abundantly, neatly arranged, forming a vibrant green expanse. The European-style villa had been transformed into a pastoral paradise. Upon learning that Wen Li had finished school for the day, the entire family returned home early. Su Yurong was in the kitchen directing the preparation of dinner when she suddenly heard a noise from the entrance. Curiously, she peered out, only to find Wen Li and her husband, a hint of surprise gracing her features. "Has it already reached dismissal time? Why are you back so early today?" Wen Tingsong, feeling somewhat unsettled on his way back due to thoughts about how to manage Wen Siru, was momentarily taken aback by his wife's words before realizing something has occurred. At this, their two sons, who had been lounging on the sofa engrossed in their phones and newspapers, immediately looked up. "Sister, you should head upstairs to do your homework. Father needs to discuss work with your older brothers."
Ben Linudda.
This week's assignments were indeed overwhelming, filled with material she had yet to learn, making it quite challenging to complete everything. Without hesitation, she turned and left. Wen Yanchu had been working at the Wen family business for several years, and his father's words resonated with him. Once Wen Li ascended the stairs and closed the door, Wen Yanchu inquired, "Dad, has something happened at school?" Without holding back, Wen Tingsong recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing this, both brothers' expressions darkened. Su Yurong, having grasped the situation, was equally incensed. What is wrong with today's students? Such cunning at such a young age. And Siru too. Aren't her words misleading others? Clearly, Su Yurong lacked the acumen of those present, perceiving only the surface of the matter. In her view, it was merely a misunderstanding caused by the controversy surrounding Wen Siru's words. However, the two brothers contemplated a deeper implication. Despite the family's affection for Wen Siru, she was still the cherished daughter cultivated over 17 years, fully aware of the appropriate words to say at such a moment. This implied that Wen Siru might have deliberately said those things. Moreover, she could very well have been aware of the entire theft process, merely turning a blind eye to the occurrence. After all, how could a group find Wen Li's location with such precision to rummage through their sister's backpack in her absence? "Dad, it seems sending Siru abroad is indeed the right choice." Wen Yanchu, maintaining composure, stated plainly, "The issues from that time remain unresolved. And Ciro's parents are untraceable. After 17 years of raising her, it's impossible to simply cast her out. However, he paused, continuing, When Ciro harbors resentment towards our younger sister, what she thinks is beyond our knowledge, but we cannot allow even the slightest danger to encroach upon our sister. We must send Wen Ciro abroad for her studies, ensuring she never returns. As he spoke, plans began to form in his mind. Following Wen Ciro's decision to live independently, the Wen family had not ceased her financial support, maintaining the same standards as before. However, after this incident, he believed that aside from necessary living expenses and tuition, excessive financial aid should be curtailed. Once Wen Ciro completed her studies, she would have to fend for herself. When Xingming nodded in agreement, Our family has never wronged Wen Ciro. It is our little Li who has suffered greatly outside. We must make amends and ensure she does not endure any grievances. In mere moments, the men had reached a consensus. When Ting Song remarked previously, I was considerate of Wen Ciro and merely shared the incident of your sister being mistakenly taken with a few colleagues. I plan to host a gathering during the National Day holiday, inviting relatives and friends. He regretted his earlier benevolence, which had led to the current predicament. Yet, I fear the old lady may not accept this. I have always struggled to find the right words. Upon hearing this, everyone paused in surprise, suddenly recalling the elderly matriarch, which left them collectively with a headache. When Ting Song's relationship with his parents was strained, and naturally, the younger generation had grown distant from their grandparents, having visited only a handful of times over the years. However, there was one exception, Wen Ciro. The Wen family had long been devoid of daughters, and thus, Wen Ciro's birth had thawed the frigid familial bonds, akin to melting ice. Yet, given the old lady's temperament, it was uncertain how matters would unfold. Finally, when Ting Song sighed, ultimately, it must be addressed, but we need to keep it under wraps for a while. Wen Li was his biological daughter, lost for 17 years. And it was his responsibility not to have discovered her sooner. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow his daughter to suffer, even if it meant facing his own mother. For the next 2 days, Wen Li remained at home, mostly buried in her studies. Whenever an opportunity arose, Wan Yen Chu would explain the lessons to her, leaving her little time to ponder other matters. The first week of school passed without incident for the Wen family. Before long, Monday morning arrived, and the entire family hurriedly escorted Wen Li to school. Upon entering the classroom, she immediately sensed the peculiar gazes of her classmates. As she settled into her seat, Zhang Ke rushed over to sit beside her, asking, You left so suddenly on Friday. Are you all right? Wen Li shook her head. What could possibly be wrong? I'm just relieved. Zhang Ke declared with righteous indignation, Though our time together has been brief, I can discern character well. You could never commit such an act as stealing class funds. After stating this, he gestured toward Zhou Xingyue's seat, saying, Zhou Xingyue was directly expelled last Friday, having moved all her belongings from both the dormitory and classroom. I heard she can only prepare for her exams at home. Since Wen Li had left early that day, she was unaware of the school's arrangements. Nevertheless, she was not surprised by the outcome. Zhou Xingyue's temperament often led her to anger over trivial matters, which ultimately harmed her own fortunes. This conclusion was inevitable. Regardless of any potential framing, given Zhou Xingyue's usual disposition, she would likely face numerous obstacles in her future endeavors. Zhang Ke, feeling somewhat dazed, asked, You can read fortunes? Wen Li nodded. I possess a basic understanding. Zhang Ke's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, could you possibly read mine? Wen Li agreed. By staying true to yourself, your wishes will undoubtedly come to fruition, with an unlimited future ahead. Although Zhang Ke struggled academically, she ranked within the top 100 in the entire school. As long as she remained undaunted, her future would surely be bright. Zhang Ke was astonished that Wen Li had not even asked what she wished to know, yet she had spoken it so effortlessly. How extraordinary! The classroom bell rang, interrupting Zhang Ke's thoughts and prompting her to hastily return to her seat. The first class on Monday was taught by the homeroom teacher. However, the instructor who appeared was a young, gentle man in his 30s, clad in a white shirt, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure, the students fell silent, gazing at the poised and refined man at the podium. Yet, when Wen Li caught sight of him, her eyes were instantly drawn to him. Chu Mingtai's gaze fell on Wen Li for a brief moment before his lips curled into a subtle smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your new homeroom teacher, Chu Mingtai. At that instant, Wen Li was taken aback, rising to her feet as her chair toppled backward with a sharp screech. You. Chapter 40. The matriarch of the Wen family, the familiar voice, the same name, and the likeness were unmistakable. Was this not her former disciple who had once trailed behind her, scavenging for scraps? A beggar-turned-high school homeroom teacher? Wen Li pointed incredulously at Chu Ming-tai, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as she could only stammer a few "you" in utter disbelief. The commotion she caused drew the attention of all her classmates. Wen Li, are you overly excited to see your teacher?
Chu Ming-tai ti that lai ti.
Eliciting a reluctant return to her seat from Wen Li after he shot her a knowing glance. The sudden change in homeroom teacher caught everyone off guard. A slightly bolder boy in class could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Teacher, what happened to our previous homeroom teacher?"
Chu Ming-tai zet ponde.
"Teacher Ling has been dismissed from the school, so for the coming year, I will be in charge of your class. Time is of the essence. Let us begin our lessons." Before anyone could register the information, Chu Ming-tai had already commenced teaching the material from the textbook. During her inaugural class, Wen Li found herself utterly distracted, her mind occupied with thoughts of the little beggar disciple and how he had managed to secure a stable position without her knowledge. As soon as the lesson concluded, she hastily followed Chu Ming-tai, who had barely taken a step away from the classroom. Chu Ming-tai didn't even make it back to his office before Wen Li, with a mix of urgency and insistence, dragged him up to the school's rooftop. "Sister?" Chu Ming-tai said, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, though if one listened closely, there was an undercurrent of guilt. Wen Li shot him a fierce glare, clearly displeased. "Give me an explanation." Wen Li held the title of sect leader, but above her was the oldest senior brother, with 5 younger disciples beneath them. Chu Ming-tai ranked third among them and had been sent to the sect at a young age due to excessive yin energy that attracted malevolent spirits. His parents, acquainted with the master, entrusted him to their care. At that time, Wen Li was just a child herself, having a younger brother was a novelty for her. Their sect was accustomed to poverty, and although Wen Li had little to offer, she often shared the bottles she collected with her younger brother. They maintained this camaraderie for several years until Chu Ming-tai was taken back by his parents, leading to a significant reduction in their encounters. She had assumed that all siblings in the sect were equally impoverished, only to realize that it was solely her situation. "Sister, I have never claimed to be poor," Chu Ming-tai replied, exasperation etched on his face. 10 years her senior, he remembered vividly the circumstances of his apprenticeship, while he hailed from an ordinary family. They were not destitute, and his attire was quite normal. He could not fathom why Wen Li believed the entire sect was in financial ruin, as it was only she and their master who struggled. Upon hearing his words, Wen Li grew angrier and struck his arm with a fist. Chu Ming-tai winced in pain, and then heard the little girl's frustrated voice. "When one finds wealth, they must not forget their roots. If you and the other brothers are not poor, why can't you spare a little for me and the master? Do you have any idea how we survive?" To ensure they had enough to eat, she and their master were often chased by city officials and had to scavenge for empty bottles at night. In her childhood, she had noticed how thin and frail Chu Ming-tai appeared, as if a gust of wind could topple him, yet he would still bring her bottles. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and tears threatened to spill as she shouted, "Give me back my bottles."
Chu Ming-tai sighed deeply,
contemplating his next words as he gazed at her. Wen Li caught his eye, her anger flaring anew. "What does that look mean?" she demanded. "Sister, you and Master Sand are without fault. When I first joined the sect and took you out for a meal, I ended up unlucky for 3 months, he explained. Wen Li paused, her voice suddenly dropping in tone. "I thought it was just your bad luck." Indeed, she recalled that Chu Ming-tai had endured a streak of misfortune, but she had assumed it was merely his nature. Her initial anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of awkwardness. Stealing a glance at her crumpled clothing that she had clutched, she asked, "Then why didn't you say anything before?" "I thought you were aware," Chu Ming-tai replied, amused. "So, why did you suddenly become our class instructor?" 3 months prior, their master had contacted him, saying that Wen Li would soon descend the mountain to seek her family, and he asked him and the other brothers to help look after her. At the time, they had been occupied with their own tasks and hadn't even able to return in time. By the time they did, their master had passed, and Wen Li had already left. They had been quite worried and quickly sought news of her, eventually discovering she had returned home. "How are the Wen family treating you?" Chu Ming-tai could not help but inquire. Wen Li, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by his question and instinctively nodded. "They're nice. And since I returned home, I haven't been as poor." Chu Ming-tai hesitated to elaborate, instead exhaling a long breath of relief. As long as they treat you well, we can rest easy. Their conversation continued, and Wen Li eventually returned to the classroom for her lessons. Chu Ming-tai often provided her with extra help, and though she struggled to keep pace with the curriculum, he believed her progress was remarkable. By Wednesday, after several days of absence, Wen Si-ro finally reappeared. However, she looked pale and fatigued. Next month, she would be sent abroad, and it seemed unlikely she would return. What surprised Wen Li was that in just 3 days, Si-ro had become enveloped in a cloud of resentment, dark mist swirling around her, casting a gloomy aura. In that brief time apart, she appeared almost like a different person. Si-ro seemed to sense Wen Li's gaze and suddenly offered a strained smile. Wen Li furrowed her brow, pondering, but with Si-ro not making any moves, even her ability to read fortunes left her uncertain about what would follow. Days at school passed swiftly. Each morning, Wen Li awoke to study, retreating to her dormitory each night to wash up and collapse into bed. Despite this routine, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Knowledge from the books gradually seeped into her mind, filling the void of the past 17 years. A week flew by, and Wen Li began to pack her belongings for the return trip home. In mid-September, the weather suddenly turned cold. She squatted in front of her trunk, contemplating which clothes to take back. She had not needed to plan her wardrobe. Before turning 17, she had worn the same few sets of robes daily. After descending the mountain, she endured a few days of hardship before being taken in by Huang Huai, who provided her with a mountain of clothing. The clothes she wore at the start of school had been prepared by Wen Ting Song and Si Rong. Having lived a rough life and now suddenly faced with an abundance of clothing, she found herself grappling with indecision about what to bring home. As she pondered, a classmate suddenly appeared at the dormitory door, breathless, as they leaned against the dark green wooden frame. Wen Li, there's an old lady downstairs looking for you. Chapter 41. When Father's favoritism, are you Wen Li? As Wen Li descended the stairs, she encountered an elderly woman dressed in a black floral qipao. Her piercing gaze scrutinizing Wen Li as if appraising a piece of merchandise. When Si-ro stood beside the elderly woman, her expression affectionate. Wen Li frowned but refrained from speaking first. Just by looking at her features, she had already deduced the identity of the woman before her. However, the old lady's unfriendly demeanor prompted Wen Li to maintain a distance, standing several steps away, while casting a similarly scrutinizing gaze. Such a blatant examination provoked immediate ire from the elder. You don't even greet me upon our meeting. What an uncouth child. Wen Li rolled her eyes, feigning ignorance. And you are? Qin Hualan's anger surged upon seeing Wen Li's eye roll. She pointed her well-maintained finger at Wen Li's head. I am your grandmother. How dare you speak to me like that? It's clear you've come from the countryside. How could someone like you ever be worthy of being a granddaughter of the Wen family? As Qin Hualan scrutinized Wen Li, she noticed a resemblance to the Wen family, yet more so, she saw the likeness of her daughter-in-law who had passed away over a decade ago. It was as if she were witnessing the ghost of that woman once again through Wen Li. Unable to restrain herself, Qin Hualan declared, You think returning to the Wen family will oust Si-ro? I'll tell you this. Without my permission, you will not be able to displace her. Tears welled in Si-ro's eyes as she leaned against Qin Hualan, her voice choked with emotion. Grandmother, please don't say that. The house rightfully belongs to my sister. I am the one who has wronged her. Nonsense. Qin Hualan glared at Wen Li, her disdain unmasked. You've grown up without even receiving an education. How can the Wen family afford such a disgrace? Qin Hualan harbored a dislike for Wen Li's mother. She believed that someone of ordinary lineage should never have been able to marry into a prestigious family without resorting to some form of manipulation. Yet, upon encountering Wen Si-ro, she had taken an immediate liking to her. Conversely, upon seeing Wen Li, whose face bore an almost uncanny resemblance to her mother's, a wave of disdain surged within her. All the hurtful words she could muster spilled forth in a torrent. Yet, Wen Li remained unfazed, her heart untouched by the vitriol. Between herself and the woman before her, there existed a mere semblance of kinship, devoid of any genuine affection. With a voice as soft as silk yet laced with indifference, Wen Li replied, What can be done? I have already returned home, and Wen Si-ro must inevitably depart. She wore an expression that seemed to challenge the other woman, as if to say, If you wish to vanquish me, I shall not make it easy for you. This was exceedingly infuriating. Qin Hualan's countenance darkened, immediately recognizing that Wen Li was provoking her. Wen Li, you are truly insubordinate.
Wen Li me di li so mai sop ti, at the sinkin hulan.
If your purpose in coming here is merely to assert dominance over Wen Li, I would advise you to abandon such thoughts. Realization dawned on Qin Hualan that Wen Li was not as docile as her appearance suggested. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, I will offer you money to leave the Wen family. Wen Li shook her head firmly, asserting, the Wen family shall have but one heiress. Pausing, her gaze flitted between them, her smile widening. And that person can only be me. With that, she ceased her words and turned to ascend the dormitory, ignoring Qin Hualan's incessant calls. After turning to her dormitory, Wen Li began to pack her belongings while dialing Wen Tingsong. Every Friday, he would leave work early to pick her up from school. When he received her call, he nearly choked on his words. Daughter, why are you not yet out? Through the car window, Wen Tingsong scanned the departing students, but found no sight of his daughter. Still in the dormitory? Wen Li lowered her lashes, her voice soft. Grandmother has arrived, just below my dorm. A tremor ran through Wen Tingsong's heart, and he immediately flung open the car door, racing to her dormitory. Before he arrived, he indeed spotted Qin Hualan berating someone at the entrance. His expression darkened instantly as he approached her. Mother, what are you doing here? Qin Hualan's voice faltered in surprise before she quickly regained her composure. What do you think I am here for? Of course, I am here to find Wen Li. She then angrily declared, I am already aware of the situation. You want to evict Zero from our home, and I shall be the first to oppose it. Wen Tingsong felt a headache coming on. The reason he had not informed Qin Hualan about retrieving their child was precisely this. Things had unfolded just as he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he responded with a tone as cold as iron. Your opposition is futile. The arrangements for Wen Zero's departure abroad are nearly complete. Regardless, she must go overseas. This is my utmost concession. Were it not for their 17 years of shared history, he might have acted even more ruthlessly. Yet, he felt no remorse. I have stated my opposition.
Qin Hualan,
Understanding her son's seriousness, pressed on. How long have you known that girl from the countryside? Zero has called you father for 17 years. Now that your biological daughter has returned, you are so eager to cast her aside? Qin Hualan believed Wen Tingsong to be utterly heartless for concealing such a significant matter from her, solely to send Zero away. She would not agree to this. The thought of Wen Zero leaving, perhaps never to be seen again, tugged painfully at her heart. It was not Zero's fault for being misplaced. She was just a child who knew nothing. Enough. Wen Tingsong could no longer endure this. Fixing a steely gaze on Qin Hualan, his tone grew even colder when Miao gave birth. The entire floor was guarded by bodyguards. The likelihood of a hospital nurse misplacing a child was minuscule. A mistake is a mistake. And now that my biological daughter has returned, Wen Zero must leave. If she does not, how will little Li perceive me as her father? The young girl, despite her usual composed demeanor, was merely 17. No matter how adept she seemed, she remained an adolescent. If she were to split her affections between two children, how would that affect Wen Li? That love had always belonged solely to Wen Li, and to divide it would be utterly unfair to her. However, Qin Hualan could not grasp this reasoning. She clutched the weeping Wen Zero tightly, her heart swelling with bitterness, her eyes reddening. If you dare to do this, you shall have to step over my dead body. Wen Tingsong frowned deeply, pondering his next move. Believing her son to be frightened, Qin Hualan's expression gleamed with triumph. You are in good health, you will not die. Wen Tingsong suddenly interjected, glancing between the two women with utmost seriousness. However, a convalescent home abroad might suit you well. Should you dare to stir trouble, I shall send you there as well. With that, as Qin Hualan stood in stunned silence, Wen Tingsong explained the situation to the dormitory staff, securing permission before swiftly ascending to retrieve his daughter. As he departed, he did not forget to threaten, you may certainly try. Wen Zero, who had remained silent, appeared pale, watching the father-daughter duo recede into the distance, her eyes devoid of any emotion. In the car, neither Wen Tingsong nor Wen Li broached the subject of the day's events. A sense of guilt weighed heavily on Wen Tingsong as he pondered aloud, Daughter, do you have any plans for this weekend? Wen Li replied, I will be studying. Wen Tingsong, concerned that Qin Hualan might not relent and return to trouble Wen Li, suggested, Why not accompany your father to the company this weekend?
Wen Li,
finding no objection to this idea, agreed. Thus, the following day, when Qin Hualan returned to the villa, she was taken aback to find it transformed, with all the Wen family members conspicuously absent. It had been over a month since Wen Zero had left the Wen household. As their car approached the villa, They initially thought they had arrived at the wrong place. Standing at the entrance, Qin Hualan surveyed the lavish gate, which had cost a fortune to construct. Now appearing as it did, and immediately deduced who was responsible. Having discerned Wen Tingsong's attitude from the previous day, she understood his affection for Wen Li. Yet she had not anticipated such a form of favoritism. It was utterly absurd. Hailing from a scholarly family, Qin Hualan had adhered to convention all her life. And the scene before her left her trembling. Upon entering, she discovered that aside from the servants, the villa was entirely deserted. Qin Hualan could not fathom the situation. She dialed Wen Tingsong several times. The calls connected immediately, but only his secretary answered. No matter what she said, the response was always the same. In a meeting, infuriating her to the point of physical discomfort. When Siro, witnessing her grandmother's futile attempts to reach her father, felt her hands clench tightly, gripping her pant legs. It seemed her father truly did not wish to see her. Tears glistened beneath her long lashes as she spoke in a voice tinged with unexplainable sorrow. It seems I have disappointed you. Qin Hualan's heart ached at her granddaughter's words, and she quickly reassured her, this is not your fault. It is clearly Wen Li's doing. However, you too bear some responsibility. After such a significant incident, why did you not inform me immediately? Had it not been for Zhang Ma, I would still be in the dark. Although Qin Hualan's words carried a tone of reproach, her eyes reflected her concern. She had never held any fondness for either of Wen Tingsong's former wives. The first was beautiful like a vixen, while the second, though also attractive, lacked both intellect and integrity. Yet, when Siro was different. She had raised her from childhood, and 17 years of affection could not simply be severed. Moreover, Wen Li, coming from a rural background, bore many undesirable traits that were hardly worthy of esteem. In her opinion, it would be better to let things be as they were and offer that girl a substantial sum to disappear. Nevertheless, Qin Hualan kept these thoughts to herself. Fully aware that if she acted on them, her relationship with Wen Tingsong would be irreparably damaged. Grandmother, I do not wish to cause you any trouble. When Siro rested her head upon Qin Hualan's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper as she lamented, Zhang Ma, why did she have to say something that would cause you concern? Qin Hualan's heart ached more with each passing moment. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she let out a cold snort. If they don't return, we shall wait at home. I refuse to believe they won't come back. With that, Qin Hualan cast an irritated glance at the 3 portraits displayed beside the fireplace, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? Take them down and dispose of them. At the one group, Wen Tingsong was beset by a headache upon receiving a call from the housekeeper. He glanced at his daughter, who was scratching her head in frustration over her homework, and sighed softly. Xiao Li, he said, as the end of the workday approached, you must return home.
Ben Li nudda.
Stowing her books into her backpack before heading next door to find her elder brother. However, she was met with disappointment when the assistant informed the Wen family that the president had been unexpectedly summoned to a social gathering and would be late returning home. Wen Tingsong thought little of it. The Wen family was vast and prosperous, with only the eldest son currently engaged in the company, while the second and third sons pursued their own careers. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Yet, as Wen Li lingered in her brother's office, her gaze swept around the room, her brow furrowing with increasing concern, as if troubled by something ominous. What is it? Wen Tingsong inquired, noticing the unsettling atmosphere that seemed to envelop the room. Wen Li lowered her voice, confiding, elder brother may be in danger. Something feels off. For the past few days, Wen Li had refrained from taking action regarding family matters. Not out of reluctance, but because the mystical arts were complex, and fate could not simply be altered at will. The resolution of her second brother's troubles had been facilitated by the intervention of a statue. Once she shattered it, his issues had largely dissipated. The Wen family had long been afflicted by negative energies, yet they remained unharmed. Partly due to their inherent merits and partly because their fortunes did not diminish abruptly but rather eroded gradually, akin to water seeping through a stone. Had the incident with Wen Xingming occurred earlier, the Wen family would have resembled a treasure chest with a gaping hole, causing the grains of fortune to leak away until nothing remained. However, now it seemed as though the treasure chest was showing signs of instability. Wen Tingsong had long been aware of Wen Li's affinity for the mystical arts. Otherwise, he would not have permitted her to so thoroughly transform the villa. Which gathering is he attending? The secretary, having overheard nothing of Wen Li's conversation, blurted out the location upon seeing the chairman's grave expression. Moments later, father and daughter vanished like a gust of wind. As Wen Tingsong settled into the passenger seat, Qin Hualan attempted to call him again. He merely glanced at the screen before blocking the number and pressing the accelerator to rush to his son's aid. The situation had escalated suddenly, and without any belongings.
Wen Li estili calculata ben yang sus circumstances.
After 4 or 5 minutes, her hands paused, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. There's still time. When Ting Song, upon hearing this, instantly relaxed, though his anxiety drove him to run 2 red lights. After nearly 20 minutes navigating through the bustling city, they arrived at the opulent hotel. The doorman, upon seeing such an extravagant car, hurried forward to offer assistance. As a regular patron of the establishment, the hotel manager rushed to attend to them upon receiving the news. Mr. Wen is in a business meeting on the 5th floor, he informed them, promptly leading the pair upstairs. The 5th floor was exclusive, accessible only after a certain expenditure at the hotel, making it a point of pride for many affluent families and successful businesspeople in City A. However, this floor differed from the others. As they exited the elevator, the long corridor was carpeted, providing a soft cushion underfoot. Mr. Wen, your son is right inside, the manager cheerfully announced as he opened the door to the private room. Only to be met with a scene that froze his blood. His smile faltered, and he stood petrified. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess, fruit platters strewn about, and several well-dressed businessmen lay unconscious on the floor. A young man clad in a server's uniform held a sharp fruit knife, pinning Wen Yanchu beneath him, the blade having already pierced his chest, staining it with a vivid crimson. The manager, momentarily stunned, failed to react. But when Ting Song and Wen Li swiftly charged into the room, it was then that the manager snapped back to reality, grabbing his walkie-talkie to summon security. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling the assailant, who raised the knife high and prepared to plunge it downwards. When Ting Song realized he was too late to intervene. In that instant, however, Wen Li seized an orange that had fallen to the ground and hurled it with precision, striking the assailant's wrist. The knife slipped from his grasp, but he quickly bent down to retrieve it. Just as his hand reached for the blade, a pair of small, white shoes appeared before him. Momentarily distracted, he looked up to find Wen Li staring back, and pain shot through his fingers as she stepped down hard. Wen Li relentlessly crushed the assailant's fingers, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the room amidst his agonizing screams. With swift precision, she dealt several resounding slaps to his face, rendering him disoriented. Her eyes darkened as she grasped his hair, her voice icy as she declared, "You dare to harm my brother? You'll pay for this." With that, she yanked the man's head down onto the table. With a heavy crash, his forehead met the glass surface. The first blow left the table unscathed, but the second applied more force, shattering the glass. By the third strike, blood gushed from the assailant's head, shards of glass embedded in his skin, leaving him in a state of helpless agony. The manager, witnessing the entire scene from the doorway, slowly retreated, swallowing hard. Soon, security and police arrived. Wen Yanchu was rushed to the hospital, where it was determined that his injuries were superficial. However, both he and his business partner had consumed prohibited substances and would need to be monitored for the next few days. When Ting Song dispatched a lawyer to the police station to follow up on the situation, while he and his daughter remained to care for their eldest son. As Wen Yanchu gradually regained consciousness in the hospital, he asked, "Dad, Xiao Li, how did you get here?" Xiao Li calculated it, when Ting Song replied without elaboration, instead inquiring, "What happened?" Sitting up in bed, Wen Yanchu recalled the events of the day. There was a sudden gathering, and I was engaged in conversation with a business partner. After a few drinks, I felt lightheaded, and the next thing you know, you witnessed the aftermath. As he felt the sting of his wound, fragments of memory surfaced. When he saw the man lunging towards him with the knife, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, jolting him back to awareness. By the time his father and sister entered, he was still grappling with the assailant. "Thank goodness you arrived in time," he thought, unsure whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. But his gaze turned to Wen Li with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, little sister." Wen Li raised 2 fingers, her expression earnest. "That makes it twice." Confused by his sister's words, Wen Yanchu watched as she produced the protective talisman she had gifted him earlier. Wen Yanchu, intrigued, took the package in hand. As soon as he grasped it, he immediately sensed something amiss with the texture of the pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered that the once yellow talisman paper had been reduced to a layer of ash. Spontaneous combustion. A look of shock flickered in Wen Yanchu's eyes as his gaze gradually shifted towards Wen Li. This triggered a recollection of that moment when he had suddenly regained consciousness. He had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol with his partners, and while others succumbed to poisoning, he remained aware. Realization dawned upon him with clarity, and his tone grew earnest. It was Xiao Li who saved her elder brother. And I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Had it not been for my little sister's return home, I am acutely aware that I would not be lying in a hospital bed, but rather on an autopsy table. Wen Li revealed 2 small dimples, feeling somewhat bashful under the praise from her elder brother. You are my elder brother. Regardless of whether we must traverse a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I shall certainly come to your aid. Wen Yanchu was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, a call came in from the attorney of the Wen group, stating that the identity of the murderer could not be determined. The man was named Jiang Su, a university student who had accrued a debt of 300,000 yuan, which he could not repay. According to his account, a woman had approached him, offering 500,000 yuan to commit a murder. Jiang Su, feeling cornered, agreed, and indeed, the police uncovered a transfer from an overseas account into Jiang Su's. Upon hearing about the foreign account, the Wen family was already aware that the chances of tracing it were slim. The Wen family was affluent and powerful. Several of their children had been kidnapped by criminals during their childhood, and they had also made numerous enemies over the years, making the investigation exceedingly challenging. When Ting Song narrowed his eyes, sensing that this was not a typical contract killing, continue to liaise with the police. I will pursue this matter to the very end. He concluded the call. Wen Li observed Wen Ting Song's troubled expression and remarked, finding the culprit need not be so convoluted.
What?
When Ting Song failed to grasp her meaning, Wen Li elucidated, before my master descended the mountain, he informed me that our family's fortune had been compromised. If left unaddressed, it could lead to our family's ruin. While we have made numerous enemies, we have never engaged in treacherous deeds. Thus, our fortune cannot simply be damaged without cause. Moreover, aside from Wen Siro, both father, elder brother, and even Xiao Su bear signs of malevolence. When Ting Song's heart tightened, even your aunt? Wen Li waved her hand dismissively, her tone light. Xiao Su is presently fine. At most, he loses a bit of money when gaming. However, she paused, glancing at Wen Ting Song and Wen Yanchu. The malevolence surrounding father and my brothers is significant, indicating that someone is acting with intent. Could it be that someone in the business world is behind this? Wen Ting Song's suspicion was not unfounded, as those in commerce often held superstitions. Yet, Wen Li shook her head in response. I have calculated on behalf of our family, while we have many enemies, none would resort to sabotage. To damage one's fortune requires a long-term affiliation. Are you suggesting that it was a family member? A chill ran through Wen Ting Song's heart as a vague suspicion arose, only to be quickly suppressed.
Ben Li nudda.
Without hesitation, she voiced her long-held suspicion. I suspect Wen Siro. Chapter 44. If you don't want to die, keep silent. The hospital room fell into an immediate silence. Wen Ting Song found it difficult to believe. However, he trusted Wen Li's character and had witnessed her capabilities. She merely expressed suspicion, not certainty, and her words were merely conjecture, not an indictment of Wen Siro in the slightest. Noticing her father's silence, Wen Li understood that he was struggling to accept this revelation. Initially, I could not discern Wen Siro's past or her features. Master Hu had informed me that she had undergone cosmetic surgery, which led me to believe she had altered her bone structure. But upon returning home, I noticed malevolence surrounding both you and my brothers, even the uncles and aunts caring for us in the villa, yet Wen Siro appeared utterly unblemished, which is highly unusual. Is this why you insisted on sending Wen Siro away? Wen Ting Song felt a mix of shock and complex emotions. Did Wen Li feel inferior to Wen Siro, thus choosing to remain silent? Wen Li shook her head, an innocent expression gracing her fair face. Not at all. I simply believed that Wen Siro had enjoyed a life of luxury at my expense while consistently undermining me. I did not wish to coexist under the same roof with her. She had resolved that if Wen Ting Song did not permit Wen Siro to leave, she would be the one to depart, even if it meant living in poverty. Upon hearing this, Wen Ting Song's lips twitched, but he recalled Wen Siro's previous demeanor, and ultimately disappointment clouded his heart. Moreover, Wen Li suddenly added, although I cannot perceive Wen Siro's features, she exudes a sense of murderous intent. The man who killed my second brother claimed that Wen Siro was responsible for his son's death, which is indeed true. Wen Ting Song and his elder son exchanged a glance, shock rendering their fingers tremulous. They were well aware of this matter. However, at that time, the family had chosen to believe Wen Siro and buried the incident. What shall we do now?
Ben Li inquirat.
The perpetrator will undoubtedly strike again. I will capture her next time. Wen Chu required further observation in the hospital before his discharge the following day, when Ting Song prepared to escort Wen Li home. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, they spotted a familiar luxury car parked outside. It was evident that Qin Hualon had arrived. As father and daughter entered the foyer to change their shoes, they found Qin Hualon scrutinizing them. When Ting Song frowned, yet as she was his mother, he refrained from being overly harsh. "Mother, what brings you here? Why, can I not come?" Qin Hualon retorted angrily, slamming the book she held onto the coffee table, producing a sharp sound. "Grandmother, please do not be upset." When Si Ro hastily attempted to soothe Qin Hualan's emotions, then turned to Wen Ting Song with a somewhat evasive gaze. "Father, grandmother, and I have been waiting for you all day." Wen Ting Song's expression remained unchanged in response. He scrutinized Wen Si Ro, recalling Wen Li's mention of cosmetic surgery, gradually succumbing to contemplation. He was unaware of this detail, but remembered Wen Si Ro's childhood appearance, thin and dark-skinned, bearing little resemblance to them. Yet, at some point, she had transformed into someone strikingly beautiful. Suppressing his suspicions, Wen Ting Song explained to Qin Hualon, "Mother, an incident occurred today, leaving me without the energy to attend to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Hualon disregarded the incident entirely, fixating on the latter part of his statement. Her expression instantly clouded with displeasure.
What do you mean by that?
"Are you implying that I should not come to your home?" Qin Hualon did not allow Wen Ting Song a chance to respond, redirecting her ire towards Wen Li. "You brought Wen Li to the company this morning, fearing that I might come to find her, did you not?" This assertion held a degree of truth. Wen Ting Song understood that one could evade initial confrontations, but not the inevitable ones. The root of Qin Hualan's aversion to Wen Li stemmed from her belief that her daughter lacked academic prowess, considering her to be uncultured and akin to a wildling from the mountains. Over the years, Wen Ting Song had become well acquainted with his mother's disposition. Thus, he chose silence. Qin Hualon, accepting this dynamic, became increasingly agitated. "Is this how you perceive me?" Qin Hualon pointed at Wen Ting Song, suddenly recalling the disarray outside the villa. Gaining newfound confidence. "Look at what this girl has done to our home. Do you not fear the ridicule of others?" Wen Ting Song anticipated that the elderly lady would exploit this matter. After all, this was Wen Li's home, and she had merely decorated it according to her preferences, which he found quite appealing. He paused before continuing, "Let others say what they will." Qin Hualon had lived a life of luxury, steeped in literary culture, and to her, the current situation felt utterly insufferable. Unable to best her son in argument, she shifted her gaze to Wen Li. Since her arrival, Wen Li had stood silently, her eyes fixed intently on the fireplace, not once addressing her grandmother. "Look at her demeanor," Qin Hualon exclaimed, her anger palpable as she pounded her chest in frustration. "After all these days back, how can she exhibit such a lack of upbringing? She's even worse than our Siru." When Siru lowered her head and quickly interjected, "Grandmother,
Please don't speak like that."
Qin Hualon scoffed. "Am I mistaken then?" When Ting Song cast a worried glance at Wen Li, yet she appeared oblivious, standing rigidly as her gaze remained locked on the vacant wall beside the fireplace. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss, his expression frozen in realization. At that moment, Wen Li raised her hand, pointing at the empty wall where the pear blossom wood table once stood, her eyes sharp as she demanded, "Where is the ancestral portrait that used to hang there?" Startled by Wen Li's intensity, Qin Hualon faltered, unable to fathom the reason behind her granddaughter's fierce reaction. Avoiding her gaze, yet raising her voice higher than Wen Li's, she declared, "I had it disposed of." With a look of disdain, she continued, "Look at the nonsense you have displayed. Who permitted you to place such ominous objects here? If you want to avoid misfortune, keep silent." Wen Li suddenly interjected in a commanding tone, interrupting Qin Hualon's tirade. The elder woman paused, momentarily stunned, before incredulously turning to Wen Ting Song. "Look at this. Is this how one speaks to their elders? I will never allow such a person to enter the Wen household." "Mother, listen to Xiaoli," Wen Ting Song insisted, his voice growing more serious, cutting off his mother. For the past few days, whenever Wen Li was home, she would dutifully offer incense to the ancestral portrait at every meal, demonstrating her reverence. The absence of the portrait would understandably ignite her temper. Furthermore, his mother's earlier comments were blasphemous. Wen Li's outburst was likely a protective measure for her mother. As Qin Hualon prepared to speak again, Wen Ting Song interrupted her once more, his tone now more severe. "Mother, please tell me where you disposed of Xiaoli's ancestral portrait." "I don't know," Qin Hualon obstinately refused to respond. At that moment, Wen Li had begun her divination. Upon hearing Qin Hualan's words, she tilted her head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Then brace yourself for misfortune." With that, she strode out the door. Chapter 45. Crafting the golden statue for the ancestor, Wen Li discovered the 3 shredded portraits in a trash bin 500 meters away from the villa. Wordlessly, she cleaned the images, but they were marred with grease, resisting her every effort to restore them. When Ting Song hurried out, and upon seeing the ruined portraits, his heart sank. Xiaoli. Wen Li kept her head down, her long, thick eyelashes casting shadows over her face. "It's all right," she murmured. Carefully, she tucked the portraits away and rotated her neck. When Ting Song remained silent, wishing to plead for his mother, but he knew that if he spoke, his daughter would likely lash out at him. After all, he had witnessed her fiercely confront the perpetrator of a crime just earlier, and the memory still haunted him. "Your grandmother." Wen Li glanced at Wen Ting Song, her tone remaining calm. "I'm not angry. In fact, I'm quite pleased." Wen Ting Song was taken aback. Just then, a smile broke across Wen Li's face. She's about to face her own misfortune. In a few days, she will come to craft a golden statue for the ancestor. Anyone who dares to defile the ancestor's portrait won't have a moment's peace. When Ting Song, though puzzled, felt relieved to see his daughter's spirits lifted. When they returned to the villa, Qin Hualan and Wen Sairu were still seated on the sofa. When Ting Song, wishing to avoid conflict with his mother, summoned a driver to take her home, kindly advising "Mother, don't sleep too soundly tonight." Without giving her a chance to respond, he ushered her into the vehicle. Having been startled by Wen Li's fierce gaze, Qin Hualan only realized her predicament once seated in the car. She attempted to open the door, but found it locked, prompting her to roll down the window. "I can leave, but let Sairu stay." When Ting Song's voice was resolute, "This isn't Sairu as home. Sending her abroad is the best option. If you insist, I have already stated that I can send you along to accompany her." Qin Hualan fell silent, all bravado evaporating. She knew her son too well. Once, she had disdained Wen Li's mother, thwarting their relationship at every turn, yet her son had resolutely chosen to be with her. When she had pretended to threaten the bond between mother and son, he had not contacted her for years. Thus, she had no doubt of his resolve. Beside her, Wen Sairu observed her grandmother's subdued demeanor with disdain. However, she had no one else to rely on but Qin Hualan. "Grandmother, it's getting late. Dad and Xiaoli need to rest. Let us come back another time." Qin Hualan opened her mouth to protest, glancing at Wen Ting Song and the still absent Wen Li, but ultimately conceded, nodding, "Then we shall return another time." "You needn't come back at all," Wen Ting Song stated, his tone neither cold nor warm, showing no concern for the tumultuous emotions on Qin Hualan's face. "If you dislike Wen Li, there's no need to rush to our home. I will bring the children to visit the elders during holidays." Qin Hualan stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend. "Is this how you speak to your own mother? What would you have me say?" When Ting Song replied, his tone tinged with resignation. "You were the one who said not to keep in touch. Now you are the one rushing to the house. I understand you are dissatisfied with Xiaoli, but I have made my position clear from the start. Xiaoli harbors no ill will. There are aspects of her behavior that may not meet your approval, but those are merely your perceptions, unrelated to her character. My daughter will not change herself based on others' opinions." As for Wen Sairu, the mix-up with the baby was not her fault, yet she has enjoyed everything that rightfully belonged to Xiaoli. Xiaoli may not voice her grievances, but I know she has endured hardships in her youth. That is a debt I owe her as her father. Your dislike for her matters little to me. I have no reason not to love my own daughter." Qin Hualan felt dazed. It was rare for Wen Ting Song to speak so extensively to her. There was no argument, only a straightforward presentation of facts laced with gentle resignation. Yet he offered her no time to respond, continuing, "I have said my piece. How you choose to feel is your business. Wen Sairu must go abroad, and it would be best for her to behave until then. Or else," through the partially lowered black window, Wen Ting Song caught sight of Wen Sairu's pale face and the fleeting shock that crossed it. He was testing her. Though he said nothing, anyone who had done something wrong would feel guilt gnawing at them. When Ting Song observed Wen Sairu closely, his heart filled with astonishment, but he buried it deep. Before departing, he added, "Xiaoli asked me to tell you that if you have any strange dreams tonight, you should first acknowledge your wrongs." His daughter remained too kind-hearted, even at this moment, still attempting to assist her grandmother. With a soft sigh, when Ting Song departed, Qin Hualan felt as if her son had lost his mind, coldly rolling up the window and refusing to utter a word in reply. She had expected him to at least show some semblance of emotion, yet he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. A vague discomfort settled in her heart, leaving her feeling hollow. However, upon glancing at her granddaughter's reddened eyes, that feeling dissipated. She thought to herself, her granddaughter was her choice, and Sairu was her only granddaughter. Qin Hualan insisted that when Sairu accompany her home. That evening, Qin Hualan succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Suddenly, her mind was invaded by the presence of 3 elderly men, who babbled incessantly at her, even delivering a few kicks that jolted her awake, leaving her aching all over. Yet, she brushed it aside and returned to sleep, only to be roused once more. By the time morning arrived, Qin Hualan rose with dark circles under her eyes. Startling old master when half to death. "Did you not sleep well last night?" he inquired, assuming his wife was agitated over the previous day's events. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, regardless of the circumstances, Xiaoli is still a child of the Wen family. It is we who have wronged her. If you do not wish to send Sairu abroad, why not simply keep her by your side instead of creating trouble for Xiaoli? In recent years, after suffering a severe illness, old master Wen had become less involved in family matters. He held affection for Wen Sairu, but felt a sense of guilt towards his granddaughter, whom he had never met. Disapprovingly, he learned of his wife's repeated confrontations with their granddaughter and felt unsettled. Qin Hualan, feeling weak and now subjected to yet another lecture early in the morning, was already in a foul mood, which only deepened her frustration. She muttered, "The Wen family is a prestigious lineage. If word got out that we have a child who has never even attended school, wouldn't that be a laughingstock?" Old Master Wen shot her a sidelong glance. "And what of it? Has the Wen family never known poverty? Are we not human just because we are of noble descent?" Qin Hualan, displeased, retorted with a disdainful huff. "Then don't expect me to associate with Sairu. Go be with your dear grandchildren instead." She felt that all her efforts were for the sake of the Wen family. Yet no one seemed to empathize with her plight. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her heart. However, matters would only grow more burdensome. Each time she fell asleep, she dreamt of the 3 elderly men taking turns to assault her. Their words were incomprehensible, as if encrypted, until one day she suddenly recalled a portrait she had disposed of days earlier. Though it bore little resemblance, she recognized it immediately. After enduring several more days of torment, she fell ill. Chapter 46. Rebirth. Once Qin Hualan fell ill, when Tingsong was promptly informed. He was not surprised. He had privately inquired whether Wen Li posed a threat to life, to which she had assured him there was none. At worst she would experience insomnia. Yet, a week later, when Qin Hualan cradled 3 golden statues, the sight of her darkened eyes startled Wen Tingsong. "Where is Wen Li?" Qin Hualan's tone was less than amiable, though devoid of her previous disdain. Wen Tingsong raised an eyebrow and called Wen Li down from upstairs, where she had been doing her homework. Upon seeing Wen Li, Qin Hualan, in a flurry of urgency, thrust the golden statues into her hands, her voice tinged with panic. "Tell them tonight that I've made the golden statues, and they need not come looking for me anymore." Though Qin Hualan had been ill for a few days, the figures in the portrait continued their relentless vendetta against her. She had been too frightened to sleep, and when she could no longer endure it, she hastily summoned someone to create golden statues for the 3 unknown entities, whether they be deities or ghosts. Fortunately, after the statues were completed, the 3 finally ceased to invade her dreams. Nevertheless, the trials of the past half-month had utterly exhausted her, leaving her with no time to deal with Wen Li. Now, every time Qin Hualan beheld Wen Li, she was reminded of her own tribulations, wishing to flee. "Wait!" Wen Li suddenly called out, clutching the 3 hefty golden statues in her arms. Although the statues were not large, they were undeniably solid and heavy. Wen Li now regarded Qin Hualan with utmost warmth, displaying 2 tiny dimples as she said, "Since you wish to join my Daoist sect, I will assign you the task of attending to our guests from now on." Qin Hualan. When did she ever express a desire to join Wen Li's meager sect? Meanwhile, when Sairu, who had accompanied her, interjected, "Xiaoli, Grandma is getting on in years and cannot handle such things." Wen Li glanced at Qin Hualan, though her words were a touch harsh. She still had a considerable lifespan ahead of her, at least another 20 years. Returning her gaze, Wen Li's smile grew ever brighter, fixating on Qin Hualan without uttering a word. Qin Hualan felt a chill run down her spine, her mind flooded with images of the 3 ancestral figures of Wen Li. She feared that if she declined their summons, They would return to haunt her in her dreams. Wasn't it merely attending to guests? How difficult could that be? Very well. Qin Hualan gritted her teeth, her heart filled with reluctance. Wen Li nodded in satisfaction, while Wen Tingsong nearly stifled a laugh. Only Wen Sairu stared wide-eyed, incredulous, her expression akin to that of a startled bell. Grandma, your health is poor, and this is utterly ridiculous. Wen Sairu did not finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear to all. What could Qin Hualan possibly say? Did she not realize the absurdity of it all? Yet, could she dare refuse? As fatigue settled upon her, Qin Hualan found herself speechless, while Wen Sairu could do nothing but fret anxiously on the sidelines. Wen Tingsong scrutinized his adopted daughter, suddenly stating, Sairu, I have completed the paperwork for you to study abroad. I have prepared an apartment for you overseas, and I will cover your living expenses and tuition for a year until you graduate from university. You shall depart next week. The abrupt announcement made Wen Sairu look up sharply. Upon confirming that her father was not jesting, she trembled all over. Dad, I truly do not wish to go abroad. Had this been before Wen Li's return, she would have welcomed the opportunity to study abroad, but now, leaving meant she would never return. Moreover, what did Wen Tingsong mean by that? An apartment, no matter how nice, and only covering basic tuition and living expenses? After years of lavish living, was this her fate? Wen Sairu wished to plead her case to Qin Hualan, yet this time, Qin Hualan seemed oblivious, refusing to speak despite her frantic gestures. Her sole pillar of support had crumbled. A venomous glint flashed in Wen Sairu's eyes, akin to a viper steeped in poison. Even with her eyelashes lowered, Wen Tingsong saw through her facade. Wen Tingsong's resolve hardened, his gaze revealing disappointment and severity. Going abroad is your best choice. But I do not wish to go abroad. Wen Sairu suddenly exclaimed, then broke down, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Dad, did I do something wrong? I do not want anything. Please do not cast me away. With that, she began to bow repeatedly upon the plush carpet, her head striking the soft surface with no sound. Wen Li, witnessing Wen Sairu's fervent display, nearly succumbed to laughter, pondering how much she cherished her own face. Without the carpet, she would never have deigned to bow.
Now.
Her pretense was merely an act of desperation to avoid leaving. Yet, at this juncture, no amount of bowing from Wen Sairu would alter the outcome. Sairu, please rise. Qin Hualan implored, unable to bear her granddaughter's humiliation. She turned to Wen Tingsong, unable to contain her frustration. What enmity exists between father and daughter that has led to this? We have enough money in the family, can we not support a child? Qin Hualan was baffled by Wen Tingsong's unwavering resolve. She attributed the blame entirely to Wen Li, convinced that Wen Li had been secretly maligning Wen Sairu. Yet, now she dared not utter a single word against Wen Li, instead fixing her piercing gaze upon her. Though related by blood, they felt more like adversaries. Wen Li sensed the hostility emanating from Qin Hualan but remained undeterred. She felt no obligation to grieve for a relative who cared not for her. She held her gaze on Qin Hualan for 3 seconds before shifting her attention to Wen Sairu, who also raised her eyes to meet hers. In the next moment, Wen Sairu reached out, attempting to grasp the hem of Wen Li's trousers. However, Wen Li seemed to possess a premonition, retreating 2 steps in quick succession, causing Wen Sairu to grasp at nothing and stumble awkwardly. Damn it! Qin Hualan instinctively reached out to support Wen Sairu, who had no choice but to clutch her hand and plead, I truly do not wish to go abroad. I can promise never to return home. I desire nothing at all, but I cannot bear the thought of living alone in a foreign land for the rest of my life. Grandma, I am terrified. Upon hearing this, Qin Hualan too was moved to tears. Just then, Wen Li's voice rang out unexpectedly. Do you really think I am unaware of your actions? In the vast emptiness of the room, Wen Li's voice was soft and ethereal, a melody that was both enchanting and disquieting. Yet, all Wen Sairu felt was a chill running down her spine. She gazed at Wen Li, suddenly recalling how, in her past life, Wen Li had looked at her in the same way, delivering the most tender words while committing the most merciless acts. She had been summoned by the malevolent spirit that Wen Li had conjured, ultimately devoured alive with no hope of her soul finding peace in the underworld. Just a month prior, overwhelmed by the fear of being sent abroad, she had fallen ill. Upon awakening, she realized she had been reborn. But what did rebirth matter? No matter how hard she tried to intervene, the events of the future would inevitably unfold. Wen Li seemed to know everything. The agony of being gnawed at by that ravenous spirit still lingered within her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably at the thought. She lowered her gaze, Her crimson eyes filled with resentment. What did it matter how formidable Wen Li was? The heavens had granted her a second chance, which meant they were on her side. This time, Wen Li must perish. Chapter 47. The truth of the false heiress is revealed. When she raised her gaze once more, Wen Siro's expression had transformed into one of calm resolve. Taking a deep breath, her scarlet eyes gleamed with determination. I do not understand what you are saying. While I may have taken your place, the error of being misplaced is not mine. I have endured your incessant torment these past few days. But I will categorically refuse to go abroad. Do not push me. With that, Wen Siro stood up decisively from the ground, her eyes radiating resoluteness. Qin Hualon was startled and quickly implored, Siro, please don't do anything reckless. A bitter laugh echoed in Wen Siro's heart. This old woman only feigned concern. In reality, she offered no tangible support. Relying on her for assistance was utterly futile. Yet, Wen Siro maintained a facade of composure. Resembling a delicate flower swaying in a storm, speaking with unwavering strength, I will not act foolishly now, Grandma. Thank you, for all these years. Qin Hualon's heart softened as she watched Wen Siro turn away without a backward glance. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Hualon, trembling, pointed at Wen Tingsong. What a wonderful girl Siro is. Do you truly wish to drive her to her demise? Wen Tingsong remained silent, his stance unmistakably clear. In the car, Wen Siro wiped away her tears, her expression devoid of emotion. She then retrieved her phone and logged onto Weibo. Over the past year, she had played the lead in several web dramas and had recently portrayed a significant supporting role in a major IP project, with a summer release just around the corner. Stardom was within her grasp. Currently, she boasted over 1 million followers on Weibo, with each post garnering thousands of shares, and her fanbase was particularly loyal. Positioning the camera to capture her face, she revealed her crimson eyes and subsequently scheduled a post on Weibo.
Siru, goodbye.
Initially, her fans assumed she was bidding farewell to a character, but soon felt something was amiss. The photo clearly depicted her in a car, with no recent engagements, and her tear-streaked visage only fueled their concern. The oddity of the post sparked a flurry of speculation among her followers. What does Siro's Weibo mean? It seems like she hasn't been happy lately. I heard she transferred schools recently. What's wrong, my dear wife? Who has made my beloved wife sad? Brandishing a large knife, as Wen Siro perused the comments online, a smirk of triumph appeared at the corners of her mouth. Once the online buzz reached a critical mass, some fans, driven by concern, contacted the authorities. 3 hours later, Wen Siro finally emerged, posting a few simple words to reassure everyone that she was fine. However, her silence only intensified speculation, propelling her to the trending topics within mere hours. At that moment, an insider stepped forward. The most unwelcome scenario has indeed transpired. Can someone please explain what is happening? I feel like a headless chicken, utterly confused. It seems my wife is not in a good state. Could she be contemplating something drastic? Siro has already responded. She must be okay. It's just the specifics we are left in the dark about, which is rather distressing. I attend the same school as Siro, and I believe I have an inkling of what is going on. Please do share. The situation is quite scandalous. As many of you may know, Siro hails from a wealthy family, and it is indeed true. However, regrettably, she was swapped at birth with the true heiress. The legitimate heiress returned recently and has been making Siro's life miserable. Our entire class can attest to the fact that the true heiress's father, in an attempt to placate his biological daughter, has decided to send Siro abroad. Fans. Regardless of the veracity of this comment, it sent shockwaves through the community. Soon after, a flurry of responses erupted. Wait, being swapped at birth is not Siro's fault. Is the true heiress mentally unstable? Can you really send someone abroad and expect them to return? That's pure malice. The true heiress is so petty. It's downright revolting to think of sending someone away for such reasons. I genuinely wish I could confront this true heiress in real life. No wonder Siro posted such a Weibo. She has always been so strong and cheerful. My dear, please hang in there. We will always stand by you. Shortly thereafter, some fans posted the class rankings from their senior year. Almost instantly, Wen Li's name was thrust into the public eye. Currently, Wen Li boasted nearly 500,000 followers. And as the only artist from her agency to achieve academic success, her online presence was under constant scrutiny. Thus, when discussions surrounding Wen Li began to surge, the agency took immediate notice. Zhou Xingyan quickly identified the source of the uproar and sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, before the agency could even launch a public relations strategy, someone had already leaked a photo of Wen Li attending the same school as Wen Zhiro. There were even individuals digging up her past misdeeds. So it's this sister, different classes at the same school. It's rumored she got in through connections and scored below 100 on her entrance exam. Heard she hails from a small town, and within half a month of school commencement, she was already caught stealing money, resulting in the dismissal of her homeroom teacher. One classmate was expelled because of her. In short, Wen Li is not a good person, I just checked, and this individual is somehow a minor celebrity. One can reasonably suspect she envied Zhiro entering the entertainment industry and sought to follow suit. Zhou Xingyun quickly scanned the comments, realizing they were overwhelmingly negative towards Wen Li. He began to worry that Wen Li might be distressed upon seeing the comments and called her. Upon answering, Wen Li was already browsing through the comments when she heard Zhou Xingyun's voice saying, "I've seen what is happening." After a brief moment of silence, Zhou Xingyun hesitantly asked, "Are you alright? What could possibly be wrong?"
Ben li raturta.
Just then, she refreshed the comments and noticed yet another wave of insults directed at her. Furrowing her brows, she swiftly began typing on her phone. A month of studies had not been in vain. She had learned how to spell and could type rapidly. After venting her frustrations, she casually remarked, "They insult me, and I simply return the favor." Zhou Xingyun. He hurried to check Wen Li's account, and upon seeing that she had replied to over 100 comments in a mere half hour, he felt as if the sky had fallen. It was too late to ask Wen Li to retract her statements, as Zero's fans had already begun to screenshot her responses, which would undoubtedly serve as incriminating evidence in the future. Wen Li seemed to sense Zhou Xingyun's helplessness and comforted him, saying, "Rest assured. As long as it is merely a rumor, it will inevitably collapse under its own weight." Zhou Xingyun was instantly enlightened. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly instructed his company to send a lawyer's letter. Regardless of the age of those who slandered him, they would first file a lawsuit and address the matter later. However, the One Group acted even more swiftly than he did. In the mere span of 4 hours since the incident, the Wen Group compiled thousands of IDs and comments, decisively bringing the netizens to court. Some local netizens, upon discovering they had been sued, initially thought little of it, only to find the lawsuit documents delivered to their hands moments later. The sued netizens were left utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, as netizens visited the Wen Group's official page and beheld the glaring figure of millions of followers, Wen Ziro's fans were equally stunned. Wait, why is our Wen father making an appearance? So, Wen Li is the heiress of the Wen family? Soon after, the Wen Group issued a statement declaring that all online discussions were mere rumors, and they released notifications from classmates implicating teachers as accomplices to affirm Wen Li's innocence. On the corporate side, witnessing the Wen Group's prompt response, Zhou Xingyun hastily issued an announcement. He clarified that when the company signed a contract with Wen Li, she had entered the entertainment industry out of financial necessity, and there was no targeted action against Wen Zhiro. The timeline and evidence were laid bare before the public. Crystal clear to bystanders, yet Wen Ziro's fans remained obstinate. But none of this is Ziro's fault. Do they think they can just force her out? Is this how the wealthy operate? Exactly. Zhiro is so wonderful. How can she possibly compare to a country bumpkin who couldn't even score 100 on the entrance exam? Unfollowing. I never expected the leader of such a large enterprise to behave in this manner. After all, they had been together for 17 years. How could they just send her abroad? Our wife is so unfortunate. Wen Li should die and return the position of the Wen family as eldest daughter to our Zhiro. Had the truth not been revealed, the bystanders might have spoken in favor of Wen Zhiro. Yet now, as her fans grew increasingly outrageous, they overlooked the fact that Wen Zhiro was indeed innocent in this matter. However, what fault lay with Wen Li? Having been abandoned and deprived of schooling, Wen Li had finally found her way back home, only to discover a false heiress living in her stead. If the roles were reversed, one could only imagine the imbalance they would feel. Furthermore, what wrongdoing had the Wen family committed? Which law dictated that they must raise a girl who had been mistakenly claimed? In an instant, the two factions were locked in a heated dispute. Although Wen Li had few fans, their resolve was fierce. Notably, an account named Little Pear in Autumn Pants was a force to be reckoned with, single-handedly pushing back against Wen Ziro's supporters. When fans attempted to dig up dirt on Little Pear in Autumn Pants, only to find a blank profile, they were left feeling bewildered and lost. Initially, many had leaned towards Wen Ziro's side, but gradually, public opinion began to shift. If I were the true heiress and had witnessed a false one occupying my rightful place for so many years, I would be far from comfortable. Wen Siru has no reason to feel wronged. You have occupied Wen Li's position for 17 years. Even if the fault does not lie with you, you are undeniably the beneficiary. Now that the rightful heir has returned, shouldn't you yield? After reading the One Group's announcement, I sense an underlying message. Wen Li has been back for 2 months. If she intended to send Wen Siru abroad, she would have done so long ago. It seems there must have been some conflict between them. I've noticed too. And when father promised to cover Wen Siru's tuition and living expenses, along with an apartment abroad. These are luxuries that ordinary people could only dream of. What could Wen Siru possibly be dissatisfied with? The situation had drastically shifted. Upon seeing netizens question what Wen Siru could possibly be unhappy about, her face turned a ghastly shade of green. She had meticulously orchestrated a scheme for self-destruction, yet, like in her previous life, everyone stood firmly on Wen Li's side. What could she possibly be dissatisfied about? Clearly, Wen Li could thrive without returning home. Everyone would still revolve around her. Why then? Was it that Wen Li seemed uninterested in the position of the Wen family's eldest daughter, yet still sought to compete with her? In the dim orange light, shadows loomed. And Wen Siru concealed herself within them, a cold glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Due to the online rumors, Wen Li was forced to rest at home for 2 days. Even though she insisted that she was unaffected, when Tingsong and her brothers fretted that classmates at school might spread harmful gossip that could impact her. Consequently, Wen Li had no choice but to comply. However, she had already lagged behind her peers for far too long and began to feel anxious. As the weekend drew to a close, Wen Li could no longer contain herself. Monday was approaching, and she must return to school. The recent fervor had nearly subsided, and it seemed that Wen Siru had also fallen silent. Wen Li was eager to attend school again. When Tingsong wished to refuse her request. Yet Wen Li's reasoning was sound. Chu Mingtai mentioned that there will be a monthly exam this week. As a student, how can I possibly miss an exam? When Tingsong paused momentarily, my dear daughter, whether you go or not, it doesn't make much difference.
Why? Ben li instinctively questioned, bewildered.
When Tingsong continued, it seems my daughter lacks self-awareness. During the entrance assessment at the beginning of the school year, though it was merely a formality and I had no expectations for your score, I was nonetheless shocked when the results came out. Out of a perfect score of 750, you managed to score below 100. Wen Tingsong had low expectations for Wen Li's academic performance. He only hoped she could recognize a few characters. At the start of the school year, he had observed Wen Li attempting her homework, and she had nearly answered 9 out of 10 questions incorrectly, with 4 out of 10 characters unrecognizable. Now a month had passed, and he suspected her performance had not improved much. However, when Tingsong dared not voice his concerns, fearing it would upset Wen Li. Upon noticing her father's hesitance, Wen Li quickly grasped the situation and, feeling indignant, declared, I am no longer the same person I was at the beginning of the school year. When Tingsong did not dare to counter her assertion, nodding fervently in agreement. His daughter was undoubtedly correct. Wen Li felt it was increasingly difficult to communicate with others and ultimately surrendered the conversation. Sensing the tension, Wen Yan initially spoke up, Dad, little pair will eventually return to school. If you're truly worried, perhaps you could call the principal and ask them to keep an eye on her. Given the substantial donations we've made, the school wouldn't ignore such a matter. In reality, since many had begun to claim they were Wen Li's classmates online, the school had initiated an investigation, uncovering several students from the first high school who had spread rumors. Under pressure from the Wen family, the school took action, and those students faced disciplinary measures. Even if there were individuals at the school who disliked Wen Li, upon her return, no one dared to speak ill of her. After hearing Wen Yan's analysis and seeing his daughter's pitiful gaze, Wen Tingsong ultimately nodded in agreement. After a week's absence, Wen Li finally returned to school. Just as Wen Yan had predicted, no one approached Wen Li with hostility. In fact, her classmates' attitudes improved significantly, no longer treating her with the same sharpness they had before. Wen Li, however, was indifferent to this shift. As the morning study session began, she raised her voice and recited her lessons, indistinguishable from an ordinary high school senior. Soon, she faced her very first monthly exam. On the day of the exam, classes were dismissed early. This was a tradition at the first high school, but Wen Li only learned of it after completing her test. As the weather in City A turned cool, Wen Li finished packing her belongings in the dormitory and called Wen Tingsong. He was still in a meeting, but upon hearing that his daughter was released early, he promptly concluded the meeting and drove over. At that moment, Wen Li, dragging a suitcase, sat on the edge of the school's flower bed, idly nudging her suitcase with her foot. In less than 20 minutes, the once crowded school entrance had become considerably more spacious, with only a few students intermittently entering and exiting. At that moment, when Tingsong called, his tone laden with regret, "My dear daughter, I apologize, but my car has unexpectedly broken down. Do you have a lot of luggage? If not, I can arrange for a ride-hailing service for you." Wen Li lowered her gaze, swiftly casting divination and determining that Wen Tingsong was unharmed. She stood up and replied, "It's not much. I'll call a taxi myself." As she spoke, she spotted a taxi pulling over by the roadside and waved it down. While Wen Li was on the phone with Wen Tingsong, she opened the taxi's trunk and placed her luggage inside. Just as she hung up and opened the taxi door, she suddenly hesitated. There, in the back seat, sat a woman clad in black attire, donning a baseball cap. When the woman lifted her head, Wen Li recognized her familiar visage. Wen Sairu's eyes were dark and brooding, and as she looked up, a fleeting, icy smile graced her lips. "Long time no see, Wen Li," she murmured. When Wen Li regained consciousness, she found herself tightly bound within the vehicle. The taxi continued to navigate the road, and she could feel the vibrations reverberating from beneath the metal chassis. Awake?
Ben Sirou inquired, noticing Ben Li's fluttering eyelids.
Wen Li shifted slightly, her restrained limbs tingling with numbness, and furrowed her brow. She had been preoccupied with her midterms all week, having pushed aside thoughts of Wen Sairu. Upon seeing her at school, Wen Li felt both surprise and curiosity about Wen Sairu's intentions. Little did she know that the drug Wen Sairu had used was so potent that after merely a whiff, she had awakened to find that day had turned into night. Wen Li propped herself up, her gaze drifting to the window. The taxi was traversing a narrow country road, becoming increasingly uneven as it advanced. Feeling a wave of motion sickness, she succumbed to the urge to close her eyes. Observing this, Wen Sairu could not help but mock. "Wen Li, look at you now. Are you not afraid of being discovered after what you did to me at school?" Wen Li's hands were bound behind her, and as she struggled, a sharp pain shot through her wrists, causing her to wince slightly. While the ropes could be loosened, she was determined to discover Wen Sairu's true intentions. Leaning against the window, Wen Li crossed her legs and spoke in a calm, yet measured tone. "Your elaborate scheme to abduct me is quite remarkable, but I must kindly warn you that misfortune awaits you." A scoff escaped Wen Sairu's lips, swiftly replaced by a cold glare. "When have I ever been fortunate since encountering you? Rest assured, even if the Wen family learns of this, they will not suspect me. After all, this morning, I was sent off on a plane to a foreign land by their own hands." At this time, she recalled being forcibly taken onto a plane, only to return to a world that had drastically changed. The illiterate Wen Li had gained admission to the prestigious A University, becoming a dazzling star within the entertainment industry, even becoming entangled with the Hua family. A twisted expression crossed Wen Sairu's face as she couldn't help but ask, "Why do you always have to compete with me? I merely desire wealth and power. Is that too much to ask?" Wen Li shook her head, "But those things were never rightfully yours." "Then I shall seize them for myself." Wen Sairu leaned closer to Wen Li, her dark, piercing eyes reflecting malice in the dim light of the taxi. "Once I deal with you, I shall take care of everyone in the Wen family." Wen Li's gaze flickered, her demeanor suddenly turning icy. "Regardless of your grievances, the Wen family raised you for 17 years. While I can understand your desire for revenge against me, do you not fear divine retribution for seeking vengeance against my father and brother?" "Be quiet," Wen Sairu interrupted, her voice laced with venom. "How dare you speak of their nurturing? 17 years later, the moment I returned, they discarded me like a dog by the roadside. Did they ever consider how I would survive once my identity was revealed?" Wen Li found herself baffled by Wen Sairu's reasoning. It was not her father's fault that he did not disclose her identity. That would have been an injustice. Moreover, they had never intended to send Wen Sairu abroad. It was her incessant mischief that had led to that decision. No law mandated that, upon discovering 2 children had been switched at birth, one must raise a daughter with no ties to them. Wen Li's expression hardened as she discreetly exerted pressure on her bound hands, the ropes making a faint cracking sound that went unnoticed amidst the bumpy ride. She chose to remain silent, turning her head to feign sleep. Wen Sairu, feeling as though she had struck a wall, was left seething with frustration. As night descended, the orange glow of the moon illuminated the surroundings, and the occasional chirping of birds sent shivers down one's spine. Finally, the taxi halted before a remote 2-story house nestled in the countryside, surrounded by waist-high weeds. With no visible boundaries save for the road they had traveled, Wen Li surveyed her surroundings from within the taxi. At that moment, The woman who had been silent in the driver's seat suddenly exited the vehicle and circled around to open Wen Li's door. Wen Li turned her head and smiled unexpectedly.
Zhang Ma.
Zhang Ma was an employee who tended to the garden at the villa. Wen Li had seen her twice, but had never exchanged a word. During those sweltering summer days, Zhang Ma always wore long sleeves and trousers, along with a sun hat and mask, revealing only her weary, aged eyes. Wen Li recognized her solely because of those eyes. However, now those once bulging, tired eyes were filled with malice as they fixed upon Wen Li. I never imagined Miss Wen would still remember me. Remaining seated in the car, Wen Li observed both Zhang Ma and Wen Sairu. As if coming to a realization, although Wen Sairu's bone structure was no longer recognizable, the subtle features that connect mother and child remained unchanged. From a young age, Wen Li had possessed the ability to see what others could not. While other diviners could sense malevolent energies through external objects or deduce fortune and misfortune using the heavenly stems and earthly branches, her vision allowed her to perceive the yin and yang. As long as she wished to see, the presence of sinister forces and bloodshed was trivial. Yet, it appeared that Zhang Ma and Wen Sairu had never been present simultaneously, and the ethereal white mist connecting them was never intertwined. Suddenly, Wen Li comprehended something. So, I and Wen Sairu were not merely switched at birth, but maliciously exchanged. Am I correct? Chapter 50. The biological father of Wen Sairu. Wen Li's dark hair was somewhat disheveled, her bangs obscuring half of her face, and her deep-set eyes, framed by thick brows and long lashes, resembled an unfathomable cold abyss. The sight sent chills down their spines. Mother, take Wen Li downstairs first, Wen Sairu commanded, her eyes brimming with animosity as she and Zhang Ma dragged Wen Li from the car. Inside the dimly lit room of the house, Wen Li was unceremoniously tossed into a dusty corner. She twisted her neck and inquired again, Zhang Zhujin, why was I the one chosen to be swapped? Zhang Zhujin was taken aback that Wen Li knew her full name, and a flicker of conflict flashed across her eyes. Mother, Wen Sairu abruptly interrupted, her tone harsh. Why are you saying so much to her? Zhang Zhujin, cowed by her daughter's reprimand, quickly lowered her head. Dear, we cannot allow this mistake to escalate further. The abduction of Wen Li had exceeded her original plan, and she was now filled with trepidation, feeling that kidnapping Wen Li was unwise. Wen Sairu's temper flared instantly. What do you expect me to do? I have been a victim of your actions my entire life. If you and father had not abandoned me, I would not be in this predicament. Wen Sairu could not tolerate her mother's lack of stature. Every time she saw her, it was as if someone was constantly reminding her that if she had not swapped lives with Wen Li, she would be just another child emerging from poverty. Her mother was a lowly maid, and her father was a criminal wanted by the police for decades. As Wen Sairu's accusatory tone intensified, Zhang Zhujin felt increasingly pained, her eyes swelling with tears. It is we who have wronged you. Zhang Zhujin's voice was low, and as she gazed upon Wen Li, abandoned in the corner, her heart ached, but killing is against the law. Let us take the money and return home to live out our days. Shut up. Wen Sairu could hardly bear to hear Zhang Zhujin utter such words. She couldn't help but think, if Zhang Zhujin could so ruthlessly switch her with Wen Li back then, why couldn't she bring herself to eliminate Wen Li entirely? If Wen Li had been dealt with back then, none of this chaos would have ensued. If given a second chance at life, she would never allow her mother to hinder her progress. She desired the money, and she also desired Wen Li's life. With that, Wen Sairu took out her phone and snapped 2 photos of Wen Li, bound and helpless, promptly sending them to every member of the Wen family using an anonymous number. After dispatching the messages, she discarded the phone along with the SIM card into the grass outside. Shifting her gaze back to Wen Li, whose hair was disheveled, Wen Sairu coldly declared, this time, I will ensure your demise. 4 hours had elapsed since Wen Li's disappearance. After Wen Tingzong's car broke down, he called for assistance and took a taxi home. However, upon his arrival, instead of being greeted by his daughter, he received a call from Chu Mingtai. His daughter had been brazenly kidnapped right at the school gate. After reporting to the police and reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered the license plate was fake and the driver wore a mask, leaving them with no leads whatsoever. The Wen family was engulfed in confusion. When Xingming rushed back from the film set upon hearing the news, utterly distraught, how could Xiao Li be kidnapped? Who could have done this? Their father sat on the sofa, his face ashen, unable to absorb Wen Xingming's frantic words. The 2 elderly members of the Wen family had also arrived. Although Qin Hualan was displeased with Wen Li, she could not resist the urgency of the situation upon hearing that her granddaughter had been abducted. As she entered the room, she noticed 3 incongruous solid gold statues on the Wangwali wooden table, rendering her intended sarcastic remarks mute. The family was in a state of utter disarray, until the elder of the Wen family finally spoke with composure. "Tingsong, have you offended anyone recently?" When Tingsong momentarily lost his focus, then shook his head. "I reviewed the surveillance. The kidnapper is a woman, and no businessperson would stoop to such extremes." He adhered to the principle of leaving a way out in business dealings, knowing that while one might upset others, the likelihood of being kidnapped due to business conflicts was minimal. Following his statement, silence enveloped the room as they struggled to conceive who could have orchestrated Wen Li's abduction. Ding dong. At that moment, apart from the 2 elderly members of the Wen family, the phones of Wen Tingsong and his son simultaneously chimed. They paused momentarily, and Wen Tingsong's heart sank as he hastily opened his phone, discovering multiple images of Wen Li in captivity.
Bang!
The members of the Wen family sprang to their feet as if their seats were on fire. In the images, the kidnapper had sent a message. "If you wish for Wen Li to live, prepare 10 billion at the number 7 cargo ship at the port by 8 o'clock tomorrow. If you dare to call the police, I will kill her immediately." After reading the message, Wen Tingsong quickly dialed the number from the text, but received no response. He contacted the bank, instructing them to prepare 10 billion in cash by tonight. Taking a deep breath, he knew he must remain calm. At least the kidnapper wanted money, not Wen Li's life. However, acquiring such a vast sum of cash was no simple task and required negotiations with several banks. When Yanshu nodded, though her voice trembled. "Should we inform the police?" When Tingsong remained silent for a while, just when Yanshu thought he would heed the kidnapper's orders. She nodded resolutely. "Yes, but we must not make our presence known." The kidnapper had expressly forbidden the police. There could very well be accomplices watching. Understanding this, Wen Yanshu began to take action. Meanwhile, Wen Li sat in the corner, observing the arrival of a third individual. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, around 50, clad in an incongruous yellow robe and a black tilted hat, creating an unsettling contrast. His high cheekbones and downturned eyes gave him a sinister appearance. Those eyes, more menacing than Wen Cyrus, were unmistakably familial. As the man entered, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Wen Li exchanged glances with him, her brow furrowing slightly at the sight of the man, whose aura reeked of bloodshed, likely stained with the lives of many. Chapter 51. The truth behind the mistaken identity. Wen Li remained silent, staring at the middle-aged man. He raised an eyebrow upon seeing her and suddenly asked, "Are you a celestial master?" Confused, Wen Li replied, "I do not understand what you mean. I am merely an ordinary Taoist priest." The man's expression softened momentarily. Then he continued with an unsettling cheerfulness, "What a pity. If the celestial master were to discover your abilities, they would surely compete to recruit you.
But alas,
Such a shame." He smiled, his wrinkles deepening, rendering his visage somewhat grotesque as he leaned closer and chillingly stated, "Because you are about to die." Wen Li's eyes darkened slightly as she caught the foul odor emanating from the man's mouth, subtly shifting away. "Dad, why are you wasting time talking to her? Hurry up and kill her." At that moment, when Cyru, having procured a dark, foreboding gun from who knew where, handed it to the man, insisting, "We mustn't delay any longer." Su Yixing regarded Wen Cyru with a slow nod. She cannot be allowed to live. As he reached for the gun, Wen Cyru's smile widened. Having experienced rebirth, she was acutely aware of Wen Li's uniqueness. Thus, she had searched her beforehand, knowing that Wen Li possessed no talismans or artifacts to summon vengeful spirits. Now, bound and helpless, Wen Li resembled fish on a cutting board, subject to the whims of her captors. This thought brought Wen Cyru a sense of satisfaction. Su Yixing felt guilty towards his daughter. Whatever Wen Cyru desired was naturally to be his command. Just as he grasped the gun, the sound of police sirens erupted outside, piercing the eerie silence of the room. Wen Cyru jumped in shock, her face betraying visible panic. "What is happening?" Zhang Zhujin hurriedly glanced out the window, only to discover that the road they had taken was now teeming with police cars, the house surrounded and sealed off. "The police are here." Zhang Zhujin trembled, her voice quaking as she looked helplessly at Su Yixing. Su Yixing's expression darkened abruptly. They had been brazen enough to kidnap openly. Confident that no one could trace their identities, he had even set up a formation to deter ordinary people from reaching this place. Where had they gone wrong? In a fit of agitation, Su Yixing chambered a bullet, pressing the cold muzzle against Wen Li's temple. "How dare your father call the police?"
Wen Li, blinking.
faced the gun with unwavering resolve. This scene struck a deep chord of pain in Wen Li. Dad, even if we cannot escape, we must take Wen Li down with us. In her previous life, she had been devoured alive by a vengeful spirit, having been granted this second chance. Even if she were to die again, she would at least drag someone else down with her.
No.
Su Yixing, not as impulsive as Wen Li, replied, there is still a chance for survival. With that, he yanked Wen Li up, his coarse, warm hands gripping her throat, the gun aimed at her temple. Siru, your father has set up a formation nearby. Once we reach the car, these police will be powerless against us. When Siru finally grasped the situation, her father, like Wen Li, possessed Taoist abilities. Killing Wen Li and escaping would be a straightforward task. All right, I will follow Dad's lead. Su Yixing gazed at her with tenderness. In his life of evasion, he had only this one daughter. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, one would never have relinquished their own flesh and blood to be raised by another. If the child had thrived, it might have been bearable, but alas. Upon the return of the biological daughter, she was to be cast aside like refuse. Su Yixing's eyes brimmed with malice as he grasped Wen Li's throat, contemplating murder should she attempt to flee. Regrettably, Wen Li could no longer serve as sustenance for his intricate array. Tightening his grip, Su Yixing shoved Wen Li forward. His voice devoid of warmth. Go open the door. With her neck reddening from his hold, Wen Li slowly made her way to the partially ajar door, using her foot to nudge it open. The Wen family and a host of police officers stood at the forefront. Upon witnessing Wen Li being dragged forward as a hostage, their hearts collectively raced. When Tingsong, spotting Wen Li behind Su Yixing, exclaimed, Wen Li, name your price. Just release Wen Li. Reacting instinctively to her father's voice. When Siru looked over, the father who should have showered her with tenderness now directed his affections towards another girl. Her face flushed crimson, and she instinctively turned away. Su Yixing, observing Wen Tingsong, let out a cold laugh. If you wish for Wen Li to live, step aside. Otherwise, I shall end her life this instant. Wen Tingsong turned to the police, who nodded in response and swiftly gestured for everyone to retreat. Soon, all individuals and vehicles were cleared to the sides. When Siru and Zhang Zhujin followed suit, entering a taxi, while Su Yixing stood by the rear door, his piercing gaze fixed on the surrounding officers. We have complied with your demands. Now, release my daughter, Wen Tingsong implored. Wen Tingsong felt an unsettling familiarity with Su Yixing and Zhang Zhujin, as if he had encountered them before, yet the memories eluded him. However, Su Yixing's overt malevolence instilled a sense of foreboding within him.
Su Li, Su Yixing Zhuge, Wen Tingsong.
Have you failed to recognize me? When Tingsong remained silent, lips pressed together. It was only natural he wouldn't remember after all. I was merely a lowly worker in your household. When Tingsong's eyes widened in realization, darting between the driver, Zhang Zhujin, and Su Yixing, as fragmented memories resurfaced. Su Yixing's laughter was cruel. Remember now? It was your esteemed wife who generously took us in. However, kindness can lead to peril. What do you mean? When Tingsong demanded. Su Yixing continued. Haven't you always harbored doubts about whether your child was mistakenly exchanged or maliciously swapped? A shiver ran through Tingsong at this revelation, as loathing began to replace disbelief in his gaze. Yet, Su Yixing reveled in the unfolding drama, intoxicated by the thrill of manipulation. He laughed heartily. You are correct, Mrs. Miao took us in out of compassion, yet we repaid her kindness with treachery. On the same day your daughter was born, I, having dabbled in some arcane arts, deceived a nurse and substituted Siru for the true Wen Li. Alas, he paused, a mock expression of regret crossing his face. I had originally intended for my wife to drown the child, but her maternal instincts prevailed, allowing Wen Li to survive and find her way back, seizing a grand opportunity. Chapter 52. When Siru's downfall, the internet in shock. When Tingsong grasped the situation with partial clarity, realizing that Su Yixing was the orchestrator of this chaos. No wonder he felt such familiarity upon first encountering Su Yixing and Zhang Zhujin. It was as if a thief had infiltrated their home from the very beginning. When the third child first laid eyes on his sister, he had remarked upon her distinct appearance, but everyone dismissed it as mere jest. Little did they know, it was a harbinger of a grave mistake. Inhaling deeply, when Tingsong could not suppress the question that had long been buried within him. Why would you do this? Su Yixing replied with a smirk. Your wife was simply too benevolent. At the time, I was a fugitive, having committed murder, and your wife. Seeing our plight, my wife pregnant. offered us refuge. Yet, with the police hunting us relentlessly, we knew our capture was inevitable. We could endure suffering, but my daughter could not. Thus, your girl was fated to suffer in her stead. Suddenly, Su Yixing's expression soured. But who would have thought you to be so heartless? The moment Wen Li returned, you were eager to discard the child who had been your companion for 17 years. When Tingsong gazed at Su Yixing in disbelief, even Wen Sairu in the car could hardly fathom that her life had been exchanged with Wen Li's. Su Yixing, savoring the pain etched upon the Wen family's faces, pressed the gun firmly against Wen Li. Abruptly, he asked, "Is the 10 billion you prepared ready?" Everyone snapped back to reality. When Tingsong quickly nodded, "It is being transported as we speak. You have half an hour. The money must be loaded onto the ship." "Very well." When Tingsong extended his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Su Yixing, fearful that a moment of agitation might lead to Wen Li's harm. "Release my daughter, and I shall not hold you accountable for the past. I will seek no retribution." "Retribution?" Su Yixing guffawed, as if he had heard the greatest jest. "Do not forget. You have been dancing to my tune for over a decade. You think you can retaliate against me? Such foolishness." When Tingsong refrained from provoking Su Yixing further, acquiescing to his demands, the standoff persisted for half an hour, with Wen Xingming tasked with delivering the money to the port. The two parties maintained communication, and as when Tingsong activated the speakerphone, Su Yixing could hear the sounds of the cargo ship setting sail, his eyes gleaming with greed. "The money has been transferred. Now please release my daughter," when Tingsong urged. "Release her?" Su Yixing had already secured the funds. With the capability to evade any police pursuit, he envisioned a life of luxury abroad with his wife and child, a wicked grin creeping across his face. "When did I ever state I would let her go?" Gasps of shock reverberated through the crowd. Wen Tingsong's heart raced as he heard the sound of Su Yixing chambering around. "Wen Li was never meant to exist in this world. Allow me to escort her on her final journey." Suddenly, Su Yixing's head jerked to the side. Wen Li had somehow freed herself from her restraints, snatching the gun from Wen Tingsong's hand and delivering a fierce slap to Su Yixing's face, sending him reeling. A hidden sniper, poised nearby, did not hesitate, delivering a fatal shot to Su Yixing's head.
Bang!
Su Yixing blinked, his mind a void. A black-red hole appeared in the center of his skull, with blood initially dripping before erupting like a fountain. Supporting himself against the car door, he slowly collapsed, eyes wide open. In mere seconds, Su Yixing had met his demise. When Saira bore witness to Su Yixing's death, particularly the sight of his lifeless body slumping within the car, eyes agape, mouth slightly parted, seared into her memory. She screamed in despair. Zhang Jujin, seated in front, immediately reacted, pressing the accelerator in a frantic bid to escape. However, the taxi remained stationary, unyielding. Just moments before, Wen Li had bitten her finger, hastily inscribing a protective talisman upon the car door. As the door beside Wen Li swung wide, she bent down, her tone buoyant. "You see, one need not draw symbols on paper." Wen Sairu and Zhang Jujin were apprehended on the spot, while Su Yixing lay dead. Following an investigation, the police uncovered that 20 years prior, Su Yixing had participated in a tomb robbery, executing 3 accomplices over a dispute regarding the spoils, thereafter fleeing. During this time, he had met his future wife, Zhang Jujin, and shortly thereafter, she became pregnant with Wen Sairu. At that time, the two women were living in dire circumstances. Mrs. Wen, feeling a sense of compassion for Zhang Jujin, who was approximately at the same stage of pregnancy as she was, offered her a position to work in her home. Both women were about to give birth and were also on the run, not wanting their only daughters to suffer. Thus, they devised a plan to swap their children. However, the Wen household was heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult to execute the exchange. By chance, Su Yixing had come across some peculiar arcane texts while engaging in treasure theft, which endowed him with a brief ability to manipulate human psychology, facilitating the swap of the children. Upon Wen Li's return, he employed the same method to influence an intern at the paternity testing center, resulting in a switch of the samples. When Sairu had, unbeknownst to her family, discovered her true lineage at the tender age of 8 and, in her subsequent panic, chose to keep it a secret. Once the entire truth was unveiled, the police issued a lengthy statement detailing the events, which quickly circulated on Weibo, capturing the attention of netizens. The investigative prowess of online users can be astonishing. They swiftly deduced that the kidnapped individual was indeed Wen Li, based on the names and snippets provided by the police. When Saira's fans, already discontented with her, showed little interest in the lengthy police announcement and flocked to Wen Li's Weibo to mock her. Ha ha ha, look at you now, Wen Li. Serves you right. But perhaps this is a way to shield us from calamity. One must not be too lowly in life, lest they be kidnapped. Such a satisfying turn of events, huh? You should hurry back to your countryside. While many fans of Wen Siru indulged in mockery, a significant portion took the time to read the extensive statement. Yet, the more they read, the more perplexed they became. Why did the police report that the kidnapper also bore the surname Wen and was the same age of 17? Soon, fans of Wen Li pieced together the information. Wen Siru's fans, take heed. Our dear Li was indeed kidnapped, but has been rescued. You might want to check on your idol, as she is likely to face dire consequences. Don't be so excessive. Why should my idol be implicated? Aren't Wen Siru's fans always boasting about their high educational backgrounds? Can't they comprehend such a straightforward announcement? Summary. Wen Siru's parents maliciously swapped the newborn Wen Li, leading to her abandonment. After Wen Li's return, Wen Siru, harboring resentment, conspired with her parents to kidnap Wen Li and extort $1 billion in cash. During their escape, Wen Siru's father, Su, was shot dead, and both Zhang and Wen Siru were apprehended. Additionally, the police noted that Su had been a fugitive murderer for 20 years, implying that Wen Siru's biological father was indeed a killer. Upon reading the summary, Wen Siru's fans were left in utter disbelief.
So,
Their idol had truly fallen from grace? Chapter 53. The birthday of Hua Yinghua online. The two fanbases erupted into chaos. Wen Siru's supporters refused to believe that their idol could commit such heinous acts, inundating her account with inquiries for clarification. Yet, days passed without a word from Wen Siru. Her agency, unable to reach her, attempted to liaise with the police. After receiving a substantial update, the staff returned to the company with faces ashen as death. Within half an hour, the agency announced the termination of their contract with Wen Siru. At this point, the fans had little left to question. In just 2 days, Wen Siru's follower count plummeted from 1.86 million to a mere 700,000, while Wen Li's fanbase surged dramatically, skyrocketing from 500,000 to over 1 million. Despite her having no representative works aside from the yet-to-be-aired drama Qianshan Ling Zhou Xingyun and the company's CEO were nearly beside themselves with glee upon seeing the figures. Zhou Xingyun received numerous business collaboration offers, but upon further investigation, discovered that they were mostly from small brands, some of which lacked production qualifications. Having been in the industry for over a decade, Zhou Xingyun understood the psychology of these lesser brands. Knowing that Wen Li was destined for stardom, he realized that a partnership with her would elevate their brand as well. However, he also recognized the paramount importance of a spokesperson's reputation. Thus, Zhou Xingyun called Wen Li. Numerous brands have been seeking you for endorsements, but I believe it may be too early for you to accept any offers. If anyone approaches you, please decline them all. If they persist, provide them with my contact information and I will handle it. Wen Li nodded in agreement. After ending the call, when Yanshu returned home, this time accompanied by a guest. Upon seeing Hua Yinghua, Wen Li's eyes lit up, and she sprang from the sofa. Hua Yinghua, what brings you here? Hua Yinghua, carrying a gift, placed it on a nearby table after she spoke, visibly relieved to find her unscathed. I heard about your incident and came to check on you, as well as to discuss some business matters with your brother. Wen Li observed Hua Yinghua, noticing that the intense aura of menace surrounding him had diminished significantly, leaving only a faint shroud of darkness, overshadowed by an undeniable brilliance radiating from him. She found it hard to look away. At that moment, when Yanshu chimed in, we were able to locate you so swiftly thanks to Hua Yinghua. Wen Li looked on with curiosity. When Yanshu elaborated, the phone Hua Yinghua gifted you is a prototype developed by his company, equipped with an advanced BDS satellite positioning system. When your phone's location remained static in the outskirts for an extended period, Hua Yinghua contacted us to inquire about it. When Yanshu felt a stroke of luck as he recounted the events, Su Yixing had utilized some esoteric techniques, setting up a ghost wall, which rendered the police unable to retrieve surveillance footage upon leaving the city. They had even taken the wrong route several times on their way there. Fortunately, Chu Mingtai had remained close by, resolving the ghost wall issue. It was then they discovered that Wen Li's homeroom teacher was also a practitioner of the arcane arts and even a junior to Wen Li. The rescue operation was a series of interconnected events, as though fate was determined to preserve the young girl. Little Li, my brother needs to discuss work with Hua Yinghua. You should watch some television downstairs. Wen Li nodded, her thoughts lingering on Wen Yanshu's words. She recalled that Hua Yinghua had claimed the phone was a prize drawn at his company's annual meeting. Yet, before she could ponder further. She noticed Huang swiftly ascend the staircase to the study. She watched his retreating figure for a while before dismissing the thought. The two men did not take long to discuss their business. An hour later, when Yanchu escorted Huang downstairs. As he was about to leave, Huang paused, turned to look at Wen Li, who was laughing heartily at the television, and suddenly said, "Little Li," amidst the cacophony of the variety show. Wen Li distinctly recognized Huang's voice. She raised her head, her dark, round eyes meeting his, seemingly inquiring what he wanted. Huang hesitated for a moment before saying, "My birthday is in 3 days, and I would like to invite you over." With that, he produced a white invitation card from his briefcase. Wen Li reached out to accept it, noticing her name elegantly inscribed on the card. "We are friends. How could I possibly miss your birthday?" Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, already contemplating the perfect gift for Huang. "This will be my first time celebrating someone else's birthday. I'm not sure what to prepare." Upon hearing that Wen Li had not declined, Huang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Noticing the young girl's troubled expression, he shook his head. "You needn't prepare anything. Just your presence is enough to bring me joy." Though he hosted birthday banquets every year, genuine well-wishers were a rarity, with most attendees merely there for business networking. This year was different. The mere thought of Wen Li attending lightened Huang's heart, filling him with an undeniable happiness. "I will definitely prepare something special. After all, a birthday only comes once a year," Wen Li resolutely affirmed. Upon witnessing this, Huang could not suppress a flicker of anticipation within his heart. The objective of his business discussion had finally been achieved. As he took his leave, Wen Yanchu and Wen Li rose to see him off. After Huang departed, Wen Yanchu suddenly inquired, "Is your relationship with Huang quite close?"
Ben Li nudda affirmatively.
"Indeed, we converse daily." Initially, Wen Li regarded Huang as her personal benefactor. However, as time passed, feelings inevitably blossomed between them. Huang, a genuinely good person, had selflessly aided her during her difficult times. After she began attending school, whenever she encountered challenging problems, she would promptly reach out to him via video call for assistance. Wen Li declared, "There is no friend better than Huang in this world. He is my only friend." Following the monthly exams, the National Day holiday would arrive, coinciding with Huang's birthday, which fell on the last day of the holiday. Once Wen Li completed her assignments ahead of schedule, she pondered what gift would be most suitable for Huang. With a reasonable sum of money at her disposal, she no longer needed to concern herself with prices when purchasing gifts. At the mall, Wen Li selected a pair of cufflinks from a luxury brand renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, opting for the most expensive pair in the store. On the day of Huang's birthday, Wen Li arrived early at the hotel he had reserved. The venue was already bustling with guests when she arrived, and many eyes were drawn to her presence. It was evident that the affluent members of high society were familiar with one another. Yet this was the first encounter for Wen Li and her companions. However, those beside her, including Wen Yanchu, were well acquainted with the attendees. Some individuals sought to ingratiate themselves with Wen Yanchu and approached with champagne, subsequently sizing up Wen Li with unabashed scrutiny. Wen Yanchu had arranged a custom-made red dress for Wen Li, which, though not overly extravagant, rendered her exceedingly radiant. Her every smile and gesture was captivating. One businessman, observing her, flattered, "This is President Wen's little darling. She is truly a sight to behold." However, as he spoke, his colleagues began to elbow him and wink frantically. Before the businessman could comprehend the situation, Wen Li's gaze suddenly darted toward the center of the venue, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed to Wen Yanchu, "Brother, I see Huang waving at me. I'm going over." Without a glance back, she departed, oblivious to the businessman's pale countenance. Wen Li had hardly given the unfamiliar businessman a second thought. She believed that those who committed malevolence would eventually face retribution, and that retribution would come in the form of her brother. Hearing the wealthy man continuously apologize became tedious, and she hastened her steps toward the center of the venue. Huang had naturally witnessed the scene unfold, albeit from a distance, and could not hear the exchange. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Wen Li shook her head. "I'm fine. My brother can handle it." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Huang. Typically clad in suits, today he wore a dark patterned suit that accentuated his tall stature. His sharp features imbued with a sense of cool detachment, softening only when he saw Wen Li. For a brief moment, Wen Li was momentarily dazzled by his countenance, suddenly realizing she had yet to present her gift. Upon opening the gift box and discovering the valuable cufflinks, Huang exhibited a hint of surprise. He was familiar with the brand and recognized that Wen Li must have spent a considerable sum. The young lady, who was usually frugal in her quest to save for a shop, had astounded him by bestowing such a lavish gift upon him. "You are the first to give me a birthday present," Huang remarked, his tone laced with delight. Wen Li was slightly taken aback. With her doe-like eyes glistening, she surveyed her surroundings and lowered her voice, speaking with curiosity. "Is high society more frugal than I imagined? Don't they give gifts on birthdays?" Huang chuckled softly. "Responding in kind, they are merely acquaintances from the banquet. The gifts they offer are seldom to my liking." This was, in fact, no lie. The birthday celebrations were often merely a means to maintain business relationships, and discussions of work often overshadowed the festivities. While many expensive gifts were presented, only Wen Li's offering was thoughtfully selected for him. Upon hearing this, Wen Li felt a pang of sympathy for Huang. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to lack familial ties. His parents had passed away a decade prior, and any relatives remaining likely bore ill intentions. "From now on, I will give you a gift every year on your birthday," Wen Li declared after a moment of contemplation, glancing at Huang's marital prospects. "But you need not rush. You will eventually have a loving wife, and you both shall live a harmonious life together." At her words, Huang regarded Wen Li intently. He had never contemplated marriage. Yet her assertion that he would marry one day resonated deeply within him. Before he could respond, Wen Li began to cast her fortune, muttering, "Let me calculate when you will tie the knot with your future wife." She paused, sneaking a glance at Huang. Huang wore a puzzled expression, and their gazes locked. Wen Li chuckled. "It's nothing serious. It's just that your fortune appears a bit peculiar. I can only discern when you will marry, but not where your future wife might be at present." Yet Huang found her demeanor intriguing and raised an eyebrow. "Then tell me, when will I get married?" Wen Li shook her head, speaking ambiguously. "You will definitely get married, but by then, you will already be an older gentleman." Wen Li reassured him. "You will marry eventually. There's no need to rush." As Wen Li engaged in hushed conversation with Huang, he occasionally nodded or responded, which was quite unconventional for him, as the circles he frequented recognized him as a warm yet polite and distant individual. "Why, who is this?" As they conversed, a woman clad in a qipao and high heels approached, her smile seemingly genuine, yet her gaze frequently scrutinized Wen Li. Wen Li furrowed her brow, a flicker of golden light reflecting in her eyes. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her lips adorned with vibrant colors, her eyes exuding charm as she spoke in a sultry manner. "Not a good person." Wen Li blinked and took the initiative to introduce herself. "I'm Wen Li." "And you are? Auntie?" Lu Ruxin was momentarily taken aback, her expression visibly darkening. "Do you not know how to speak properly?" Huang's gaze grew colder, his piercing eyes locking onto Lu Ruxin. Startled, Lu Ruxin felt her words falter in her throat. Observing the dark aura between Lu Ruxin's brows, Wen Li kindly cautioned, "When out in public, one must exercise caution in speech and behavior." "Are you cursing me?" Lu Ruxin exclaimed loudly. All eyes in the venue turned toward them, and Huang simply uttered, "Leave." The single word rendered Lu Ruxin incredulous. She initially thought she misheard. "You want me to leave?" "Huang, I am your aunt."
"How dare you speak to me like that?"
Wen Li was taken aback. Lu Ruxin appeared to be no more than in her early 30s, yet she claimed to be Huang's aunt. However, as Wen Li scrutinized them, she found no resemblance that would suggest a familial connection. Intrigued, she swiftly consulted her fortune-telling, her expression growing serious as she discerned the subtle red aura of malevolence surrounding Lu Ruxin. "You are lying," Wen Li declared. "You cannot possibly be Huang's aunt. His actual aunt was murdered a decade ago, and you are the killer." Lu Ruxin turned pale. Incredulity etched across her face as she struggled to comprehend how Wen Li could possess such secret knowledge. This information was not something anyone should know. Yet before Wen Li could continue, she added, "Of course, you are not the sole perpetrator. The one who conspired with you to murder Huang's aunt was her husband, Huang's biological uncle." "Shut up." As the crowd continued to swell, Lu Ruxin felt a surge of panic, loudly interrupting Wen Li. She was at a loss as to how Wen Li could be privy to so many details. However, these matters must never be uttered from Wen Li's lips. "Who is this charlatan speaking such nonsense here?" That woman met her demise by falling off the cliff, and the police discovered her backpack atop the mountain. With a disdainful snort, Lu Ruxin retorted, "Do you think the police have not investigated us thoroughly given the gravity of this incident?" We all had alibis. Hua Yinghuai's elder uncle, Hua Weigua, known for his seniority, has been involved in numerous scandals over the years. 10 years ago, he had a wife who tragically passed away due to an accident. Those present were, to varying degrees, aware of these circumstances. Hua Weigua's late wife came from a wealthy family and was exceptionally talented. It was her presence that kept him in check, preventing him from engaging in reckless behavior. Yet their relationship was far from harmonious. Less than 3 months after her death, Hua Weigua began a relationship with the current Lu Ruxin, who is a staggering 30 years his junior. Now, someone dares to suggest that Hua Weigua's late wife did not die by misadventure, but rather by foul play? Under the weight of so many scrutinizing gazes, Lu Ruxin felt a surge of panic, pointing accusingly at Wen Li. Hua Yinghuai, will you not expel this girl? However, Hua Yinghuai merely regarded her with an icy stare. Lu Ruxin felt a chill run down her spine and, with anger, turned her gaze towards Wen Li, a mere child. Questioning what merit there could be in her defense by her nephew. Spreading rumors is illegal. I will call the police to have you arrested. Then, I shall see which of us they take in, Wen Li countered. Lu Ruxin paused, her hand hovering over her phone, lifting her gaze to meet Wen Li's eyes. A sudden dread engulfing her. At that moment, Wen Li tilted her head and smiled sweetly, her voice soft and melodious. If my calculations are correct, the reason they have not found Hua Yinghuai's aunt's body is because she did not fall off the cliff at all. In fact, she was cruelly dismembered, and her remains are currently hidden in the freezer of your villa's secret chamber. Am I mistaken, murder? Chapter 55. Investigation of the dismemberment case. Wen Li's words cast a profound silence over the gathering. Even Hua Yinghuai was taken aback. He knew Wen Li would not speak recklessly, and for years he had been searching for his aunt's body, yet to no avail. Back then, he was still a student, unaware of the company's affairs, learning about his aunt's situation solely from the police. Had he been misled from the outset? Hua Yinghuai's gaze darkened, his eyes like shards of ice fixed on Lu Ruxin. He instructed his assistant to call the police, causing Lu Ruxin to panic. Do not call the police, she murmured, her composure slipping. Hua Yinghuai remained silent, but his silence bore a weight greater than words, sending a shiver down Lu Ruxin's spine as she swallowed hard. She attempted to reason. Yinghuai, do not listen to this childish nonsense. We could never commit such a heinous act. If the media were to catch wind of this, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Hua Corporation. You need not concern yourself with that, Hua Yinghuai replied, his tone indifferent. The Hua Corporation can afford such losses. Lu Ruxin's face turned ashen as she scanned the crowd for her husband, Hua Weigua. She soon spotted him stealthily making his way towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave, Hua Yinghuai called out, Uncle, where are you going? Hua Weigua had been conspicuously absent from the crowd, fearful of his nephew. Though he often stirred trouble with the support of others, facing Hua Yinghuai alone made his legs tremble. Slowly he turned, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he approached. I just need to use the restroom. Suddenly, Hua Weigua's expression shifted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ruxin. Who told you to speak so recklessly? Do you even know who Miss Wen is? She is the daughter of the Wen family. Apologize at once. Recently, the Wen family had been embroiled in a scandal concerning the legitimacy of their daughter, causing quite a stir in both online and high society circles. Many affluent businessmen, fearing a similar fate, discreetly conducted paternity tests, only to discover several unexpected results. In contrast, the Wen family had lavished their newly returned daughter with affection. Realizing the folly of her actions, Lu Ruxin stammered, glancing at Wen Li. Yet Wen Li stood firmly behind Hua Yinghuai, revealing only half of her delicate, porcelain-like face, her dark eyes exuding innocence. Lu Ruxin gritted her teeth in frustration, chastising herself internally. How could Wen Li, a scion of the Wen family, have failed to make her identity clear from the outset? Miss Wen, it seems we have unintentionally offended you. Such grave accusations as murder should not be thrown about lightly, Hua Weigua remarked, attempting to downplay the situation. He attributed Wen Li's words to the naive musings of a child, knowing well that she hailed from humble beginnings. Her statements could easily be dismissed as mere retaliation against Lu Ruxin. Seeing the crowd's shifting perceptions, Hua Weigua felt a surge of satisfaction. However, with Wen Yan still present, he dared not provoke the Wen family too severely. Miss Wen hails from a modest background, so my wife and I shall overlook this matter. Who cares if you overlook it? Wen Li interjected, her gaze landing on the police officers entering the venue. The truth will emerge once the police investigate your home. The lead officer, A man in his 30s with a sharp jawline and an impeccably tailored uniform approached with a commanding presence. Who called the police? He Lian Zhao, striding purposefully, surveyed the affluent individuals often featured in financial publications. Huang Hui stepped forward, declaring, I instructed someone to make the call. He Lian Zhao appraised Huang Hui, noting his distinguished appearance and the expensive suit that likely cost more than his monthly salary. The attention of those around him remained fixed on Huang Hui, establishing him as the event's host. Maintaining a level of decorum befitting his station, He Lian Zhao inquired, What is the situation here? Officer, it is a misunderstanding. Huo Weigua interjected, a sheepish grin on his face. My wife inadvertently upset a child, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. I did not lie, Wen Li asserted, her tone serious. Though the blood from the murder was washed away, the karmic debt you both carry will never be cleansed. With determination brimming in her large, expressive eyes, she continued. The body is stored in the freezer of your villa's secret chamber. You may investigate. He Lian Zhao fixed his intense gaze on Wen Li, suddenly asking, How can you be so certain? In that instant, a realization struck Wen Li, sending a cold sweat down her spine. How could she have forgotten? The police would not simply take her word for it. She could very well find herself behind bars before the body was even discovered. Her eyes darting nervously, she stammered, I dreamed it. Last night, Huang Hui's aunt visited me in a dream. The venue fell silent once more. Huo Weigua, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, erupted in fury. Wen Li, I understand you come from a humble background, but to accuse me of murdering my wife based on a dream is preposterous. I, Huo Weigua, have always lived honorably, and to be slandered at this stage in my life is utterly unacceptable. Yet, as he spoke, he could not ignore the piercing gaze of Wen Li. Officer, you see, this is merely a child's folly. I am innocent. Huo Weigua nearly wept as he pleaded. However, He Lian Zhao paid him no heed, his penetrating gaze fixed on Wen Li as he stated, Where there is smoke, there is fire. Since the police have been summoned, we must indeed investigate the residence. Huo Weigua, momentarily taken aback, quickly recovered. There are no secret chambers in my home. This girl is simply fabricating stories. If that is the case, what do you have to fear? He Lian Zhao pivoted sharply, his dark eyes scrutinizing Huo Weigua, his voice cold and unyielding. Or do you harbor a guilty conscience? Chapter 56. The malevolent spirit appears the police had spoken. And Huo Weigua understood that any further resistance on his part would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. He and Wen Li boarded the police vehicle, with Huang Hui and Wen Yanchu's car trailing closely behind. Soon, several vehicles came to a halt in front of a newly constructed Chinese-style villa. As Wen Li stepped out, she indeed observed ominous black energy emanating from within the villa, confirming its sinister nature. Logically, since Huo Weigua's ex-wife had been brutally dismembered, her vengeful spirit should have influenced both him and his companion over the years. Yet, they appeared remarkably unscathed. Casting a sidelong glance at the two men, Wen Li noted their robust health, clearly untainted by malevolent forces. She pondered the fact that the police had thoroughly searched the villa inside and out but had found no trace of the body she had described. Huo Weigua and Lu Ruxin sat on the sofa, craning their necks upon hearing the officer's remarks, their pride unabashedly on display. I told you it was just a child's prank. Yet you refused to believe me. Look at the state of my villa now. Despite his words, an undercurrent of discomfort lingered in Huo Weigua's heart. He shot a glance at Huang Hui, seizing the opportunity to assert his seniority. And you, Huang Hui, how could you indulge in such folly? You are bound to ruin the Ho group. Honestly, I would rather see Uncle take charge of the company. Wouldn't you agree? His words dripped with veiled provocation. Huang Hui remained silent, while Wen Li could hardly contain her amusement at the absurdity of the situation. She was oblivious to the intricacies of the Ho family's affairs. Yet it seemed evident to her that Huang Hui was a veritable god of wealth. As long as he was present, the Ho group would never falter. As she chuckled softly, Lu Ruxin, who had long harbored resentment toward Wen Li, seized the moment to voice her grievances. Is this the kind of upbringing the Wen family instills? Wen Yanchu replied coolly, the Wen family's values are not of your concern. Are we to let this incident slide, then? Lu Ruxin, enraged, leaped to her feet, her chin held high as she confronted Wen Yanchu. Wen Li must apologize to me today. Wen Yanchu instinctively drew her sister behind her, adopting a protective stance. Lu Ruxin, as the esteemed matriarch of the Ho family, was not accustomed to anyone challenging her authority, and now, with Wen Yanchu's silence, She found herself in a position of impotent fury. Helian Zhao, observing the farce unfold, interjected, "Wen Li, is it? Where is the hidden chamber you mentioned?" "It's only natural that you cannot find it," Wen Li replied, having miraculously procured a crayon from somewhere. She knelt on the ground and began sketching a diagram of a bagua array, scribbling annotations beside it. The onlookers were bewildered, and Lu Ruxin, incensed at the sight of her precious Italian flooring being marred, shouted, "Wen Li, do not take this too far." With that, Lu Ruxin commanded Helian Zhao, "Aren't you a police officer? Arrest her immediately." However, Helian Zhao bent down beside Wen Li, his attention riveted on her divination. "I've found it." Wen Li sprang to her feet and strode purposefully upstairs. Initially, the Ho couple paid little heed, but as they witnessed her confidently approach a specific location, both shot to their feet, exchanging alarmed glances. Helian Zhao, noticing their trepidation, narrowed his eyes and urged everyone to follow. When they reached a narrow storage room in the corridor, Wen Li came to a halt before it. Lu Ruxin's heart sank. "This is just a storage room. Didn't you search here earlier?" Ho Weigua chimed in, "Indeed, it's merely a few square meters. How could there be a freezer here?" "The freezer is certainly not in here," Wen Li retorted, suddenly flinging open the wooden door, its creaking sound echoing ominously in the dimly lit corridor. She stepped into the storage room, which was cluttered with items, leaving little room to stand. As she scanned the surroundings, her gaze abruptly fixed on a particular spot. Helian Zhao observed this and commanded, "Clear everything out." The room was soon emptied, revealing a layer of dust that hinted at an underlying pattern. "What is this?" Helian Zhao crouched down, brushing away the dust to uncover symbols drawn in red ink, their eerie appearance unsettling in the gloomy storage room. "And nothing," Ho Weigua stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his voice trembled uncontrollably. "Only a fool would believe you," Wen Li scoffed lightly, then suddenly reached for a protrusion in the wall. In the next moment, the floor of the storage room began to tremble and sink. Ho Yinghuai and Wen Yanchu hurriedly followed her into the room. With a resounding crash, the floor descended like an elevator, finally stopping with a loud thud after several seconds. What lay before them left the group dumbfounded. Just as Wen Li had indicated, there was indeed a hidden chamber within the villa, illuminated by a dim, warm yellow light. The room was approximately 40 to 50 square meters, the light failing to reach the corners, revealing walls adorned with various talismans. In the center of the empty space stood a white freezer, tightly bound by thick iron chains. Wen Li approached it directly, tugging at the chains. They rattled noisily, but did not break. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Helian Zhao quickly dialed the officers above. "We have a situation. Bring Ho Weigua and Lu Ruxin down." Before long, Ho Weigua and Lu Ruxin were escorted down to the hidden chamber by the police. The officers, upon witnessing the chilling scene, were taken aback, one of them trembling as he quietly approached Helian Zhao. "Boss, this." Helian Zhao turned, his piercing gaze fixed on Ho Weigua. "Did you not claim there was no hidden chamber? What do we have before us now?" Ho Weigua's pupils contracted as he beheld the freezer in the center of the room. His lips quivered as he weakly protested, "I don't know, officer. I have no idea why a hidden chamber suddenly appeared. How could you possibly be unaware?" Wen Li remained near the freezer, her senses alert to the overwhelming resentment permeating the room, particularly emanating from the freezer. Furthermore, the surrounding talismans indicated the presence of a malevolent spirit within this room. As she spoke, she scanned her surroundings, realizing she had no suitable tools to break the chains. "Please step back," she instructed. With that, Wen Li placed one foot on the freezer and pulled with both hands. After several forceful tugs, one of the chains snapped with a loud crack. Wen Li seized the opportunity to open the freezer that had been sealed for a decade. A chilling fog billowed forth, revealing the frozen remains of human flesh within. At the center lay the head of Ho Weigua's wife, her eyes wide open and mouth slightly agape. Yet, before the white mist could dissipate, a powerful pair of hands covered Wen Li's eyes. No peeking, it was Ho Yinghuai. Wen Li tilted her head slightly, but ceased her struggle.
Wen Zanchu,
startled by the gruesome sight, sensed the urgency of the situation. Helian Zhao quickly ordered, "Secure the scene, let the child step outside first." Due to prolonged malnutrition, Wen Li appeared to be merely a 15 or 16-year-old student. He contemplated whether psychological evaluation might be necessary for her. Even with mental preparation, the horrifying scene had startled Helian Zhao himself. "I'm not afraid," Wen Li asserted, hearing that she might be sent away. She quickly removed Ho Yinghuai's hand from her eyes, explaining, "I've seen ghosts before. Their appearances were far more terrifying." As the ghastly specter loomed behind Huoweiguo and Lu Ruxin, its sinews and bones shattered. A grotesque amalgamation of fat and blood mingled together, with the tendons connecting the eyeballs grotesquely drooping to the chin. Blood cascaded like a fountain, dripping steadily upon Lu Ruxin and Huoweiguo. In Chapter 57, Soul Requiem, Wen Li's gaze abruptly shifted from the freezer to the direction of Huoweiguo and Lu Ruxin, drawing the attention of all present to the two. At this moment, Huoweiguo and Lu Ruxin found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, Wen Li posed a chilling question. "Do you not feel a chill upon your neck?" Lu Ruxin was the first to sense the icy sensation, akin to droplets of water cascading upon her. Instinctively, she reached to touch her neck, yet found nothing. Just then, the malevolent spirit behind them opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Lu Ruxin, who instantly felt the air escape her lungs, crying out in terror, "Help! Help! There's a ghost!" She dashed away, frantically scurrying around the room. Witnessing his wife's frantic state, Huoweiguo could not suppress his own fear, shouting in panic. He Lianzhao furrowed his brow, instructing his team to contact headquarters and subsequently order the officers to restrain the couple. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huoweiguo struggled against his captors, exclaiming, "You have no orders. You cannot arrest me." He Lianzhao regarded the man pinned to the ground, his tone measured. "All procedures are lawful and compliant. Mr. Hua, you may consult your lawyer upon your arrival at the precinct, but for now, you both must accompany me for questioning." The scene was soon sealed off, and the two were escorted to the police station. The responding officers were few in number, totaling 4. Yet the moment they sensed something amiss, they had already reported back to the station. By the time they apprehended the suspects, reinforcements had arrived promptly. The influx of personnel was considerable, and when the forensic experts and detectives entered the eerie chamber, they were struck with astonishment. He Lianzhao quickly briefed them on the situation. "It was the young girl beside us who claimed a corpse was hidden here. I have already reviewed the case files. The head within the freezer belongs to Huoweiguo's late wife, Liang Lingyu. The dismemberment was executed with utmost brutality, necessitating the mobilization of the entire police force." Huoweiguo and Lu Ruxin, having never encountered such a horrific scene, were paralyzed with fear, unable to struggle, merely crying out their innocence. Wen Li observed the ghost of Liang Lingyu draw closer upon hearing this revelation, manifesting beside Huoweiguo and emitting a wretched sound audible only to Wen Li. Liang Lingyu attempted to reach out and grasp Huoweiguo, yet each time she drew near, a golden light emanated from him, repelling her violently. Upon closer inspection, Wen Li discerned a jade pendant hanging from Huoweiguo, a talisman imbued with protective energy, preventing Liang Lingyu from approaching. The spectral figure was flung back into the corner by the radiant barrier. Huang Hui noted Wen Li's peculiar behavior and quietly inquired, "What do you see?" Wen Li pointed towards Liang Lingyu's position. "I see your aunt." Huang Hui's pupils constricted, a flicker of shock crossing his typically impassive face, as he urgently asked, "Is she all right? How could she be?" Wen Li thought, reflecting on the horrific fate of having her eyes violently removed and limbs severed while conscious, witnessing her own vitality ebb into death. Even in death, Huoweiguo showed no intent to release her. "Your aunt's condition is dire. Her spirit has been trapped with her corpse in that freezer for a decade, steeped in resentment, evolving into a bound spirit, on the verge of becoming a vengeful ghost." Huang Hui shuddered at this revelation, and then asked, "Is there a way to help her?"
Ben minuda.
Their hushed conversation was barely audible, yet it echoed unsettlingly in the vast room. He Lianzhao, unable to grasp their exchange, instructed Wen Li to return to the precinct for a formal statement after Huoweiguo and Lu Ruxin were taken away. To his surprise, the girl who had previously boasted of her fearlessness regarding corpses suddenly appeared weak, her eyes wide with dread. "The murder has been caught. What purpose do I serve at the police station?" she protested, resembling a student terrified of a teacher, a diviner fearful of the law. Immediately, Wen Li hid behind Wen Yanchu and Huang Hui, seeking refuge in their shadows. He Lianzhao, bemused, clarified, "You are merely requested to assist with the investigation." Wen Li refused to step forward, clearly disinclined to visit the precinct. However, her insistence on implicating Huoweiguo and Lu Ruxin in the murder, accompanied by the intricate details she provided, rendered her presence at the station unavoidable. When Yanchu and Huang Hui understood this necessity, "Just speak the truth. There is no need for fear," when Yanchu reassured her gently, ruffling her hair. Huang Hui echoed, "Do not conceal anything. The police will not harm you." They were confident that, Should the authorities learn of Wen Li's divinatory prowess, they would regard her abilities with greater esteem. Realizing her predicament was inescapable, Wen Li sighed softly and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Just before departing, she halted abruptly, her gaze fixed upon Liang Lingyu in the corner. The spirit, burdened by resentment, had become a bound entity. Now that her body had been located, Liang Lingyu could wander freely within the confines of the room, but time was not on her side. Within a day, the myriad of talismans affixed to the walls would suppress her spirit, resulting in her irrevocable dissolution. I have something to attend to, Wen Li announced. He Lianzhao readily consented. She approached the corner, biting her finger to draw blood, then gestured in the air with her hand. The curse is lifted, the truth revealed, the talismans dispelled, and there shall be no refuge.
Break.
In the next moment, all the talismans within the room ignited spontaneously, the once ominous chamber returning to its original warmth. However, the sight of hundreds of talismans ablaze startled the personnel still engaged in their examinations. He Lianzhao regarded Wen Li with a deep, contemplative gaze, as if comprehending something profound. He chose not to mention her recent actions and simply stated, "Let us go." At the police station, Wen Li fully disclosed her abilities in fortune-telling and divination, even revealing her possession of a third eye. The recording officer intermittently looked up in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. Each time this occurred, He Lianzhao could not help but remind him, "Make sure to take accurate notes." The young officer, prompted, lowered his head to scribble diligently while internally grappling with the incredulity of the situation. "This is all I can say," Wen Li remarked, placing her hand to her ear and holding up 4 fingers, her expression earnest. While promoting superstitions is prohibited, those who do so merely hinder the honest practitioners. My master and I offer genuine divinations, just 5 yuan per reading, with no deception. He Lianzhao's lips twitched in amusement, nearly betraying a smile. Seeing the skepticism on He Lianzhao's face, Wen Li hastily asserted, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Since arriving in City A, I haven't left my bridge shelter to con others, to set up a stall." She nearly stumbled over her words, quickly covering her mouth to amend her statement. After finishing, she turned her gaze to He Lianzhao. The man was youthful, yet appeared to hold a significant position within the municipal police force, exuding an air of authority. Furthermore, he radiated a faint golden light, indicative of a life well lived in virtue. Wen Li found herself inclined to trust He Lianzhao. However, He Lianzhao remained silent, prompting Wen Li's anxiety to mount. The office contained only 3 individuals, He Lianzhao, the recording officer, and herself. Sitting beside He Lianzhao, she noticed his reticence and tugged at his sleeve, urging, "Don't just sit there. Speak up." Suddenly, the cuff of He Lianzhao's shirt was torn, exposing his bronze skin.
Ben li gaspat, oh no.
Chapter 58. The Celestial Master Society. Wen Li cautiously withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze in silence. He Lianzhao had not anticipated the strength of her grip. It seemed she had exerted little effort, yet the fabric had succumbed easily to her grasp. Yet, the moment one recalls Wen Li effortlessly snapping the chain as thick as a bowl's rim, He Lianzhao too fell into a contemplative silence. "I was lost in thought moments ago." After a brief interval, He Lianzhao finally spoke, casting a glance at his tattered sleeve. "If it's damaged, so be it. Do not fret. I do not hold you accountable." Wen Li nodded obediently, resembling a dutiful girl as she gazed at He Lianzhao. He instructed the note-taker to exit, then rose to retrieve a document from the cabinet, placing it before Wen Li. "What is this?"
Ben li inquirat.
Lowering her gaze to see several bold black words on the first page, inscribed with application for membership in the Celestial Masters Association. "Ben Li?" He Lianzhao explained, "We have a department known as the Celestial Masters Association, dedicated to scouting and recruiting talents like yourself across the nation. If you are willing, you may apply for membership, and thereafter, you may practice divination without our interference."
Ben li.
Wen Li felt her mind spinning, pondering for a long while before naively asking, "What if I do not apply for membership?" He Lianzhao replied, "Then, in accordance with our national laws, you will face a fine." What more could Wen Li say? "Then I shall apply?" He Lianzhao observed her reluctance and could not help but remark, "The Celestial Masters Association is not dissimilar to our organization. Besides the 6 insurances and 1 fund, there are numerous benefits and subsidies, and you can exorcise spirits for profit." Pausing, He Lianzhao's tone grew suddenly grave. "Today, in the dark chamber, you must have sensed the aura of the spirits, correct?" Wen Li did not conceal her experience this time, not merely sensed, "I saw it." Huo and Lu Ruxin are burdened with significant karmic debts. Fearing that Liang Lingyu would return as a vengeful spirit, they employed ghost-restraining talismans, resulting in Liang Lingyu's soul being trapped in the freezer for a decade. I merely dispelled the formation Huo set up in the room. After a moment, Wen Li elaborated, Liang Lingyu became a bound spirit, yet has not reached the stage of a malevolent ghost. Even if she were a vengeful spirit, she would not harm others indiscriminately. Having collaborated with the Celestial Masters before, Helian Zhao naturally believed Wen Li's words. As he watched her finish signing, he stated, "Next Saturday, I will take you to the Celestial Masters Association. The specific arrangements will be communicated to you by the responsible personnel." Wen Li nodded in agreement. Just as this conversation unfolded, there was a knock at the office door. A police officer peeked in, exclaiming excitedly, "Boss, they've confessed." It was evident to whom he referred. Helian Zhao quickly stood. "Have they divulged everything?" "Yes." The agitated officer continued. "I initially thought it would be challenging to extract confessions from them. But it turned out that after a brief interrogation, Huo and Lu Ruxin feared that the other would confess first. Thus they revealed everything. Their testimonies now align by about 80 to 90%, and we can essentially close the case." This was a significant case. They had solved it in less than a day, and while he felt elated, his predominant emotion was indignation. How could such scoundrels treat their wives in this manner? Helian Zhao inquired. Did they explain why they murdered Liang Lingyu? Yes. Liang Lingyu discovered a decade ago that her husband was having an affair with a university student, who is now Lu Ruxin. Moreover, due to Liang Lingyu's inability to conceive, Lu Ruxin flaunted her youth in front of her. Lu Ruxin aspired to be a wealthy matriarch. But Liang Lingyu was the true authority in the household. Thus, in collusion with Huo, they fabricated an accident to make it appear as though Liang Lingyu had fallen while hiking, when in fact, they murdered her in a secret chamber and proceeded to dismember her. At this point, the young officer paused. What else? Helian Zhao pressed on, noticing the sudden silence. Huo claimed that Liang Lingyu was conscious during the dismemberment, asserting that even as a ghost, she would not spare them, which instilled fear in him. Consequently, he sought a master to procure numerous ghost-restraining talismans and drew a formation to suppress Liang Lingyu's soul, stating that once the 10-year period elapsed, her spirit would dissipate. And this year marks the final month of that decade. Helian Zhao felt a twinge of surprise. It was astonishingly coincidental. Had it not been for this birthday banquet, the two would have been free to dispose of Liang Lingyu's body once her spirit had vanished, allowing the murderers to evade justice, and the truth would remain forever obscured. Not only the living, but even the dead deserve the truth. Thankfully, they encountered Wen Li. Helian Zhao solemnly expressed his gratitude. Wen Li, we owe you for this matter. We will promptly conclude the case on our end. If you have other matters to attend to, you may proceed without concern. His implication was regarding Liang Lingyu's spirit. Though he was the lead, he was not versed in the ways of the supernatural. Thus it was Wen Li who must address the spirits. Furthermore, to his knowledge, apart from the president of the Celestial Masters Association, no one else had the ability to perceive malevolent ghosts. I will contact you next week. Before sending her off, Helian Zhao noted Wen Li's contact information and discovered that the last 5 digits of her phone number were all 8s. Wen Li cheerfully nodded in agreement. Upon meeting Wen Yanchu and Huang Huai, Wen Li remarked, I have said all that needed to be said. Helian Zhao did not impose any difficulties upon me. And he mentioned that I possessed the ability to join the Celestial Masters Association, to which I agreed. Huang Huai and Wen Yanchu were momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating this turn of events. They exchanged glances with Helian Zhao, who explained, it is a national department. Aside from exceptional circumstances, Wen Li is not obligated to do anything. Regardless of her future endeavors, she will not face restrictions and will enjoy various benefits and subsidies.
Wen Li chimed in, nodding.
Yes, indeed. Moreover, as long as I apply to join the Celestial Masters Association, I will be legally permitted to practice divination, avoiding imprisonment or fines. How advantageous is that? However, the two men only caught wind of the phrase exceptional circumstances. Yet, with Wen Li resolutely determined to join, they knew no persuasion would be effective and thus acquiesced. However, Wen Li did not head directly home, as Liang Lingyu's spirit still lingered in the secret chamber. Huang Huai, your aunt's spirit is nearing dissolution. I require you to prepare some items. Huang Huai nodded. What do you need? Wen Li listed an array of items that Huang Huai had never heard of, but he diligently noted each one. The items Wen Li requested were not difficult to procure. Within an hour, Huai had his versatile assistant gather everything. He then returned to the original secret chamber. The chamber was still cordoned off, and Liang Lingyu's spirit was restlessly wandering within. Even as a ghost, her eyes were obscured, her eyeballs drooping dismally on her face, yet upon sensing the presence of the living, she suddenly darted forward, thrusting a bloodied visage into Wen Li's face. Chapter 59. The whole family tackles homework together. The living and the departed were nearly face to face. Wen Li possessed the ability to see spirits. Yet no ghost dared approach her so closely. Startled by the sudden intrusion, she instinctively took 2 steps back. What's wrong? Huai, concerned for Wen Li's balance, reached out to steady her waist. Wen Li shook her head. Your aunt just caught a whiff of the living's essence and suddenly approached, which startled me. Huai noticed that although the young girl spoke of fright, there was not a trace of fear on her face. Having been able to see ghosts since childhood, did she fear them back then? Huai pondered but refrained from voicing his thoughts, as when Yanshu had silently joined them, his gaze scrutinizing them both in an ambiguous manner. Huai. Wen Li remained oblivious to the peculiar exchange between the two men as she systematically laid out the items Huai had prepared: a bowl, a small bag of rice, a bottle of clear water, along with incense candles and talisman paper. Wen Li poured the rice into the empty bowl, placed 4 white candles on either side, and inserted the evenly trimmed incense stick into the bowl. Following that, she poured the clear water into the bowl of rice. As the water overflowed, the white candles and the fragrant incense simultaneously emitted a wisp of white smoke, which then transformed into a vibrant crimson, igniting spontaneously without flame. The pupils of the 2 men behind Wen Li constricted. In the past, Wen Li had always relied on divination and fortune-telling, yet she had never utilized such methods as she did today. While others might have questioned the authenticity of the situation, Wen Li felt no such need. What lay before her was undeniably real. Both Huai and Wen Yanshu were profoundly shaken in their values and beliefs. Nevertheless, Wen Li continued her work undeterred, swiftly crafting several talismanic papers with her brush. Once the cinnabar had dried, she carefully placed them around the refrigerator and in various corners of the room. Upon noticing the puzzled expressions on Huai and her elder brother, Wen Li explained, Liang Lingyu has transformed into a bound spirit, and the locations where I have placed the talismans are where she drew her last breath. Suddenly, she inquired, Huai, do you have any words for her? Huai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Please convey to my aunt that she should release her obsessions. I will avenge her. Huigua and Lu Ruxin will soon accompany her. This was a promise of retribution for the 2 who had taken lives. Wen Li affirmed, I shall deliver your message. It was perhaps for the best that Huai did not witness Liang Lingyu's tragic demise as a mere mortal. He would surely have been unable to bear the sight of her suffering as a bound spirit, reliving the agony of her death day after day. With these thoughts in mind, Wen Li retrieved 3 new incense sticks, placing her palm over their fragrant tips, from which wisps of green smoke began to rise. With sincerity and intent, I beckon the divine. As the fragrant smoke rises, I present my prayer before the celestial beings. May the true essence descend and grant me guidance as I convey this message. Liang Lingyu, a bound spirit, has suffered grievously. May the heavens show mercy, and the laws of nature bring salvation. I, Wen Li, beseech the 3 pure ones to descend. With the talisman as my witness and the incense as my guide, may Liang Lingyu find her liberation here, swiftly and surely. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the confined space, causing the flames of the surrounding white candles to flicker and grow. It worked. Wen Li turned her gaze to Liang Lingyu, witnessing her wretched form transform into that of a gentle and dignified middle-aged woman. At that moment, Wen Li grasped the source of Liang Lingyu's immense resentment. The contrast between her living visage and her vengeful spirit was stark. Wen Li spoke to Liang Lingyu, you have called upon the deities for your salvation. Once your remains are properly laid to rest, I will ensure Huai delivers your ashes to a temple for veneration. After the resentment dissipates, you shall be reborn into the world again. Liang Lingyu appeared to be in her mid-30s, still adorned in the long dress she wore at the time of her death. Upon hearing Wen Li's words, she seemed momentarily dazed. Blood tears began to flow from her eyes, a haunting sight. Thank you, she uttered. Since her transformation into a bound spirit, all thoughts had escaped her. She had not anticipated that a decade later, the truth would finally surface. Nor could she fathom that her nephew Huai had never ceased to search for her. As the blood tears continued to flow, The oppressive aura of resentment around her began to diminish. I will not seek vengeance against Huo Weiguo and Lu Ruxin, those scoundrels. Liang Lingyu understood that once the truth emerged, even if Huo Weiguo and Lu Ruxin were not sentenced to death, they would languish in prison for the rest of their lives. Wen Li placed Liang Lingyu's spirit within a talisman and presented it to Huang Huai. I have secured your aunt's spirit with this soul-soothing talisman. Once the police allow you to collect her ashes, place this talisman among them, and find a renowned local temple for her to be honored. Having been nourished by resentment for a decade, she will require another 10 years for it to dissipate. After that time, your aunt will be able to reincarnate. Hua Yinghuai accepted the soul-soothing talisman with utmost care, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. Eager to comprehend the unfolding events, he resolved to address this matter promptly after bidding farewell to Wen Li and Wen Yanchu. Fortunately, the murder case had garnered national attention, and the day prior, it had been solved. The following day, Helian Zhao promptly submitted his report. Huo Weiguo and Lu Ruxin were implicated in the murder, and now awaited the judgment of the law. Huo Weiguo, seeking to have Huang Huai secure a criminal defense attorney, was shocked to find himself facing his nephew as the plaintiff. Upon learning this, Huo Weiguo erupted in a tirade at the visitation window, hurling insults and obscenities. You bastard! Huang Huai, I am your uncle. How dare you oppose me for the sake of an outsider? Just wait until you're out. I'll make sure you suffer. However, before he could continue, he was swiftly subdued by the attending officers. As Huo Weiguo was dragged away, his curses faded into the distance, yet Hua Yinghuai remained unfazed, simply turning to his attorney and insisting that they ensure the two perpetrators did not escape justice so easily. Concurrently, various official social media accounts and short video platforms saw the 10-year-old case of the wealthy wife who had fallen from a mountain once again ascend to the top of trending discussions. A decade ago, the internet had not been as advanced as it was now, yet discussions regarding the case had amassed millions of posts across various forums. Thus, as the truth resurfaced, netizens began to engage in fervent discourse. I was still in high school 10 years ago, and many in my class lamented the fate of Ms. Liang Lingyu. Indeed, while her marriage was unhappy, she was truly exceptional. Even though I don't follow finance, I knew she was always involved in charitable work. The road in my hometown was built because of her. I wonder if anyone remembers the mysterious posts from 10 years ago claiming that Liang Lingyu's fall was not an accident, but a homicide? The police found her remains hidden in a secret compartment in her home, just as those posts suggested. They were so popular back then. But now they seem to have vanished. I remember. Some users analyzed that the probability of Ms. Liang's fall was low, and her husband was indeed a prime suspect. But since Huo Weiguo was abroad at the time, he had an alibi, which led the police to release him, only for the truth to reveal itself in the end. Wait. I'm confused. Why did the higher-ups intervene only to conclude that it was an accident? How did the truth suddenly come to light? I'm curious about who this concerned citizen Ms. Wen is. After being hailed as the concerned citizen, Wen Li returned home and collapsed into a deep sleep. She slept for over 20 hours, prompting her father to call for a doctor when he could not rouse her. The doctor's diagnosis revealed that she was simply exhausted, resulting in her profound slumber. When Tingsong furrowed his brow with worry, yet when Yanchu, recalling Wen Li's actions in the secret chamber, discerned the reason and explained it to his father. Only then did Wen Tingsong relax, urging everyone to leave quietly. Fortunately, on the eve of the new school term, Wen Li finally awakened. However, when she discovered that she had not touched a single word of her assignments, her world seemed to crumble. Chapter 60. Wen Li's #1 fan Wen Xingming was summoned home by his father late at night, believing that a significant event had transpired. To his surprise, upon his return, his father handed him a stack of English test papers. Wen Xingming, his father, usually adept at signing his name, held a pink pen, his gaze fixed on the papers. After glancing at the questions, he marked A-C without changing his expression. He then stated, "Your sister couldn't finish her National Day homework. You'll have to complete her English tests." With a slight headache, his father lamented. Though he and his children were all graduates of prestigious institutions, having been in the workforce for so long made tackling these questions rather challenging. Alone, he and his eldest son could not possibly finish the work, prompting him to call back his second son as well. If not for the fact that the youngest was still in the military, he would have summoned him too. When Xingming glanced down at the letters that seemed to blur together, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Turning his head, he noticed his sister, red-eyed and focused, diligently completing her test papers, which stirred a pang of sympathy within him. having experienced the rigors of high school in China himself. He could not recall facing such an overwhelming number of assignments back then. Wen Xingming said nothing, opting instead to squat beside his elder brother and father, engrossed in the questions laid out before them. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the adjacent mahjong room, causing Wen Xingming to furrow his brow in irritation.
Su Yuzhong,
A native of Tianfu, was an ardent enthusiast of mahjong, and her entire family indulged in the game. To alleviate their boredom, she had Wen Tingsong create a mahjong room for her, often inviting the ladies over for a round. Why isn't Aunt Sue helping with the writing? Wen Xingming instinctively inquired. To his surprise, both his elder brother and father looked up in unison, their expressions betraying a hesitation to respond. Wen Li, curious as ever, fixed her round, crimson eyes on Wen Tingsong. Clearing his throat softly, Wen Tingsong explained, "Your aunt's score on the college entrance examination was precisely the same as that of Sue's second son. 250? Wen Xingming sighed, conceding, well, it's perhaps for the best that aunt uses her intellect for mahjong instead. After all, individuals who can achieve the same score as Sue's second son are indeed few and far between." Wen Li chimed in. "Then I suppose I should bear the burden a bit more. Xiao Su's score is still lower than mine." Alas! The workload for their third year of high school was indeed overwhelming, and the group toiled over their assignments until the early hours of the morning, only finishing by 3 o'clock. Once they completed their work, they retired for the night, leading to the unfortunate circumstance where Wen Li, who was supposed to be driven to school the next day, found herself waiting in vain after breakfast, ultimately deciding to head to school on her own. As students were required to surrender their phones upon arrival, Wen Li sent a message to Huanghai. "Yu Yunpeng is spinning in circles. I've been swamped these past few days. I'm off to school today, but I'll reach out over the weekend." The hour was still early, and Huanghai did not respond. Wen Li paid it no mind. But just as she was about to board the car, her phone suddenly chimed. Glancing at it, her eyes widened in disbelief. Huanghai had transferred 5 million yuan to her. Wen Li. Throughout the journey, the driver listened as his young mistress hummed an off-key melody in the back seat, her destination being the school. Arriving early, Wen Li dropped off her belongings in the dormitory before heading to class. By the time she returned to the classroom, it was already filled to capacity, and the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Wen Li paused, sensing the peculiar gazes directed at her, but dismissed the feeling, taking her seat with poise. Zhang Ke had arrived early, anxiously awaiting Wen Li's arrival, and upon seeing her unscathed, he visibly relaxed. "Wen Li, I heard you were kidnapped." "You nearly gave me a heart attack," Zhang Ke exclaimed, patting his chest. "I've been worried sick these past few days, fearing the worst." Wen Li found Zhang Ke's straightforwardness both amusing and infuriating, and she spat on the ground in frustration. Wen Sairu is truly despicable. How can someone so young be so malicious? I heard she might only serve a sentence of 10 years? Wen Li shook her head, indicating her ignorance on the matter. The Wen family had refrained from discussing it with her, concerned for her mental well-being, and after resolving the situation, she had been preoccupied with matters involving Huanghai's aunt, leaving her little time to follow online developments. However, since Wen Sairu was still a minor, she likely wouldn't spend too much time in prison.
Yet.
Having crossed the Wen family, her and her mother's lives in prison would likely be far from pleasant. "I'm not quite sure," Wen Li admitted sincerely. Zhang Ke's expression softened further. "Regardless, our little Li has endured tremendous suffering." Wen Li, hearing such overly sentimental words, turned to Zhang Ke in astonishment, questioning whether the girl had been possessed. If not by a ghost, how could Zhang Ke have transformed so dramatically in just a week? A shiver ran down Wen Li's spine, prompting her to maintain her distance from Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke blinked, placing a hand over her heart. "Darling, don't you love your mother?" Wen Li. "What on earth are you talking about? Speak normally." She swallowed hard, her eyes warily watching Zhang Ke.
Fearing Poseidon, unsolicited kiss.
Zhang Ke blinked again, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. "I'm your devoted fan, dear," she declared excitedly. "I always wondered why you seemed so familiar. I'm part of your very first fan club, and even a manager." Wen Li had limited materials to share, but the moment Zhang Ke laid eyes on her photo, she was smitten. However, throughout the school year, she had never suspected that her classmate was the very person she had been yearning for. Zhang Ke, filled with remorse, explained, "I do have a slight case of face blindness." This was something Wen Li had already known, as Zhang Ke often confused classmates. mistaking the class monitor for the academic committee member, or asking a petite girl why a tall boy had suddenly grown so much taller. Wen Li sighed. The sensation of being admired was rather peculiar, especially with Zhengku's fervent enthusiasm as a self-proclaimed fan. I acknowledge your affection and reciprocate it, but I'm nearly your age. I cannot be your daughter. Zhengku seemed momentarily stunned, her mind racing as Wen Li's words registered. Wen Li had just confessed to liking her. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhengku, who had always struggled with face blindness, found Wen Li to be an exception. Wen Li's expressive eyes, long lashes resembling tiny fans, gently upturned lips, and delicate nose captivated Zhengku. The first time she saw Wen Li, she was reminded of crystalline green grapes glistening under the sun, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Lost in her thoughts, Zhengku acted on impulse, especially after hearing Wen Li say she liked her. It was hard to imagine any fan remaining composed upon receiving such words from their idol. Zhengku, particularly exhilarated, leaned in and kissed Wen Li on the cheek, gazing at her with an infatuated expression. Wen Li blinked in bewilderment, her cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 61. Official members of the Heavenly Masters Association observing Wen Li's dazed demeanor, Zhengku's heart raced with excitement, growing fonder by the moment. Wen Li, though blushing, felt no displeasure. Rather, she was taken aback by the intensity of Zhengku's affection. Fortunately, the bell for morning reading rang, and Chuming stepped into the classroom, casting a brief glance at Wen Li and Zhengku before instructing the students to return to their seats. After the morning reading session, the class representatives headed to the teacher's office to inquire about the results of the monthly exam. Before long, several representatives returned with the test papers in hand. As Wen Li observed the descending papers, a flutter of anxiety stirred within her. After completing her exam, she had roughly estimated her performance and felt confident that she had improved significantly from her initial scores, but in a class filled with top students, her results felt inadequate. Wen Li had never engaged in self-doubt. The achievements of others merely served as a benchmark. Regardless of how well others performed, their success belonged to them. And as long as she continued to better herself with each assessment, she deemed it progress. There would always be someone better. Chasing one person's success would only lead to the emergence of another, which seemed exhausting. Wen Li, here's your test paper, a classmate announced, handing it to her. Following the incident with Wen Xiru, the tone of her classmates had noticeably softened towards Wen Li. As the student in front passed the paper to her, they remarked, "Your math score has improved remarkably. You got all the basic questions right." Upon examining the paper, Wen Li discovered that her previous score of 8 had soared to 48 this time, a full 40-point increase. The classmate's voice had been somewhat loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Wen Li, you've made such progress. You're incredible, Wen Li." Perhaps due to the unfolding events online, her classmates recognized that Wen Li had never attended school before and had endured hardships in her childhood, which fostered a sudden sense of camaraderie. Aside from a few girls who had initially flattered Wen Xiru, the rest of the class rallied behind Wen Li. Feeling a bit shy, Wen Li explained, "I practice a lot of math problems every day." Desiring to thoroughly master the knowledge of junior and senior high school all at once, even with her exceptional memory, Wen Li found it beyond her reach. Nevertheless, achieving a 40-point increase in a single subject within a month was already an unexpected triumph, and she felt no dissatisfaction. Upon returning from the National Day holiday, the first class was English, where the teacher lavished praise upon Wen Li, and soon other subject teachers echoed the sentiment, commending her rapid progress. Never before had Wen Li been so celebrated in a single day, and she floated on air, her enthusiasm for learning soaring to new heights. Zhengku, observing Wen Li's relentless dedication to her studies, couldn't help but inquire, "Xiao Li, what drives you to work so diligently?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li lifted her head from her sea of books, gazing at Zhengku with a look of confusion, seemingly not comprehending his meaning. "Shouldn't one strive to excel?" Zhengku, clearly grasping the bewilderment reflected in her eyes, elaborated, "What I mean is, your family is affluent. You could live comfortably without ever needing to exert yourself. Your father and brother dote on you, so even if you were to perform poorly on exams, it wouldn't matter. Unlike us, who come from ordinary families and must strive for university admission to secure a respectable job in the future. Because I want to attend a good university."
Ben Li replied, her tone earnest.
"That's quite cosmopolitan," Zhengku responded, momentarily taken aback by her explanation. The contrast between educated individuals and those lacking formal education was stark. Wen Li affirmed confidently, What if I don't work hard and my family goes bankrupt?
Besides,
If I don't exert myself, I might not even understand when others criticize me, and that would be utterly embarrassing. More importantly, gaining admission to a university and obtaining a bachelor's degree would enable her to pursue a Taoist certification, thereby qualifying her to establish a Taoist temple in the future. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, aware that Junko might not comprehend it. Of course, I aspire to enter the entertainment industry for profit. If I can't even get into university, wouldn't that disappoint my fans? Zhang Kun nodded in agreement, instinctively relating to Wen Li. Given her circumstances, most fans like Li Wudanti have excessively high expectations of her. Yet, in the future, her fans would undoubtedly tease her regarding her educational background. Contemplating this, Zheng Ke felt an increasing admiration for Wen Li's comprehensive thinking. On Friday, after school, news of Wen Li scoring 350 points in the monthly exam had spread throughout her family. The entire Wen clan eagerly awaited her at the school gate. And aside from Su Yurong, everyone felt a sense of joy. When Xingming had reserved a hotel to celebrate, and several family heads discreetly prepared gifts. The following day, Helian Zhao arrived in a police car to meet Wen Li. They had arranged to report to the Tianshi Association that weekend, and after breakfast, Wen Li awaited his arrival in the living room. Wan Yanchu was assisting with homework nearby, while Su Yurong engaged in a game of mahjong with friends. The sounds of tiles occasionally echoing from the adjacent room. Spotting Helian Zhao at the door, Wen Yanchu promptly signaled the family as servant to let him in. The Wen family was hospitable. After Helian Zhao sipped a few cups of warm tea, he outlined the situation. Previously, Wen Li had discussed this with her family, and upon learning about it, Wen Tingsong had even commissioned someone to investigate, confirming the veracity of Helian Zhao's claims. The family was fully supportive of Wen Li's decision. After boarding Helian Zhao's police car, they drove for an hour until the blue and white vehicle reached the outskirts, where towering skyscrapers gave way to winding country roads, surrounded by mountains. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the roads gradually widened, ultimately halting before an ancient courtyard. The courtyard, adorned in a brown and white palette, featured two weathered stone lions at its entrance. Once inside, Wen Li discovered that while the exterior appeared archaic, the interior was equipped with cutting-edge technology. Helian Zhao led her up the steps to the front door, inputting a familiar password. With a couple of beeps, the wooden door creaked open, leaving Wen Li in awe. Helian Zhao explained, many strange cases handled by our bureau are coordinated with the Tianshi Association, yet there are fewer than 1,000 Tianshi across the nation. This is a branch of the Tianshi Association, with the headquarters located in the capital. However, you need not worry. The president's family is wealthy and provides additional subsidies every year. The Tianshi Association is considered one of the most generous departments, allowing you to choose your work while receiving a substantial monthly salary. Naturally, Helian Zhao couldn't harbor jealousy. The abilities of a Tianshi were rare, especially given the number of sacrifices made in recent years. Wen Li, entirely unfamiliar with this world, couldn't suppress her curiosity, asking, "What is the president's name? Will I get to meet her?" "There are annual meetings, so you will definitely have the opportunity," Helian Zhao recalled. "Though I haven't met her myself. I've heard she is mysterious and goes by the surname Su." Despite her elusive nature, the president's accomplishments were monumental. Even Helian Zhao, an external member, had heard of her esteemed reputation. Wen Li gazed at him with admiration. She must be a significant figure. Helian Zhao nodded, affirming, anyone who attains such a position is undoubtedly notable. Wen Li wholeheartedly believed this. She was eager to meet President Su, to compare her own abilities with those of such an illustrious figure. If she surpassed President Su, perhaps she too could ascend to such heights. If not, the role of vice president would suffice. As she walked, her mind raced with thoughts, leading her around a corner of the courtyard to a spacious main house. Helian Zhao halted and said, "We've arrived, Wen Li. Allow me to introduce you to the vice president from headquarters, Zhang Huayu." Chapter 62. Wen Li exorcises ghosts. Wen Li looked up to find a man in his late 20s or early 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit. Zhang Huayu had a youthful face, and despite his refined attire, he appeared no different from a university student. Upon seeing Wen Li, he smiled warmly at her. Wen Li thought to herself, the vice president seems less formidable than her. Perhaps she had a chance at this role. A grin spread across her face. Zhang Huayu regarded Wen Li with a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Suppressing a peculiar feeling, he gently addressed her. "You must be Wen Li. I reviewed your application report last week. Welcome to the Tianshi Association." Wen Li obediently nodded, awaiting his further remarks. Our association has few rules. There's no need to clock in for work. Each month, there's a guaranteed salary along with 6 insurances and a housing fund. Tasks from the public will be posted in our group, and of course, if you capture any ghosts, you can submit them here. I will send you a price list for various spirits, Zhang Huayu stated, only to notice Wen Li's eyes growing increasingly bright with excitement. Zhang Huayu was taken aback. Please, do continue. Wen Li raised her hand, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Huayu continued, there's not much else to elaborate on. But I heard from Helian Zhao that you can see ghosts and possess some knowledge of formations? After a brief pause, his tone turned serious. A few years ago, our association suffered a significant blow. Many of our senior members sacrificed themselves. Consequently, we are in dire need of talented individuals like you. If possible, please include all your skills when you fill out the forms later. Wen Li eagerly nodded. Sure. Zhang Huayu retrieved several sheets of paper from a nearby drawer and handed them to Wen Li, instructing her to fill them out clearly. After an hour of paperwork, Zhang Huayu added her to the Tianshi Association group. Just as Wen Li returned home, the official account of the Tianshi Association sent her an email. Upon opening the content, her eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that a ghost could be worth so much. Capturing a minor ghost fetched 10,000, a fierce ghost commanded 100,000, and a ghost king could bring in 1,000,000. These were not mere specters. They were akin to walking fortune gods. Thus, upon returning home and finishing dinner, Wen Li declared, I'm off to catch ghosts, and dashed out energetically. When Ting Song, seated on the sofa with his laptop resting on his knee, looked up in astonishment. What did your sister just say she was going to do? Wan Yan-chu replied earnestly, I think I might have just experienced auditory hallucinations. When Xingming swallowed hard, it seemed Xiao Li just mentioned something about catching ghosts. Su Yurong was on the sofa arranging a time with her card-playing friends and was utterly bewildered by the conversation. Catching ghosts? What kind of ghosts? A new card game? The others were taken aback. The news of Wen Li's venture into ghost-catching sent shockwaves through the 3 prominent men of the Wen family. These 3 gentlemen had vigilantly guarded the house from dawn until dusk, only to finally witness a car pull up in front of the villa as twilight approached. After a brief moment, the driver opened the door, and Wen Li, holding a rope, disembarked looking rather dejected. Nothing to show for it. When Ting Song and his 2 sons exchanged glances and approached her in unison.
Sensing Ben Li's discontent.
When Ting Song assumed her ghost-catching expedition had been unsuccessful and quickly consoled her, My dear, it's perfectly fine if you didn't catch any ghosts.
We can always try again next time.
Besides, we are not short on money. If your allowance isn't enough this month, I can transfer you some more. Wen Li blinked in confusion at Wen Ting Song. She had spent the day searching for traces of ghosts, believing she could capture a few formidable spirits. However, after wandering through the woods, she had seen not a single one. Strangely enough, she had noticed that the number of ghosts in City A seemed significantly lower than in other places. So far, she hadn't encountered even one fierce ghost. Could it be that the population of City A was so large that even ghosts found it difficult to thrive here? Today, she had only managed to catch a handful of minor spirits, which she had strung together with the rope. After hearing her father's words, Wen Li pointed to the several wailing little spirits behind her. I caught them. I've tied them up with this rope to prevent them from escaping. Though she felt somewhat resentful about capturing only a few ordinary little ghosts after all her efforts, she thought to herself that she would look for more powerful spirits another day, perhaps even a few ghost kings, as that would surely allow her to purchase a shop. However, after she spoke, the men of the Wen family stared at the rope in her hands, seeing nothing. But after her declaration, they felt an inexplicable chill. The 3 men of the Wen family, when Xingming was terrified of ghosts, and upon hearing that little ghosts were nearby, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to faint. They're tied up by me, so there's no need to be afraid, Wen Li reassured. The little ghosts were just wandering souls, lacking the guidance of a ghostly envoy to lead them to the underworld, and thus remained in the small grove. The celestial master would gather these little ghosts at the end of the month to send them to the netherworld for reincarnation. Soon, they watched as Wen Li casually hung the rope at the doorway, leaving the Wen family men in shock once more. Meanwhile, Su Yurong was having a lucky day, having just won a game of Tian Hu Shi San Yao on her first round. As she returned home, humming a tune, she was ready to show off to Old One. It was already dark when she arrived, yet the villa was brightly lit. Just as she was about to push the door open, she noticed a green hemp rope hanging from the entrance. Assuming it had been carelessly left by a servant, she casually took it down. She found the rope heavier than usual and, upon entering the living room, saw Wen Tingsong seated on the sofa. Unable to resist, she quipped, "Old one, can't you manage your household stuff? How could such an ugly rope just be left hanging at the entrance? It would be so embarrassing if we had guests." At the mention of the rope, the men of the Wen family instinctively looked up, only to see Su Yurong dragging the long rope. Suddenly, the rope twitched. "What kind of eyes do you all have?" Su Yurong asked, perplexed. She then tossed the rope onto the ground and instructed the housekeeper, Aunt Zhou, throw this ugly rope in the trash. After saying this, she wiped her hands in disdain.
Wait.
At that moment, Wen Li stood up, approached Su Yurong, and picked the rope back up, saying, "This rope was placed at the door by me. Please don't throw it away."
Su Yudong?
Wen Li earnestly regarded Su Yurong and suggested, "Also, you should spend more time in the sun these days instead of playing mahjong." Su Yurong looked at Wen Tingsong in confusion. Wen Li's demands were rather excessive. To her surprise, her husband sided with their daughter, nodding in agreement. "Listen to your daughter. For the next week, don't play mahjong. Stay at home and get 3 hours of sunlight each day. After all, your hands have touched fierce ghosts. You might have terrible luck playing mahjong this week." However, Su Yurong was afraid of ghosts, and when Tingsong didn't want to explain this to his wife, so he could only go along with Wen Li's words. Yet, upon seeing Su Yurong's expression, it was as if the sky had fallen, her face filled with despair. Chapter 63. The Grand Opening of Fortune-Telling. Wen Li was unaware of Su Yurong's thoughts. She placed the little ghost she had caught in her portable talisman, a jade gourd, intending to deliver them to the celestial master at the end of the month. After a refreshing sleep, Wen Li, under the watchful eyes of her family, energetically set out. Today, Wen Li could finally go out openly to practice fortune-telling. The location was designated by the celestial master, a small park nestled within dense woods, teeming with visitors. Upon arriving, Wen Li instructed the driver to return later, then retrieved her custom materials from the trunk and walked toward the park. The weather was pleasantly cool. And being a weekend, the park was filled with people, some elderly folks with their grandchildren, others jogging. Wen Li made her way to a relatively secluded area of the park and soon discovered a number of fortune-tellers already present. The crowd was not as sparse as she had anticipated. Several elderly people were gathered around a man in his 50s who was practicing fortune-telling. The man was small in stature, dressed in a long black robe, wearing a small round hat, and sporting a grizzled beard that he would stroke thoughtfully, as if he couldn't divine fortunes without touching it. Before him sat a middle-aged woman in her 50s, her brow furrowed as she cautiously asked, "Master, I would like to inquire about my daughter's romantic prospects." The diminutive fortune-teller glanced at her and dramatically consulted the hexagrams. The yin and yang align favorably. Your daughter and her boyfriend share a significant destiny together. The middle-aged woman appeared somewhat skeptical. Really? I've been consulting fortunes here for 10 years. And everyone knows how accurate my predictions are with Zhou Tianren. You can rest assured. Just then, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. Zhou Tianren furrowed his brow, removing the small sunglasses perched on his nose, casting a displeased gaze at Wen Li, who was laughing heartily.
What are you laughing at? Ben Li Raplia.
I'm laughing at how you're blindly predicting fortunes without understanding anything. What do you know? Zhou Tianren dismissed her remarks, sneering, "You're just a child. What could you possibly understand about metaphysics? Be careful your careless words don't lead you to karmic retribution. Then, tell me, what is this lady's daughter as surname and given name?" Zhou Tianren's expression froze. How would I know? Who can predict someone else's name? Isn't that because you simply can't? Wen Li rolled her eyes. It was these fraudulent practitioners that tarnished the reputation of their trade. Zhou Tianren narrowed his eyes, his expression unfriendly, yet with numerous spectators around. He felt it would be beneath him to argue with a young girl. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "You speak as if you can predict fortunes. If you have the ability, why not give it a try?" "Very well, I will." Wen Li, who had been pondering how to attract customers, found herself presented with an opportunity by Zhou Tianren's challenge. The commotion drew the attention of many passers-by, prompting Wen Li to swiftly set up her stand. Producing a simple folding table, a chair, and a sign she had ordered online, "Fortune-telling, no charge if it doesn't work." Seeing this, Zhou Tianren's expression darkened.
Ha!
A mere child, trying to con people. Don't think just because you've read a couple of books you're capable of anything. Do you really understand how to predict fortunes? Wen Li remained unfazed. If that's the case, do you dare to bet with me? Zhou Tianren, seeing that she was merely a 17 or 18-year-old girl, was certain that her skills were rudimentary at best, far inferior to his own. With an air of haughtiness, she raised her chin and declared, "Very well, if I fail to predict accurately today, I shall never set up my stall again." The moment these words escaped her lips, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zhou Tianren had been practicing divination for over a decade, with a steady stream of clientele. How could a mere young girl possibly compare? Those observing the spectacle could not help but interject, "Little girl, you ought to return home and focus on your studies. This is no place for you. Indeed, your antics are quite absurd." Yet, Wen Li remained unfazed, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Tianren as she inquired, "I shall grant you a chance. Will you retract your previous prediction?" Zhou Tianren scoffed. "The prediction stands. Retracting it is out of the question."
Wen Li smiled.
"Then that settles it." She turned to the elderly woman from earlier and asked, "You mentioned wanting to inquire about your daughter's romantic prospects?" The woman hesitated before nodding. "Though you have nodded, your heart is evidently conflicted. It seems you are not entirely satisfied with what this master has foretold. Am I correct?" The woman's eyes brightened, yet she remained cautious, given Zhou Tianren's presence. "That indicates I am indeed correct," Wen Li said softly, gesturing for the woman to extend her right hand for inspection. Raising an eyebrow, Wen Li remarked, "Madam, regarding palmistry, it appears your daughter is already wed." The woman's eyes widened and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "How do you know?" Indeed, she had inquired about her daughter's romantic future, but the truth was that her daughter was already married. Zhou Tianren's words had only been partially accurate, which explained her hesitation. "Your daughter has been married for approximately 2 years and believes she is quite content. However, you harbor considerable dissatisfaction with her husband, do you not?" The woman's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Yes, yes." Wen Li continued, "Your daughter and son-in-law come from vastly different backgrounds. Yet they were college classmates and dated for several years before marrying. While the son-in-law may not quite measure up to your standards or your daughter's, he presents himself well to outsiders and is quite submissive to your daughter." "Indeed," the woman exclaimed, yet her brow furrowed with concern. "But I don't understand why I felt such discontent from the very first moment I laid eyes on him. My daughter seems bewitched, forsaking many admirable suitors to marry this impoverished man, refusing even the grand villa I offered, insisting instead on sharing a cramped rental with her husband. Initially, she had thought her daughter was simply infatuated, but as time passed, she realized her daughter was truly under a spell." The onlookers found the mother's predicament perplexing. "If your daughter is happy, why not support the young couple? What good is a perfect man if he mistreats his wife? Indeed, as long as your daughter finds happiness." Another chimed in. "Though their backgrounds may differ, your son-in-law cares for your daughter and is ambitious. Such men are rare gems." "Your expectations are quite low," Wen Li remarked. Without regard for the crowd's expressions, Wen Li continued, "It is entirely normal for you to feel uneasy, for your son-in-law is indeed not a good man."
What?
The elderly woman gasped. The reason she sought divination was that, for years, she sensed something amiss with her son-in-law, unable to articulate what felt strange. Her family often chided her for her suspicions, fearing that revealing them would hurt him. When he eventually learned of her doubts, he did not react with anger. Instead, he reassured her that her feelings stemmed from stress. Yet, the more he soothed her, the more her unease grew. Recently, she had even dreamt of her daughter meeting with a tragic fate. While the household remained seemingly harmonious, she had contemplated whether there was a history of mental illness. Yet tests proved normal. Now, finally, someone was affirming her fears were not mere figments of her imagination. "But my son-in-law has done nothing wrong. He truly treats my daughter well," she faltered. Wen Li expressed understanding. "He is merely a bad apple, presenting a facade of kindness towards you and your daughter, all the while harboring intentions of seizing your family's wealth. He has a childhood companion who, while masquerading as a sister, is in truth his lover. Recently, he has contemplated harming your daughter to claim her life insurance." The woman's legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Wen Li quickly caught her, speaking softly. "He is currently hiking with your daughter. In 5 minutes, he will push her off the cliff, pretending she fell due to a moment of distraction. He has taken out a 30 million insurance policy on her." Chapter 64. The fatal prediction. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, the mother steeled herself for her daughter's sake. Her hands trembled as she dialed her daughter's video call. After a brief delay, a striking young woman appeared on the screen. Startled by her mother's pale complexion, the daughter exclaimed, "Mom, why do you look so unwell? What has happened?" The mother had no time to explain. Her gaze fell upon the mountains behind her daughter, and she gasped, "Where are you right now?"
I'm hiking.
Today marks the 2-year anniversary of my marriage, and he took a couple of days off to accompany me up this mountain I've wanted to climb for ages. In just 5 minutes, I'll reach the summit. Daughter, please listen to me. You must come home immediately. What's going on? The mother could not explain. Having met Wen Li only once, and with Wen Li having accurately predicted everything, she found it impossible to dismiss the uncanny nature of the situation. Yet, telling her daughter that her husband intended to kill her would surely be met with disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, the mother had a sudden inspiration. I suddenly feel unwell. You need to come home right away. The daughter, alarmed, quickly agreed. I'll head back immediately. Nothing is more important than my mother. As the call ended, the mother caught a fleeting glimpse of her son-in-law's unwilling eyes, sending a chill down her spine. Once she hung up, she exhaled sharply, asking, "Is that sufficient?" Wen Li nodded. Your daughter has narrowly escaped this calamity, but that man is her bad apple. He must be removed swiftly, or your daughter will face dire consequences. Once he harbors thoughts of murder, there will undoubtedly be a second attempt. Just like Liang Lingyu, who never interfered in Huoweigua's relationships, yet succumbed to the whispers of Lu Ruxin, leading her to cruelly dismember his wife. What chance did you think you had against a well-prepared adversary? The bond of misfortune surrounding your daughter has already dimmed by half. The remaining half requires your intervention. The elderly woman stared in disbelief. What should I do? My daughter is so enamored with him. Even a mere glance can provoke her ire. If I reveal the truth, she may never trust me again. Simple. Wen Li smiled gently. Doesn't your son-in-law have a sister who is actually his lover? The mother's eyes widened in realization. You mean I should investigate their relationship? Thank you, master. I will return right away. With that, the mother hurried off. Wen Li did not try to stop her. After the woman left, she turned to Zhou Tianren. Master Zhou, do you see how accurate my predictions were? Zhou Tianren, covered in cold sweat, scoffed. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Wen Li raised an eyebrow, unfazed by his retort. Oh, I see. My fortune is remarkable indeed. I accurately deduced that the elderly woman's daughter is married, discerned her unvoiced concerns, and even pinpointed that her daughter and son-in-law were hiking, with her reaching the summit in 5 minutes, correct? Observing Zhou Tianren's sour expression, Wen Li smirked, her amusement growing. Isn't my luck truly extraordinary? Zhou Tianren was acutely aware of the mockery in her words, yet found himself at a loss to refute her. He fumed, unwilling to concede his inadequacy in deceiving her. That merely proves you possess some genuine skill. Zhou Tianren, have been reading fortunes in the park for years. If I lacked true ability, my clients would have long since sought retribution. The onlookers finally grasped the situation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Master Zhou is quite impressive. Master Zhou's predictions are indeed remarkably accurate, and it is evident that he possesses a certain level of genuine skill, as no one dares to trouble him. Charging 888 for a fortune-telling session is already quite reasonable. The earlier mishap could merely be attributed to a momentary lapse. Young lady, please do not put Master Zhou in a difficult position. Zhou Tianren held his head high, clearly aware of his good reputation in this area, which rendered him audacious. He was already contemplating how to drive Wen Li away, fearing that her presence would eventually ruin his affairs. Wen Li, however, appeared oblivious to his thoughts. To her, Zhou Tianren was nothing more than a charlatan. In their line of work, divination and fortune-telling involved a keen understanding of client psychology. People are often inclined to hear what they wish to hear, while unpleasant truths are easily disregarded. When misfortunes occur, they tend to feel grateful that worse outcomes did not manifest. Due to this psychological tendency, no one sought to challenge him. Previously, there was a fraudulent peer in the town who practiced fortune-telling for 20 years, enjoying an impeccable reputation until greed consumed him. He failed to cease his deceptive practices when he could have walked away with several thousand, ultimately leading to his downfall when his victims caught on. Zhou Tianren, being astute, refrained from engaging in any unscrupulous activities outside of fortune-telling, ensuring that he could continue this way for decades to come, provided he harbored no ill intentions. However, as Wen Li observed the faint aura of resentment emanating from Zhou Tianren, she realized he harbored malicious intentions toward her. With good intentions, she cautioned, one should conduct oneself with integrity. Do not leave room for irreversible consequences due to a moment of impulse, and be wary of repercussions that may affect your family. You're so young, yet you've learned nothing good. Zhou Tianren retorted, unable to contain himself. Believe it or not, I will report you to the authorities.
Wen Li,
undaunted, remained unfazed. Although her documentation would take another month to finalize, she had received a temporary one from Zhang Huayu just yesterday, and she felt no fear even if she were to visit the police station. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianren's countenance grew increasingly dark, as calamities often stem from careless words, bringing not only imprisonment but also misfortune to his family. "I shall grant you one opportunity to apologize to me," he declared, remaining seated. Wen Li narrowed her eyes and suddenly remarked, "Calamities arise from careless speech, affecting your family. You should hasten to the hospital, for you might yet see your son one last time." "You're cursing me." Zhou Tianren's eyes widened in shock. "Are you looking for a fight?"
Wen Li,
seated and composed, replied in a calm tone. "Why would I deceive you? The nearest hospital is merely 3 minutes away. Your son is in the operating room on the 3rd floor. Shut your mouth." Zhou Tianren sprang to his feet, raising his hand as if to strike her. At that moment his phone, concealed within his long robe, rang unexpectedly. Zhou Tianren's scalp prickled with fear as he saw it was his wife calling. After a brief hesitation, he answered the call, only to be met with his wife's anguished cries. "Where are you? Come back quickly. Our son ran a red light and was hit by a truck. He is currently in the emergency room at the city hospital." Chapter 65. You simply state whether my predictions hold true. Stunned by the news, Zhou Tianren felt as though struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. His wife continued to call his name, and at last, he snapped back to reality, abandoning his fortune-telling stall and sprinting away. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Zhou Tianren was a renowned fortune-teller in the area, revered by the elderly for his profound knowledge. Yet, how could he not have foreseen the misfortune befalling his own son? Wen Li's reputation soared as a result. Her services, priced lower than Zhou Tianren's, attracted numerous clients in a city bustling with affluent individuals. For retirees with pensions in the tens of thousands, a few hundred was merely a trifling sum. Soon, she received multiple orders, primarily regarding love, career prospects, or safety. By noon, Wen Li had earned nearly 10,000. Although it wasn't an exorbitant amount, it was far quicker than laboring in construction. And this sustainable income provided her with a profound sense of security. As lunchtime approached and business dwindled, Wen Li decided to pack up her table and chairs. Preparing to head home, just as she was about to finish her tidying, someone called out to her.
Wen Li.
The caller was a youth of around 17 or 18, dressed in a pure white cotton t-shirt and a thin blue-black plaid shirt. Upon seeing Wen Li, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Are you setting up a stall in the park?" As he spoke, he glanced at the unfinished cloth on the table, which bore the words fortune-telling, no charge if inaccurate. "You can read fortunes?" the boy exclaimed again, clearly taken aback. Wen Li studied the young man, finding him vaguely familiar, though unable to place him. She nodded. "Would you like a reading?" A standard reading is 800, but additional complexities will incur extra charges. The boy hesitated, sensing a lack of familiarity between them. "You don't recognize me?" Wen Li honestly shook her head. "It feels as though we've crossed paths before. I'm Meng Yubai, the sports representative from Class 3. He introduced himself. With a certain familiarity, he continued before she could respond. "It's understandable if you don't remember me. You just transferred, and our seats are quite far apart. Now that we've met, that's what matters." Wen Li recalled a sports representative by that name in her class. At that moment, she noticed a lingering aura of malice around Meng Yubai that was barely perceptible. "Are you here for a reading?" she inquired. Meng Yubai glanced at her sign, appearing somewhat uncertain. "I'm quite adept at fortune-telling," Wen Li asserted. "Just 2 hours ago, I predicted a death." "Really?" Meng Yubai gasped, instinctively asking, "Did someone actually die?" "Indeed," Wen Li affirmed with a slight nod, her voice soft yet serious. "You can judge for yourself whether my predictions are accurate." Meng Yubai, after much contemplation, finally spoke up. "I heard there's a master named Zhou in this park. I initially intended to ask him if I had encountered a ghost." Wen Li gestured for him to continue. "You can confide in me. Master Zhou's son was just predicted dead by me, so he likely won't be seen here again." A shiver ran down Meng Yubai's spine. With no one else around, Wen Li's words sent chills through him. However, after some deliberation, he chose to trust her and recounted his recent experiences. "In recent weeks, I've often caught my mother smiling at the mirrors at home, but when I call her, she returns to normal. Just last night." As he spoke, Meng Yubai's voice trembled with unease. "I saw my mother smiling at the mirror again, but the face reflected back was not hers. Intrigued, Wen Li asked, "Could you discern what it looked like?" Meng Yubai initially nodded, then shook his head. I'm not sure. I should have seen it clearly. But all I remember is a faceless visage. I was terrified last night, and when my mother heard the commotion, she asked what was wrong, seemingly unaware of why she stood before the mirror. I thought it was mere exhaustion playing tricks on me, but last night, I nearly suffocated from a ghost's grasp. As he spoke, Meng Yubai tugged at his collar, revealing numerous dark purple scratches on his neck, and the aura of malice surrounding him intensified. Wen Li leaned in for a closer look, and as she did, Meng Yubai felt her breath brush against his neck, causing his ears to flush red.
Indeed.
It appears you have been marked by a ghost, Wen Li concluded. You likely have a powerful, vengeful spirit residing in your home. Meng Yubai's face turned pale with fear, his words stumbling. What should I do? Is my mother safe? Wen Li shook her head. From the malice surrounding you, it seems this vengeful spirit seeks to possess you. However, the method of possession is inherently perilous. Even if it were to harm your mother, it would ultimately fail. Her essence likely resides within the mirror, allowing it to temporarily control her only during the night. Is there a way to resolve this? Meng Yubai asked anxiously. I have money. I can pay whatever you ask. Suddenly, he recalled that Wen Li did not lack for finances, and as he looked at her, he found himself at a loss for what to do.
Today,
you have inadvertently alerted the spirits, and it is likely that the vengeful ghost will refrain from appearing for the time being. I shall visit your home next week to assess the situation before we discuss the price. Is today not feasible? Meng Yubai scratched his head, eager for Wen Li to accompany him immediately. That is not advisable, Wen Li elucidated. Vengeful spirits differ from ordinary ghosts. They possess intelligence and are aware of your attempts to summon them. Thus, they may very well conceal themselves elsewhere. She paused, her tone becoming particularly grave. Moreover, I suddenly recalled that I have unfinished assignments due this week. I must return home to complete them. Before departing, Wen Li hastily gifted Meng Yubai a few talismans for protection and hurried away. Upon returning home, Meng Yubai clutched the talismans tightly in his pocket. As he reached his doorstep, he found his mother, with deep shadows under her eyes, sitting on the sofa in a daze. Mom, he called out. Meng Mama turned, her gaze momentarily unfocused. Upon recognizing her son, she exhaled a sigh of relief.
You startled me.
Meng Yubai felt a pang of concern. What's wrong? He had previously hinted at his mother's habit of peering into the mirror, yet it seemed she had no recollection of such. As expected, Meng Mama shook her head. I cannot quite pinpoint it. I just feel as though I have been unable to rest well lately. My mind is particularly foggy, and at this rate, I might even start seeing ghosts. By the way, I did not see you this morning. Where have you been? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Meng Yubai continued to grip the talismans. He knew that if he casually mentioned the ghost at home, his mother would surely dismiss it unless she witnessed it herself. However, Wen Li would not be able to visit until next week, leaving his family as safety in jeopardy. After contemplating, Meng Yubai feigned a tired demeanor. I have been having trouble resting for the past month. This morning, I consulted a master who drew 3 calming talismans for us. They are said to be quite effective. Mom, why not give them a try? Meng Mama, glancing at the crumpled talismans, contemplated that her son had been deceived. Yet, considering that he had sought them early in the morning out of filial piety, she could not refuse and ultimately accepted them without further protest. Strangely enough, whether due to psychological effects or the true efficacy of the talismans, Meng Mama enjoyed her best sleep in a month. Hearing this at the dining table, Meng Yubai finally felt a sense of relief. The talismans from Wen Li were indeed effective.
Chapter 66, Wen Li's Grandmujer.
As a new week commenced, Wen Li consulted her fortune and discovered that nothing significant would occur, save for a slight misfortune on Monday morning. Thus, upon entering her classroom, she was greeted by the sight of her desk overflowing with buns, breads, and soy milk. Before she could comprehend the situation, a group of students in red armbands entered the room. As they approached her table, the unusual assortment of breakfast items garnered curious glances from her peers. One of the inspecting students, adopting a serious tone, addressed her, classmate, the school regulations prohibit eating breakfast in the classroom. According to the rules, we must deduct points. What is your name? Wen Li retorted, who on earth placed this mountain of breakfast on my desk? From a distance, Meng Yubai's face turned crimson, and he buried his head beneath the desk. After the inconsequential morning incident, Wen Li dismissed it from her mind. Although points were deducted, her junior, Chu Mingtai, would hardly reprimand his senior. With a haughty huff, Wen Li resolved to consume the breakfast in the corridor after morning study. Meng Yubai followed her outside. With her mouth full, Wen Li noticed Meng Yubai's hesitation to speak, prompting her to tilt her head slightly. "Is there something you wish to convey?" she inquired. Meng Yubai nodded, his ears flushed red. "Yes, I apologize." Wen Li replied, "For what?" He gestured toward the considerable amount of food before her. "This is all for you. But I did not anticipate it would lead to your deduction of points." Wen Li grasped the situation. However, one thing puzzled her. Why would you go to the trouble of sending me breakfast? Meng Yubai detected her indifference toward the deducted points, realizing she would not mind enjoying breakfast openly in the corridor. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I wanted to thank you. I gave your talismans to my family, and last night, no one suffered from insomnia. The ghost did not come to haunt me." Wen Li understood. With the talismans, the ghost could not approach for the time being. Yet, she was aware of her own limitations. Talismans were not infallible, and there would come a day when they would lose their power. The ghost, eager to reclaim its vessel, would undoubtedly cause trouble for his mother in the near future. However, Wen Li reassured him, "Your situation is not dire. We will strive to resolve it this weekend." Meng Yubai nodded enthusiastically, and from that moment on, he delivered food to Wen Li punctually each day. Zheng Ke, observing Meng Yubai's unwavering dedication and the fact that Wen Li accepted his offerings, couldn't he help but indulge in gossip. "You two were not acquainted before. Why the sudden gifts?" Zheng Ke scrutinized Meng Yubai as if a mother-in-law inspecting her daughter's suitor, finding him utterly unsatisfactory. As a student of physical education, Meng Yubai was accustomed to the elements, his skin visibly marked by the sun.
Topstaitien keskiviikko.
He resembled a hyperactive husky, lacking any redeeming qualities. Wen Li, feeling the weight of Zheng Ke's gaze, clarified, "He is not giving me gifts. I am assisting him with the matter, and this is merely a token of his gratitude." Of course, this was only a fraction of the compensation. As Friday's classes concluded, Wen Li recognized the weekend would be busy, prompting her to begin her homework early. However, when school ended, neither her brother nor her older sibling came to pick her up. Only the family chauffeur was present. As she exited the school gates, Wen Li received a call from her father. Seeking a quieter spot, she answered. "Little Li, your father and elder brother have a project abroad, and your second brother has engagements as well. You will stay at home with Aunt Sue this week. I have already transferred your living expenses to your bank account. If your assignments are incomplete, do not worry, I will speak with your teachers. Spend some time with your friends this weekend, alright?" Wen Tingsong had been exceedingly busy with work, frequently traveling globally. Yet, upon her return, he made time to help her acclimate. Now, with an overwhelming workload, he had no choice but to resume his duties. Even so, he spent a considerable amount of time on the phone with her, discussing trivial matters, to which Wen Li responded attentively. After half an hour, the call ended, and Wen Li returned home. Upon reaching the entrance, she opened the door slightly, only to overhear a strange voice engaged in conversation. "Yurong, why did you not inform the family about the significant events occurring at the Wen household? Look at the state of our home. The elegant European courtyard has turned into a rural vegetable garden. How can I show my face to the world now?" Peering through the crack of the door, Wen Li beheld an elderly woman, approximately 70 years of age, with shoulder-length hair styled in tight curls. Her eyebrows formed thin black lines, and wrinkles clustered around her eyes, causing her speech to scatter droplets of saliva. Su Yuru sat on the sofa, her gaze bewildered and helpless as she looked at the other person. After listening to the words of the elderly Chao Xiong, she hesitated, but ultimately lowered her head and murmured, "Mom, Wen Li is actually quite nice, much easier to get along with than Wen Sairu. Moreover, this is Wen Li's home, and her father and brothers have no objections. What right do I have to complain?" Suyuru thought back to the initial discomfort she had felt. Who would have anticipated that the vast lawn would be entirely devoted to growing vegetables and fruit trees? Yet, as time passed, the saplings flourished, the vegetables grew taller, and the prospect of consuming produce she had personally cultivated in 2 months seemed rather delightful. However, she dared not share these thoughts with her mother. Today, Qin Ruolin's unexpected visit caught her off guard, and upon hearing her mother disparage her stepsister, Suyuru, though timid, couldn't help but utter a few kind words about Wen Li. To her surprise, Qin Ruolin became even angrier. "I see you're simply foolish." The moment Wen Li returns home, things turn chaotic, and her father and brothers remain utterly unfazed. This only proves that she is quite cunning, while you remain blissfully ignorant. Qin Ruolin cast a scornful glance at her daughter, then abruptly changed her tone. "Regardless, a stepmother is still a mother. You must assert your maternal authority. You cannot allow Wen Li to run rampant over you. Su Yiru felt somewhat speechless. I bear no animosity towards Wen Li, and having coexisted peacefully for over a month. She has never troubled me. The Wen family has treated me well. I am content. Content, my foot. Qin Rulin continued her tirade. After marrying into the Wen family for so many years, even a sterilized pig would have shown signs of life by now. Yet here you are, like a rooster that cannot lay eggs, without a child to your name. How will you compete for inheritance with the Wen brothers? If not for yourself, at least think of your brother. The Wen family is so wealthy, yet you, their daughter, stand to gain nothing. Just as Qin Rulin was about to continue, the front door was suddenly flung open. Chapter 67. Little Su's Mother. Elderly Chao Xiong, a beam of light flooded in as a petite figure stepped into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, blocking the sunlight outside. Only then did Qin Rulin clearly see Wen Li's appearance. Slender in build, she wore a baseball jacket in a black, white, and red color scheme, paired with loose, straight gray trousers. Her hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, with a fringe of soft strands framing her forehead. Her lashes were long and curled, and her round, sparkling eyes fixated on her. Little Li, you're back. Su Yiru was the first to react, unsure if Wen Li had overheard her mother's remarks, and hurriedly stood up, turning to ask the aunt to bring Wen Li a fruit platter. Wen Li casually tossed her backpack onto the sofa. She disliked sitting on the couch while eating, so when Xingming had laid a carpet on the floor for her, she turned on the TV while munching on fruit at the coffee table. The fruit was delicious, bursting with flavor as she bit into it. She turned to Su Yiru, spearing a particularly attractive piece with a toothpick, and said, "The fruit tastes wonderful. Little Su, do you have a piece?" Su Yiru, in a daze, accepted the offering from Wen Li's hand. Meanwhile, Qin Rulin was completely ignored by Wen Li. At last, Qin Rulin regained her composure. "So, you are Wen Li?" Wen Li, having finished her fruit with the grace of a whirlwind, looked at Qin Rulin with a hint of confusion upon hearing her voice. "And you are?" Qin Rulin's expression stiffened as she stared at Wen Li for a long moment. Then, her demeanor shifted sharply, and she huffed. "Who am I? I am your grandmother." The moment Qin Rulin laid eyes on Wen Li, she sensed that the girl was no ordinary child. Appearing innocent, she was, in fact, sharper than a wasp's nest. Qin Rulin adopted the authoritative tone of an elder. "Lacking manners, you don't even greet me upon seeing me." Su Yiru was taken aback by her mother's behavior. She never dared to act so imposing at home, yet her mother was doing so now. Su Yiru, not wanting to contradict her mother nor offend Wen Li, quickly explained, "It's only natural that Wen Li doesn't recognize you. It's her first time meeting you, Mom. Why fuss with a younger person?" After speaking, Su Yiru turned to Wen Li. "Little Li, this is my mother." She, at a loss for words, Su Yiru simply gestured to her own head. Wen Li understood immediately. "Little Su, I see. Your mother has some issues, and I certainly won't hold it against her." "You needn't be so blunt." As anticipated, Qin Rulin exploded with anger, her aged eyes widening in fury. Her gnarled finger pointing at Wen Li. "How dare you be so rude? I am your grandmother. How can you say I have a problem with my mind?" However, Wen Li remained silent, nodding slowly, allowing Qin Rulin to rant without a hint of anger, her gaze filled with tolerance. Qin Rulin's voice faltered, and suddenly, it seemed she grasped something, her expression shifting to anger. You. After a prolonged pause, she couldn't articulate a second word. Su Yiru found it hard to suppress a laugh but refrained, noticing that Qin Rulin was about to make an even graver remark. She quickly interjected, "Mom, Little Li didn't mean it that way." "Then what did she mean?" Qin Rulin retorted. Su Yiru replied, "You keep making things worse. She was just trying to help." Su Yiru was left speechless. "Wen Li, do you have any manners? Your great-grandmother is still family. If you don't call me grandmother, it's one thing. But to insult me? When your father returns, I will tell him." She could not believe that a child from such a prominent family would lack basic etiquette. Surely, Wen Ting Song would not tolerate it. Indeed, Wen Li's expression shifted slightly. Qin Rulin believed she had finally gained the upper hand. She did not genuinely intend to complain. 4 blood ties held more weight than step relations. Even a fool like Wen Ting Song would choose his own flesh and blood. She figured that a complaint would only lead to a minor reprimand from Wen Ting Song, who might scold Wen Li a couple of times but would take no serious action. With this in mind, Qin Rulin cleverly declared, "I will choose to forgive you this time, considering it's your first offense." After a brief pause, She continued her lecture. I've said so much that I'm thirsty. Go pour me a glass of water.
Wen Li smiled.
Little Sue may be a bit scheming, but at least she hasn't done anything heinous. Yet this mother is quite different. Not only is she petty, but her cunning is even greater. However, Wen Li glanced at Su Yuru's troubled expression. She thought highly of little Sue and didn't he want to put her in a difficult position. So she stood up and retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator for Qin Rulin. Upon seeing the ice water, Qin Rulin frowned and waved her hand. I'm too old for ice water. Su Yuru could no longer watch and quickly turned to pour a glass of water for Qin Rulin. Mom, I'll get it for you. Little Li just got home from school. Let her rest. This finally provided Qin Rulin with something to say. Is it really so exhausting to pour a glass of water? Look at your brother. He works as a security guard at the company every day, barely earning 30,000 a month. And now he has a girlfriend and is about to get married, practically working 24 hours a day. I think you, as an older sister and brother-in-law, should at least show a little appreciation. When Li understood the situation, this great-grandmother was clearly here to ask for money, but perhaps feeling embarrassed to state it outright. She was finding excuses through her. Su Yuru was also taken aback. Didn't he old when gift us a house when I got married? The housing prices in a city are exorbitant. Even if when Ting Song were to be generous, a single house would cost at least 10 million. Although he is in his second marriage, there are plenty of women eager to marry him. What's more, when I married, our family had nothing prepared. Yet old Wen never complained. Knowing I had a brother, he specifically bought a large flat with a river view, and for all these years, he hasn't even made us pay property fees. Now they're coming to ask for another house? Are you suggesting that my brother and sister-in-law should live with us?
Su Yuzu pondered.
I have already decided that our current home is too old. When my brother gets married, he will definitely need a new house. Qin Rulin wore an expression of entitlement, her words ostensibly concerned for Su Yurong. Although Ting Song is affluent, we must consider that he has his own struggles. We have chosen a conveniently located flat, recently completed, owned by the Hu Group, which boasts an excellent reputation and is reasonably priced at only 200,000 per square meter. If we purchase now, we might even receive a discount. Hurry and provide me the funds, so I can secure a well-oriented residence. Listening to her mother, Su Yurong's face stiffened, contorted with discomfort. With Wen Li present, her biological mother made such statements in front of her stepdaughter. How was Wen Li supposed to perceive her? Furthermore, how could a home priced at 200,000 per square meter appear to her mother as an effortlessly obtainable luxury? Su Yurong opened her mouth but ultimately fell silent. Noticing her daughter's prolonged silence, Qin Rulin's anger flared. Why are you not speaking? Your younger brother is still young and requires your support as an elder sister. Once he achieves great success, do you think he would forget about you? This implication suggested that if Xiao Su were to withhold funds today, her brother would completely disregard her once he attained prosperity. Suddenly, Wen Li stood up from the ground, wiping her hands with a wet tissue. Her face adorned with a faint smile, yet her eyes were icily resolute. Chapter 68. Dark and unworthy of our young lady. Qin Rulin's expression froze. Observing her silence, Wen Li continued, we can provide the funds. Qin Rulin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Wen Li. She realized she had misjudged her granddaughter, initially perceiving her as difficult, but now finding her unexpectedly generous. Wen Li regarded Qin Rulin's insatiable demeanor, her lips curving into a faint smile. A property priced at 200,000 per square meter amounts to at least 30 million for a complete unit. It would be unreasonable for my family to bear the brunt of such expenses. Instead, I can persuade my father to provide your son with a 5 million down payment, which can serve as his future wedding gift. Qin Rulin was displeased. Why only 5 million? We are an ordinary family. How could we possibly afford the remaining millions?
Su Yuzong, possessing beauty,
had entered the entertainment industry at a young age, and since then, her family had not sought employment. After marrying Wen Ting Song, she contributed 100,000 monthly to her family, which was more than sufficient even in City A. However, due to significant expenditures over the years, their savings were scant. Her son earned merely 30,000 a month, insufficient to cover interest on a mortgage. We see no reason to provide the full payment. Wen Li's tone turned colder as she continued, of course, there is another option. I can have my father lend you 30 million, and you would repay us 25,000 monthly. How does that sound? Not favorable at all. Qin Rulin finally grasped that Wen Li was not genuinely offering a loan. She was toying with her. If you do not wish to assist us in purchasing a home, just say so. There is no need to humiliate us. Qin Rulin was infuriated. After berating Wen Li, she turned her ire on Su Yurong. If the Wen family does not provide assistance, should you not, as the elder sister, stand up? Don't think I am unaware. When Tingsong gives you several million monthly for your expenses, yet you only allocate 100,000 to us. Look at how impoverished we have become. When I asked you to secure your brother a job, you instead sent him to work as a security guard. Your brother is the only hope for our family. If you do not provide me with money for the house today, I will end my life here, and no one will escape unscathed. Qin Rulin unleashed her frustration entirely upon Su Yurong. The latter seemed accustomed to her mother's tirades, remarks that implied her only worth was in marriage, and that her brother was the family's sole hope. Over the years, Su Yurong had done her utmost to fulfill her mother's demands, but why was it never enough? Her eyes reddened. She possessed sufficient funds to purchase a home for her brother without issue, yet she understood that she must not acquiesce to such requests. Her mother was testing her. Once granted, there would be a demand for more, leading to an unending cycle of requests fueled by insatiable ambition. I will heed Wen Li's advice. Deep within, Su Yurong feared to defy Qin Rulin, but with Wen Li by her side, she felt emboldened. For the first time, she resolutely rejected her mother's demands. Qin Rulin's eyes widened, as if she had never anticipated Su Yurong would refuse. Su Yurong held her head high, her voice trembling slightly. Wen Li is correct. This money belongs to the Wen family, not the Su family. 10 years ago, old Wen purchased a luxurious mansion for you worth millions and secured a job for your younger brother. Have you considered who else earns 30,000 monthly as a security guard? The more Su Yurong reflected, the more she appreciated Wen Tingsong. Despite the chaos of her maternal family, he had never complained, consistently aiding her. He had bestowed her with respect both at home and in public. After all, how could someone from an ordinary background navigate the world of affluent wives without such support? Yet, even so, her family remained dissatisfied, wishing to seize everything the Wen family possessed. Su Yurong understood that Qin Rulin did not love her. At her age, she had long surpassed the need for maternal affection. Yet encountering such a face from Qin Rulin still pained her deeply. Nevertheless, Wen Li's words suddenly illuminated her thoughts. All this time, Qin Rulin had insisted that her younger brother would achieve great success in the future. What if he did? Would he resent her for not helping on a few occasions? If that were the case, it would be better to cut ties swiftly. With unwavering conviction, Su Yurong declared, "Mother, do not dwell on the housing issue. Recently, Tingsong is away. If you wish to stay for a few days, you may do so. And I will give my younger brother a generous wedding gift when the time comes. If my brother truly becomes successful, and he holds a grudge for today's events, so be it. If the Wen family faces bankruptcy or any misfortune in the future, if he wishes to help, he may. If not, I shall not blame him. In short, there are no funds and no house to procure. My younger brother, who struggles even to advance to the vocational school, lacks the capability and intellect to seize any opportunities for great success." With this realization, Su Yurong felt a wave of relief wash over her, her mind clearing. Wen Li's words had been like a revelation. Given the caliber of old Wen's son, she could easily live as a wealthy matron for a lifetime. Why should she allow trivial matters to bring her discontent? Instead of fretting, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to play mahjong with the affluent ladies? Qin Rulin observed her daughter's sudden uplift in spirits, almost wanting to hum a tune, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. She blamed it all on Wen Li. Qin Rulin knew that if this continued, her somewhat dim-witted daughter might genuinely disregard her. With Wen Li stoking the flames, she envisioned staying at Su Yurong's residence, then charming her into parting with money once Wen Li returned to school. With this thought, Qin Rulin's countenance transformed dramatically, instantly adopting a facade of a benevolent matriarch. She smiled warmly. "What are you saying? In your time of need, your brother could hardly disregard you. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. I intend to stay at your home. Please have the servants prepare a room for me." With that, Qin Rulin turned to Wen Li, displaying a gentle smile. "Little Li, your grandmother is getting older. Please don't take offense." Wen Li, indifferent to her, turned her head and whistled, refusing to engage. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in Qin Rulin's eyes, quickly vanishing. Wen Li had no time to concern herself with Qin Rulin. She had made plans to visit Meng Yubai. After bidding Su Yurong farewell following breakfast, she departed. Meng Yubai's family was affluent, residing in a villa neighborhood. The car Wen Li rode was quite valuable, and the security merely took a glance, permitting the driver to proceed without registration. Meng Yubai picked Wen Li up midway. Driver. You may return. I will call you when I need to go home. The driver stared at Meng Yubai for a while, then nodded. I will come back for you later. After watching the young lady depart, the driver finally dialed an international phone number. Mr. Wen. Today the young lady was seen getting quite close to a male classmate. Yes, from the Meng family. Not particularly handsome, rather dark-skinned, utterly unworthy of our young lady. Chapter 69. Our family has a ghost oblivious to the driver's disparaging remarks. Meng Yubai was en route, relaying the situation to Wen Li. My parents have been sleeping well this week, but I suspect the protective talisman is nearing its expiration. Last night, I couldn't sleep and thought I heard footsteps by my bedside. The next day, I discovered this. As Meng Yubai spoke, he retrieved a silk pouch from his pocket, explaining, I was afraid of losing the talisman, so I bought this pouch. When I opened it this morning, I found the talisman had turned to ash. I even secretly checked my parents' talisman, and it was identical. This meant that the malevolent spirit had returned to seek them out. As the only member of the family privy to the truth, Meng Yubai had been sleeping restlessly for the past week, frequently zoning out during class. And dark circles had developed beneath his eyes in less than a week. Wen Li, I implore you to save us. Meng Yubai pleaded earnestly. Rest assured, Wen Li replied, her gaze scanning the surroundings as she approached a villa steeped in ghostly energy, confirming it was indeed Meng Yubai's home. As long as a vengeful spirit is at play, I shall intervene. It is both the duty of the Celestial Master Association and my own responsibility. Knowing that her son was bringing a female classmate home to play, Meng mother had decided to stay in today, instructing the housekeeper to prepare an array of snacks and fruits, even thoughtfully providing a pair of pink slippers for Wen Li. However, upon seeing Wen Li for the first time, Meng mother was rendered speechless with shock. You're Wen Li? She exclaimed, nearly losing her composure in her excitement. Wen Li blinked her long, luscious eyelashes and slowly nodded. Oh my goodness. Meng mother continued, her enthusiasm palpable. You truly are Wen Li? I adore the character you portray. I am your fan. She regretted not having asked her son about the name of the girl he was bringing home, leaving her entirely unprepared. With a reproachful glance at Meng Yubai, she chided. You should have told me it was our little Li coming home. Wen Li, having changed into the slippers, refrained from exploring the house immediately, deeming it impolite. Meng Yubai touched his nose, stating, I'll take Wen Li upstairs to play. We'll come down later. With that, he hurriedly led Wen Li away. Once upstairs, Meng Yubai explained, Wen Li, please don't take offense. My mother is an avid reader, and the drama you starred in is based on her favorite novel. With a trailer for Qianshan Ling recently released, she has become particularly fond of you. If possible, could you please sign something for her? I believe it would bring her some comfort when she learns about the ghost. Meng Yubai had contemplated revealing the truth to his family, but felt his single voice lacked authority. Now that Wen Li was coming to confront the ghost, concealment was no longer feasible. I'll have my dad come home for dinner, and after we eat, I'll explain. But by then, Wen Li understood, do not worry. They may not believe now, but they will certainly believe by nightfall. Meng Yubai nodded, yes, once they see it, how could they not believe? With that thought, he uneasily asked, what if the ghost suddenly appears? Will my parents be frightened to death? Do your parents have heart conditions or high blood pressure? They are quite healthy. Then there is nothing to worry about. They may merely faint from fright. Wen Li's keen eyes surveyed the surroundings, noting the oppressive aura of ghostly energy. Were it not for the Meng family's charitable deeds, they might have succumbed to the vengeful spirit long ago. They soon arrived at the end of the hallway. Where is the mirror you mentioned?
Wen Li Danli.
Meng Yubai snapped back to attention. I'll take you there. The mirror was located in Meng mother's room, which was spacious, complete with a separate dressing area, and the vanity mirror was set between two wardrobes. Upon examining the mirror, Wen Li frowned slightly. Where did this dressing mirror come from? Meng Yubai shook his head, clearly sensing that the mirror was not ordinary. Swallowing hard, his voice trembled. I'm not sure. Is there something wrong with this mirror? Wen Li approached the dressing mirror, which was about 40 to 50 centimeters wide, yet was saturated with an intense ghostly energy. As she entered, a myriad of ghostly auras surged toward her, but with a mere lift of her hand, the energy parted. This mirror is likely a burial offering. Wen Li pointed to an inconspicuous spot. Look, there's a crack here and dirt. Meng Yubai hurried over and indeed spotted a minuscule crack filled with black soil. This was a high-priced yellowwood vanity that my mother bought. Meng Yubai exclaimed in exasperation. How could such unscrupulous merchants exist? Wen Li explained, the former owner of this vanity mirror was notorious for their misdeeds. After death, they were lavishly buried. And since Yellowwood is associated with Yin, the spirit of the deceased has taken residence within. Your mother's birth date and time likely resonate well with this spirit. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Li suddenly stated, it's a vengeful spirit, worth 30,000. Meng Yubai, initially consumed with worry, was taken aback by Wen Li's sudden price proposal, his mind momentarily blank. What? Wen Li felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she had previously charged only $5 per divination, and 30,000 seemed rather exorbitant. All right, let us make it 20,000. She bit her lip. I cannot lower it further. The high-quality talisman paper costs money. That is not too much. Meng Yubai, still befuddled, had not even considered negotiating. He could easily afford 30,000, or even 300,000 if need be. The increase from 20,000 to 30,000 was initiated at the client's request. And Wen Li felt a swell of satisfaction. Very well, I am confident I can subdue this ghost. However, you must ensure your parents understand. I cannot issue refunds for minors. Meng Yubai, at a loss for words, could only awkwardly explain, I'm of age. He could certainly afford the 30,000. At noon, Meng's father hurried home for lunch. Upon seeing the young lady his son had brought back, his expression was quite the spectacle. Especially as his wife enthusiastically piled food onto Wen Li's plate, a possessive gleam in her eyes that Meng's father had never experienced himself. A pang of jealousy pierced Meng's father's heart. Dad, Mom, have you finished eating?
Coming.
The couple exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of exasperation and excitement. After all, this was their son's first girlfriend, and at such a young age. But none of that mattered. At least their son was open with them. Unlike other children who concealed their relationships. Meng's father nodded vigorously. Yes, we've finished. Meng's mother blinked her starry eyes at Wen Li with affection and excitement. Though their son may not be worthy of her, the mere thought of potentially becoming Wen Li's mother filled her with dreamy joy. Speak your mind. We will accept whatever it is, Meng's mother urged, having prepared a red envelope and rehearsed her lines all morning, eagerly awaiting the moment when the two children would confess. Meng's mother's smile was barely contained. Meng Yubai, completely unaware of his parents' wild imaginings, motioned for them to sit on the couch and began solemnly, Dad, Mom, you need to brace yourselves. This might be a bit frightening. How could it not be frightening? You're bringing home a daughter-in-law at such a young age. But Meng's father and Meng's mother remained silent, nodding earnestly. Meng's mother pressed, speak your mind. We can handle anything. Meng Yubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially worried that his parents might not be able to handle the truth. Then I'll say it. Meng Yubai turned his head to glance at Wen Li. Taking a deep breath, what I want to say is that there is a highly skilled malevolent spirit in our home. And Wen Li is the master I invited to exorcise it. Meng's father and mother. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding. The smiles of the two adults froze on their faces, transforming from confusion to a visible crack. Meng Yubai's heart tightened, fearing that his parents were frightened. He hurriedly reassured them. Mom, Dad, please don't worry. My classmate is quite formidable. She said she can handle this spirit on her own. In truth, Meng's parents had yet to fully comprehend the situation. However, they distinctly recognized one undeniable fact. Their inept son did not have a girlfriend. Meng's mother was on the verge of tears. In her mind, the soft and gentle Wen Li morphed into a swan flying away, while her own duckling of a son appeared ugly and filthy, flapping its wings yet unable to soar. Alas, the disappointment was palpable on Meng's mother's face. But what had her son just mentioned? What was in their home? As Meng's mother and father processed the information again, they finally returned to the starting point. Meng's father asked incredulously, What did you just say? Meng Yubai solemnly replied, I said there is a ghost in our home, a formidable ghost. Under the astonished expressions of his parents, Meng Yubai recounted everything that had transpired over the past month. This is what happened. I indeed saw Mom often smiling inexplicably at the mirror, and there was a face in the mirror that didn't belong to you. At night, I was indeed choked by a malevolent spirit. The area around Meng Yubai's collarbone had never been exposed to sunlight, remaining a pale patch. And the mark left by the spirit's grip a week ago was still evident. Wen Li also handed over the documents she had prepared to the couple. I am a member of the Celestial Master Association. Here is my temporary work certificate and the relevant liability statement. I will resolve this issue for you. But you must ensure that you do not speak of it to anyone else. The Celestial Master Association mandated that such matters should not be disclosed to a broad audience. If they were to be made known, a liability statement must be signed, akin to swearing an oath to the heavens, rendering it impossible to speak of it again. Meng's father and mother each picked up several sheets of paper, and upon seeing Wen Li's temporary work certificate, they were rendered even more bewildered. How could there be a ghost? They had initially believed they were a happy family, but how had they ended up in a battle with a vengeful spirit? It was quite ironic. Annie, the yellow-flowered wooden dressing mirror you purchased is an item meant for burial. That spirit has resided within it for many years. And now you have brought it back, intending to possess you. Possess? Wen Li nodded, then inquired about Meng's mother's birth date and 8 characters. Proceeding to calculate in front of everyone. Indeed, your birth date and that of the malevolent spirit coincide. The spirit has been residing in the dressing mirror for many years. But due to the heavy sins it bore in life, it would face severe punishments if reborn. If it avoids the underworld, it faces the fate of being scattered. I suspect it is nearing its time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so eager to possess you. Meng's mother's complexion turned pale. She could not recall when she had purchased a yellow-flowered mirror, but there indeed was one in their home. However, she had a brand new makeup mirror by her bedside and had never used the one Wen Li mentioned. Meng's mother's lips trembled, and she felt a chill down her spine. I do not remember when I bought it. Wen Li approached her to offer comfort. It is normal not to remember. If a malevolent spirit intends to harm, it can cloud one's mind. Given that your birth date aligns closely with the spirits, if you have seen that mirror, you would have been unconsciously compelled to bring it back. After a pause, Wen Li continued, but it is all right. I will capture the spirit tonight. A spirit that harms cannot be allowed to remain.
Wen Li's gasa d'arcanat.
And she instructed Meng's parents to prepare the items she needed. Once everything was gathered, Wen Li retreated to her room to begin drawing talismans. Downstairs, Meng's mother sat in a daze. Meng's father was equally stunned. They huddled together on the sofa. Meng's father weakly inquired, "So, our son has no relationship with Wen Li?" Meng's mother turned her head rigidly, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "With a son like yours, how could he ever deserve my darling? Meng Yubai." He looked at his bewildered parents and finally understood why they had been acting so strangely. "Mom, Dad, what are you thinking?" Meng Yubai was somewhat speechless. "Although Wen Li and I are classmates, we have never spoken to each other. The only reason I know her is because of this incident. I initially planned to find Master Zhou in the park, but who knew that Master Zhou's son had passed away, leading me to meet Wen Li? How was I to know any of this?" Meng's mother felt aggrieved, having prepared red envelopes, only for it to turn into this. She glanced at her son. "But this is for the best. You don't deserve her." Meng Yubai. In the room, Wen Li had prepared everything. Upon descending the stairs, she handed each member of the Meng family a talisman. "When I capture the ghost tonight, to prevent it from harming you, you must keep this talisman close." The 3 of them carefully accepted the talismans. Meng Yubai inquired, "Is there anything we can do to help?" "There is." Wen Li nodded without hesitation. "If you see the ghost, just try to call out quietly." The 3 responded, "Understood." Nightfall soon draped its veil. The orange-yellow moon radiating a halo against the deep blue night, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. Meng's mother had given the housekeeper the night off, leaving the villa eerily quiet, with only the sounds of a variety show from the television filling the living room. At 8 o'clock, Wen Li finally turned off the television. The next moment, the lights in the entire villa flickered, and a gust of strong wind swept through the doors and windows, blowing all the leaves from outside into the living room. The Meng family was left squinting against the wind. Wen Li calmly stood up and declared, "It's here." She began to arrange her items without haste. While small ornaments in the room were blown about by the wind, yet the divination table before Wen Li remained unaffected. Earlier in the day, she had brought an image of her ancestor, now prominently displayed in front of her. After setting up the incense and candles, Wen Li swiftly formed a hand gesture and began to chant incantations, then shouted, "Settle." The flickering lights immediately stabilized, and the howling wind outside quieted considerably. However, after 2 or 3 seconds of silence, a loud bang echoed around them as all the doors and windows snapped shut and locked. The overhead light exploded with a crash, scattering glass everywhere, followed by the crystal chandelier plummeting from the ceiling. The entire villa was plunged into darkness. The Meng family huddled together, gazing at Wen Li before them. Initially, Meng's father and mother were skeptical, but the current situation left no room for doubt. They felt as though they might faint, yet at this critical moment, They were strangely alert, a state of awareness they could never achieve even after 8 cups of coffee.
Wen Li.
Meng Yubai shielded his parents, nervously swallowing as he watched Wen Li's silhouette. At that moment, the incense before Wen Li ignited spontaneously without flame, casting a warm glow on her face. In the dim light, her dark eyes seemed to shine, her tone unusually resolute and earnest. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Chapter 71. Wen Li showcases her skills. The pig oil jar captures the ghost. After Wen Li spoke, she grasped a talisman from beside her, placing it atop the candle to burn. A gentle breeze seemed to stir as the smoke from the incense wafted into the air, and Wen Li, in one fluid motion, tossed the nearly burnt talisman into the incense burner. With a buzzing sound, the incense in the burner suddenly crackled. The Meng family beheld a nearly transparent figure appear before Wen Li, indistinct yet sending a shiver through their hearts. Was this the malevolent spirit Wen Li had mentioned? Wen Li appeared to be oblivious to it, her hands forming a circular gesture as she rapidly chanted, "Open the heaven-s gate, return to the earth-s door. Guide the spirits, return to the human realm, all directions converge. Reveal yourself." Upon finishing her incantation, Wen Li sealed her hand gesture and withdrew the prepared joss paper. The malevolent spirit, initially intent on attacking Wen Li, was abruptly taken aback by the resplendent golden aura radiating from her. As their gazes locked, before the vengeful specter could react, it was violently propelled 2 meters away.
Ah!
Spirits seldom experience pain, yet in that instant, the vengeful entity felt as though its entire being was engulfed in relentless flames, compelling it to writhe on the ground in agony. Wen Li swiftly retrieved an ancient copper mirror covered with a cloth from the altar, drew a small blade across her fingertip, and deftly inscribed a virtual talisman upon the mirror's surface, subsequently placing it against her chest. Heavenly deities and earthly spirits, all souls converging as one. I humbly beseech the swift emissaries of the 8 directions to apprehend this malevolent being. She recited the incantation thrice, and before the vengeful spirit could regain its footing, a beam of white light erupted from the mirror, striking the malevolent entity directly. Before long, the spirit, once as transparent as the wings of a cicada, began to manifest its true form, a figure clad in a crimson wedding gown, yet charred and grotesque, with decaying flesh that emitted a foul stench of rot and blood. Even to the senses of the living, the Meng family, composed entirely of ordinary folk, had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle, nearly crying out in terror. Though they managed to stifle their shock in time, Wen Li regarded the malevolent spirit enveloped in dark energy, her voice as frigid as ice. "Countless lives were lost at your hands while you lived. Now, as a vengeful spirit, you seek to possess an innocent soul. Do you not fear divine retribution? Divine retribution? After all these years of slaughter, if there were such a thing, I would have been struck down by lightning long ago. Today, I shall claim this woman's body and achieve eternal life." The vengeful spirit was engulfed in pain, its once expansive, charred eyes reduced to mere pinpricks, revealing a pool of blood red. As it spoke, bits of its burnt flesh fell to the ground, exposing gruesome, raw meat beneath. Suddenly, it lunged toward Meng Ma, its mouth filled with jagged, bloody teeth. "Unrepentant wretch."
Wen Li's gasa d'arcanat.
And a purple talisman materialized in her hand. "Then let me show you whether you will face the wrath of heaven." She hurled dozens of purple lightning talismans into the air. Above the villa, purple lightning coiled within the storm clouds, rumbling ominously. A crack of thunder struck the vengeful spirit, severing its hand that had nearly reached Meng Ma. The spirit froze, as a wave of soul-wrenching pain coursed through it, causing it to writhe on the ground.
Ah!
It howled a chilling, mournful cry that sent shivers down the spines of the Meng family. This was more terrifying than a 3D horror film, an utterly immersive experience. Of course, if they had the choice, they would prefer to avoid such a harrowing encounter altogether. Meng Ma, witnessing the scene, finally could no longer bear it and fainted, having rolled her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, the Meng father and son, consumed with anxiety, clung tightly to Meng Ma, the trio trembling in unison. Dozens of lightning bolts continued to strike the vengeful spirit, yet the house remained untouched. After 10 minutes, Wen Li observed the spirit, now on the brink of being utterly vanquished, and wordlessly contained it within a clay jar. As the spirit vanished, the villa's lights flickered back on. However, the room resembled a nightmarish scene, with shattered jars and bottles strewn across the floor, and the screws of the television set loosened, leaving it precariously tilted against the wall. With the lights restored, a semblance of safety returned. Meng Ma slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Wen Li, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Glancing around uncertainly, she asked, "Is the vengeful spirit dead?" "Spirits are, by nature, already dead," Wen Li clarified. "However, I have contained it within this jar, and it shall no longer pose a threat to you." Meng Ma's gaze fell upon the clay jar in Wen Li's hand, and upon noticing the labels indicating it contained lard, her lips twitched in disbelief. No wonder it seemed familiar. This was the lard she had rendered earlier that afternoon. Would this spirit be forced to consume an entire jar of lard? Before Meng Ma could voice her thoughts, Wen Li continued, "I need to take this jar with me, along with your dressing table mirror. Although the spirit is no longer present, it has dwelled there for centuries, and the lingering negative energy is substantial. You should break the mirror and burn it as firewood, and I advise you to avoid staying in this villa for the next 6 months."
Wen Li delivered her intensive instructions.
After all, spirits and humans are fundamentally different. The entire villa was now steeped in ghostly energy, which would not dissipate quickly. Prolonged exposure could adversely affect the occupants' fortunes. Wen Li calculated a favorable location and suggested they rent a sunlit house for the time being. Meng Ba and Meng Ma were receptive to advice and resolved to search for a new residence the following day. Just then, Wen Li's phone rang. Upon opening her device, she discovered a slew of missed calls and messages from Huang Hui. As she prepared to return the calls, her elder brother's call came through.
Foley.
Wan Yan-chu sighed with relief when she finally connected the call. "I just tried to reach you. Why does it say your phone was off?" "Perhaps my ghost hunting interfered with the signal," Wen Li replied. Hearing that she had been out capturing spirits eased Wan Yan-chu's worries, but soon anxiety returned as he inquired, "Are you hurt? Are you safe?" Wen Li lowered her gaze, her thick lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. Shaking the jar of lard in her hand, she softly replied, "I'm fine. I just finished and am heading home now." "That's good to hear. Were you helping a classmate with ghost hunting? Was it a male or female classmate? If it's a girl, she can stay at her house for the night. If not, I'll arrange for a car to bring you back." Wen Li was momentarily puzzled by her brother's words but answered honestly, "It's a male classmate." The driver was already en route. Wen Yan-chu, fatigued from a business trip, maintained his usual gentle tone. "Make sure to rest well when you get home. Your father and I will try to return next week." Wen Yan-chu worried that his sister's innocence might lead her to be deceived. Even after just 2 days apart, he found his mind racing with various concerns.
Moments later.
The driver who had come to retrieve them arrived at the villa. Upon seeing the chaotic state of the living room through the car window, he was taken aback. Yet the Meng family appeared composed, even exchanging light-hearted banter as they helped their daughter into the car. Before departing, Meng Yubai turned to Wen Li, expressing, "Thank you for today. From now on, I'll take care of your breakfast." "No need to be polite," Wen Li replied, accepting the gesture without hesitation. After closing the car door, she began to slowly respond to Huang Hui's messages. Unbeknownst to her, she had finally returned home. Wen Li picked up the jar, ensuring it was intact before stepping out of the vehicle. However, as soon as she entered her home, she found Grandma Qin waiting for her on the sofa, her expression resembling that of a stern judge. "Back already?"
Grandma Qin's quinta. I yang Wen Li.
The latter stared at her for a moment, then replied earnestly, "If you're having trouble seeing, I can ask Xiao Su to get you a pair of glasses. I'm practically standing right in front of you. And you still have the audacity to ask if I'm back?"
Chapter 72. Wen Li's fatal tradition.
Like a sick person, Wen Li refrained from saying more. But Qin Rulin understood her line of thought. Elders impart wisdom for the sake of their kin. Noticing Wen Li's disheveled attire, Qin Rulin's mind raced. And she adopted a lecturing tone. "Look at you, leaving early in the morning and only returning at night. As a young lady, how can you be so shameless?" Having already endured fatigue from her ghost hunting endeavors, Wen Li's expression turned icy upon hearing Qin Rulin's incessant admonishments.
What do you mean by that?
"What do you think I mean?" Qin Rulin's gaze lingered on the faint mark on Wen Li's chest, a remnant from her battle with the vengeful spirit, insinuating something inappropriate. Clearly someone from a small town wouldn't know better than to engage in such behavior. Qin Rulin's gaze was filled with disdain, and her words were unrestrained. "I heard from the driver that you spent an entire day at a male classmate's house. Which girl would be so reckless as to behave like you?" No respectable elder would entertain such thoughts. Yesterday, Qin Rulin's remarks had not gone unheard. But out of consideration for Su Yurong's dignity, she had chosen to endure. After all, she was merely an unrelated grandmother. If she were amiable, Perhaps she would earn a modicum of respect, but with Qin Ruolin's repeated confrontational attitude, there was no reason for her to continue to tolerate it. Thus, Wen Li stepped forward, her voice icy. "Do not utter such words in my presence again, or I shall ensure you never set foot in the Wen family again."
You.
Qin Ruolin trembled with rage, pointing at Wen Li and berating her. "I am your grandmother. Do you dare to tell your father? Feel free to inform whomever you wish. But if you utter another word, you shall find yourself cast out from this home by tomorrow." Qin Ruolin's eyes widened in shock. Upon hearing such audacious words from Wen Li, she collapsed onto the sofa, weeping. Yet, no servant dared to approach, silently observing Qin Ruolin's antics.
Wen Li.
Her ears, buzzing with irritation, chose to ascend the stairs without a backward glance. After a while, Qin Ruolin realized that no one would engage with her, and her tears had dried. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the backpack that Wen Li had carelessly left on the sofa, her expression darkening as she pondered.
Wen Li.
Possessing a formidable spirit, feared the passage of time might complicate matters, so she arranged for the Tianshi Society staff to collect it the following day. The news of capturing a malevolent spirit soon reached Zhang Huayu. He arranged to meet Wen Li at a cake shop, where she had already begun to indulge. Before her lay an ancient, reddish-brown jar. Zhang Huayu paused, momentarily perplexed by the nature of the jar that contained the spirit. As he approached, he noticed the label boldly inscribed with the words lard. Wen Li halted her eating upon noticing Zhang Huayu, momentarily stunned before hurriedly pushing the lard jar toward him, oblivious to the eccentricity of using such a vessel for spirit containment. Traditionally, practitioners would employ gourds for such tasks. Where did this jar come from? Zhang Huayu scrutinized it for a while, unable to discern anything particularly remarkable about it. Upon closer inspection, he could even detect a faint aroma of lard. "I simply took it from the kitchen of my employer's house."
What?
Zhang Huayu momentarily thought he misheard. When Wen Li repeated her words, his expression turned one of utter astonishment. Yet, he quickly grasped the implication. Wen Li had managed to subdue a malevolent spirit without any conventional implements.
Wen Li.
Zhang Huayu called out, momentarily stunned, before inquiring, "What does your master usually teach you?" Wen Li, puzzled, replied, "Aren't we all learning the same things? Drawing talismans, fortune-telling, and capturing spirits." Zhang Huayu realized that Wen Li seemed rather uninformed about the broader Tianshi community. Tianshi are not quite as omnipotent as you might imagine. We usually only master one aspect. For instance, my master can draw talismans, and managing to create a few without error each day is already quite impressive. Some specialize in divination, but accuracy is not guaranteed every time, especially for significant matters which require cost. Pausing, Zhang Huayu's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he continued. "As far as I know, apart from our president, who is exceptionally versatile, the other Tianshi possess only one primary skill. That does not mean they lack capabilities entirely, rather, they are like students who excel in a specific subject. However, finding someone like you is exceedingly rare." Wen Li, taken aback, looked at Zhang Huayu as if he were a fool. "Really?" Zhang Huayu nodded affirmatively. Wen Li reflected, recalling how her fellow apprentices either specialized in divination or formations, and she had often mocked them. Now, it appeared she had misjudged them. She scratched her head. "I have been learning from my master on the mountain since childhood, repeating these tasks daily, but perhaps my peculiar circumstances allowed me to learn at a faster pace." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of enlightenment shone in Zhang Huayu's eyes. He could read some faces, but as he scrutinized Wen Li's features, he found them shrouded in mystery, unable to perceive her past or future. "Did your master say you had peculiar circumstances?" Wen Li nodded. "Yes, but that is no longer the case." Zhang Huayu was somewhat astonished, wondering if even such a remarkable fate could be altered. "Indeed," Wen Li confirmed, "my master failed to ascend, and, in his final moments, used the last of his lifespan to draw a divination for me." Wen Li's heart grew heavy with sorrow as she contemplated her master's sacrifices, which he had never explicitly conveyed to her. Regardless, such matters were not easily concealed from her. She had always possessed a flawed fate, devoid of wealth or kinship. For decades, her master had been unable to discern her origins. How could he suddenly have clarity in his dying moments? Altering fate is a profound act, clearly indicative of her master's sacrifice. Wen Li did not wish to betray her master's efforts, which was why she descended the mountain to seek her family. After listening to Wen Li's explanation, Zhang Huayu began to comprehend. He also recognized that her master was likely an extraordinary figure. I shall take this malevolent spirit with me. The payment for capturing the spirit will be credited shortly. The fee for a malevolent spirit is 100,000, which instantly lifted Wen Li's spirits. This was far more lucrative than her earnings from fortune-telling in the park. By the way, an idea suddenly struck Wen Li, and she quickly called out to Zhang Huayu. He turned, a questioning look in his eyes. Surrounded by people, Wen Li lowered her voice. I wanted to ask, why are there no malevolent spirits to be found throughout City A? Zhang Huayu's expression brightened, and he replied, our president is quite the miser. Over the years, she has captured most of the malevolent spirits in City A. Chapter 73, Unexpected Developments on Monday. With the flag-raising ceremony ahead, Wen Li arose early. The aunt prepared an elaborate breakfast, but aside from Qin Ruolin, the villa was devoid of any other presence. Su Yurong, fearing her mother's incessant nagging, dared not confront her directly. Instead, she opted for a getaway, leaving behind $1 million in pocket money for Wen Li as a form of apology. With this, Wen Li harbored no ill feelings and even found herself more tolerant of Qin Ruolin. Eager to head to school, she grabbed 2 buns from the table, snatched her backpack from the sofa, and bounced into the car. Upon entering the school, Meng Yubai had already laid out breakfast on the table. Seeing Wen Li approach, he promptly said, in the future, if you have any special cravings, just message me and I'll bring you something. His gaze remained fixed on Wen Li. What are you staring at? Beside them, Zhang Ke scrutinized Meng Yubai for a while before expressing his discontent. Stop staring at our little Li. Meng Yubai scratched his head in confusion. Before he could respond, Zhang Ke interjected, little Li, Meng Yubai's buns are not tasty. I know a place that makes exceptional ones, thin skin, ample filling. I'll bring you some every day. What do you mean? Meng Yubai quickly caught on, realizing that Zhang Ke, who typically appeared demure, was being quite confrontational. Pointing at Wen Li's bun, Meng Yubai retorted, my buns are from a 10-year-old establishment. How can they be bad? Have you even tried them? Zhang Ke, of course, had not, but he sensed Meng Yubai's intentions toward Wen Li were far from innocent. And even if the buns were delicious, he would still disparage them. With hands on her hips, Zhang Ke declared, does a 10-year-old establishment mean anything? I know a century-old one. Thus, a spirited debate ensued between the two in class. In a moment of dramatic flair, Zhang Ke exhaled deeply, feeling parched, and turned to Wen Li, her big eyes wide with anticipation, and asked, little Li, you decide. Whose buns will you eat? Her demeanor suggested that as soon as Wen Li made her choice, an explosion of emotions would follow. Meng Yubai was not one to back down. Wen Li will definitely choose the buns I bought. We had an agreement. Zhang Ke glanced at Wen Li, his gaze imbued with an inexplicable danger. Honestly, I promised him. Wen Li nodded like a chick pecking at grains, and suddenly an ingenious idea struck her. Stop arguing. I have a brilliant suggestion. The 2 pairs of eyes turned towards Wen Li. With a serious tone, she proclaimed, here's the plan. I have a big appetite. So no matter how many buns there are, I can devour them all. Therefore, you both can just bring me the food. As she spoke, her eyes flitted back and forth between the 2, her voice bubbling with uncontainable joy. What do you think of this idea? The 2, Zhang Ke and Meng Yubai, remained silent, but exchanged a knowing glance, their dark pupils igniting with a spark of competition. In the following days, Wen Li was perplexed by how the 2 became embroiled in constant disputes. Each day was marked by either a quarrel or the anticipation of one. Initially, Wen Li attempted to mediate, but soon realized that her involvement only intensified their bickering. She ultimately resigned herself to the situation. Whenever they argued, she positioned herself between Zhang Ke and Meng Yubai, observing each in turn. While she did not learn much, she quickly grasped the essence of their disputes. The pressures of senior year weighed heavily on the students, leaving them racing against time even for the simplest tasks, like using the restroom. On Friday, Zhang Ke invited several classmates to join him for hot pot after school. He asked Wen Li, are you free after class? We're planning to go for hot pot. Though Wen Li was well-liked, this was the first time anyone had invited her out. It wasn't that her classmates didn't want her to join. Rather, they were aware of her affluent background, arriving at school in luxury cars and previously astonishing them when she casually revealed a balance of 10,000 yuan in her meal card. Who would put 10,000 yuan into a meal card like that? To their surprise, Wen Li pondered for a moment and then nodded, sure, let's eat. After school, the driver awaited her outside, and upon informing him of her plans, he replied, please call me when you're done, and I'll come to pick you up. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Wen Li nodded in appreciation. The driver felt no burden, as working for the Wen family earned him 50,000 a month. Despite being on call, The compensation was generous, along with weekends off and no overtime. 3 drivers rotated shifts, making it a rare find for such a relaxed job. In the golden autumn of October, while the southwestern city still basked in summer warmth, the north had gradually transitioned into autumn and winter. The hot pot restaurant was not far from the school, and Zhengke had gathered 5 or 6 classmates, including Meng Yubai. By the time they arrived, the restaurant was bustling, leaving only a few tables available outside. They ended up splitting into 2 tables, with Wen Li, Zhengke, and Meng Yubai at one. During her earlier days of financial struggle, Wen Li had never had the opportunity to indulge in such meals. Upon returning home, her meals were primarily takeout from hotels or dishes prepared by the housekeeper, with only sporadic outings for barbecue with her second brother during filming. Before long, the staff brought out a fiery red pot of spicy broth, the flames beneath it causing the red oil to bubble and melt. Once all the ingredients arrived, the pot began to froth, emitting a delightful gurgling sound. "Shall Li, try this?" Zhengke said, eagerly placing a piece of meat into her bowl. "What is so delightful about meat?" Meng Yubai countered, determined to compete, and offered Wen Li some tofu, declaring, "This is a must-have in southwestern hot pot. You should try mine first." Wen Li was already accustomed to this spectacle. Silently, she consumed the food they offered, covering her mouth as she mumbled, "Please, no more arguing. I'll eat together." The two found it hard to stay angry, charmed by her adorable demeanor. 100 meters away, a heavy truck sped towards them. The driver, distracted by a short video on his phone, pressed the accelerator while intermittently honking to maintain awareness of his surroundings. The engrossing content kept him glued to the screen, causing him to overlook the increasing speed of the vehicle. As he approached a downhill slope, the truck suddenly lost traction, jolting the driver back to reality. He looked up to find the once wide street had narrowed to a single lane, and he was barreling towards a shopping center. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he realized the imminent danger. Thankfully, there was still some distance to react. The driver yanked the steering wheel, slamming on the brakes. But despite his frantic efforts, the vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Panicking, he honked desperately to alert those nearby. However, the truck sped uncontrollably, crashing towards a hot pot restaurant. Chapter 74. Wen Li's doubts in the face of the sudden chaos. Everyone was taken aback.
Wen Li,
with her back turned to the street, was oblivious to the unfolding disaster. However, Zhengke and Meng Yubai, positioned beside her, were acutely aware, their expressions morphing into sheer horror as the color drained from their faces. Wen Li noted their sudden shift from playful banter to wide-eyed terror, their expressions signaling an alarming change. In an instant, Wen Li's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern, and she turned to see a red truck laden with goods racing towards them. The crowd failed to react in time. A deafening crash echoed as the truck barreled through, mere moments transforming the lively gathering into chaos, with diners crushed beneath the vehicle. Yet the truck continued its relentless advance. Without hesitation, Wen Li sprang to her feet, grasping Zhengke and Meng Yubai by the shoulders, forcefully pushing them apart.
Wen Li,
A horrific screech filled the air as the truck rolled over her, colliding with tables and chairs before crashing into the restaurant's wall, finally coming to a stop. The driver, pale as a ghost, stumbled from the cab, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation, scattered pots and pools of blood marking the aftermath. "It's over," the truck driver faltered, slapping himself in disbelief before collapsing into tears. Zhengke and Meng Yubai lay on the ground for a moment, stunned, before scrambling to their feet, their faces ashen, mirroring the driver's horror.
Wen Li,
They cried out, frantically searching for her, but she was nowhere to be found. "What do we do? What do we do?" Zhengke sobbed, peering beneath the truck, hoping to catch a glimpse of Wen Li. Instead, her heart sank further as she spotted 2 patrons who had been caught in the wreckage. Before she could process the sight, someone covered her eyes. Meng Yubai, trembling and sweaty, gripped her hand tightly, his jaw clenched as he urged, "Don't look." He pulled her to her feet just as other classmates, belatedly aware of the calamity, rushed over. "Where's Wen Li?" they asked, their faces pale with fear as they took in the scene, their hearts sinking further. Zhengke, overwhelmed with despair, broke down. "Wen Li is in trouble." Meng Yubai's face turned ghostly white. Wen Li had a chance to escape, but she chose to push us away first. The classmates' expressions shifted, a wave of dread washing over them. At that moment, the hot pot restaurant's owner emerged, nearly fainting at the sight before him. His hot pot restaurant is situated near the school, and today, being Friday, it is bustling with students eager to indulge in a warm meal. However, calamity suddenly strikes. leaving the proprietor in utter despair. Meng Yubai, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, trembles as he retrieves his phone and dials for assistance. In the face of such a significant incident, both the police and ambulance arrive within 5 minutes. Although they had steeled themselves for the worst, the reality of witnessing the aftermath still sends a shock through their hearts. The driver is seen explaining to the police, "I truly do not understand how this happened. It was not intentional." Hearing this, Meng Yubai is instantly filled with rage and rushes toward the driver and the police, his eyes aflame with fury as he shouts, "You're talking nonsense. The road is wide enough. Even if your brakes failed, you could not have possibly veered towards us." Naturally, the driver cannot admit to watching videos while driving, so he retorts, "I am not lying." The police, glancing at the driver's truck, note that it is evidently overloaded. They signal to their colleagues, take him into custody. As the driver is escorted away, the police begin to inquire about the specifics from Meng Yubai and Zheng Ke. By now, Meng Yubai has managed to compose himself somewhat. From his deductions, he surmises that Wen Li is likely trapped under the front of the vehicle. But the wreckage is so mangled, he cannot ascertain the situation. Thus, he expresses his thoughts aloud. "Please remain calm. We will do everything in our power to rescue your friend," the officer assures them, and then suddenly inquires, "Do you have any contact information for this student's relatives?" Zheng Ke shakes his head, directing his gaze toward Meng Yubai, who also responds in kind. His family possesses modest means, but they are certainly not connected to the affluent Wen family. The officer, exasperated, states, "We have already summoned a representative from your school." Just as he finishes speaking, a balding elderly gentleman accompanied by a group of men and women approaches. Among them, one man stands out for his striking features, walking closely beside the elder with a notably grim expression. "Teacher Chu." Zheng Ke and Meng Yubai rush over, nearly bursting into tears upon seeing Chu Mingtai. The scene is not only filled with police officers, but also the rescue team from 119 who have nearly completed their initial tasks by the time they arrive. After comforting his students and learning that only Wen Li is trapped beneath the vehicle, Chu Mingtai lets out a sigh of relief. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. However, he is well aware that Wen Li remains trapped under the vehicle, having sacrificed herself to save them.
She will be all right.
Chu Mingtai asserts with an inexplicable certainty, which provides some solace to the students present. At that moment, as the debris is cleared, the rescue personnel begin to cautiously reverse the truck. As the vehicle is gradually moved away, a commotion arises from beneath the rubble.
Wen Li,
with a swollen forehead and supporting her waist, miraculously rises to her feet. The onlookers are left dumbfounded. The doctors are astonished to discover a living person, and before they can fully comprehend the situation, Wen Li emerges with a bright smile, wiping away the tears of the startled Zheng Ke. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Ke's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees Wen Li's tears welling up, causing her to fumble in her attempts to comfort him. The rescue doctors finally react, urgently instructing, "What are you standing around for? Quickly, get her to the hospital for a thorough examination." Having been trapped beneath the vehicle for so long, not only is she miraculously unscathed, but she also manages to walk around and console others, leaving the doctors increasingly anxious. This child likely has internal injuries. However, after being examined at the hospital, apart from a concussion and several bruises, Wen Li is found to be in perfect health. Everyone is left in disbelief. Only Meng Yubai, observing quietly, contemplates the situation. As the only one in class who has witnessed Wen Li's formidable spirit firsthand, he had felt a mixture of sorrow and an unshakable belief that she could not possibly perish. The doctors exclaim in astonishment, calling it a miracle and remarking on Wen Li's luck. It is worth noting that the accident involved over a dozen individuals, with 7 confirmed dead and 4 still in critical condition, their survival uncertain. Wen Li shakes her head, declaring, "It was not luck." All eyes turn to her as she explains, "At that moment, I truly lost my bearings. I was struck on the head as I turned, but instinctively I ducked under the vehicle. I did indeed lose consciousness for several minutes." Zheng Ke, who has been listening intently, suddenly has his eyes widen in awe, exclaiming, "Your reflexes are astonishing. To sustain such minor injuries in such a dire situation." He forgets his tears, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Wen Li. She blushes slightly at the attention. Observing this, a doctor interjects, "Let this student rest for now." Wen Li smiles as she bids farewell to everyone. Once they depart, she lies on the hospital bed, and at the moment the door closes, her smile vanishes. Chapter 75. Father returns home today, as events were indeed an accident. But for her, it was not unexpected. Each week, she consults her fortune, and this week's reading indicated that no significant troubles would arise. Even if something were to occur, she should have foreseen it. Lying on the hospital bed, Wen Li lightly closes her eyes, her hand rhythmically tapping the side of the bed. The concussion leaves her feeling hazy, yet her mind is remarkably clear. Suddenly, the image of Qin Rulan's sullen face from the previous week flashes through her mind. A realization strikes her, and Wen Li abruptly opens her eyes, her gaze fixating on the couch in the VIP room. Her backpack lies there, forlorn and dirted. To her astonishment, she notices a faint malevolent aura emanating from the bottom of the bag. Narrowing her eyes, she rises from the bed. She empties the contents of her backpack onto the couch, and indeed, she discovers a mended area at the bottom of the bag. As she touches it, she feels a hard lump slightly larger than a coin, and upon closer inspection, she notices it bears intricate patterns. Wen Li's expression darkens as she fetches a pair of scissors to carefully unravel the fabric at the bottom of the bag. A yellowish-white coin emerges before her eyes. Wen Li picks up the coin for a closer examination. The surface is rough, and it does not resemble currency from any known dynasty. It appears more akin to that of ancient tribal societies. Although she is not an expert in archaeology, she can discern certain details from the patterns and designs. However, she is certain that this circular coin is the very source of the misfortune that befell her, given that someone must have sewn the coin into her backpack. And knowing her classmates would not have had the opportunity to do so, it stands to reason that it could only have happened at home. Without needing to think further, she realizes who the culprit is. Staring at the white object in her hand, her grip tightens. Half a minute later, Wen Li takes out her phone and dials a number. "Dad, can you and my brother come home tomorrow? I have something to resolve."
Xiao Su.
"Stop playing around and come home before tomorrow," Wen Li tells her family one by one, before finally lying back on the bed to rest. Saturday. Qin Rulan reclines with her feet on the coffee table, seeds scattered about as she snacks. The television in front of her is broadcasting news about the car accident that occurred in City A on Friday. Last night, Wen Li did not return. But Qin Rulan did not inquire about her whereabouts. Instead, she rose early the next day and instructed the housekeeper to prepare a lavish breakfast spread. Just then, 3 luxury cars pull up outside the villa. Unbeknownst to Qin Rulan, as the Wen family enters, they are greeted by the sight of her surrounded by litter. Su Yurong's heart tightens at the scene. She immediately exclaims, "Mom?" Startled, Qin Rulan turns around to find the Wen family standing neatly behind her. None wearing a pleasant expression. What's all this commotion? A sense of foreboding surged within Qin Rulan, yet she stubbornly retorted, "You nearly scared me to death. Do you realize that?" Su Yurong, visibly exasperated, responded, "Mother, just look at what you've done to our home. The floors are carpeted, and you've scattered sunflower seeds all over the place. How can the housekeeper possibly clean up after this?" Qin Rulan, already feeling a bit guilty, could have countered by accusing Su Yurong of being an unfilial daughter, but with Wen Tingsong and Wen Yanchu standing before her, she dared not voice such thoughts. "You've provided so much money. Do you expect them to work while being overly picky?" Su Yurong found it impossible to communicate with Qin Rulan. Sensing his wife's distress, Wen Tingsong offered a few words of comfort, prompting Su Yurong to blink back tears and refrain from further speech. "Mother," out of respect for his wife. Wen Tingsong had always addressed Qin Rulan as mother, but ever since receiving a call from Wen Li the previous day, he looked at her with a newfound disdain. Pausing for a moment, he directly inquired, "Why didn't you call me when Xiaoli didn't come home last night? Did she not come home?"
Qin Rulan feignait de surprise.
Seemingly unaware of the situation. Then, hesitating, she sighed deeply, as if pouring out her grievances, and helplessly said, "Tingsong, as her future great-grandmother. I am not trying to speak ill of Wen Li, but..." Upon completing her sentence, she shook her head. Although she had said nothing, it felt as if she had conveyed everything. Su Yurong, feeling slightly better, was instantly taken aback upon hearing Wen Tingsong mention that Wen Li had not returned home all night. With wide eyes, she incredulously turned to her mother. "Mother, the child didn't he come home all night? Why didn't you inform us? What if something happened to Wen Li while she was out?" Suddenly, Su Yurong recalled how Wen Li had insisted that she return home the previous night. Although she was still unclear about the events, a nagging sense of dread began to form within her, an instinct telling her that Wen Li's absence was intricately connected to Qin Rulan. Faced with the family's accusations, Qin Rulan seethed with anger. Could she really control Wen Li, a fully grown individual? As Su Yurong's face displayed hesitation and sorrow, her eyes began to redden. The members of the Wen family observed, Why does the old lady's expression change so rapidly? Qin Rulin wiped away non-existent tears, glanced at Wen Li, and then sighed heavily. Ting Song, there are matters I had intended to keep from you, but it seems I must now disclose them. Wen Li has reached adolescence and shows a distinct lack of respect towards me as her future great-grandmother. This is well known to everyone. Anyone you ask would attest to my plight. I merely offered her a few words of advice, and in return, she responded with hostility. My intentions were for her benefit, yet she perceives my concern as meddling. For instance, last week, she said nothing, barely ate, and left early in the morning to frolic with her male classmates, only returning home at 10 o'clock at night, her clothes disheveled, leaving one to wonder what transpired with that boy. I went to bed early last night, and didn't he notice whether Wen Li had come home? Ting Song, I understand your feelings of guilt towards this child, but she is clearly straying further off course. If we don't intervene soon, you might find yourself a grandfather sooner than expected. Mother!
Su Yuzhong.
Hearing her mother's increasingly outrageous claims, felt her face redden with anger. What is wrong with Wen Li? She even informed me of her whereabouts that day. Surely, she would have shared the same with old Wen or her brothers. Su Yurong wanted to explain, but when Ting Song interjected, his tone flat. Then how do you think I should educate her? Qin Rulin was oblivious to the shift in Wen Ting Song's demeanor. She hastily feigned concern. After all, she is merely a child. We shouldn't be too harsh, but if she errs, she must be punished. I have a friend who runs a reform school. If Wen Li attends for a year, the headmaster will surely instill proper discipline in her. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed Wen Ting Song's displeased expression. Chapter 76. Severing ties. Qin Rulin immediately fell silent. Wen Ting Song had never realized that Qin Rulin harbored such intentions. He let out a cold laugh. A reform school? Do you even know what that entails? Panic flickered in Qin Rulin's heart as she stammered. What else could it be? It's just an ordinary school. I've made inquiries and they still teach academic subjects, but they also incorporate physical training. The headmaster assured me that children trained there are exceptionally obedient, and if Wen Li attends for a year, she will surely emerge as a model student. Be quiet. When Ting Song could no longer tolerate her, with a stern face, he interrupted Qin Rulin. You've already inquired about it? It's only been a few days. And you can't accept her? Realization dawned on Qin Rulin as she understood the implications of Wen Ting Song's words, her face turning pale. I didn't mean it that way, she exclaimed, waving her hands in a frantic attempt to explain. What did you mean then? Wen Ting Song retorted. You've only been here a few days, and you're already investigating reform schools. Qin Rulin opened her mouth but could only say, I was thinking of what is best for Wen Li. She's a child from a small town, unfamiliar with such a vast city. What if she gets led astray? Wen Ting Song laughed in disbelief. So should I be grateful to you for this? Qin Rulin opened her mouth but didn't dare to nod in agreement, instead casting a pleading glance at Su Yurong. To her surprise, Su Yurong averted her gaze, refusing to look at her. What a disgrace. Qin Rulin cursed inwardly, ultimately turning her attention to Wen Li, thinking that if she could just soothe her, everything would be fine. Xiao Li, it was wrong of your grandmother. I apologize. Please don't hold this against me. I truly want what's best for you. Throughout the exchange, Wen Li had remained silent, but as soon as Qin Rulin finished speaking, her eyes turned cold. Is this your idea of doing what's best for me? Wen Li threw her torn backpack at Qin Rulin. Looking down, Qin Rulin saw a large gash at the bottom of the bag, while in Wen Li's other hand, she held a white, intricately designed currency. Qin Rulin's pupils dilated, shock flashing across her features as she awkwardly stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me be clear, Wen Li said in a calm tone, stepping closer to Qin Rulin, her gaze frosty. This currency is from an ancient nomadic tribe, but it is made from the skull of a deceased person. Qin Rulin's head snapped up, her astonishment palpable. You can't fathom how I know this? Wen Li looked down, casually adding, this isn't some high-end item. I've seen many. I just never expected you would sew it into my backpack. Skull currency was often sacrificed to mountain deities, with each skull yielding only 2 to 3 coins. And the sacrifices predominantly involved unwilling women, leaving them with lingering resentment upon death. The coin in her hand bore slightly diminished malevolence. If worn continuously, it could bring misfortune. Initially, Wen Li hadn't noticed, but by the time she realized, the events had already transpired. Had she not agreed to go for hot pot yesterday, she would have been fine, but Zheng Ku's sudden inquiry and the driver's brake failure led to a series of unfortunate events. In any case, This incident was closely tied to Qin Ruolin. Do you have anything else to say, Qin Ruolin?
Wen Li inquirat.
I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Ruolin replied without a moment's hesitation. Whatever you say is true. How could I possibly do something like that? If I did, may the heavens strike me down.
Ha!
Wen Li laughed, her eyes brimming with derision. You dare to make such an oath? As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden crack of thunder echoed in the sky. Qin Ruolin froze, her lips trembling pale. It's fine if you don't admit it, when Yanshu suddenly interjected, there are cameras in the house. We can see everything you've done.
What?
Qin Ruolin was left dumbfounded. She had completely forgotten that such a luxurious living room would inevitably be equipped with surveillance cameras. Did that not mean that everything she had done was utterly exposed? Su Yurong gazed at Qin Ruolin's ashen face, and there was no longer any room for misunderstanding. Although she could not comprehend the connections. Employing such underhanded tactics to harm others was nothing short of an attempt on Wen Li's life. Mother, have you lost your mind? Su Yurong exclaimed in shock as she regarded her counterpart. While she often found her stepdaughter to be troublesome and capable of creating chaos within the household, the child was still young. What could not be tolerated? Even if there was animosity, it should never culminate in harm. Moreover, with Qin Ruolin's actions, how could she possibly face the Wen family in the future? Little Su, this matter does not concern you, Wen Li said gently, tilting her head to offer comfort in the wake of Su Yurong's distressing cries. She was capable of distinguishing right from wrong. Su Yurong felt a whirlwind of emotions, ultimately choosing to avert her gaze from Qin Ruolin. I am only looking out for your well-being. Qin Ruolin seethed with indignation at Su Yurong's disapproving stare. Faced with the unraveling of her scheme, she shifted the blame entirely onto Su Yurong. I was merely concerned for you. With Wen Li's return, what will become of your standing? Besides, I merely slipped a few items into her backpack. Do you think the police will apprehend me for that? Qin Ruolin felt no remorse in admitting her actions, reasoning that the Wen family had never held her in high regard. With Wen Li standing intact before her, could the Wen family truly harbor resentment indefinitely? With this rationale, Qin Ruolin's nerves relaxed momentarily. Stop making excuses, Wen Tingsong interjected at an opportune moment. Your concern is not for your own, but rather for yourself and your worthless son. I am giving you 3 days to vacate your current residence. If there is no movement within that time frame, I shall arrange for someone to assist you in your departure. Qin Ruolin was taken aback. That is my house. It was merely a place for you to reside. From the outset, the property was never yours, Wen Tingsong declared, relieved that he had been foresight enough to recognize the nature of his wife's family when purchasing the house. Under Qin Ruolin's bewildered and incredulous gaze, he continued. The title deed was in Su Yurong's name when I purchased the house a decade ago. What? Qin Ruolin felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath her. After a few sobs, she suddenly turned to Su Yurong and asked, But I am your mother. Your belongings are mine. Do you truly intend to cast your brother and me out to rent a place? In the past, Su Yurong would have hesitated at such a proposition. However, Wen Tingsong's words had illuminated her perspective. Throughout her life, her mother had incessantly belittled her as a burden. At the tender age of 13, she was pushed to work. And later, when she managed to earn money for university, her mother offered no comfort for her lower-than-expected exam scores, instead comparing her unfavorably to her younger brother. Even when her brother, under the tutelage of esteemed educators, scored less than 300 points, Qin Ruolin would boast of him with pride. Reflecting on this, Su Yurong's mind cleared. She realized that Qin Ruolin had never loved her. All the kind words were mere manipulations to extract money from her. For decades, she had been duped into providing financial support, allowing them to live comfortably at her expense. Why should I give you anything? Su Yurong seethed with indignation. That is my house. She then turned to Wen Tingsong and added, and my brother's job was procured by Old One. If you believe he is destined for greatness, then let him discontinue his security work and find employment on his own starting tomorrow. With a long exhale, Su Yurong felt a sense of relief in finally voicing her grievances. Chapter 77. Conclusion. The entire family stood in solidarity with Su Yurong's decisions. When Yanshu, overseeing various affairs of the company, ordered the dismissal of Su Yuliang, Su Yurong's brother, right in front of Qin Ruolin. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolin's corpulent figure swayed precariously. In the next moment, she collapsed onto the carpet, throwing a tantrum. You are being utterly unreasonable. It was merely a small item. I thought it was a blessing. Must we uproot our entire family over such a trivial matter? This is a city. How will my son survive without a job? When Tingsong offered no opportunity for rebuttal, stating firmly, "Yesterday, little Li was involved in a car accident, and you were the only one at home. Little Li returned without a word, and you placed such malicious items in my daughter's backpack. I do not care whether you intended to bless her or harm her. From now on, I will ensure you, little Li and Yurong have no further dealings. Those who sought to harm his family must be cut off from the very beginning." At this moment, Wen Li interjected, "I have already reported this to the police." Before Qin Rulin could process her words, Wen Li continued, "The police may not take action, but a specialized department certainly will." What specialized department? Qin Rulin was rendered speechless.
Literally, Wen Li replia.
Poisoning public officials. Consider the length of your potential imprisonment. Soon enough. The police arrived. Upon presenting her temporary identification, Wen Li observed the officers' expressions grow serious, their demeanor towards Qin Rulin turning hostile. As she was escorted away, Wen Li naturally accompanied them to provide her statement. The entire family followed suit, and by afternoon, Qin Rulin had confessed everything. She revealed that the items had been purchased from a so-called master for 30,000 yuan with the intent to kill Wen Li. Although she had doubts regarding their authenticity, she had unwittingly stumbled upon genuine items. Qin Rulin was immediately detained. When the family departed from the police station, only Su Yurong remained in a state of bewilderment. In the car, her eyes still puffy, Wen Tingsong had purchased ice to reduce the swelling, reassuring her, "Do not carry any burdens in your heart. I have known about your family's situation from the beginning. I anticipated a day like this, and I do not blame you. You may continue your life as you see fit." Su Yurong blinked, not fully absorbing Wen Tingsong's words, instead fixated on Wen Li, her expression dazed. "Old Wen, when did your daughter become a civil servant?" Wen Tingsong responded with a knowing glance. Wen Li explained it was just during the National Day holiday. Su Yurong opened her mouth, at a loss for words. After a moment, she stated, "My mother brought this upon herself. I do not feel sympathy for her. Please do not assist them or maintain any contact with them in the future." Only after emerging from the police station did Su Yurong fully grasp the extent of her mother's actions. With a tangled heart, she spoke, and thereafter, she found little desire to converse, retreating upstairs alone. When Tingsong understood her need for solitude and granted her ample space, his primary concern was now for his daughter's well-being. "Little Li, you mentioned a car accident. Was it serious?" At last, he had the opportunity to inquire about Wen Li's condition. Wen Li shook her head. Although her forehead was somewhat swollen, her bangs concealed it well, allowing Wen Tingsong to catch only a glimpse of bruising. She shook her head, but Wen Tingsong, taking the initiative, gently swept her bangs aside. The swelling on Wen Li's forehead was considerable, a bruise the size of half a palm, with traces of blood evident. Wen Tingsong's heart ached profoundly. "It's so severe. And you still claim you are fine. I will contact the hospital. I already saw a doctor yesterday," Wen Li clarified. "The incident occurred so suddenly. I could run, but my friend's wound have made it. I calculated it out. I only bumped my head." "You even calculated that?" Wen Tingsong replied, exasperated. Wen Yanchu, observing Wen Li's injury, displayed no outward signs of concern, yet remarked, "Which hospital? Was the doctor competent? Head injuries are serious, and your forehead looks severe. Should we not get it checked again?" Ultimately, Wen Li produced her medical report, and the father and son relented. Nevertheless, they insisted that Wen Li needed to rest properly. Upon witnessing her attempt to complete her assignments, they promptly ordered her to take a break and confiscated her backpack. Wen Li, while other parents eagerly push their children to the brink of exhaustion in their studies, her family is distinctly different, fearful that she might overexert herself. After lying in bed for 2 days, as the swelling on her head subsided a bit, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return to school. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes turned towards her. Zhang Ku and Meng Yubai, upon seeing Wen Li at the doorway, sprang from their seats and rushed to her side. Expressing their concern, "Are you feeling any better from your concussion? Have you experienced any discomfort since returning home? Little Li, if you're unwell, you should ask the teacher for leave. I've completed all the assignments and notes for you this week." As soon as Wen Li stepped into the classroom, the two began to chatter incessantly beside her. Though her head had ceased to spin, the fervor of their concern momentarily made her feel a bit dizzy again. She gestured for them to stop, and their chatter abruptly ceased. "I'm not dizzy anymore. I don't need to take leave. My father has been quite strict this weekend, not allowing me to use my phone, which is why I haven't been in touch and made you worry." Zhang Ko, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "I watched a video online yesterday. You had a chance to escape. Why were you so foolish?" Video? Wen Li asked, puzzled. She gazed at them with innocent eyes full of confusion. Meng Yubai explained some people filmed the incident, and we were caught on camera. The authorities also released nearby surveillance footage online, which happened to capture the three of us. But don't worry. The video is rather blurry, so you should be unrecognizable. Besides, given the severity of the accident, the online discussions have been kept to a minimum. Only then did Wen Li feel reassured. She didn't want to burden them with heavy thoughts, so she replied, if it were someone else, I would have saved them too. I was confident at the time. I just got dazed by the sudden impact. Her fate had now shifted. The little tricks of Qin Ruolin could not harm her. In fact, her attempt to outsmart others had backfired, leading her to a prison of her own making. After 2 days, the swelling in Wen Li's head completely subsided. On Wednesday, she took a leave to visit the hospital for a checkup. Once the doctor assured her that everything was fine, her family breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although the situation abroad remained unresolved, the Wen family was understandably uneasy about leaving their daughter home alone. Thus, when Tingsong decided to send his son abroad for work and made it a point to return home promptly every day to accompany his daughter. After hearing that Wen Li was fine, when Tingsong finally relaxed, as Wen Li stepped out of the hospital, laden with a plethora of medications and ready to return to school, she received an unexpected call from Zhou Xingyun. Chapter 78. The press conference. Wen Li was slightly taken aback upon seeing Zhou Xingyun's name on her phone. Ever since he had urged her to focus on her studies, he had only sent messages inquiring about her academic progress, never once calling her. Why the sudden call now? Without hesitation, she answered.
Wen Li.
Zhou Xingyun's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Wen Li replied with a soft her gaze fixated on her toes as she gently inquired, is something wrong? No, not at all. Zhou Xingyun sighed in relief upon hearing her voice, but then shifted the topic abruptly. Is that video circulating online you?
Huh?
Wen Li paused, clearly bewildered. What video? Zhou Xingyun hurriedly explained the situation. 2 days prior, one of Wen Li's fans had spotted a news report about a traffic accident, and the victim bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Li. Noticing the lack of discussion online, the fan began to investigate further and found that all the details matched. She shared this in Wen Li's fan group, and initially no one paid it much mind. However, upon viewing the video, despite Wen Li being quite indistinct, they recognized her immediately. Within a single night, Wen Li's fan club was ablaze with activity. Zhou Xingyun had been trying to contact her since morning, and when she didn't answer, he contemplated visiting her family's villa. After hearing Zhou Xingyun's explanation, Wen Li paused again. Even without seeing the video, she could ascertain it was indeed her in it. She then said if it was an accident near Yizhong, then yes, that was me.
I'm fine.
I just suffered a minor concussion. A concussion? Zhou Xingyun's heart raced with concern. You're saying you're fine after a concussion? The doctor said I was the only one with light injuries among the victims. The rest who were taken to the hospital unfortunately did not survive, Wen Li explained. The truck driver had been speeding, and if one didn't position themselves correctly, the only outcomes would be being crushed or pinned beneath the vehicle. She considered herself fortunate. Life is unpredictable, and fortunes can turn in an instant. Even she could not alter that fate. If you're alright, please take a leave and come to the company. At least we can ease the fans' worries and promote a bit, Zhou Xingyun suggested. During this time, he had been managing Wen Li's account, and with the photos taken by her assistant nearly exhausted, he needed her presence. Wen Li had never shied away from work. With a day off already in hand, she had her father, Wen Tingsong, drive her to the company. She knew her agency was a small operation but never imagined it would be this small, whose company operates out of a house. As when Tingsong brought his daughter to a dilapidated building from the early 2000s, he hesitated for a long moment before asking, Daughter, what made you choose this company? Should we consider breaking the contract? The Wen family was affluent. Establishing a proper agency for their daughter would not be an issue. Anything would be better than this shabby operation. Wen Li was equally taken aback. Accustomed to the grandeur of Hua Yinghuai's towering skyscrapers, she felt somewhat disoriented upon encountering such a small workshop. Nonetheless, after a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, One must not forget those who have helped them rise. Zhou Xingyun has been quite good to me. Despite the company's poverty, they arranged for me an assistant. We should be grateful. With that, Wen Li insisted on entering alone. Wen Tingsong had no choice but to wait outside, though internally, he began to envision how to elevate his daughter's contract with this small company to a successful listing. The building's elevator was newly installed but required a card for access. Lacking one, Wen Li opted for the stairs, which fortunately were not too many, leading to the 3rd floor. The entrance to the company featured a cheap glass door, through which one could see a neatly placed sign reading Centennial Entertainment Company, Limited. At that moment, a young man with a black backpack approached, his youthful appearance brightening upon spotting Wen Li. He called out into the building, "Brother Zhou, Wen Li is here." He then opened the glass door with a beaming smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm your boss. My surname is Cui. Given name Yanxiu." Just then, Zhou Xingyun emerged from within. Seeing that Wen Li was indeed intact, he sighed in relief and glanced at Cui Mianxiu. "Weren't you supposed to be out for business? Hurry up." Cui Mianxiu suddenly remembered, dropping any pretense of authority. "I almost forgot. Wen Li, let us discuss more later. I owe you a meal. I need to catch the bus now." With that, he hurriedly dashed away. Wen Li was left further astonished, her perception of the company's poverty deepening. He really is the boss? It was no wonder she found it peculiar. Cui Mianxiu not only had a strange name, but also exuded an oddity about him. From appearances, he should be wealthy and prosperous. Why then was the company in such dire straits? It seemed on the verge of collapse. Zhou Xingyun nodded helplessly, explaining, "Cui is a second-generation rich kid who started this film company to prove himself, and luckily, he recruited me." "Why would a rich kid take the bus then? Doesn't he have a car?"
Ben Li inquirat.
At this, Zhou Xingyun looked even more resigned. "He does have a car. There's a Ferrari parked in the basement." Pausing, he continued, "But he can't afford to fuel it." Wen Li couldn't help but feel compelled to donate a few coins to this company.
Ben Li.
Although the company cannot provide you with the top-tier resources that larger firms in the industry can, it will undoubtedly exert its utmost effort to elevate you to a position within the second or third tier. Wen Li, I will follow your arrangements. While the company may be somewhat dilapidated, Cui Mianxiu possesses a certain fortune. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Being impoverished now does not signify perpetual poverty. Moreover, Zhou Xingyun is undeniably capable. Bringing her into the limelight and generating profit is entirely feasible. The century-old company boasts only 4 or 5 artists, and aside from Wen Li, who is still pursuing her studies, the other actors have ventured out to accept engagements. The remaining personnel include a photographer and Wen Li's assistant. Throughout a small afternoon, Wen Li was outside taking photographs. Before returning to school, she finally posted a Weibo update expressing her safety. In an instant, her fans, who had been anxious for 2 days, finally felt reassured, collectively remarking on her good fortune. The scene appeared quite perilous, yet thankfully, Li reacted swiftly, taking refuge beneath a vehicle. Her martial arts skills are commendable, as evident from the behind-the-scenes footage of Ling. She is indeed a formidable practitioner. Am I the only one who acknowledges that in such a critical moment, instead of fleeing, Wen Li first pushed her friend aside?
Indeed.
Wen Li's reflexes were remarkably quick, and rather than merely pushing people away, she actually lifted them up and ushered them out. If she had not been intent on saving others, she could have easily escaped herself. Goodness. So, Wen Li acted to save her classmate? Heavens, I am moved to tears. Were I in her position, I might not have been able to act as heroically as Wen Li. She is truly remarkable. Some bloggers meticulously analyzed the footage of Wen Li, even circulating it on international platforms. Within a matter of days, her follower count surged to nearly 3 million. Chapter 79. Campus bullying, standing against injustice. When Wen Li was not attending school, she often frequented Weibo, even discreetly creating a secondary account to share snippets of her daily life. Currently, with a heavy academic load each week, while others are reviewing 3 years' worth of high school knowledge, she must start from the basics of primary education. Yet, during consecutive midterm and third monthly examinations, Wen Li's academic performance improved rapidly, from scoring below 100 in her entrance exam to now achieving an average score of 400, a remarkable increase of over 300 points in just a few months. When Tingsong initially intended to refrain from focusing too intently on test scores to avoid pressuring his daughter, but, regrettably, she proved to be exceedingly diligent. With continued effort, Wen Li's grades will undoubtedly secure her a place at a university. After the third monthly exam concluded, when Tingsong photographed Wen Li's report card and shared it on his social media, accompanied by several thumbs-up emojis. Barely a second had passed before dozens of likes poured in, with business partners offering their congratulations below. President Li, this is quite an impressive score for your daughter. Nephew Hua, Wen Li's progress is remarkable. Great job, Uncle Wen. President Cui, is this your youngest daughter's score? The improvement is astonishing. If she keeps this up, she will surely gain admission to Jingda. President Zhou, far superior to my useless son. When Ting Song gazed at the barrage of compliments, some of which were mere commercial flattery, yet he found himself grinning like a fool in the office for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, company employees received notification that due to the chairman's daughter achieving a score of 400 on her monthly exam, all staff would enjoy a collective paid day off. This news quickly spread among employees online, eliciting a wave of envy from netizens. Unbeknownst to Wen Li, who was blissfully unaware of her father's antics, she was quite content with her academic progress. Achieving such results in a short period exceeded her expectations. Though she still ranked at the bottom of her class, she understood that one cannot achieve greatness overnight. No matter how sharp her memory, mastering knowledge that typically spans over a decade in a brief time frame was simply unattainable. December in City A had officially descended into winter, and the high school mandated that students wear their uniforms during the cold season. Consequently, everyone donned their uniforms over their puffy winter coats, rendering each student resembling a waddling penguin. Had Wen Li not arrived, the students would likely have felt that they all appeared the same. However, when everyone wore identical uniforms over their jackets, Wen Li distinctly stood out from the crowd. Compared to a few months prior, her face had become noticeably rounder, her hair dark and straight, cascading down in a ponytail. Her eyes sparkled with a pure, innocent light, radiating brightness amidst the throng. Even though they all appeared as plump as penguins, Wen Li was undeniably the most endearing among them. On this particular day, having just completed her physical exercises, Wen Li felt a bit parched. Noticing there were 3 or 4 minutes left before class, she decided to head downstairs to fetch some water. She stood at the end of the line to fill her thermos, and by the time it was her turn, the class bell had already rung. After filling her thermos, she hastily secured the lid and rushed upstairs. However, upon ascending, she suddenly caught sight of a group of boys rudely shoving a frail classmate into the restroom. Wen Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow them. As she entered the restroom, she found that the group had already entered the boys' lavatory. Her footsteps faltered slightly as she overheard a commotion inside. "Luo Shuangxin, you have quite a nerve, daring to inform the teacher about our affairs." A voice inside spoke with a tone of barely contained rage. The sounds of shuffling and crashing echoed through the restroom, as if something had been knocked over. "Moments latte." Another voice chimed in. "Isn't it just a matter of giving US 5,000 a week as tribute? Young Master Luo, being so wealthy, surely doesn't mind a few thousand. With poor grades and no desire to study, what difference does it make if you inform the teacher?" The boys inside scoffed. "You might get a reprimand and a scolding. But have you considered the consequences of informing the teacher? You're only a sophomore. I have all the time in the world to make your life miserable." Wen Li gathered enough context to understand the situation and, upon hearing the ruckus, no longer hesitated. She swiftly positioned herself at the restroom door, where she indeed spotted a handsome young boy on the floor, his face marked with distinct handprints from being shoved. All eyes instinctively turned to Wen Li. Several of the boys, startled by her presence. The ringleader, clad in a thin school uniform, shrugged at the sight of Wen Li alone and threatened, "Who are you? I suggest you pretend you didn't see anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for making your life a living hell. What do you think you are?" Wen Li's eyes darkened slightly. She could not abide such bullying. Bullying classmates and acting as if they were royalty? Damn it! The group of bullies paused, initially taken aback by Wen Li's words, before bursting into laughter. The leader of the bullies regarded Wen Li, unable to deny her beauty, especially her eyes, which sparkled with an untainted innocence, clearly marking her as a model student. "What's your name? Which class are you in?" Seeing Wen Li softened him a bit. "I'll give you one more chance. Turn around and go back to your class, or I'll take you down with him." However, Wen Li stood her ground at the door, motioning toward the group before her. "Come on." One of the ruffians, incensed by Wen Li's defiance, turned to his leader, saying, "Wu Kei, this girl is asking for it. Let us take her down too." Wu Kei, the ringleader, hesitated slightly. Wen Li's fearless demeanor made him wary. Yet, he could not lose face in front of his subordinates. Squinting, Wu Kei glared at Wen Li. "You've brought this upon yourself.
Benny raturta.
I see you want to eat dirt today." Without hesitation, she seized a nearby mop and jabbed it toward Wu Quebec-shit. Wu Kei had not anticipated Wen Li's swift action. Upon catching a whiff of the foul odor emanating from the mop, his expression changed dramatically as he instinctively opened his mouth to speak. The mop swept across his lips, the acrid stench causing him to recoil several steps. Clutching his mouth and gagging, "You!" Wu Kei stared blankly at Wen Li, his eyes filled with hatred. "You all, get her."
Today.
Wen Li inflicted a significant defeat upon him. Regardless of who she was, he was determined to make her pay the price. With this thought, Wu Kei retched once more. 3 minutes later, the previously raucous crowd lay sprawled on the ground, violently expelling their stomach contents. Wen Li cast her gaze downward, disdainfully tossing her weapon far away, and addressed the astonished Luo Shuangxin, who was frozen in disbelief in the corner. "What are you still doing there? Hurry back to class." Luo Shuangxin, belatedly aware of the situation, stood up. Observing Wu Kei and his lackeys, who had been tormenting him just moments ago, now writhing on the ground in agony, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. He approached Wen Li, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much for today," he said, but hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. "However, Wu Kei has a brother who is involved in the underworld. Your assistance today may bring you trouble." "Trouble? What do you mean?" Wen Li replied, perplexed, gazing down at the group on the floor. "If they dare to come after me, I will not hesitate to retaliate."
Retaliate?
Just then, a voice, authoritative and mature, resonated from behind Wen Li. She turned to see the director, his head shining like a bulb and his belly round as a ball. For a moment, she was taken aback, then turned back to glance at the unfamiliar classmate she had just defeated, who lay unable to rise. "Oh no." Indeed, the director looked at Wen Li, his face flushed with anger. "All of you, come to my office." In the office, Wu Kei and several classmates were turning the tables on Wen Li. Standing beside the director, Wen Li and Luo Shuangxin listened to Wu Kei's accusations. Luo Shuangxin quickly shook his head, stammering an explanation. No, that's not how it is." However, Wu Kei interjected, "Then what is it? Am I supposed to be the one bullying female classmates? Director, look at this situation. Who is really bullying whom?" After saying this, Wu Kei and his minions began to cry. Half of it was feigned, but the other half was genuine frustration. Overwhelmed by emotions, Wu Kei truly began to weep. Wu Kei was the son of the homeroom teacher of class 2 to 3, ranking among the top 10 students in the school, and was bound for prestigious universities like Peking University in a couple of years. Therefore, seeing such a promising student being bullied enraged the director, who immediately sided with Wu Quebec. He glared at Wen Li demanding, "Which class are you from? What is your name?" Wen Li replied with poise, "Class 3 to 1, Wen Li. You can call my homeroom teacher." Upon hearing this, everyone felt the name was somewhat familiar, though they couldn't place it at that moment. Noticing Wen Li showed no signs of remorse, the director's anger only intensified, prompting him to contact Chu Mingtai. Seeing this, Luo Shuangxin hurriedly explained, "Director, they bullied me first. Wen Li was only defending me." "Bullied you?" The director scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He looked at Luo Shuangxin incredulously. "Wu Kei is an exemplary student. Why would he bully you?" With tear-stained eyes, Luo Shuangxin lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. He felt incredibly weak. Yet, he could not allow Wen Li to suffer for his sake. Summoning his courage, he declared, "Wu Kei extorted me. When I refused, they took me to the restroom during gym class and beat me. Look at the handprint on my face." Luo Shuangxin had fair skin, but his lack of confidence made him appear small, with long hair nearly obscuring his eyes as he hunched over while walking. However, beneath the tousled bangs lay a pair of bright, shining black eyes. Fearing the director would not believe him, he continued, "They demand 5,000 yuan weekly as protection money. Not just from me but from other classmates as well. Anyone who refuses gets beaten." At this revelation, the director frowned, scrutinizing Wu Quebec. There was no way Wu Kei would admit to it. He feigned indignation, declaring, "When have I ever asked you for money? Do you have any proof? You claim I bully other classmates. Feel free to speak up, I dare you." Luo Shuangxin's face turned pale. Wu Kei always demanded cash from his classmates, and he wielded considerable influence in class. The teachers believed him, and the students, fearing retaliation, naturally refrained from coming forward. They understood that even if they admitted the truth, the school would not take action against Wu Kei. It would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Wu Kei was fully aware of this leverage he held. As Luo Shuangxin's face grew increasingly ashen, Wu Kei swelled with self-satisfaction. Suddenly, Wen Li let out a laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The director frowned. Wen Li's smile vanished, her expression turning icy as she bluntly stated, "I laugh at Wu Kei's foolishness and at your blindness." Before either could respond, Wen Li continued, "Such a pathetic excuse might fool the blind, but it won't deceive everyone." Her sharp tongue cut through the atmosphere, and the director immediately realized she was referring to him. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the desk. However, The sound of Wen Li's fist hitting the table was louder still. What kind of teacher are you? You believe everything your favorite student says while ignoring the handprint on Luo Shuangxin's face? Are you suggesting he inflicted it upon himself? Or that he willingly sought out a beating from so many classmates in the restroom? To say you are blind is to flatter you. I see you are utterly foolish. Wen Li's words echoed through the school, a bold confrontation against a highly respected school authority. Luo Shuangxin's mouth fell agape, filled with admiration for Wen Li. At that moment, Chu Mingtai hurriedly arrived, only to witness his senior sister slamming her hand on the desk, confronting the teacher. He paused, standing at the door. The director's face turned a shade of green with fury, and upon seeing Chu Mingtai, he hastily exclaimed, "You are Wen Li's homeroom teacher? How could you allow such behavior from your student?" Chu Mingtai was well aware of Wen Li's character, but as a colleague, he maintained a polite tone. "I wouldn't dare to discipline her. What a joke, she was his senior sister. If he ever displeased her, given how his master favored her, he might find himself haunted by nightmares." However, the director misinterpreted the situation, believing that Wen Li was a rebellious student that even her homeroom teacher could not control. Consumed by anger from Wen Li's remarks, he retorted, "If you can't manage her, then let her parents come in. I refuse to believe no one can handle her." Chu Mingtai glanced at Wen Li, seeking her approval. Yet, Wen Li didn't even spare him a glance.
Wen Li.
Chu Mingtai coughed lightly, feigning concern. Could there be a misunderstanding? Perhaps you could clarify things with the teachers?
Wen Li replied calmly.
I have stated many times that Wu Kei extorts his classmates and physically assaults them. I encountered him and decided to educate them. With an innocent expression, she added, "They lack proper upbringing, and I merely aim to instill the correct values in them. Is that not acceptable?" The crowd responded with astonishment. The director, his head practically steaming from fury, slapped the desk forcefully. "Stubborn and unyielding. Students like you deserve expulsion." Yet, aside from Wu Kei's agitated demeanor, both Wen Li and Chu Mingtai remained silent. Seeing the farce nearing its end, Chu Mingtai interjected, "Since both sides have conflicting accounts, it stands to reason that whoever possesses evidence will prevail. Wu Kei, you claim Wen Li assaulted you. I must ask, did you and Wen Li have any prior acquaintance or conflict?" Wu Kei paused, instinctively replying no, there was none. Chu Mingtai nodded, his expression unchanged. He then turned to Wen Li, asking, "And what about you? Do you have any evidence to support your claims of Wu Kei extorting classmates?" Upon hearing this, all eyes fell upon Wen Li. With tranquil confidence, she nodded. "Indeed, I do." Wu Kei's body trembled as he looked at Wen Li in disbelief. Wen Li retrieved a voice recorder from her pocket, her tone nonchalant. "I have a recording." Upon finishing the playback, Wu Kei instantly realized he was doomed. He gazed at the director of education with a pallid complexion. "Teacher, allow me to explain," he implored. The director, recalling how he had unconditionally stood by Wu Kei just moments ago, felt his expression harden with indignation. "There's no need to say anything further." Witnessing this, Wen Li inquired, "Since the truth is now clear, may I take my leave?" The director slightly parted his lips, feeling a flush creep across his face. Just as he was about to respond, a woman appeared at the entrance, a small bee emblem dangling from her waist. Upon seeing the woman, Wu Kei's face stiffened momentarily, and he timidly called out, "Mom? You are the one who struck my son?" Wu's mother stepped in, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Wen Li before she chastised. "At such a tender age, and yet you choose to bully your classmates." Wen Li narrowed her eyes slightly. Wu's mother was slender, with small eyes obscured by heavy, narrow-framed glasses. Her cheeks appeared somewhat sunken, and her lips protruded slightly, while her gaze was decidedly hostile. Most notably, this woman was not without her own shortcomings. Without offering an explanation, Wen Li promptly replayed the recording. After listening, Wu's mother paused momentarily before retorting, "My son may have erred, but does that absolve you of wrongdoing?" Wen Li was taken aback, her face displaying incredulity. It was perhaps the first time she had encountered such a person. No wonder Wu Kei exhibited such behavior. His moral compass was clearly askew from the very outset. How had she forgotten to confront this mother when she had just reprimanded Wu Kei? At this juncture, Chu Mingtai naturally felt compelled to defend his senior sister. "If it isn't your son's fault, then surely it cannot be the fault of my student? As a teacher yourself, do you not possess even a modicum of discernment?" Wu's mother found herself cornered by Chu Mingtai's words, yet she was unwilling to concede that her son had made a mistake. In her mind, it was still Luo Shuangxin's ostentatious display of wealth that had led her son to extort money. Wen Li refused to indulge her, stating directly, "Is this not conclusive evidence? According to school regulations, how should Wu Kei be dealt with?" Wu's mother glared back with a fierce intensity. However, Wen Li maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by her threatening gaze. Noticing the director's discomfort, Wen Li remarked, "Having trouble making a decision?" Without waiting for response, she turned on her heel and strode toward the door. "Then I shall take this recording to the principal," she declared, not pausing for a moment as she made her way to the principal's office. Wu's mother was taken aback, realizing Wen Li was indeed serious, and hurriedly followed after her.
Wait!
Wu's mother exclaimed, understanding that if this matter reached the principal, her own job could be jeopardized. "Let us handle this according to the school regulations." Wu Kei stared in shock at his own mother, while she grappled with her unwillingness to admit defeat. Chu Ming-tai was a specially appointed teacher at the school, having made remarkable contributions in less than half a year. In no time, his position would surely surpass her own. According to school policy, the consequence was merely a period of observation, which appeared severe but would not ultimately impact her son. She feigned a reprimand towards Wu Kei, who was so frightened that he dared not utter a word, harboring resentment toward Wen Li for meddling in their affairs. After all, they bore no animosity toward one another. Why must she step in to defend others? During the flag-raising ceremony the following week, the school leaders publicly reprimanded Wu Kei and all the students present that day. Those who had previously been extorted by Wu Kei felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. After the ceremony, Luo Shuangxin sought out Wen Li, leading her to a quieter spot. Upon arrival, he produced a thick wad of cash, solemnly expressing his gratitude. "Wen Li, thank you for your help last week. Wu Kei has ceased to trouble me." Wen Li glanced at the bundle wrapped in white paper. As she opened a corner, she was taken aback to discover neatly stacked bills, nearly causing her to drop it. "What are you giving me money for?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. This thick stack must amount to at least 100,000. No wonder Wu Kei had incessantly extorted Luo Shuangxin. This was no mere classmate but rather a lamb waiting for slaughter. Wen Li refused his money and promptly returned it. "Just keep it," Luo Shuangxin insisted. "My father gives me 300,000 as allowance every month, and I have plenty left over. I'm not helping you for your money. I simply cannot abide Wu Kei's bullying." Wen Li cautioned, however, one should not flaunt wealth. Quickly hide the money, and do not let other students know. Despite their back and forth, Luo Shuangxin was adamant about giving her the money, and they found themselves unable to reach a resolution. "You are the first to assist me. Without you, Wu Kei would have surely extorted even more from me. Now that he has learned his lesson, I doubt he will dare to ask for money again. If he tries to bully me again, I will endure and then collapse in the principal's office, letting him deal with it. After all, my father donates millions to the school each year. If you truly wish to thank me, how about treating me to dinner this weekend?" Wen Li suggested. If she helped Luo Shuangxin catch the bully, she would accept the money, but last week had been a mere act of kindness. Accepting such a large sum made her uneasy. Seeing that Wen Li would not accept, Luo Shuangxin ultimately relented. "Then I shall treat you to dinner this weekend." Wen Li nodded in agreement. "Do your family members know about this incident?" she inquired. Luo Shuangxin shook his head. "They should know, but my father is quite busy. I haven't seen him in ages." Wen Li compared him to her own father, who, though perpetually occupied, would always answer a call and return home at a moment's notice. In contrast, Luo Shuangxin's father seemed almost impossible to reach. Noticing the signs of Luo Shuangxin's loss of his mother, she refrained from probing further, simply stating, "Given the gravity of the situation, your father must be informed. Look at Wu Kei's mother. She is a teacher who believes everything Wu Kei says. You should have a word with your father."
Trusting Wen Li.
Luo Shuangxin considered her words and hesitated before responding, "Then I'll speak to my father about it this week." In the days that followed, Luo Shuangxin frequently visited Wen Li in class. Aware that they both possessed average academic standings, he brought with him numerous practice materials. As he explained, these exercises were ones his grandmother had provided him. With plans to dine with Luo Shuangxin over the weekend, Wen Li completed her homework the day before and informed Wen Tingsong before heading out. The restaurant Luo Shuangxin chose was a high-end establishment in a city, with an average cost of 8,000 per person, offering a rich variety of dishes. It seemed he frequented this place often, as he promptly ordered a plethora of dishes upon their arrival, all of which were Wen Li's favorites. He handed the menu to the manager, stating, "Let us start with these, and also bring out one of each dessert from the menu." The manager nodded. "Understood, young master." Wen Li instantly realized that this restaurant was part of Luo Shuangxin's family business. After their meal, Luo Shuangxin intended to have the family driver take Wen Li home. Before departing, he remarked, "I told my father about the school incident. He said that if anyone bullies me, I should gather a few people to retaliate, and he also mentioned he would return soon." Having endured bullying for so long, Luo Shuangxin had refrained from discussing it with his father, fearing he might think of him as a hopeless case. However, after their phone call the previous day, his father had promptly booked an early flight home. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Shuangxin explained, "My family is a blended one, and I have a younger brother who excels academically. I always thought my father was disappointed in me, which is why I never mentioned school matters. Your father cares for you," Wen Li reassured him, calculating that his future appeared relatively stable despite the potential for some upheaval. Wen Li cautioned, "You do have a stepmother, correct? Be mindful of her. Do not allow her to take advantage of any situation." Luo Shuangxin, being the son of a leading restaurant tycoon in a city, had gradually come to understand Wen Li's background over the past few days. Luo Shuangxin pondered over his stepmother, who outwardly seemed to cater to his every whim, yet every time she spoke, he felt an unsettling dissonance, an inexplicable sense of wrongness he could not articulate. "I shall remain vigilant," he resolved inwardly, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Previously, he had attended an elite school, but his classmates often perceived him as slow-witted and dull, occasionally targeting him both overtly and subtly. Throughout his life, he had never had a friend with whom he could truly converse. He was uncertain whether Wen Li would be willing to befriend him, yet her concern brought him joy. Wen Li was the first person, apart from family, to show genuine care for him, and he cherished that deeply. As they exited the hotel, they found the hour rather premature. The Luo family's driver was caught in traffic. "Shall we return to the hotel and wait for a while?" Luo Shuangxin suggested.
All right.
Wen Li replied, turning to leave when suddenly she noticed a group of menacing figures approaching from a distance. The group halted a mere 3 meters from Wen Li, and the leader, a young man with a buzz cut and a fierce countenance, scrutinized them before bluntly asking, "Are you Wen Li and Luo Shuangxin?" Upon seeing the man, Luo Shuangxin's heart sank. He immediately recognized him as Wu Cheng, the cousin of Wu Quebec. Wu Cheng stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a robust build that made Luo Shuangxin and Wen Li appear diminutive in comparison. Despite this, Luo Shuangxin instinctively shielded Wen Li, his voice trembling as he declared, "If you have the guts, come at me." Wu Cheng looked down at the two with a derisive laugh. "Rest assured, you two will take turns to face the consequences." Throughout the encounter, Wen Li maintained a calm demeanor, her expression unchanged even in the face of Wu Cheng's taunts. Suddenly, she interjected, "I advise you to engage in more virtuous deeds in the near future, or you may find yourself facing dire repercussions." Wu Cheng was taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Are you threatening me?" he sneered, stepping closer to Wen Li, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. "If I were to strike you, the most I would face is a few days at the police station, and after my release, I would make your life miserable." He knew that once they resorted to their streetwise tactics, the police would be powerless against them. Luo Shuangxin, fully aware of this, felt his face drain of color. The thought of being tormented by this group in the future felt like an impending doom. "Do you know who my father is?" he summoned the courage to ask. Wu Cheng, a mere street thug, had no knowledge of the Luo family. Initially taken aback by Luo Shuangxin's claim, he soon burst into laughter. "I don't care who your father is. Even if your ancestors came, it wouldn't matter today." Wu Cheng's fierce loyalty to his cousin Wu Kei, who had been wronged because of these two, fueled his anger. As he recalled his cousin's tearful complaints, his gaze darkened. "Anyone who dares to bully Wu Cheng's brother will not escape my wrath. Of course," he added, his tone condescending, "if you kneel and beg for forgiveness today, I might overlook the past. You are being excessively arrogant." Luo Shuangxin, typically mild-mannered, felt a surge of outrage. While he knew he could not overpower the group, he was determined to protect Wen Li, a young girl. "Wen Li, when I count to 3, run back to the hotel and call the manager." "What are you two babbling about?" Wu Cheng interrupted, his patience wearing thin as he bellowed. "Have you made up your minds? Will you take the beating or kneel and apologize?" Ignoring him, Luo Shuangxin lowered his voice to a whisper only Wen Li could hear. 3, 2, 1. "Wen Li, run." With that, he charged toward Wu Cheng's direction. Wu Cheng's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice filled with rage. "You dare play me for a fool? Don't let them escape. Make sure to beat them to a pulp." However, Wu Cheng's words were abruptly cut off. A blur darted past Luo Shuangxin, reaching Wu Cheng in less than a second. He had yet to glimpse the assailant's face when a sharp pain shot through his nose. Before he could process it, warm blood began to flow from his nostrils. With a thud, Wu Cheng was sent flying 2 meters by a powerful kick, rolling to the side of the road. The gang members, who had intended to join the fray, stood frozen, bewildered at the sight of their imposing leader being dispatched by a mere girl. Why are you all just standing there? Get in there. Are you afraid of one fragile girl? Wu Cheng, enraged by the humiliation, lost all semblance of reason. They were street thugs accustomed to violence, driven by a fierce determination, and Wu Cheng quickly regained his footing, wiping the blood from his nose and inhaling sharply, feeling the pain radiate through his nasal passages. All together now, Wen Li flexed her joints, beckoning the group of thugs. Here's your chance. Come at me. Having never held back in fights before, she felt a thrill at the prospect of her first real confrontation. The enthusiasm in her eyes caused the thugs to hesitate. They had witnessed her swift approach and effortless kick that had felled their leader, recognizing her as a skilled fighter. Typically, they would arm themselves with knives for courage. But today they had merely intended to intimidate 2 high school students. Yet, despite their bravado, none of them moved a muscle. Wu Cheng seethed with rage at his gangs in action, shouting, "What are you doing? Are you all afraid of a little girl? If you don't listen to me today, I'll make sure you can't survive in this city." Wen Li found his outburst oddly amusing. "Stop stalling and come at me already." While she relaxed, the tension on the other side escalated. Finally, spurred by Wu Cheng's incessant prodding, dozens of thugs surged forward. Wen Li's demeanor shifted dramatically, with a fierce grace. She executed a spinning kick, followed by a shoulder throw, dispatching a good portion of them with remarkable efficiency. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up to the curb. As the door swung open, 2 imposing figures clad in black suits emerged, inexplicably joining the fray on Wen Li's side. In less than 5 minutes, including Wu Cheng, everyone was swiftly subdued, lamenting their defeat. Wen Li, exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events, noticed the 2 towering figures and tilted her head in curiosity. "Who are you?" During the chaos, she had recognized the car from the roadside, feeling an odd familiarity. Before she could ponder further, a pair of polished black shoes appeared at the edge of the car, followed by elegantly defined hands resting on the window frame as a well-dressed man emerged. Upon seeing Wen Li, the man smiled warmly. She was taken aback for a moment, then beamed brightly, her voice suddenly infused with joy. "Huang Huai." Aside from the school rule against phones, Wen Li had maintained contact with Huang Huai every weekend. However, it had been 2 or 3 months since their last meeting. Encountering him in such an unexpected situation left her astonished. "What brings you here?" "I was conducting business. And as soon as I arrived, I happened to see you." Huang Huai's voice was gentle, yet his gaze towards the unruly youths on the ground was icy. He inquired, "What transpired?" Wen Li recounted the events at school to Huang Huai. After finishing, she shrugged her shoulders, her tone somewhat smug. "But it's fine. I can handle it myself." Huang Huai disagreed. "You are still young. Such matters should be addressed by adults." Before Wen Li could respond, Huang Huai had already called the police, and they swiftly arrived to apprehend the troublemakers. Accompanying Wen Li to the police station, Huang Huai facilitated a brief statement. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the police took the situation seriously.
Under intense questioning, Wu Cheng ultimately implicated Wu Ke.
That very day, the police visited the Wu residence, confirming that Wu Ke had intended to retaliate against his classmates and promptly brought his parents to the station for a stern admonition. As Wu Ke was a minor, the police aimed to resolve the issue amicably. Wu's mother was far from agreeable. However, Wu Ke's father, realizing his son and nephew had bullied a classmate in broad daylight, slapped both of them right there in the police station. At that moment, Wu Ke, who had been so brazen, became utterly cowed and dared not utter a word. Yet, internally, his resentment towards Wen Li festered. Huang Huai, observing Wu Ke's hateful glare, stood up abruptly, declaring, "Once is a precedent for a second. I believe the school does not require a toxic presence like yours. I shall inform the school leadership of this matter on Monday." From the outset, he had no intention of letting Wu Ke off easily. Wen Li and Luo Shuangxin expressed their unwillingness to reconcile, resulting in Wu Cheng being detained for 15 days for causing a disturbance. Though Wu Ke had yet to reach 18, the police decided to give the young man a chance, merely providing a 2-hour verbal reprimand. The more they spoke, the more it seemed Wu Ke understood his wrongdoing on the surface, yet his animosity towards Wen Li deepened. Huang Huai, astute as ever, was not deceived by Wu Ke's facade. "What do you mean?" Wu Kei, standing at 6 feet tall, found himself dwarfed by the well-built Huang Huai. Despite not having suffered much physically, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Huang Huai succinctly delivered his final notice. Next Monday, you shall receive a recommendation for expulsion from the school. Before Wu Kei could process this, his mother erupted in anger. Who do you think you are? To declare expulsion at will? My son has already faced the consequences he deserves. What more do you want? Do you really think the school belongs to you? With that, her eyes burned with fury as they fixed upon Huang Huai. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Huai replied coolly, you too may face expulsion. With that, he paid no further heed to the two irate figures, instructing someone to escort Luo Shuangxin home, while he and Wen Li returned to the hotel from earlier. It was then that Wen Li remembered Huang Huai had come to discuss business. Regret washed over her as she realized how much time she had occupied. Have I delayed you significantly? Huang Huai's finances were calculated by the second, having lingered at the police station for an hour or two. It was uncertain how much he had lost. Not at all, Huang Huai reassured her. I arrived early. Once I conclude the negotiations, I shall see you home, all right? Wen Li had no objections, eagerly nodding in agreement. Thus, when Huang Huai entered the private room with a young girl, his business partners were momentarily taken aback. Mr. Hua, who is this? A friend, Huang Huai replied succinctly, yet naturally, as he pulled out a chair for Wen Li and softly said, if you wish to remain silent,
You need not speak.
eat if you're hungry. If you prefer something else, I can call the manager. Wen Li, though not entirely naive, felt somewhat out of place in such a setting, and thus endeavored to minimize her presence, quietly enjoying the food laid out on the table. As the seasoned business veterans engaged in their customary toasts, they observed how the table before them was nearly stripped bare of its offerings. Have they eaten this much today? After several rounds of drinks, Huang Huai's negotiations proved fruitful. Wen Li noticed he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, yet he remained clear-headed and articulate. After seeing off a few partners, Huang Huai and Wen Li climbed into the car together. The scenery outside the window shifted continuously, and Wen Li cracked the window slightly, allowing the cool air to invigorate her senses. Huang Huai, seated beside her in the back, rubbed his aching head and said, Shao Li, remember to inform your brother and father about today's events when you get home. Do not let them worry. All right, Wen Li had no intention of concealing anything. She glanced at Huang Huai, who had his eyes shut, and observed the sharp contours of his features, each aspect exquisitely defined. A casual gesture that might appear unseemly on another seemed utterly fitting on him. Yet, Wen Li squinted slightly. After 2 months apart, Huang Huai had seemingly shed much of his former intensity, but now it appeared to have returned with a vengeance. Chapter 84, I Want to Raise a Son. Wen Li discreetly waved her hand, dissipating some of Huang Huai's oppressive aura. Then she softly inquired, Huang Huai, have you been well lately? Huang Huai had been resting with his eyes closed due to a slight headache, but upon hearing her voice, he felt a clarity return. He opened his eyes slightly, and in the dimly lit car, a glimmer flickered in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, he replied, things have been fine recently. It's just that with the new year approaching, work has become rather hectic. It must be quite exhausting to manage such a large company, Wen Li remarked. Then shifted the topic, have you been feeling unwell or encountered anything unusual lately? Her indirect questioning did not escape Huang Huai's understanding. Sensing that they had a bodyguard driving, Wen Li leaned closer to him and lowered her voice. Has anything happened in the past 2 months? You not only carry a heavy aura, but there is also a strong presence of something sinister surrounding you. Huang Huai, exuding an aura of golden light that even the most malevolent spirits would shun, was aware that his energy was far from ordinary. Nothing particularly strange has occurred recently, aside from some issues at the company, he clarified, understanding Wen Li's concern for him. He was not well versed in metaphysics and could not ascertain whether the recent disturbances were linked to the aura he carried. At 24, Huang Huai had lost his parents during his university years. Among the 4 brothers of the Hui family, aside from his father, 3 uncles remained, with the eldest uncle now sentenced to death, while the other 2 eyed his position with covetous intent. The construction project you mentioned before belongs to my eldest uncle. However, ever since you dismantled the 5 Ghosts formation, that plot of land has been halted for closure due to dust violations within a month. The other 2 uncles have set their sights on that land, but I refused to consent, and since then, they've been coming to the company to confront me daily. Huang Huai's voice grew weary as he recounted his troubles. He indeed felt unwell recently, but attributed it to fatigue without further thought. Yet, upon reflection, He realized he had endured greater workloads in the past without feeling this way. Moreover, he had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, never suffering from hangovers. He had even sought medical examination, only to receive normal results. Wen Li, after listening to Huanghuai's account, sensed something was amiss. Are your uncles coming back tomorrow? Huanghuai confirmed, they will not relent until they achieve their aims. They will return tomorrow. Then I shall stay at your place tonight and accompany you to the company tomorrow, she asserted, determined to uncover the motives of Huanghuai's uncles. Wen Li returned to Huanghuai's previous villa, a place she had become intimately familiar with during her month-long stay. Her room was kept spotless, with Huanghuai ensuring it was tidied daily, the wardrobe filled with clothes he had prepared for her. After a restful night, the next day, Wen Li accompanied Huanghuai to the family company. The assistant, noticing the radiant smile on Wen Li's face, took the initiative to prepare an array of snacks and fruits without needing any instruction from Huanghuai. This thoughtful gesture made Wen Li feel somewhat bashful, and she shyly smiled at the assistant, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. No need to mention it. The assistant hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, Miss Wen, I just wanted to inquire if you could possibly give me your autograph, Wen Li? Even Huanghuai raised his gaze. The assistant felt a piercing look directed at them from behind, and with no option left, he steeled himself and continued, My girlfriend is a huge fan of yours. She adores you, but mentioned that you don't often engage with fans. It would mean the world to her if you could provide an autograph. Understanding the situation, Wen Li agreed, Sure, where should I sign? The assistant promptly produced a pre-prepared photo for her signature, his face alight with excitement. Could you please sign on the back? Auto for my girlfriend would be wonderful. Wen Li had never signed an autograph before, as her public appearances were rare. Despite her growing fan base on Weibo, which recently surpassed 3 million followers, she felt that her only work had yet to be released, and she was not the lead. Even though fans professed their love for her daily, this was her first experience of signing. Feeling a bit nervous, she wrote with great care, her handwriting resembling that of a primary school student, and inscribed a heartfelt message. The assistant, seeing the sincerity of Wen Li's writing, carefully tucked the signed photo away. Without waiting for Huanghuai to speak, the assistant beamed at his boss. I'll get back to work right away. With that, he promptly vanished from the doorway. Huanghuai was rather lenient regarding employees slacking off during work hours. Although he was often labeled as the capitalist online, he could empathize with his employees. As long as the assigned tasks were completed, he turned a blind eye to occasional lapses in productivity. However, not long after the assistant left, he returned with an expression of distress. Without needing to ask, Huanghuai had a good idea of what the assistant was about to say. Sure enough, the assistant looked somewhat defeated. Boss, they're back again. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion echoed from the corridor. Wen Li lifted her gaze and soon spotted several secretaries engaging in polite conversation with two elderly gentlemen. Huanghuai, let me tell you, hiding won't do any good. One of the older men, upon spotting Huanghuai, raised his voice dramatically, exclaiming, You want to let me interfere with company matters. But now you want to swallow your uncle's assets? As he spoke, his fury became palpable, and he strode toward Huanghuai, his face a mask of indignation. Yet, Huanghuai remained exceptionally composed, as if accustomed to such confrontations. Indeed, upon witnessing Huanghuai's demeanor, the elder grew even more agitated. Not speaking again? Huanghuai, is this how you act as a nephew? The entire Hu family's power is in your hands while us uncles are left with nothing but meager dividends. How are we supposed to survive? Third uncle, as long as you refrain from gambling and debauchery, the dividends should suffice for your sustenance for a lifetime. Third uncle paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Suffice for what? That paltry share yields so little each year. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and if you refuse to agree, I'll sell off the Hu family's shares. Huanghuai narrowed his eyes. You cannot sell the shares of Hu Corporation. Third uncle was well aware of this, which was precisely why he sought Huanghuai out daily. Huanghuai forbade them from liquidating their stocks and also prohibited them from starting their own businesses. Even when they were arranged positions within the company, they were merely inconsequential roles. Yet, their expenses flowed like water, and when he claimed there wasn't enough money, he was not deceiving Huanghuai. As Huanghuai remained unyielding, third uncle, feeling helpless, began to throw a tantrum and resorted to his usual tactics, sprawling himself dramatically on the wooden floor. I don't care. I have over 20 sons outside, each demanding 10,000, and just the education fees alone amount to millions each month. How could those meager dividends possibly suffice?
Wen Li watched in astonishment.
third uncle, despite being at least 60 years old, had fathered dozens of children with different women over the years. If he were to be deemed irresponsible, it would be true, yet he sought to provide a home for each child, ensuring they received equal monthly allowances of 10,000. The issue was, even as his finances dwindled, he still aspired to develop the land belonging to Uncle Hua, unwilling to reduce his children's living standards. He prided himself on being a caring father while leading a rather extravagant lifestyle. However, after months of being prepared for third uncle's relentless demands, Huang Huai, seeing third uncle sprawled on the ground, could not be bothered to have his assistants help him up. He bluntly stated, "There are issues with Uncle S land. Continuing its development could result in losses of over 100 million. Third uncle, thinking there might be a glimmer of hope, quickly got to his feet. "Then give me a way to make money. Otherwise, my children will starve." Third uncle was genuinely broke. The 10,000 monthly living expenses were secondary. The bulk of his expenses came from his children's extracurricular activities. With winter break approaching, followed by the start of a new school term, he faced yet another significant financial burden. The stress had turned his hair gray. He pleaded, "Nephew, I'm begging you. I truly have no money left. If it's possible, please let me work in the company and assign me a higher-paying job." Third uncle had a fair assessment of his nephew's capabilities, especially since under Hua Yinghuai's leadership, the Hua family had risen to prominence in the corporate world, with assets multiplying several times over in just 4 years. He was not particularly interested in the land but thought it might yield some profit. However, Hua Yinghuai was adamant in his refusal. Now that Hua Yinghuai showed signs of relent, third uncle clung to him, insisting on some profitable avenue. His demands were not extravagant, but he was still his uncle, and his salary could not be lower than that of the company manager. Hua Yinghuai replied, "The manager's annual salary is 100 million. Then it should be 200 million, third uncle countered confidently. As Hua Yinghuai was his nephew, surely he couldn't be earning less than a company manager. How could he face others otherwise? Moreover, given the Hua Corporation's prosperous development in recent years, 200 million was merely a drop in the bucket for his nephew. Third uncle was convinced that Hua Yinghuai would acquiesce. However, no. Hua Yinghuai's response was slightly cold. Third uncle was taken aback and voiced his dissatisfaction. "No? Why not? The manager is a PhD graduate from MIT. Third uncle's mind was slow to grasp the implication. "What do you mean?" He felt that Hua Yinghuai's statement sounded rather odd. On the side, Wen Li could no longer contain herself and interjected, "It means you should look in the mirror and consider whether you are worthy." Third uncle, he gradually understood Hua Yinghuai's implication, exclaiming in realization, "Wait, who are you?" Third uncle narrowed his eyes at Wen Li, who looked rather young. Although he was not entirely pleased with his nephew, he still trusted Hua Yinghuai's character enough not to fancy the young woman before him. Furthermore, he felt that Wen Li looked somewhat familiar. "I am Wen Li," she introduced herself. "Wen Ting Song is my father." Upon hearing this, third uncle's realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The young lady bore a resemblance to Wen Ting Song, albeit with softer facial features, but upon closer inspection, the likeness was unmistakable. "So, you are the one who had the eldest son in?" The scandal surrounding the eldest son of the Hua family and the murder of his wife has circulated widely within high society, leaving him reluctant to venture outside. During this tumultuous period, he had refrained from attending Hua Yinghuai's birthday banquet, despite his usual rivalry with him, and had only vaguely heard from others that it was the youngest daughter of the Wen family who had reported the incident. Hua Yinghuai forbade them from meddling in matters concerning the eldest son, leaving him in ignorance of the details even now. Beside Hua Sanshu, a man who seemed nearly invisible caught a glance. Wen Li was also observing him. Their eyes met in silence, and the atmosphere in the office turned suddenly hushed. Hua Sishu, appearing to be in his early 40s, bore a resemblance to Hua Yinghuai, though his eyes possessed a slight hint of a peculiar, unsettling appearance. Since their entrance, it had been Hua Sanshu who spoke, while this seemingly invisible figure remained quiet. Upon hearing that Yinghuai had brought a young woman home, "I initially thought it was mere media speculation, but it appears to be true." Hua Sishu's voice suddenly broke the silence, smooth and soothing like the gentle ripples of spring water. However, Wen Li's brow furrowed deeper. From the moment Hua Sanshu and Hua Sishu entered, the office had been enveloped in an oppressive, ghostly atmosphere. A child, roughly 4 or 5 years old, with a toothy grin, was peering at her from behind the seemingly gentle Hua Sishu. This little specter had been deprived of his eyes and ears in life, yet he appeared to cling to Hua Sishu, his semi-transparent form nearly merging with the man's body. Wen Li was certain that this mild-mannered Huasi Shu was intricately linked to the malevolent aura accumulated by Huang Huai over the years.
Ben Li lohret hergaze.
Her expression swiftly returning to normal. She said, I descended the mountain to seek my family and fortuitously assisted Huang Huai, who kindly offered me shelter for a month when he saw I had nowhere to go. Huasi Shu tugged at the corners of his mouth, his smile faint and seemingly on the verge of vanishing. How fortuitous indeed, he replied. Wen Li sensed something amiss with Huasi Shu, a seemingly ordinary person tainted by ghostly energy yet unaffected, and most alarmingly, he bore the same golden aura as Huang Huai. Observing this, Huang Huai spoke up, addressing both uncles. Currently, I hold the reins of the Hu family. If you wish to enter the company, I can offer you both positions in one of our smaller subsidiaries for practice. Huasan Shu immediately bristled at the mention of a small company. Is that not akin to banishing us to the fringes? What would the annual salary be? If it's not at least 200 million, how can I accept? After all, I held you as a child. Huang Huai replied, the salary will align with market rates, but as family, I shall ensure you both receive a 20% premium. Huasan Shu hesitated. He had been visiting the company daily this month, but Huang Huai had remained obstinate. Now, with this rare concession, if he were to act ungratefully, his nephew's wrath could cost him not only the small leadership role but potentially even his share of the profits. Huang Huai's demeanor, though outwardly gentle, was known to be unyielding and resolute. I will not consider anything below 50 million. Huang Huai smiled. Then it shall be 50 million. Surprised by Huang Huai's ease in acquiescing, Huasan Shu felt a tremor of realization. Damn, I miscalculated. Had I known, I would have asked for 80 million. Chapter 86. Huasi Shu takes action. Huang Huai paid no mind to Huasan Shu's inner turmoil and directed his gaze toward Huasi Shu. The latter, still youthful, was the old master's late-in-life son and had been fondly regarded by both elders. However, after their passing, this ambitious uncle seemed to have fallen into a prolonged silence. Coupled with Wen Li's earlier expression, which she had concealed well, Huang Huai, familiar with her demeanor, recognized that she was typically vivacious and buoyant, yet became particularly serious when faced with adversity. Wen Li had suggested that the two uncles might harbor ulterior motives, while Huasan Shu lacked the cunning. Huasi Shu was a different matter. Huang Huai pondered for a few moments, his thoughts crystallizing. And you, fourth uncle? Beneath the tailored sleeve of his suit, Huasi Shu's hand curled momentarily before dropping. I think I will pass. It's better to continue enjoying the dividends. Huasan Shu immediately turned to him, incredulous. Old four, are you in your right mind? Despite the Hu family's wealth, the money flows through Huang Huai. We uncles can only partake in a fraction of the dividends. While a modest existence may afford us the comforts of life, how will people perceive us, given that our nephew is so accomplished while we merely feast on the spoils? Previously, Huasi Shu had expressed interest in acquiring the eldest's land, yet now he was suddenly withdrawing. Huasan Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Huai was taken aback as well. He had known from the outset that it was the youngest uncle who desired that land. After making a fuss at the company for over a month, he was now retracting his interest? Huang Huai concealed his surprise and echoed Huasi Shu's sentiments. Should you wish to practice at the company in the future, fourth uncle, you are always welcome. At that time, you need not hold back. Huang Huai escorted both uncles downstairs and returned to find Wen Li deep in thought on the sofa. Upon hearing the door open, she glanced up. Did your uncles leave? Yes. Huang Huai inquired directly. Did you discern any issues with fourth uncle? Wen Li did not shy away from the truth. There is a heavy ghostly presence surrounding your fourth uncle, and he is accompanied by a spirit. She gestured to indicate size. It appears to be around 5 or 6 years old, with hollow eyes and lacking ears. I suspect he may be harboring a child spirit. However, Wen Li hesitated mid-sentence. Upon revealing the child's age, Huang Huai felt a flicker of recognition and quickly pressed, but what? Wen Li's tone grew grave. The practice of raising ghostly spirits often involves such child spirits. They are deprived of their eyes, noses, and ears at birth, unaware of their murderers, and exist solely to serve others. However, there is a stipulation in raising such spirits. They must share a blood relationship with the one who commands them. The child spirit attached to Huasi Shu appeared aged and clearly had been nurtured for some time. Judging by the spirit's age, it was evident that Huasi Shu had been secretly sustaining it for several years. Huang Huai's heart sank upon hearing this. Wen Li's deductions were all correct. 6 years prior, Huasi Shu had suddenly brought home a woman, swiftly marrying her. only for her to die tragically in a car accident, leaving both mother and child lost. At that time, the Hua family had yet to be established, and Huang Huai was abroad for his studies, so these events were merely whispered rumors to him, leaving little impression. Do you suspect that child was the spirit raised by fourth uncle?
Wen Li nudda.
It is certain that your fourth uncle has a familial connection to the spirit. I have observed his features, and there was once a child who met an untimely end. The discord in his marital life suggests that his hasty marriage may have been driven by ulterior motives. With a grim countenance, Wen Li revealed an even harsher truth. Child spirits can siphon one's fortune, and your fourth uncle bears a faint golden aura, likely pilfered from you. Yet, upon hearing these revelations, Huang Huai displayed no sign of shock. The silence in the spacious office grew even more pronounced. Wen Li held her head high, awaiting Huang Huai's decision. Standing a few paces from Wen Li, he finally shifted, taking a seat beside her, and said, I had my suspicions about him as well. Hua Shu, being the old master's late son, was merely a decade or so older than Huang Huai. Throughout his life, Hua Yinghuai had regarded him as an exemplary figure, the presumed successor. However, a few years ago, with the passing of the mantle to his father, Hua Shu had seemingly transformed overnight, adopting a shadowy demeanor. When his parents passed away, he was still studying abroad. On that fateful day, they had driven to a mountain retreat, only to meet with an unforeseen tragedy en route. An autopsy later confirmed it was an accident. His father suffered a heart attack, leading the vehicle to plunge off a cliff, with no survivors. Yet, only Hua Yinghuai knew that just 2 days prior to the incident, his father had undergone a medical examination and was pronounced in perfect health. To investigate the cause of his parents' death, he took command of the Hua family enterprise. Yet after years of relentless inquiry, he had unearthed nothing, save for his suspicions regarding his uncle and his fourth uncle. Shall we visit your fourth uncle's residence tonight? Wen Li suggested. Regardless, the practice of nurturing child spirits is an affront to natural order. He exploits these spirits to siphon your talents, causing your fortunes to wane and misfortunes to proliferate. If this is linked to your parents, it is likely the same method is employed. Moreover, how did Uncle Hua and fourth Uncle Hua come into contact with these charlatans? How many such incidents transpire across the entire city of A, or even the nation? As night fell, Wen Li sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the rapidly shifting scenery outside. Half of the streetlights were out, casting the highway into an inky darkness, with few vehicles in sight. Hua Yinghuai switched on the low beams, speeding along the road, while behind them, a convoy of 4 or 5 black vans trailed closely. Wen Li noticed they had been followed for quite some time. It seems we are being pursued, she remarked. Hua Yinghuai glanced into the rearview mirror and confirmed that several vehicles had indeed appeared behind them. It appeared his fourth uncle had anticipated their movements. With an estimated 6 vehicles behind, flanked them closely, while 2 maintained a relentless pursuit. Hold on tight, Hua Yinghuai instructed, slamming the accelerator. The sleek black sedan shooting forward like a blade. Meanwhile, a man clutching a walkie-talkie spoke in a gravelly voice into the phone. Boss, we've been discovered. Do not let them leave alive. Understood. Minutes later, the 6 vehicles encircled Hua Yinghuai's car, and approximately 40 to 50 individuals emerged from the vans, all masked, their eyes glimmering with a predatory ferocity akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Hua Yinghuai shielded Wen Li behind him, his gaze locking onto the leader of the group. The man, clad in black, exuded a formidable presence, his loose clothing still betraying the bulk of muscle beneath. It was evident that his fourth uncle had recruited seasoned fighters. Did Hui Yinsheng send you? Hua Yinghuai demanded. The leader, clearly reluctant to divulge further information, merely gestured to his comrades, and in unison, they brandished glinting knives. Hua Yinghuai's expression turned grave. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Li unexpectedly stepped forward, dramatically stretching her neck and wrists. Hua Yinghuai, do not fear. I shall protect you. With that proclamation, she charged towards the throng of adversaries. The group, taken aback by her audacity, pondered her folly. Was she not courting death? Yet before they could contemplate further, Wen Li executed a swift maneuver, leaping and delivering a powerful kick that sent 3 men sprawling to the ground. A momentary pause enveloped the scene, broken only by the leader's harsh command. What are you waiting for? The boss ordered that no one leaves alive. But as soon as he spoke, Wen Li flung a handful of yellow paper into the air and dashed back, as if pursued by an unseen force. The leader barely uttered a word when an ominous rumble echoed from above, startling everyone into silence. What was that sound? He wondered, lifting his gaze skyward. In an instant, his pupils dilated in terror. A thin layer of white clouds had coalesced in the dark blue night sky, and within them, purple lightning danced like serpents. Heaven bestows upon me the power to instill fear in all beings. The heavens shall thunder, and I shall ascend to the sacred. With a resounding crack, the heavens erupted, and amidst the terrified expressions of the onlookers, torrents of lightning enveloped the assailants. Their anguished screams filled the air as they collapsed, writhing in agony. Once the tempest subsided, Wen Li approached the fallen leader, looking down upon him imperiously. I shall ask you once more, who commanded you to kill us? Though the leader bore no visible injuries, he appeared utterly defeated, devoid of strength. Through gritted teeth, he stammered, I do not know. Then you leave me no choice but to strike you down, Wen Li responded, producing an even greater number of talismans from her pocket, preparing to cast them skyward once more. The terror in the man's eyes was palpable. No, please. I will tell you. Wen Li halted her actions, her arms crossed, raising her chin in a gesture for him to divulge the truth. It was Hua Yunsheng. Hua Yunsheng. The name of his fourth uncle sent a chill through Huanghuai, whose expression turned icy. At that moment, the wail of police sirens crescendoed in the distance, and soon, a dozen police cars came to a halt merely 10 meters away. Wen Li tilted her head, spotting Helian Zhao among the first to disembark. She waved him over, here. 10 minutes later, all the assailants were handcuffed and taken to the precinct. Meanwhile, Wen Li stood at the roadside, listening to Helian Zhao's admonishing tone. What possessed you to act independently? Did you not see how many there were? What if you were injured? Wen Li hung her head, a touch of guilt flickering within her. Earlier that day, as they decided to head to Hua Yunsheng's villa, Huanghuai had alerted the authorities. From the moment they left the company's premises, a significant number of police officers had been covertly following them for protection. However, the assailants proved adept at evasion. And once they entered the highway, they had managed to shake off their pursuers. Though she felt a twinge of guilt, she was also aggrieved. Why are you blaming me? You all failed to keep up. Helian Zhao replied, Indeed, it was a lapse in our duty, but in the future, you should at least wait for us to arrive. I wanted to, but they refused to engage in dialogue. Wen Li protested, her expression innocent. At a loss for words, Helian Zhao fell silent. Ultimately, it was a failure on the part of the police, and they were grateful that both Wen Li and Huanghuai were unharmed. Noticing his silence, Wen Li pressed, Shall we proceed to Hua Yunsheng's residence now? Yes, let us go at once. The number of individuals apprehended was substantial, and the police vehicles could not accommodate them all. A few officers remained behind while the rest accompanied them to Hua Yunsheng's home. It seemed Hua Yunsheng had anticipated their arrival, for as he beheld Huanghuai standing before him unscathed, a flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes. I never expected you to survive this many attempts on your life. Nephew. His tone was devoid of emotion, as though discussing a trivial matter. Upon learning that the assassins he had hired at great expense had all been captured, Hua Yunsheng realized escape was futile. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of calm, seated on the sofa with a goblet in hand, the red wine swirling within. Be quiet.
Wen Li interjecta suddenly.
Huanghuai shall live a long life, while you, with your myriad wicked deeds, are burdened with karmic retribution, destined to descend to the deepest circles of hell. Hua Yunsheng shot a cold, piercing glare at her. What are you staring at? You murdered your wife and child, and even gouged out your own son's eyes and severed his limbs. You are utterly inhuman. It was unclear which of her words ignited his fury, but in an instant, he transformed, shedding the facade of civility to reveal a terrifying visage. He shattered the goblet in his hand, pointing at Huanghuai, and exclaimed, Do you think he is anything virtuous? He is no different from me, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. I merely sacrificed a child. And just as Huanghuai was on the brink of death, fate intervened, and he encountered you. He could never have anticipated that Huanghuai would possess such fortuitous luck. Today, I arranged for so many to kill him, yet he emerged unscathed. Huanghuai, do you not realize that I was meant to take control of the company?
Yet,
due to the old man consulting a fortune-teller who proclaimed you as the future heir of the Hua family, I was cast aside. Throughout my youth, the old man assured me that the company would be left to me, only to abruptly pivot and nurture you based on a mere divination that indicated your prosperous fate. This has rendered all my years of effort into a farce. I had always believed myself destined to be the heir of the Hua family, with the eldest being impulsive, Huanghuai's father conservative, and the third lacking intellect. I was the natural successor. Yet, Huang appeared unexpectedly. Hui Yunqing's face darkened as he sternly declared, "You are the cause of all this." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room as Hui Yunqing's head was jolted sideways. His gaze filled with shock as he stared at Wen Li. She had dared to strike him. "You!" Crack. Wen Li swiftly switched hands and slapped the other side of Hui Yunqing's face. In Chapter 88, A Tempest Brews, Wen Li stood protectively behind Huang, lowering her eyelashes as she delicately tugged at the corner of her mouth, articulating each word clearly. "Do not use your ambition as an excuse. All tragedies stem from your own jealousy and ambition. Do not use Huang as a shield. We do not have a pact."
Wen Li skufa.
Even though she was not fully aware of the Hui family circumstances, she knew that if the old man genuinely wished for Hui Yunqing to be the heir, he would never abandon him based solely on a fortune. It was evident that the old man had come to a sudden realization, prompting Huang's father to inherit the company. Wen Li could not be bothered to delve into the intricacies of cause and effect. All she knew was that the contract for murder was in place, and later, she would investigate whether Huang's parents' deaths were related to Hui Yunqing. With that thought, she turned to He Lianzhao, hurry, and apprehend him. Perhaps Wen Li had struck a chord deep within Hui Yunqing's psyche, for he offered no resistance as he was taken away. As he brushed past Hui Yunqing suddenly remarked, "Huang, I will not let you go even in death. Soon, you will join me." With that, Hui Yunqing erupted into laughter. Unable to tolerate it any longer,
Wen Li delivered a swift kick.
Hui Yunqing stumbled, his gaze icy as he glared at Wen Li. "I know you possess some metaphysical abilities. Since you can discern my dealings with spirits, you must also realize that the spirit has drained Huang's fortune. You can save him momentarily, but can you guarantee his safety for a lifetime? Soon, Huang will meet the same untimely demise as his parents." Hui Yunqing had expected at least a flicker of fear, yet after a long gaze, he noted that Huang remained as tranquil as a still lake, betraying no hint of panic. Hui Yunqing furrowed his brow, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Huang's unwavering calm in the face of adversity. Rest assured, Wen Li stood behind Hui Yunqing, unable to discern the emotions in his eyes, yet she spoke with a calm demeanor. Such trivial tricks were seen through on the very first day. "I told you, Huang will not only survive but will live a long life. All the fortune you have squandered will return to you, bringing forth your retribution. Murder begets punishment. The dignity of the law cannot be trampled upon." As Hui Yunqing was taken away, Wen Li and Huang boarded the police car. In the vehicle, Wen Li occupied the back seat, dialing her anxious father. She wished to alleviate Wen Tingsong's concerns, thus she always informed him of her whereabouts. This evening, as he noted her absence, worry gnawed at him. They lacked for nothing at home, yet he was reluctant to let his daughter engage in ghost hunting. Nevertheless, her determination was unyielding. Thus, he spent each day anxiously awaiting her return. After soothing her father over the phone, Wen Li continued, "Dad, it's getting late. I plan to stay at Huang's place for the night. I'll send you an address shortly. Please have someone bring my backpack." She hadn't rested all day and longed to collapse into bed. Yet it was evident that the matters at hand were far from resolved, and sleep would elude her that night. When Tingsong acquiesced, Wen Li hung up, stifling a yawn, her eyelids heavy as lead. Upon arriving at the police station, she and Huang sat together for the interrogation, a process with which she was quite familiar. Hui Yunqing, recognizing his downfall, saw no need for further concealment and laid bare all his actions. Driven by resentment, he had murdered his own brother and sister-in-law, envious of his nephew's superiority. He employed the cruel and intricate Siamese spirit-rearing technique, deceiving a woman into marrying him, only to perform a brutal cesarean section while she was still alive, gouging out the child's eyes, severing its ears, and mutilating its feet. After nurturing the spirit for 5 or 6 years, he had anticipated that Huang's fortune would dwindle, yet he had never foreseen that Huang would encounter the astute Wen Li. Even after confessing, Hui Yunqing felt no remorse for his actions. He requested to see Huang once more, but his request was outright denied. However, Wen Li had an idea and approached He Lianzhao, saying, "May I ask him a few questions?" Though it deviated from protocol, He Lianzhao nodded and led Wen Li into the interrogation room. Upon hearing the door open, Hui Yunqing assumed it was Huang. However, he was met with Wen Li instead. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Where is Huang?" Wen Li regarded Hui Yunqing, who sat despondently against the gray wall, his suit disheveled and exuding an aura of defeat. The glimmer of confidence he once had vanished entirely, and even the spirit behind him had turned transparent, destined to dissipate by nightfall. This spirit, tainted by bloodshed, she could not save. Hua Yinghuai does not wish to see you. Wen Li averted her gaze and posed her question directly. You cannot perform metaphysics. The Siamese spirit-rearing technique is exceedingly complex. Who is aiding you?
Hou the bo, hou unshink.
One locks spirits, the other raises them, employing methods that are both cruel and intricate. Normal Taoists could neither execute nor fathom such actions. Hua Yunxing fixed his gaze on Wen Li's eyes, suddenly laughing. Money can compel spirits to do one's bidding. Human hearts are so intricate that anything can be promised for the right price. Had I known of your capabilities, I would not have sought out Master Fong but would have come to you instead. Master Fong? Wen Li seized upon the name. Where is this Master Fong from? And how might one contact him? Hua Yunxing responded, I do not know. Wen Li initially thought he was withholding information, but he quickly clarified. At this point, there's no need to conceal anything. Both the eldest and I were aided by Master Fong, but we did not seek him out. He sought us. Master Fong appears and disappears without a trace, vanishing after concluding his business with us. Hua Yunxing had attempted to investigate Master Fong, but to no avail. Wen Li furrowed her brow as she exited the interrogation room. Hua Yunxing had been taken away by the police, and the following day he would be brought to identify the murder scene and locate the victim's remains. Hua Yinghuai's car broke down on the highway, but fortunately, transportation was accessible, and he hailed a cab. Noticing that Wen Li was lost in thought throughout the journey, Hua Yinghuai asked, Did he say anything to you? Wen Li snapped back to reality and shook her head. Nothing. After a brief moment, she scrutinized Hua Yinghuai's expression, despite the gravity of the situation. He seemed remarkably composed. Are you all right?
Wen Li inquirat sartaili.
It was incomprehensible for anyone to accept that their own uncle was the murderer of their parents, and that he had even sought to kill him. I'm fine. I had some inkling from the very beginning. Hua Yinghuai spoke with a calm demeanor. Now that the truth has been unveiled, my parents can finally rest in peace. Upon hearing this, Wen Li observed that Hua Yinghuai's hand remained tightly clenched. Lowering her gaze, Wen Li's slightly cold hand suddenly rested upon Hua Yinghuai's large hand. Hua Yinghuai's heart skipped a beat, surprised and gazing at Wen Li with a mix of emotions. Yet, Wen Li's eyes were devoid of any blemish, softly reassuring him, it's all in the past. Hua Yinghuai gazed into Wen Li's eyes, where it seemed as if countless stars were twinkling. Chapter 89. Standing up for my brother. Following the significant upheaval in the Hua family, the media caught wind of the situation, leading to a flurry of activity that kept Hua Yinghuai perpetually occupied. Fortunately, the company remained largely unaffected, with only Uncle Hua remaining as the sole heir. Once he learned of the fourth brother's predicament, he ceased his disturbances and promptly relocated to the small company that Hua Yinghuai had arranged for him. Wen Li's life continued as usual. As winter approached, a city experienced its first snowfall, which persisted for 3 days, blanketing the roads in a layer of pristine white that crunched underfoot. As the semester neared its end, Wen Li received another call from Zhou Xingyun. After nearly 6 months of anticipation, Qian Shanling was finally confirmed to air during the winter break, perfectly timed to capture the holiday viewership. A press conference was scheduled for New Year's Day, and although Wen Li was a supporting character, Fan Tong still extended an invitation for her to attend. Moreover, after nearly half a year without any engagements, Zhou Xingyun wished to give her a chance to re-enter the spotlight during the winter holiday. Wen Li listened attentively as Zhou Xingyun detailed the itinerary, unhurriedly assuring her that even after completing all tasks, she would still have ample time to finish her winter assignments. Upon concluding their conversation, Zhou Xingyun let out a long sigh of relief. Although Wen Li often operated silently behind the scenes, she was at least obedient and did not make excessive demands like other artists he had previously managed. By the end of December, as the school granted a holiday for New Year's, Zhou Xingyun took Wen Li to get styled the following day. Knowing his daughter was set to attend the press conference, Wen Tingsong enlisted a professional makeup team to come to their home for wardrobe changes and makeup. Wen Xingming was also scheduled to attend, but due to company obligations, he had left early that morning for his original agency. The styling took a full 3 hours to complete. As a supporting character, Wen Li could not afford to be overly ostentatious. Thus, the makeup artist opted for a subtle look while incorporating pieces from lesser-known international luxury brands, discreet yet sophisticated. Zhou Xingyun merely cast a glance, and his eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Indeed, this professional team surpasses the one I arranged for you by leaps and bounds." Although he had invested a considerable sum in the team he had chosen, he could not have afforded such high-end brands with his current resources. Yet, Wen Li had her own set of custom pieces. Upon hearing Zhou Xingyun's remark and recalling his daughter's modest agency, Wen Tingsong remarked, "This team was originally prepared for Xiao Li. If she wishes to earn a living in the entertainment industry, I will not stand in her way. Since she has chosen to pursue it, she deserves the best. In a few days, I will have your boss come to Wen's group to discuss matters." Zhou Xingyun's heart raced, immediately grasping the implication of Wen Tingsong's words. The company, being too impoverished, had prompted the Tycoon to consider investing in their struggling agency. Zhou Xingyun's eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Very well, I shall convey that." Wen Li arrived at the press conference venue early. The staff of Qianshanling were still setting up, while the male and female leads were rehearsing their speeches for the upcoming event. Wen Li's character did not have a romantic partner, and director Fan Tong provided her with several template answers for potential questions during the press conference. After memorizing them, she settled onto the sofa, engrossed in her phone. As the press conference was about to commence, Wen Li noticed the absence of Wen Xingming and sent him a message, which went unanswered. Fan Tong, one of the few aware of the sibling relationship between Wen Li and Wen Xingming, was unable to locate him to inquire. After sending the message, Wen Li shook her head, murmuring, "My brother left early. Perhaps the styling took longer than expected? Given his tendencies, he likely wore something excessively revealing at first meeting and tends to strut like a flamboyant peacock." A sense of unease crept into Wen Li's heart, prompting her to consult the oracle. Once the divination concluded, a serious expression crossed her face. Fan Tong felt a jolt of concern, asking, "What is it?" Wen Li furrowed her brow in contemplation, simply stating, "I need to step out for a moment." "Oh no!" Fan Tong extended a hand, feeling a sense of impending collapse. Yet, as Wen Li reached the doorway of the lounge, she unexpectedly collided with Wen Xingming, who was rushing toward her. He had completed his styling, but wore a grim expression, his attire disheveled, and a bruise marred the corner of his mouth. "Brother!" In a moment of panic, Wen Li blurted out, "Are you alright?" Wen Xingming, teetering on the brink of fury, was suddenly doused with cold water upon hearing her voice, regaining some clarity.
I'm fine."
Wen Li's gaze was filled with concern. "You say you're fine, but your lip is bleeding. I just foresaw that you might encounter danger today. Who hit you?" Daring to harm her brother, she was determined to red Ollie. With that, Wen Li rolled up her sleeves, appearing even more furious than Wen Xingming. Feeling a headache coming on, he lowered his voice to explain. A bit of a situation arose. I went to the company early to get styled, intending to take a car over. But as I passed the boss's office, I overheard a conversation between him and my manager. Previously, during a time when he was being lambasted online, the company had opted for a cold treatment. When Xingming was aware of the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, the company had abandoned him to promote another artist. Though he felt resentment, he never contemplated revenge, merely waiting for his contract to expire in a few days, at which point he would be free. Who would have thought the boss intended to trap him further, not only refusing to let him go but planning to deliver him to an investor's bed today? Damn it! As he recounted this, his anger flared. Not only did they fail to find me a wealthy benefactor, but they paired me with a beer-bellied, three-tiered, penny-pinching brute. Wen Li interjected, "So you just barged in?" When Xingming nodded, regretting his impulsiveness after the fact. "I got a bit carried away and ended up hitting both my manager and the boss. By the time I left, it seemed they were being loaded onto an ambulance." After a brief pause, Wen Li replied, "It's all right. If anything happens, we have Dad." When Xingming retorted awkwardly, "I just wanted to prove myself and inform Dad of the situation. After all, they were in the wrong first. I'm not afraid. Worst case, I'll just sell my big lizard to cover the breach fee." Wen Li recalled Wen Xingming's lavish vehicle, which drew attention every time they drove it. She had secretly searched for its price, discovering that even the most basic model cost 50 million, and it was in high demand. Sell the car to pay the breach fee? Wen Li could not abide by that. "Don't sell the car." After the press conference, "We'll go to the hospital to confront your manager and the boss." When Xingming protested, "No, that's unnecessary, right? Why should I rely on my little sister for this? I might as well involve Dad." Wen Li insisted, "Why not?
It's settled then."
Your pathetic company dares to swindle us. They must face the consequences. Chapter 90. Bring me Wen Li. The press conference lasted a full 2 hours, and even before airing, Qianshanling had already garnered considerable attention. With Wen Xingming's recent redemption, the flow of viewers was naturally robust, leading to a packed room of journalists and media personnel, an event far grander than those held for other major adaptations. However, in pursuit of engaging content, the media posed rather pointed questions. Fortunately, everyone recognized Wen Li's status, sparing her from any undue scrutiny. Meanwhile, a trending topic emerged on Weibo, detailing Wen Xingming's assault on his company's boss and agent. At the press conference, several journalists' phones vibrated incessantly in their pockets. Upon glancing at their devices, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed that prior to attending the press conference, Wen Xingming had indeed assaulted his boss and agent, with photographic evidence and, most crucially, their testimonies to substantiate the claims. Thus, amidst the ongoing press conference, an ambitious rookie journalist, eager for a headline, boldly interrupted. Wen Xingming, is it true that you assaulted your boss and agent? Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, with both reporters and performers on stage turning their attention towards the inquisitive journalist. Fan Tong's expression darkened, his demeanor suddenly severe. Which agency do you represent? This is the press conference for Qianshanling. Inquiries should pertain solely to the play and characters. Are you unaware of the protocol? Thankfully, he had opted against a live broadcast, for had it been recorded, the repercussions could have been dire. The rookie journalist's face paled, realizing he had committed a principled error in pursuit of views. Yet having already spoken, he had offended the parties involved. He might as well seize the moment. Mr. Wen, please clarify, did you assault your boss and agent out of discontent? Or do you possess an inherent propensity for violence? During Wen Xingming's internet backlash, whispers circulated that he had bullied classmates during his school years. However, such claims lacked sufficient evidence. Today, with the trending topic in the public eye, if Wen Xingming mishandled the situation, the label of violent maniac could easily stick to him. Wen Xingming fixed his gaze intently on the rookie journalist, conceding, "It was I who struck them. The act of violence is a fact. There is no point in evasion." His candid admission rendered the reporters hesitant to pursue further questions. As for the rookie journalist, he was promptly escorted out. The press conference concluded in haste, and within minutes of its end, Wen Xingming's remark shot back to the top of the trending list. The online community erupted. Wen Xingming didn't even attempt to conceal it, he just blurted it out. Why does he exhibit no sense of remorse? Assaulting someone and justifying it, no wonder he faced such severe backlash. It's true that Mingo has a temper, but he has never resorted to violence. I sense there's a misunderstanding. Wen Xingming, please come forth and clarify. This is our Little Li's debut drama, don't let it crumble. Hurry and explain, I believe you didn't intend to strike. Wen Xingming had a considerable fanbase. While they acknowledged that violence was wrong, they understood his temperament. Unless provoked to extreme anger, he would never resort to physical confrontation. Despite the mockery from detractors, the fans remained steadfast. At that moment, Wen Li was escorting the subject of the trending topic to the hospital. They bypassed the reception desk, disregarding inquiries about the whereabouts of the boss and agent, and confidently made their way to the inpatient department. Journalists had gathered in wait, yet as Wen Xingming and Wen Li passed by, they seemed oblivious to their presence. Just as they reached the entrance of the inpatient ward, Wen Xingming's phone rang. Upon checking the caller, it was none other than his boss. Instinctively, he glanced at his sister. Wen Li signaled him to answer. With that, he pressed the green button to connect the call. Wen Xingming? Came the boss's lecherous voice, seemingly in high spirits, with a languid tone. Did you see the trending topic? What do you intend to do? What can I do? You assaulted me for no reason. Is it wrong for me to share my experience online? Being a veteran in the entertainment industry, the boss didn't reveal his true intentions, instead guiding Wen Xingming to respond. What would it take for you to let this go? Wen Xingming inquired. A soft chuckle emanated from the other end. How can you say such a thing? I'm doing this for your own good. I've already reported the incident and sought medical examination. If we don't reach an agreement, you will face detention, though it may only be for a few days. You are, after all, a public figure. How about you quickly sign a 10-year contract with the company, and after that, I'll grant you your freedom. Go to hell. Wen Xingming retorted. By then, he would be in his 30s, the prime of his life wasted under such a company's thumb. He could never agree to that. The boss seemed unfazed by Wen Xingming's response, then prepare for detention. With that, he hung up without hesitation. Dejected, Wen Xingming felt his spirits plummet, his eyes reddening as he instinctively looked at Wen Li, his voice thick with emotion. Sister, what should we do now? We need to confront him and compel him to tell the truth. He is a seasoned player, well aware of what to say and what not to say. Suddenly, an idea struck Wen Xingming, his eyes lighting up. You have a plan.
Wen Li nut de decisiveli.
leading them upstairs until they halted before a tightly closed door of a luxurious hospital room. With a creak, Wen Li pushed open the door. And after entering with Wen Xingming, she slammed the door shut and locked it with a click. The boss and agent, who had been strategizing on how to deal with Wen Xingming, were taken aback when they heard the door creak open. They looked up to see a tall and short figure approaching, both wearing wide smiles. The boss gasped, "Wen Xingming?" The agent, equally astonished, instinctively asked, "How did you find us here?" They were in a premium hospital room, and doctors and nurses wouldn't divulge room numbers. Moreover, why did the girl standing beside Wen Xingming look so familiar? Before they could inquire about Wen Li's identity, she preemptively stated, "I'm offering you a chance for redemption. Now confess the truth, and you might suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity." Yang Minghai finally grasped the situation. So, Wen Xingming had enlisted a young girl as his backup. Wen Xingming, are you desperately grasping at straws, thinking that a pretty girl can help you retract the trending topic? However, Yang Minghai narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering within. Wen Li was strikingly beautiful, seemingly destined for the silver screen. If he could recruit her into his company, making her a star would be effortless. Contemplating this, Yang Minghai dismissed Wen Li's previous statement, "If you give her to me, I can help you remove the trending topic." As he spoke, he leered at Wen Li.